Lin Chuan awoke from a deep slumber, overwhelmed by excruciating pain coursing through his entire body. The most unbearable sensation was the throbbing in his head, as if it might explode, filled with a cacophony of convoluted information that only settled after several long minutes. What on earth happened? What transpired? Lin Chuan strained to recall the events preceding his unconsciousness that he remembered intending to attend a comic convention where he planned to cosplay as Kaguya Tsutsuki, the ultimate antagonist from Naruto. His costume and props had been procured from a certain online marketplace, and he had completed his makeup, even donning the two distinctive horns atop his head. It was at this moment, while standing before a mirror, that he had foolishly licked the prop resembling the fruit of the god tree, and then everything faded to black. Upon regaining consciousness, Lin Chuan found himself in a completely unfamiliar world, far removed from his own home. Oh no. Could that counterfeit item from a marketplace have been poisonous? Am I dead? Lin Chuan lamented, tears brimming in his eyes. But wait, if I'm dead, why does my body ache so terribly? He exclaimed, feeling his body and discovering he was clothed in a loose robe reminiscent of ancient attire. As his hand brushed against his skin beneath the fabric, a sharp gasp escaped him. His entire body was marred with wounds, scars of various sizes littering his flesh, some even festering and oozing pus. What is happening? Why do I bear so many injuries? Lin Chuan murmured in shock. And why is everything before me shrouded in darkness? In the next instant, his hands reached up to his eyes, and he was horrified to find only empty sockets where his eyeballs should have been. This discovery nearly caused him to leap up in fright, but the pain from his injuries rendered him incapable of movement. He quickly abandoned further examination of his wounds, focusing instead on the tumultuous flood of information that had surged through his mind moments ago. A mere glance revealed the crux of his predicament: that I have transmigrated. And this is a realm of cultivation. Lin Chuan stated, bewildered, as he struggled to regain his composure. Transmigration is one thing, but why is my body so feeble? More alarmingly, I have taken over the body of a blind person. Silent tears flowed down his cheeks, even though he lacked the very eyes to shed them. Just as he contemplated whether to end his own life in hopes of a second chance, his hand brushed against an object that he immediately recognized by tucha fruit of the god tree. Though it was merely a counterfeit prop purchased online, Lin Chuan surmised that his transmigration was somehow linked to this very item. As his memories culminated in the moment, his tongue had made contact with it. Holding the fruit in his hand, he hesitated, contemplating whether to consume it. Given that his transmigration seemed to stem from this object, he was almost certain it possessed some extraordinary quality. Yet, he was uncertain whether it was meant for consumption. What if it were merely a weapon? After a lengthy pause, Lin Chuan finally tossed the fruit into his mouth and swallowed it, muttering, well, this body is on the brink of death anyway, and it's a blind one at that. I might as well eat it. Having swallowed it hastily, Lin Chuan awaited a miracle to unfold. However, a minute passed without any change, and even after 10 minutes, there was still no sign of anything extraordinary. After half an hour had elapsed, despair settled in. Heaven and earth, why must this be? Transmigration is not an easy feat, yet here I am, trapped in the body of such an inept individual that it would be one thing if I could turn my fate around, but why must I be blind? Lin Chuan lamented, prostrating himself on the ground with tears of frustration. God, may I not have the chance to transmigrate once more? Just once, please. An hour later, Lin Chuan sank into utter despair, inwardly cursing his misfortune, while simultaneously delving into the memories of the original owner of this body. He held little attachment to his previous life an orphan. He had been a mere nobody at a second-rate university, with few friends, perhaps. This transmigration was a blessing in disguise, but it seemed he had landed in a rather unfortunate situation. After perusing the original owner's memories, Lin Chuan sighed. The previous Lin Chuan shared his name, and his fate was even more tragic. Born into a prominent family, he was the illegitimate child of his father's concubine, an existence that was never meant to be. With poor talent for cultivation, he ultimately faced a grim fate when his half-brother suffered an eye injury. The family decided to remove his eyes for transplantation, discarding him in this desolate place to fend for himself. While Lin Chuan felt sorrow for the original owner's plight, an uncontrollable rage surged within him that moment. He felt as though he and the original Lin Chuan had become one, sharing the same emotions and experiences. The visceral agony was palpable, as if it were happening to him in that very moment. As Lin Chuan contemplated delving deeper into the memories of this world, he was abruptly interrupted by the clear sound of voices outside the door. Children, it seemed. I tell you, a new kid has arrived here, completely without any background. He makes for the perfect training tool that I practiced my punches on him last night, and the results were surprisingly effective. Does he not resist? Resist? If he dares to fight back, they'll kill him. After all, the residents of this place are all orphans, without parents to care for them. If one of them dies, no one would bat an eye. Nonetheless, this kid is surprisingly obedient every time we come. He curls up in the corner, never fighting back. Haha, that's why he's the best training tool. But we must be cautious today. I was too forceful yesterday and almost killed him. Where will we find another such tool? True enough, let's only strike his limbs today, avoid the head. As the conversation continued, for children around 7 or 8 years old barged into the room with an air of brutality. Upon hearing their exchange, Lin Chuan finally understood the source of his injuries and the fate that had befallen the original Lin Chuan. Sometimes, children can be more sinister and terrifying than many adults. Lin Chuan struggled to rise, even to shift his position, but even this simple act proved impossible. Had it not been for his transmigration, this body would have been a lifeless shell. One could only imagine the dire state of his physical condition. Oh, look, he's still alive? Excellent. We can train for a while longer. Before the words were fully spoken, the children's fists and feet descended upon Lin Chuan. A wave of intense pain surged through him once more. He lifted his head, attempting to gaze upon his assailants, only to remember that he possessed no eyeballs. Hey, why isn't he cowering in the corner today? Does he dare to roll his eyes at us? It seems we haven't beaten him hard enough. As their taunts rang out, the children began to unleash a brutal barrage upon Lin Chuan, who could not help but think, how could I roll my eyes at you when I lack eyeballs? Can you possibly conjure a more absurd reason to strike me? Yet in the next moment, Lin Chuan was startled to find that the world around him had grown brighter, for children clad in splendid robes were wildly swinging their fists and feet. Unbeknownst to him, at that moment, 2 eyeballs had miraculously formed within his once empty eye sockets. However, these eyes were unlike any ordinary ones. They were white orbs, devoid of black pupils, resembling the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan from Naruto. Undoubtedly, this transformation was a direct consequence of consuming the fruit of the god tree. Lin Chuan was taken aback by the sudden appearance of his surroundings. However, the excruciating pain radiating from his body swiftly jolted him back to reality. For children, aged around 7 or 8, cast disdainful glances at him as they relentlessly pummeled his immobile form on the ground. One of them even resorted to a martial technique. Completely oblivious to the lethal consequences of their actions, or perhaps aware yet indifferent to the potential for fatality. Such reckless abandon. A surge of indescribable fury erupted from the depths of Lin Chuan's heart, and he felt a desperate urge to leap up and annihilate the 4 children before him. Yet, his injuries were too severe for him to rise. As time passed and his anger continued to build, an unusual force surged within his eyes, instantly coursing through his entire being. With a sharp crack, Lin Chuan's hands shot up, seizing the fists that were coming toward him. Is that not enough? Lin Chuan's voice was suppressed to an extreme, his tone as frigid as ancient ice, causing the children's strikes to falter momentarily. The quartet stared in disbelief at the suddenly defiant Lin Chuan, whose head, previously concealed beneath his arms, was now slightly raised, revealing his bizarre eyes fixed upon them. They were eyes of a pure white hue, devoid of pupils at first glance, which explained why the children had initially thought he was rolling his eyes. However, at that moment, the whites of his eyes began to undergo a subtle transformation, glimmering with celestial blue starlight that converged towards the center, slowly shifting from white to a vibrant sky blue. These eyes. The children watched in horror as Lin Chuan's eyes morphed, sensing an ominous aura brewing within. Quick, kill him. Kill this monster. One child shouted, and the others, jolted back to their senses, resumed their assault on Lin Chuan, no longer viewing him as a mere target for practice, but as a threat that needed to be swiftly eliminated. They unleashed their full strength upon him. Lin Chuan coughed up blood as the power within his eyes erupted. In the next moment, he felt a warm current surge from his hands, initiating a rapid healing process for his injuries. Soon, this warmth spread beyond his hands, enveloping his entire body in a unique energy flow. When he looked up, he noticed that the arms he had gripped were emanating a visible blue energy that flowed into him, directing itself toward his wounds and mending his injuries. This is... Lin Chuan watched in astonishment as the energy surged forth, resembling the chakra from the Naruto series. Moreover, it wasn't just his hands. He was absorbing the chakra of the 4 children with an inexplicable force. The light blue chakra wafted like mist from the children, continuously drawn into him. "Ah, what have you done? Stop. If you harm us, I will have my brother kill you. My body feels so weak. He is absorbing our strength. Monster." The children screamed in terror, their expressions akin to that of someone who had encountered a ghost. They tried to retreat but found themselves unable to move. As time passed, they felt increasingly drained, as if a force was ceaselessly siphoning their energy. Yet this energy felt entirely different from their cultivated spiritual power. Lin Chuan was astonished by the unfolding events, noting that his injuries were healing at an astonishing rate, liberating him from a near-comatose state. This is chakra. Why am I able to absorb it? Thoughts raced through Lin Chuan's mind as he gazed at the children, in their eyes wide with fear. He finally recognized his own reflection, particularly the unforgettable sky-blue eyes he possessed. The reincarnation eye. In his previous life, a fervent fan of Naruto, he instantly recognized those unique eyes, the sky-blue irises with a deep blue pupil radiating wisps of white-silver light, the ultimate form of the Byakugan, the reincarnation eye. With each moment that Lin Chuan continued to draw chakra from the 4 children, they, already small in stature, soon collapsed to the ground. This was merely a result of Lin Chuan's restraint. Otherwise, the chakra of a level like Naruto would have been drained from them instantaneously, leaving them with no chance against the full power of the reincarnation eye. Begone. In the next moment, Lin Chuan abruptly withdrew the reincarnation eye, causing the sky blue hue to fade, reverting to the pure white of the Byakugan. It was not that he wished to harm the 4 children. However, having just arrived in this world and lacking an understanding of the situation, he refrained from acting recklessly, wary of attracting formidable enemies while still weak. As he watched the children stumble out of his dwelling, Lin Chuan finally exhaled in relief, beginning to assess the changes within himself. Why do I possess the Byakugan and the reincarnation eye? Wasn't he the Rinne Sharingan awakened after Kagaya Otsutsuki consumed the fruit of the god tree? Lin Chuan pondered in uncertainty, though he did not feel disappointed, for he understood that the ultimate form of the Byakugan, the reincarnation eye, was indeed powerful and formidable. However, the deviation from the original narrative left him feeling uneasy. After thoroughly inspecting himself, he discovered that his injuries had nearly healed, yet he found no further anomalies. Then, only one technique remains. Lin Chuan thought to himself, directly attempting to refine the chakra within him, and to his surprise, he succeeded almost instantly, perhaps due to the effects of consuming the god tree's fruit. The chakra he refined was purple rather than the blue of Naruto, but he paid little heed to such trivial details, instead recalling the method to activate the Byakugan from his comic reading days as he began to form the necessary hand signs. Byakugan, with a low utterance from Lin Chuan. The purple chakra surged toward his eyes, causing the veins around them to pulsate. In an instant, the surroundings and his internal state became vividly clear before him. Unlike the black and white world depicted in Naruto, he saw a world bursting with color, as if viewing it through his own eyes. Ignoring this change, Lin Chuan first focused on his own body. Amidst the intricate networks of veins, one thing caught his attention, a fruit in his abdomen. The very god tree fruit he had consumed not long ago. It had not been digested, but was rather rotating slowly within him. In the next moment, Lin Chuan suddenly noticed a tightly closed eye on his forehead, at the center of his brow, adorned with 3 circular patterns and 9 tomo. This is the Rinne Sharingan. Lin Chuan gasped in shock. Amidst towering mountains, a peak loomed high above, where a magnificent hall of intricately carved jade stood. At that moment, a figure swiftly entered, kneeling on one knee before 2 individuals seated at a chessboard, respectfully stating, "Greetings, elder and head of the family. All the children from Zhongchuan continent have been arranged. The assessment will take place in 1 month. Oh, this time, it seems to have taken a bit longer." The middle-aged man at the chessboard remarked softly. In response to the head of the family, the number of participants from Zhongchuan continent is greater than ever. reaching tens of millions, with nearly 10,000 allocated to our Lin family. Therefore, those prominent families from Zhongchuan continent truly regard our Nanming continent as a place of exile, cramming anyone and everyone here. The elder on the other side shook his head gently, leisurely commenting, "The boundary channel opens only once every century, bringing together those who have accumulated over the years. Perhaps this time, among the children from that realm, there will be a few exceptional talents, and I hope they emerge from our Lin family." The head of the Lin family remarked, "I have heard that the Lin family, the ruling clan of Zhongchuan continent, has also brought some individuals over. I wonder if any of them belong to our household," the elder inquired thoughtfully. "Well, in response to the elder, this time the millions are mixed together, and we truly lack the means to discern their origins or which family they belong to in Zhongchuan continent. However, we do maintain records of all individuals from Zhongchuan continent, and during the grouping of 3, they will be placed together. Furthermore, all talent records will be documented at the lowest tier to prevent the lower echelons of the family from knowing too much," the kneeling individual respectfully explained, sweat beading on his forehead, fearful of repercussions for an inadequate explanation. "Understood. I have a general grasp of the situation. I merely inquired casually." "You may leave," the elder said, glancing at the man and waving his hand dismissively. "Yes." The kneeling individual quickly rose and exited the grand hall. Among the visitors last time, there were several geniuses who astonished everyone. It is said they secretly left their families to hone their skills here. Hopefully, our Lin family will also see such talent this time. The head of the Lin family murmured softly, and the two resumed their game of chess. Casting aside the trivial matter, gazing at the peculiar eye, Lin Chuan found himself in turmoil. This was the ultimate ocular technique from Naruto, a singular eye belonging to the progenitor of chakra, Kagaya Otsutsuki. However, unlike Kagaya's blood-red eyes, which resembled the Sharingan, his eye was purple, akin to the pure Rinnegan. Lin Chuan murmured, slowly retracting his Byakugan, causing the veins around his eyes to dissipate. "Though I possess the Rinnegan Sharingan, I cannot activate this eye. Could it be due to my incomplete absorption of the divine tree's fruit?" Lin Chuan furrowed his brow, raising a hand to touch his forehead. "Indeed. The items from that side are mere imitations. They cannot compare to the original." Kagaya Otsutsuki consumed the divine tree's fruit and instantly awakened the Rinnegan Sharingan, becoming the progenitor of the ninja world, while I can only watch, unable to use it. Lin Chuan sighed, yet upon reflection, having something is better than nothing. Otherwise, given my situation of traversing into a blind body, survival in this realm would be nearly impossible. Fortunately, possessing the Byakugan and Rinnegan could be viewed as a temporary reward for my inability to utilize the Rinnegan Sharingan. The Byakugan greatly enhances physical techniques and offers a 360-degree field of vision with X-ray capabilities, allowing one to evade many fatal dangers. As for the ultimate form, the Rinnegan, while Lin Chuan did not understand why it manifested in him, he resolved to make full use of the abilities of both eyes. In the original work, the Rinnegan appeared infrequently, solely in the possession of Hagoromo Otsutsuki, yet its capabilities were undeniably formidable, possessing the power of creation and destruction. Although it lacks the complexity and might of the Rinnegan Sharingan's techniques, the 6 abilities demonstrated by this eye are sufficient for Lin Chuan to rise above others. Experimenting with the Rinnegan, Lin Chuan discovered it consumed an immense amount of chakra, at least 5 times that of the Byakugan. The reason he could momentarily activate it was related to the surge of spiritual energy following his beating. This phenomenon is common in Naruto, where individuals exceed their limits in desperate situations, chakra being a blend of mental and physical energy. Absorbing chakra was not as rapid as Hagoromo's, and the distance was insufficient. It was best to absorb it in close proximity. As for activating the Rinnegan chakra mode and summoning stone statues, or executing the Golden Wheel Rebirth Explosion and Silver Wheel Rebirth Explosion, those abilities were beyond his current capabilities. After an hour of exploration, Lin Chuan finally discerned the abilities he could currently wield. The Byakugan's capabilities were self-evident, while the Rinnegan only allowed for the absorption of others' chakra. Other abilities were either negligible or outright unusable, consuming vast amounts of chakra with little effect. However, it could enhance the original Byakugan's capabilities, extending its range of vision, albeit at a significant chakra cost. It seemed that the Rinnegan Sharingan would only activate once he fully absorbed the divine tree's fruit, leading Lin Chuan to a realization. His white eyes suddenly sharpened. The reason he could not absorb the fruit was that his body could not withstand its power. This meant that as his strength and physical condition improved, he would eventually be able to digest the fruit completely and awaken the Rinnegan Sharingan. Lin Chuan believed his hypothesis was quite plausible. After a brief rest, he attempted to channel the refined chakra into the dormant Rinnegan Sharingan at his forehead to observe the effects. Wait, it seemed. As Lin Chuan's chakra surged into his brow, a strange power erupted from it, flowing into his eyes. In the next moment, Lin Chuan shouted, "Sharingan!" Instantly, the Byakugan in his eyes vanished, replaced by blood-red pupils, each adorned with a spinning tomo. "I understand now," Lin Chuan exclaimed with delight. And upon closing his eyes and reopening them, the Sharingan had disappeared, revealing a pair of eyes adorned with concentric purple patterns. The Rinnegan. So, while I have not awakened the ultimate ocular technique, the Rinnegan Sharingan, I can project the power of the eye at my brow into my dual eyes. However, the abilities are no longer those of the Rinnegan Sharingan, but rather two distinct eyes, the Sharingan and the Rinnegan. This means I can switch between the three major ocular techniques. Aside from the inability to use the Rinnegan Sharingan, I can wield all other three ocular techniques in the Byakugan's advanced form, the Rinnegan, Lin Chuan murmured. These four ocular techniques cannot merge. Utilizing one renders the others unusable. The Rinnegan leans towards ninjutsu, the Sharingan towards Genjutsu, and the Byakugan towards Taijutsu. In the world of Naruto, I have gathered them all. A slight smile crossed Lin Chuan's lips. This would be his greatest asset in rising within this realm. Yet, he did not become complacent. Despite acquiring the formidable three ocular techniques, and even the Rinnegan, his current strength was insufficient to fully utilize them. Otherwise, the character Nagato, who received the Rinnegan in childhood, would have been invincible long ago. Outside the window lay a dark night sky. Lin Chuan, who should have been asleep, felt no drowsiness at all. Having obtained four ocular techniques, he spent the entire night researching them, unaware of the dawn approaching. Creak. Lin Chuan's door was pushed open once more. Could it be those reckless children again? Lin Chuan looked up, his white eyes appearing particularly eerie. Yet, only in this state did the Byakugan not consume chakra, so he could only present himself with the Byakugan active. Ah, Lin Chuan, you. The newcomers were not the previous four children, but a chubby boy and a girl. Given that they called Lin Chuan by name, it was evident they were acquainted with the former Lin Chuan. Indeed, after rummaging through his past memories, Lin Chuan found their details. The chubby boy was named Qin Lang, and the girl was Bu Lianshi. They had known Lin Chuan before, but were not particularly familiar. They had merely crossed paths. And due to Lin Chuan's habit of burying his head between his legs, they were unaware of his lack of eyeballs. Lin Chuan, why has your hair turned white? What has happened to you? Your eyes are also. The portly Qin Lang exclaimed in astonishment as he gazed at Lin Chuan, while Bu Lianshi beside him was so frightened that she dared not enter the room. My eyes have always been like this due to heredity. As for my hair, Lin Chuan had not anticipated that after consuming the fruit of the divine tree, his hair would turn as white as that of Kaguya Otsutsuki. He was preparing to concoct a lie to deceive the two, only to find that Qin Lang had already grasped the situation and seamlessly continued his sentence. I understand now. This is the legendary overnight white hair brought on by worry, isn't it? Qin Lang said excitedly, his eyes gleaming with curiosity as he looked at Lin Chuan. What? Lin Chuan thought, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. It was as if a flock of crows had taken flight above his head. I see. You must be worried about the upcoming Lin family assessment after half a month, which caused your hair to turn white overnight. Rest assured, with me, Qin Lang, watching over you, everything will be fine. Even if you are a cultivation novice, I will not abandon you, Qin Lang proclaimed with righteous fervor, patting Lin Chuan's shoulder so forcefully that he nearly knocked the recovering Lin Chuan off his feet. A cultivation novice? Lin Chuan felt a trickle of sweat running down his face. What on earth was this nonsense? Ignoring Lin Chuan's disgruntled expression, Qin Lang continued. I know your talent for cultivation is rather poor, and you haven't even reached the first level of qi refinement yet. But do not worry. I have already attained the third level of qi refinement, and Bu Lianshi has reached the second level. Based on past experience, as long as one person in our trio reaches the third level, passing the assessment should be quite easy. The Lin family Lin Chuan currently resided in was entirely different from the one he was born into, and his status was akin to that of an orphan taken in by this family. This was also the reason why the other children dared to act recklessly against him. Recalling his past memories, Lin Chuan specifically looked into the details of the Lin family assessment. It was a test for orphans like him. If he failed to pass before the age of 10, he would be cast out of the Lin family. Now, At the age of 9, Lin Chuan was staring at his last opportunity. The assessment was held every 6 months, with groups of 3, and Bu Lianshi and Qin Lang were members of his group. Feeling the surging chakra within him, Lin Chuan spoke, "Don't worry, we will pass." "That's good to hear. We were concerned you might feel overwhelmed, so we came to comfort you. Both Bu Lianshi and I have improved our cultivation levels, so we should have no problem passing," Qin Lang replied cheerfully. Previously, Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi had come to visit a few times, but back then, Lin Chuan buried his head between his legs, refusing to look up or speak. They could only offer a few words of comfort before leaving. This time, since both of them had made breakthroughs, they specifically came to inform Lin Chuan. They had not expected him to be willing to see them and talk, which left them quite satisfied. Bu Lianshi, no longer frightened by Lin Chuan's peculiar eyes, entered the room, saying softly, "Rest assured, our assessment is merely about hunting some spirit beasts. It will be fine." "I understand." Lin Chuan smiled. The two showed genuine concern for the previous Lin Chuan, but back then, he had been unwilling to trust anyone, which had led to the current situation. After chatting for a while, the two took their leave, and Lin Chuan began to reassess the world around him. From his past memories, he recognized this as a realm of cultivation, commonly referred to as Xinxia. According to the customs of this world, every individual possessed a spiritual root, which could be classified into 5 elemental attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, alongside some exceedingly rare mutated attributes such as wind and lightning. Similar to chakra, only those with the corresponding attribute could utilize specific spells. For instance, an individual with a fire attribute spiritual root could only wield fire-based techniques. Most individuals possessed a singular attribute, while those with 2 attributes were rare and far more powerful. Having consumed the fruit of the divine tree, Lin Chuan's chakra now encompassed the foundational attributes of wind, water, lightning, fire, earth, yin, and yang, though he was uncertain of the fruit's impact on the spiritual roots of this world. Lin Chuan mused, "Perhaps I will test my spiritual roots when time permits. But for now, my utmost priority is to cultivate my chakra and learn some ninjutsu. Otherwise, possessing 3-eye techniques without the means to utilize them would be tragic." Without further ado, Lin Chuan rose and walked out of the dwelling towards the cafeteria established by the Lin family. Previously, Qin Lang and the others had brought him food, but he no longer relied on them. Outside, a collection of modest houses housed orphans like Lin Chuan, most of whom were already awake, practicing martial arts in front of their doors. Upon seeing Lin Chuan emerge, they expressed their surprise, especially given his notably white hair and eyes, which drew even more attention. That useless waste who cannot cultivate has come out? His eyes and hair are so peculiar. Is he worried about the assessment in half a month? The murmurs of the crowd reached Lin Chuan's ears, but he chose to ignore them, unwilling to stoop to the level of these children. Though the meals provided by the Lin family were not particularly appetizing, they sufficed to fill his stomach. After eating, Lin Chuan went straight to the mountains behind the house to train. The first thing he needed to work on was his physical fitness. This body was in deplorable condition. Had he not previously absorbed the chakra of those 4 children using his Rinnegan, he would still be in a state of utter weakness. Let's start with running. As he jogged, Lin Chuan contemplated the intricacies of this world. Firstly, regarding chakra, the inhabitants of this realm did not practice chakra cultivation. Yet Lin Chuan could absorb their chakra through his Rinnegan. This indicated that he was drawing upon their physical and mental energy. As long as a person was alive, regardless of whether they cultivated chakra, their physical energy and mental energy would always exist. This meant that Lin Chuan could forcibly extract chakra energy using his Rinnegan, regardless of whether they were aware of its existence. Sweat poured from Lin Chuan as he continually varied his training methods while his mind remained engaged in thought. Then there was the matter of ninjutsu. When Kagaya Otsutsuki consumed the fruit of the divine tree, the concept of ninjutsu had yet to emerge. It was later that the Sage of 6 Paths popularized ninjutsu. However, the root of all ninjutsu ultimately traced back to that divine fruit. Although he currently did not possess any ninjutsu, he believed developing his own should not be overly difficult, as he was aware of the direction and effects of various techniques. He even knew the hand seals frequently used in Naruto. After a morning of rigorous training, Lin Chuan felt utterly exhausted. Yet he refused to waste any moment that could be spent on cultivation. He needed to grow stronger quickly. At the very least, to have the ability to protect himself from bullying. After lunch, Lin Chuan returned to his room to begin devising ninjutsu, and the first technique that came to mind was the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan, with the enhancement of the Byakugan. Gentle Fist was the most suitable form of training for Lin Chuan at this stage. As a physical technique, it consumed little chakra. Yet its power was not to be underestimated. In this early stage of chi refinement, which primarily focused on close combat, Gentle Fist was undoubtedly a formidable weapon that cultivators could hardly fathom. Moreover, Lin Chuan had discovered that the meridians used by cultivators during their training were identical to those of chakra. This meant that Lin Chuan could utilize the Byakugan and Gentle Fist to infuse his chakra into his opponents, damaging their internal pathways and organs, achieving a terrifying effect akin to that found in Naruto. After countless failures and iterations, Lin Chuan finally deduced the entire set of Hyuga Gentle Fist techniques 2 days later. It was not merely his intelligence that led to this achievement. Rather, it was his understanding of the principles and the direction of his efforts. Coupled with his unique status as a progenitor of chakra, it was hardly surprising that he could completely replicate the techniques. 5 days later, in a modest room furnished only with a bed and a table, Lin Chuan collapsed onto the bed, drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. For the past few days, he had relentlessly practiced the Gentle Fist technique, and he had made considerable progress in mastering this martial art passed down through generations of the Hyuga clan. Although he had not reached the level of Niji Hyuga from the Chunin exams and could not perform the acupoint sealing techniques, he could at least execute the techniques as a whole. Indeed, there are no shortcuts in cultivation. Having consumed the fruit of the divine tree, I am, in a sense, the progenitor of chakra in this world, yet my training has not been significantly easier. Lin Chuan wiped the sweat from his brow and murmured to himself. Despite the arduous and exhausting nature of this lifestyle, he felt a sense of hope, far superior to his previous existence, where he drifted aimlessly through each day. Through these days of training and gaining a better understanding of this world, Lin Chuan had come to grasp the essence of the realm of cultivation he now inhabited. In this world, people primarily focus on cultivation, which is akin to the legendary practice of immortality. It involves absorbing external spiritual energy into the body and then merging it with one's own mental energy to manifest one's abilities, akin to the refinement of physical and spiritual energies in Naruto. However, upon comparison, Lin Chuan realized that the overall strength of this world far surpassed that of the Naruto universe. This was evident in the way that ordinary ninjutsu, when augmented with natural energy, transformed into sage techniques, significantly enhancing their power. When ordinary ninjutsu utilizes sage chakra, its potency can increase several times, even by dozens, which is universally acknowledged in the Naruto world. This realm of cultivation had evidently refined the utilization of natural energy to its utmost, devoid of the dangers of being consumed or petrified by it. Practitioners could store the absorbed natural energy within their dantian, allowing them to access it without needing to absorb it each time they wish to use it, thus rendering cultivators exceptionally powerful. Based on my observations over the past few days, the chi refining stage roughly corresponds to the level of a ninja school student in Naruto, yet their strength exceeds that of the students considerably, likely due to their use of natural energy. While allowing his body to rest, Lin Chuan's mind continued to ponder. I should be able to cultivate using their methods, absorbing natural energy into my body. If successful, I can utilize a sage mode distinct from that in Naruto. Lin Chuan was quite envious of the formidable power of sage mode, yet in the original work, it required an abundant amount of chakra to cultivate. Given Lin Chuan's current physique, the chakra he could refine was scant, insufficient even to reach the level of a genin. Although my purple chakra is significantly purer than ordinary chakra, it is improbable that I can cultivate sage mode in the same manner as in Naruto in such a brief period. Lin Chuan pressed his hands against his temples, kneading them thoughtfully. Once I have made sufficient progress with the Gentle Fist, I can begin to experiment with the cultivation methods of this world. The stages of cultivation are divided into several levels, starting with the foundational chi refining stage, which consists of 10 levels. Upon breakthrough, one can enter the foundation establishment stage, which is further divided into early, middle, late, and great perfection stages, followed by the core formation stage. After meticulous study, Lin Chuan deduced that the highest level in this world, the immortal, likely corresponds to the realm of Kagaya Otsutsuki in Naruto. The hierarchical structure of cultivation below the immortal level is far more detailed in this realm than in Naruto, as the latter often features characters with exaggerated abilities. For instance, Naruto, the prince of the story, seemed invincible as long as he could create a larger Rasengan. Of course, this is merely a jest. However, given Lin Chuan's current standing, Contemplating such advanced matters was of little practical significance. For now, preserving his own life took precedence. Just as he was deep in thought, the door swung open, revealing a girl from his group, Lin Chuan. She entered, holding a box of food, casting a shy glance at Lin Chuan, who lay on the bed, before placing the meal on the table and turning to leave. "Thank you." Lin Chuan smiled faintly. Ever since she learned of his relentless training, Lin Chuan had taken it upon herself to bring him meals without uttering a word, simply placing the food down before departing. "You're welcome," Lin Chuan replied softly, her voice barely audible before she hurried out of the room. Watching her retreating figure, Lin Chuan couldn't help but feel she bore a resemblance to Hinata from Naruto. After a faint smile, he sat up to eat before resuming his practice of the gentle fist. Perhaps it was due to having consumed the fruit of the divine tree. But Lin Chuan's stamina recovered far more rapidly than that of an ordinary person, and his physical strength was steadily increasing with each session of rigorous training. On one occasion, while resting, Lin Chuan utilized his Byakugan to observe the undigested fruit of the divine tree within him. He discovered that it floated in his dantian, periodically releasing wisps of purple mist. Each time this mist manifested, it would integrate into his body, enhancing his physical prowess. Particularly after intense training sessions when the output of this purple mist was greater than usual. "It seems that my enhanced physique allows for the digestion of more of the divine tree's fruit," Lin Chuan mused. Armed with this knowledge, he intensified his training, refusing to stop until he had thoroughly exhausted himself. After all, with his rapid recovery, he could swiftly digest the fruit, making this an ideal scenario. That night, Lin Chuan lay on his bed, slowly forming hand seals. With a low exclamation, the veins around his eyes bulged, and purple chakra surged into his eyes. Byakugan. In an instant, everything within a kilometer radius became vividly clear to him. Unlike the black and white world of Naruto, this realm was vibrant with color. And the Byakugan allowed him not only to perceive the flow of chakra, but also the movement of natural energy, or spiritual energy, within this world. With the three primary abilities of the Byakugan, X-ray vision, insight, and long-range vision, I have now nearly mastered them, Lin Chuan reflected. Observing that most of the other orphans around him had already fallen asleep, his gaze shifted to Lin Chuan and Qin Lang, who were still awake, sitting cross-legged in meditation, engaged in their cultivation. Through Lin Chuan's Byakugan, he could see the natural energy in the air gradually converging towards the two of them, circulating through their meridians until it reached their dantian, where a sphere of natural energy was slowly rotating. "This method of cultivation is truly marvelous," Lin Chuan remarked, having observed others' practices multiple times, each instance leaving him in awe of the ingenuity of those who had devised such techniques. Moreover, the Byakugan allowed him to see the chakra within these individuals, albeit in a disordered state, unable to be utilized. Just as he was preparing to study their cultivation further, Lin Chuan's gaze suddenly sharpened as he spotted two boys, who had assaulted him days prior, approaching from about a kilometer away, accompanied by a 10-year-old boy. A vortex of spiritual energy swirled in the boy's abdomen, and Lin Chuan estimated his cultivation to be around the third level of the chi refining stage. Lin Chuan sprang to his feet, fists clenched, his expression icy. "I didn't seek trouble with you, yet you dare to come looking for me. Very well. I was just lamenting the lack of opponents to test my gentle fist against, and now you present yourselves. Let me see just how formidable my gentle fist can be." The door to Lin Chuan's room was violently kicked open, crashing against the wall as three not particularly tall figures stepped inside. They immediately spotted Lin Chuan seated by the bed, gazing intently at the entrance, as if he had been patiently awaiting their arrival. Although they had previously encountered the true appearance of Lin Chuan, with his white hair and white eyes, the lead boy was nonetheless struck with a chilling fear upon seeing him again. The boy's veins throbbed as he met the cold gaze of Lin Chuan's white eyes, giving him the eerie sensation of being instantly seen through, nearly prompting him to flee. In the next moment, he recalled that his brother, who had reached the third level of chi refining, was by his side, which quelled his urge to escape. He then glared fiercely at Lin Chuan and shouted, "Brother, this is the monster from last time. I don't know what kind of sorcery he used, but he wore us four out, nearly costing us our lives. You must avenge me. Indeed, today marks your doom. If it weren't for Lin Li's recent seclusion, we would have ended your life long ago. You should consider yourself fortunate to have lived these extra days." Another boy, embittered by Lin Li's words, cast a venomous glare at Lin Chuan. "Humph, just a little ghost picked up from outside. If he dies, no one will care. How dare he lay a hand on my brother? Today, you'll learn just how formidable I, Lin Chuan, truly am." declared a boy of about 10. His gaze fixated on Lin Chuan as though he were merely an ant ready to be crushed. Even though he found Lin Chuan's eyes peculiar and felt a sense of being exposed, he dismissed it. He sensed no trace of spiritual energy from Lin Chuan, meaning he had not succeeded in his cultivation. He was merely a commoner, and Lin Chuan could easily dispatch 10 such individuals without breaking a sweat. Today, you will learn who is worthy of fear and who is not, the boy named Lin Li said with evident satisfaction, envisioning Lin Chuan crumpled on the ground, begging for mercy. Lin Chuan remained silent, observing the three as they postured before him. When their banter ceased and they readied themselves to strike, Lin Chuan slowly rose, arms outstretched, adopting a stance of soft fist and softly uttered, "Perhaps it is you who will fall." Arrogant. Lin Chuan scoffed, and immediately, spiritual energy surged from his dantian, coursing through his veins. After a mere cycle of circulation, his strength had doubled compared to an average adult. He lunged forward, delivering a punch aimed at Lin Chuan's chest. A slight smile played on Lin Chuan's lips. Every movement, including the process of energy circulation, was laid bare before his Byakugan. He could distinctly perceive the flow of energy within Lin Chuan's meridians and the immense force generated as it converged in his arm. Sizzle. Purple chakra danced upon Lin Chuan's palms, emitting a faint hissing sound as the two clashed with lightning speed. Smack. Lin Chuan's palm struck Lin Chuan's arm, and in that fleeting moment of contact, he infused chakra into Lin Chuan's body. With a graceful retreat, Lin Chuan dissipated the overwhelming force transmitted from Lin Chuan's attack and advanced once more. Lin Chuan furrowed his brow slightly upon contact with the white-haired youth's palm. His arm tingled, but the sensation was negligible, so he brushed it off. After all, Lin Chuan's soft fist technique was not predicated on power, which led Lin Chuan to believe it posed no threat. You think your feeble punches can harm me? How naive, Lin Chuan retorted, abandoning his defenses to unleash a full-blown assault on Lin Chuan. Those soft punches seem more akin to a dance than a fight. You think such techniques could best my brother? What a foolish dream. Lin Li scoffed derisively. Is this a technique taught by some girl? Ha ha ha, so soft. Like a woman-ess, and you dare to use it? You're making me die of laughter. Another boy jeered, mocking Lin Chuan. At this moment, Lin Chuan found himself dodging Lin Chuan's furious strikes, his own punches appearing utterly feeble and lacking any semblance of force. Yet, with each exchange, Lin Chuan's spirit surged, his eyes brightening. Practicing the soft fist alone had left many deficiencies undiscovered, but facing Lin Chuan revealed numerous flaws in his technique. While Lin Chuan initially expended effort to counter Lin Chuan, at this juncture, with the aid of his Byakugan, Lin Chuan's every attack became transparent. Often, before Lin Chuan could strike, Lin Chuan could discern the power of his punches from the depletion of his energy, allowing him to anticipate the direction of each blow. Moreover, Lin Chuan, believing Lin Chuan's soft punches lacked power and thus presented no threat, devoted most of his energy to overwhelming Lin Chuan. Consequently, each of Lin Chuan's punches delivered a small amount of chakra into Lin Chuan's body. Were it not for Lin Chuan's desire to prolong this hard-earned sparring session, having already reduced his chakra output, Lin Chuan would have been severely injured by now. This was the terrifying nature of the soft fist, subtle and silent. Yet by the time one recognized the issue, it was already too late. As the battle wore on, Lin Chuan's brow furrowed deeper, no matter how he attacked. He couldn't land a hit. Either Lin Chuan dodged effortlessly, or the strange, soft punches dissipated his force, leaving Lin Chuan unharmed. Instead, Lin Chuan felt an odd sense of impending danger. Despite checking the areas Lin Chuan's punches had struck, he found no signs of injury, not even a hint of pain. At this moment, he sensed something was amiss. How could a mere ghost, devoid of any spiritual energy, hold out against him for so long? He could easily defeat 3 or 4 adults, yet this child, younger than he, had managed to evade his assaults, and that eerie white gaze sent chills down his spine, as if he were being scrutinized. After a brief period, Lin Chuan assessed his chakra, realizing he had expended roughly a third. Lin Chuan had also lost efficacy against his soft punches. It was time to conclude this encounter. Soft fist. With a low shout, Lin Chuan's hands struck like lightning against Lin Chuan's chest, chakra surging into him, igniting the chakra previously embedded within, sending Lin Chuan flying. A spray of blood erupted as Lin Chuan soared through the air, terror filling him as he felt the devastation within. His meridians and organs were grievously injured. Yet he was incredulous. His body bore no marks of injury whatsoever. "Brother, you!" Lin Li exclaimed in shock, eyes wide with disbelief as he beheld Lin Chuan. who had been sent sprawling. How could it be that his brother, who had dominated the fight against Lin Chuan, was now reversed in fortune, reduced to spitting blood from such soft punches? Take your brother and leave. Should you return, I shall not show mercy. Lin Chuan's voice remained calm. Grateful for the refinement of his soft fist, he had refrained from delivering a fatal blow. That last strike could have easily shattered Lin Chuan's insides, ending his life in an instant. Whether viewed as merciful or cowardly, Lin Chuan, newly arrived in this world, found himself unable to embrace a wholly ruthless demeanor, especially against a child of merely 10 years. However, against those who sought to harm him, he showed no mercy. After this bout of soft fists, Lin Chuan would remain bedridden for at least a month or two. The injuries inflicted upon the internal organs and meridians are far more terrifying than external wounds, and the time required for recovery is incalculable. Linley and another child gazed at Lin Chuan's protruding veins and his icy white eyes, perceiving the most horrifying monster in the world. His cold gaze and composed demeanor made them feel that he was not merely a 9-year-old child, but rather a ruthless creature that had spent countless years in cultivation. They dared not utter another word. Dragging the already severely injured and unconscious Lin Chuan out of Lin Chuan's room, no longer wishing to encounter this white-eyed monstrosity. The image of Lin Chuan with white eyes transformed into a terrifying nightmare deep within their hearts. Once the three had departed, Lin Chuan sat by the bedside, beginning to recover his chakra while calculating his gains and losses. Based on Lin Chuan's strength, Lin Chuan believed he could only contend with cultivators at the 5th level of the chi refining stage. Beyond that, he would be unable to cope. Even though his Byakugan could see through others' movements and predict their force, his reaction speed could not keep pace, rendering him incapable of effective evasion. The attack strength of a cultivator was something Lin Chuan had just personally experienced, and it far surpassed his own. Therefore, he feared being struck by them, as it would lead to severe injury. Moreover, the soft fist technique required direct hits, necessitating multiple attacks for efficacy. Sporadic strikes would yield limited results, making it unsuitable for a mutually destructive strategy. Achieving a breakthrough in a short time seemed rather challenging. However, Lin Chuan pondered. There exists a method to rapidly enhance his strength, and that is through cultivation. Regardless of whether his speculations about the immortal mode were accurate, practicing according to the cultivation methods prevalent in this world would undoubtedly lead to a swift increase in power. Additionally, Lin Chuan had another consideration: concealing his strength. He had already tested that in this world, individuals could only sense the presence of spiritual energy within others, but not chakra. This meant that once Lin Chuan commenced his cultivation, the power he displayed to outsiders would exclude the chakra portion, leading them to underestimate his capabilities, which would ultimately benefit him. Furthermore, a powerful individual devoid of spiritual energy would inevitably draw attention from multiple parties, and being captured as a test subject would be unfavorable. Thus, Lin Chuan resolved to begin his cultivation. With 5 days remaining until the Lin family assessment, he wondered if he could reach the 1st level of the chi refining stage. Well, tomorrow I shall first measure my cultivation roots, he decided, yawning before retiring for the night. The night passed without incident. The following morning, Lin Chuan rose early and made his way to the Lin family's treasure pavilion. From his previous memories, he recalled that this place housed specialized instruments for testing a cultivator's spiritual roots, allowing disciples to assess their attributes and strengths at any time. Just as there were chakra testing papers in Naruto, this cultivation world possessed dedicated artifacts for testing spiritual roots, creating a harmonious correspondence between the two. As Lin Chuan walked, he murmured to himself. His chakra attributes, after consuming the fruit of the divine tree, required no testing. He surely possessed all 7 attributes: water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, yin, and yang. Had it not been for the absence of the Rinnegan, all techniques he employed would have been manifestations of his bloodline limit. Furthermore, since the bloodline limit arose from the fusion of 2 chakra attributes, and he could merge all 7, it was only natural that he could also merge 2. The same logic applied to the fusion of 3 chakra attributes to create a bloodline limit. However, Lin Chuan currently possessed insufficient strength, incapable of fully absorbing the divine tree's fruit, rendering these abilities temporarily inaccessible. I am quite eager, he thought, even if I cannot wield the bloodline limit. The power of the bloodline should still provide ample excitement. I just wonder when I will be able to use it. Shaking his head, he concealed the anticipation and excitement in his eyes. Upon arriving at the treasure pavilion, Lin Chuan noticed a considerable number of people already present. Although this place was named the Treasure Pavilion, it primarily sold only the most basic artifacts, lacking any true treasures. It was said that only the core area of the Lin family housed authentic treasure pavilions. Some visitors were there to purchase artifacts, while others, like Lin Chuan, sought to measure their spiritual roots. The assessment of spiritual roots could not be accurately determined from a single test. It required multiple measurements before reaching adulthood. This did not imply that spiritual roots could spontaneously develop. Rather, their attributes and numbers were determined at birth. However, they would manifest at different stages of growth. Consequently, many people entertained the hope of becoming geniuses overnight, repeatedly measuring their roots, hoping to discover dual or mutated roots, which would signify a meteoric rise to genius status, attracting the attention of various powerful families. Nevertheless, the odds were exceedingly low, roughly 1 in a million. As for mutated roots, they bore similar rarity to dual roots. Their emergence would signify a true prodigy. As Lin Chuan entered the treasure pavilion, he drew the attention of many, primarily due to his striking white hair and eyes, combined with his naturally handsome features, which made him unforgettable. Ignoring the stares, Lin Chuan proceeded directly to the room designated for spiritual root testing, where several individuals had already gathered. His entrance elicited some glances, though not as pronounced as outside. "Here to test your spiritual roots?" A staff member inquired with a furrowed brow. "What is your name?" "Lin Chuan," he replied. The staff member checked the previous records, which clearly stated Lin Chuan. Inferior grade common spiritual root, extremely poor aptitude. This test had likely been conducted before Lin Chuan joined the Lin family. Upon seeing such a description, the staff member impatiently handed Lin Chuan a testing artifact, instructing him to return it once finished, dismissing him entirely. To the staff member, Lin Chuan appeared to be a fool chasing a delusion of rising to greatness through testing. Lin Chuan paid no mind to the staff member's attitude. After taking the artifact, he entered a small cubicle, pricking his finger to let a drop of blood fall onto the translucent crystal ball artifact. In this cultivation realm, the most common spiritual root attributes were the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, while other mutated roots were exceedingly rare. The quality of spiritual roots was categorized into 4 levels: heaven, earth, human, and common, further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. The higher the level of the spiritual root, the faster the absorption of spiritual energy and cultivation speed, while the bottlenecks encountered would be fewer and easier to overcome. The crystal ball artifact would automatically analyze the spiritual roots contained within the blood upon contact. If it were fire, a flame would emerge, with the area it occupied indicating the quality of the root. If it filled the entire crystal ball, it would signify a top-tier heavenly spiritual root, a talent capable of astonishing the entire continent. At this moment, Lin Chuan gazed at the crystal ball artifact, his expression shifting repeatedly before settling into tranquility. When he returned the crystal ball to the staff member, the latter casually inquired, "What were the results?" "Same as before, no change," Lin Chuan replied calmly, turning to leave the treasure pavilion. "Humph," as expected, a toad dreaming of eating swan meat. The staff member scoffed under his breath, then eagerly turned to check the results of others. Stepping out of the treasure pavilion, Lin Chuan made his way directly to the mountain behind their residence. The sun shone brightly, and the trees provided ample shade, elevating his spirits immeasurably. The measurement results of the spiritual roots were hardly surprising. "I possess 7 attributes of the heavenly grade superior spiritual roots: water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, yin, and yang. Aside from the 3 conventional elemental roots of water, fire, and earth, I also possess 4 anomalous roots: wind, thunder, yin, and yang, which intriguingly align with my chakra attributes," Lin Chuan murmured calmly. Should such talent become known, it would undoubtedly terrify countless individuals, sending the entire realm of cultivation into a frenzy over Lin Chuan. However, I lack the metal and wood elemental roots. I wonder if there is a way to supplement them, Lin Chuan pondered softly. He deeply admired the wood release technique of Senju Hashirama from Naruto. Although it is formed through the fusion of water and earth chakra, without a wood attribute spiritual root, Lin Chuan would be unable to perform the sage art wood release, which indeed poses a dilemma. After leisurely lying on the mountain for an hour, Lin Chuan stood and made his way to his room, eager to begin experimenting with his thoughts on sage mode. In the pursuit of cultivation, the first requirement is spiritual roots. Once spiritual roots are acquired, one must then obtain a cultivation technique. This technique serves as a method for circulating and absorbing spiritual energy, with various techniques operating through different meridians and processes. Consequently, the strength of the spiritual energy cultivated varies, leading to a classification of techniques that parallels that of spiritual roots, divided into celestial, earthly, human, and mundane tiers, as well as upper, middle, and lower grades. A cultivation technique is the foundational pillar of any power. A superior technique can gradually evolve into a formidable cultivation force, making high-grade techniques exceedingly rare, particularly those of elevated caliber. Thus, Lin Chuan dismissed the notion of seeking a technique within the Lin family. For even if he were to acquire one, it would undoubtedly be the most inferior kind, perhaps not even worthy of classification. Nevertheless, Lin Chuan was undeterred. He recalled that in his previous life, he had obtained a technique named Xian Huang Ju from the Lin family. Although it was only of upper-grade mundane quality, it was still quite decent and could suffice for the time being. In the future, he could seek out more powerful techniques for further cultivation. With that in mind, he decided to attempt cultivation. If any issues arose, he would cease immediately, as his body differs from those of the inhabitants of this world. If the presence of chakra were to petrify him, it would indeed be a tragedy. Lin Chuan thought to himself, then settled cross-legged on his bed, slowly entering a meditative state according to the methods of this world. Before commencing, he activated his Byakugan to monitor the entire process of his cultivation. He began by operating the Xian Huang Ju to absorb the ambient natural energy. To his surprise, the process was remarkably smooth. Strands of spiritual energy surged into his body through various acupoints, gradually circulating through his meridians until, after one complete cycle, it entered his dantian, transforming into a small sphere of energy. Did I succeed so easily? Lin Chuan marveled, astonished by the simplicity of the achievement. He continued to cultivate for half an hour, experiencing no difficulties whatsoever. The spiritual energy flowed seamlessly through his meridians into the dantian, and the entire process was devoid of danger or discomfort. Under the watchful gaze of his Byakugan, Lin Chuan observed the energy continuously transforming and enhancing his body. The energy that entered his dantian behaved quite obediently, seemingly due to the presence of the divine fruit occupying the center of his dantian. The energy circled around the fruit, hesitant to overstep its bounds. Much like a younger sibling respecting an elder, I didn't expect it to be this easy. It must be related to my heavenly grade superior spiritual roots, Lin Chuan mused, his expression shifting to one of tension, for he was about to attempt to awaken his unique sage mode. He cautiously began to extract chakra from within his cells, allowing it to circulate through his meridians. In the next moment, he delicately channeled a strand of spiritual energy from his dantian into the flow of his meridians. Instantly, Lin Chuan sensed a crisis. An anomaly seemed to arise from his dantian. Not good, Lin Chuan thought, realizing the predicament, and promptly retracted the strand of energy, halting his cultivation. Could my conjecture have been incorrect? Lin Chuan's expression darkened. Failing to achieve sage mode would significantly impact his strength. No. The sage chakra is a synthesis of spiritual energy, physical energy, and natural energy, and it must be balanced. This means that my recent excess of spiritual and physical energy prevented the trio from achieving equilibrium. Therefore, I must concurrently refine spiritual energy and chakra while maintaining balance. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Chuan pinpointed the issue and resumed his attempts, entirely absorbed in the process of cultivation and the development of sage mode, even ignoring the food delivered by his instructor. Half a day later, within his room, Lin Chuan stood at the center with closed eyes, emanating chakra fluctuations alongside faint spiritual energy ripples. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, his meridians around his eyes bulging as the Byakugan activated. He swiftly performed a gentle fist stance. Sage technique, gentle fist. With a low exclamation, Lin Chuan's body began to move fluidly within the room, chakras circulating in his palms, a faint purple glow visible, accompanied by a unique sizzling sound. His speed escalated, and with each punch he threw, a faint sonic boom accompanied it. As his velocity increased, he appeared as a blur, filling the entire room with his presence, his fist striking rapidly, delivering a flurry of blows that dazzled the eye. After more than 10 minutes, Lin Chuan's pace finally slowed, and he came to a complete stop, collapsing onto the ground, panting heavily. The exertion had taken a toll on him. The enhancement of mobility and striking speed in sage mode proved overwhelming for his frail body. Yet, the amplification of the gentle fist through sage chakra was evident. If Lin Chuan were to reach the first layer of Qi refinement, he would have a solid chance of defeating a practitioner in the sixth layer of Qi refinement. Indeed, I have successfully developed Sage Mode, though entering it necessitates a process, and once activated, I cannot absorb external spiritual energy. This means I can only utilize the energy within my Dantian. Excessive use will force me to exit Sage Mode. Nevertheless, all of this is worthwhile. The enhancement of my ninjutsu through Sage Mode is substantial. Even at this initial stage of cultivation, I already experience a remarkable amplification, potentially enabling me to utilize some moderately challenging ninjutsu. After resting for a moment, Lin Chuan gradually rose from the ground, sitting cross-legged on his bed to cultivate spiritual energy. The gentle fist is foundational to the Hyuga clan's other ninjutsu. Thus, Lin Chuan has been diligently practicing it, enhancing his strength while continuously developing other unique ninjutsu related to the Hyuga clan, such as the 8 trigrams, heavenly spin, and so forth. However, these techniques demand a high degree of chakra control and quantity, so at this stage, Lin Chuan can only roughly develop them, waiting until conditions permit further cultivation. Another reason for Lin Chuan's dedication to the gentle fist is the 80 Gods Air Strike, the formidable physical technique of Otsutsuki Kagaya. This technique is evidently the ultimate version of the gentle fist. Once Lin Chuan fully awakens his Rinnegan, the gentle fist will transform into the bloodline limit technique, the 80 Gods Air Strike, with undeniable overwhelming power. In Naruto, this physical technique is described as shaking the heavens with sage arts, a seamless blend of offense and defense, with no mercy in its strikes. The mere thought of it filled Lin Chuan with envy. For the next 4 days, Lin Chuan immersed himself in intense training. Each time he exhausted himself practicing the gentle fist, he would return to his bed to recuperate while simultaneously cultivating his spiritual energy, not neglecting to develop his ninja techniques during his spare time. Although he referred to it as developing ninja techniques, it primarily revolved around recollection. As a fan of Naruto in his previous life, Lin Chuan had meticulously studied the official Naruto guidebooks, becoming well acquainted with the hand signs and activation conditions for numerous techniques. Coupled with his identity as a sort of progenitor of chakra after consuming the fruit of the divine tree, he was able to develop most of the techniques he was familiar with in a short span. Particularly, techniques like Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique, and Rasengan were second nature to him. However, these techniques were merely developed in theory. He was currently unable to practice them. As for forbidden techniques such as the Reaper Death Seal, Flying Thunder God Technique, and Impure World Reincarnation, they were completely out of reach, and he could only hope to explore them once his strength increased. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, the day of the Lin family assessment arrived. Early that morning, dedicated personnel arrived in the area to gather all disciples who were to participate in the assessment. Lin Chuan estimated their numbers to be over 300, not including the direct descendants of the Lin family. This world seemed to be teeming with people, Lin Chuan thought, curiously surveying his surroundings. The 300-plus individuals had already been divided into groups of 3, and Lin Chuan naturally found himself grouped with the previously met Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi. This arrangement bore a resemblance to the grouping seen in Naruto, with most groups consisting of 2 males and 1 female. Lin Chuan couldn't help but recall the frequent appearance of such configurations in Naruto, humorously concluding that Kishimoto had done so to facilitate the development of various love triangles. Spotting Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi from afar, Lin Chuan approached them. Over the past month, they had not only watched him train multiple times, but they believed they had been discreet. However, under the gaze of the Byakugan, their efforts were in vain. Nevertheless, they meant no harm. It seemed they were simply observing whether Lin Chuan was diligently training. Lin Chuan, don't worry. We will definitely pass this assessment together, Qin Lang said, casually draping an arm around Lin Chuan's shoulder, a look of satisfaction gracing his face as though he were gazing at his grown son. Lin Chuan twitched his mouth. It was uncertain who would be leading whom. However, he was too lazy to retort. After wriggling free from Qin Lang's embrace, he flashed a broad smile at Bu Lianshi. Thank you for these past few days. If it weren't for you, I might have been training on an empty stomach. Not a problem. We are in the same group. Bu Lianshi replied softly, her voice still gentle. Lin Chuan patted her shoulder with a smile, thinking that this girl seemed quite soft and easily swayed. However, he quickly dismissed that wicked thought. After all, she was only 8 years old. Attention, everyone. I would like to discuss the important details regarding this assessment. A booming voice resonated across the venue, capturing the attention of all present. Today's assessment will differ from the past. The criteria for passing have been revised. The supervisor's words instantly sparked an uproar among the gathered crowd. Silence. The supervisor's sharp reprimand swiftly quelled the commotion, allowing him to continue. All participants will proceed to hunting ground number 44, where spiritual beasts from the 1st to the 10th level of the Qi refining stage will be present. You will earn points by killing them. 10 points for slaying a 1st-level beast, 20 points for a 2nd-level beast, and so forth. After the 7-day assessment, the 10 groups with the highest scores will pass, while the rest will be eliminated. What? How can this be? How are we supposed to pass? The children clamored in dismay. Previously, one could pass by reaching a certain score. Why has it become so strict this time? In past assessments, at least a quarter of the participants typically passed, yet this time, it seemed unlikely that even 1/10 would succeed. All the children were in an uproar. For them, this was their final opportunity. If they failed to join the Lin family, they would inevitably find themselves on the streets, leading to a dire fate where death could come without warning. Moreover, the path of cultivation was not solely paved with effort. It required abundant resources, which they could not obtain without joining a powerful family. Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi's expressions also grew grave. The rule change had caught them off guard. They had assumed that with their improved strength, passing the assessment was a certainty. However, it now appeared that this was far from the case. We are doomed. In our group, I am the strongest, but I am only at the 3rd level of Qi refining. With the new rules, we have no hope. Qin Lang lamented, his face a mask of despair, on the verge of tears. Bu Lianshi also looked anxious, while boys might fare slightly better. The fate awaiting girls was grim. Being sold as maids would be considered fortunate, while some could end up in brothels. Lin Chuan, you've been working hard lately. What level have you reached? Although he knew the answer would likely be disappointing, Qin Lang looked at Lin Chuan with hopeful eyes. 1st level of Qi refining. Lin Chuan replied, his expression unchanging, ruthlessly shattering the last vestiges of hope for Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi. It seems we have little hope this time. Bu Lianshi and I may have a chance, but Lin Chuan, you might. Qin Lang looked at Lin Chuan apologetically, having just promised to ensure his passage through the assessment, only to find himself unable to secure even his own safety. Seeing their apologetic expressions, Lin Chuan felt an inexplicable sense of comfort. At least they genuinely wished to assist him and regarded him as a partner. No worries, let's do our best. Lin Chuan smiled, secretly resolving that if they could not help him pass, he would strive to lead them through. Just as everyone was engulfed in anxiety and speculation, the supervisor spoke again from above. As you have noticed, the pass rate for this assessment has decreased. However, we have introduced an additional method to pass. In the center of hunting ground number 44 lies a lake of lava, where a herb known as the crimson flame lotus grows in the underground lava caves. If anyone can collect 3 or more crimson flame lotuses, they will pass the assessment directly. Furthermore, the more they collect, the greater the rewards of cultivation resources they will receive upon passing. Boom. Upon hearing this, everyone instantly erupted with excitement, their chatter growing louder than before. The mention of increased rewards for cultivation resources seemed to have struck a chord with many, and even Qin Lang's expression brightened, as if he had been rejuvenated. Haha, I've made up my mind. I'll take you both to collect the crimson flame lotuses. We will definitely pass the assessment. Qin Lang declared enthusiastically, shaking the bewildered Bu Lianshi and the resigned Lin Chuan. What was that pitiful display just now? Lin Chuan thought helplessly to himself. While these youngsters were filled with excitement, Lin Chuan, now in his 20s, remained skeptical about the task of collecting crimson flame lotuses, feeling instinctively that it would be far more challenging than hunting spiritual beasts. Additionally, I must inform you that 5 days into the assessment, all those who previously passed will be allowed to enter the assessment area to collect crimson flame lotuses, provided their strength has not reached the foundation establishment stage. Moreover, this assessment will no longer prohibit killing. The number of those who emerge alive depends solely on your own fortune. The assessment will commence at noon today, at which point the protective array of hunting ground number 44 will be uniformly activated. You may choose any direction to enter. Remember, the subterranean magma lake lies at the heart of the hunting ground, which spans a circular area of 50 miles. Thus, regardless of your entry point, the distance to the center remains constant at 50 miles, and this fact will not alter. The words of the supervisor immediately deflated the previously exuberant crowd. In an instant, the spirited Qin Lang became despondent. Lin Chuan, ignoring the astonished expressions of the surrounding orphans. Narrowed his eyes as he observed the supervisors who had just announced the details and were now drifting away. A strange sense of foreboding enveloped him, suggesting that this modified assessment bore an ominous undertone. Without hesitation, Lin Chuan raised his hands and discreetly formed a seal at his chest. His Byakugan activated. Violet chakra surged into his eyes, causing the veins around them to bulge prominently. With his Byakugan, he gazed at the departing supervisors. They were engaged in relaxed conversation, and Lin Chuan discerned their contempt and disdain almost immediately. His prior studies in lip reading during university proved useful as he effortlessly deciphered their dialogue. These orphans believe the Lin family truly needs them. Even if they pass the assessment, what of it? They will merely become dogs of the Lin family. Such words held truth. Even dogs were fought over fiercely. As long as one could be a good dog, what could be wrong with that? Indeed, if they are to be dogs, they must possess the awareness to be good ones. But how many do you think will gather the Crimson Flame Lotus? Gathering the Crimson Flame Lotus poses little danger, as it is specifically cultivated by the Lin family. We deliberately lowered the pass rate to entice them into collecting the lotus. Many will surely take the bait. Indeed. When collecting the Crimson Flame Lotus, direct contact will consume a small portion of one's spiritual roots. Although the loss is minimal, none of the Lin family members would dare risk their spiritual roots, leaving only these useless dogs to gather it. It is said that if one covers their skin with spiritual energy, such risks can be avoided during collection. You are correct, however. Doing so would diminish the quality of the Crimson Flame Lotus. Our family is not so foolish. Moreover, releasing spiritual energy is a feat achievable only during the foundation building phase, which is precisely why the family permits all those who have not reached that stage to enter this assessment. The family's methods are indeed extraordinary. After all this time raising these dogs, it would be nice to let them serve a purpose. As the two chuckled and gradually distanced themselves, Lin Chuan's expression grew increasingly frigid, his demeanor dark enough to draw water. Looking at the more than 300 children surrounding him, a wave of inexplicable sorrow washed over him. Lin Chuan, what is wrong with your eyes? Are you unwell? Bu Lianshi inquired softly. Noticing the bulging veins around Lin Chuan's eyes and his pallid complexion, her concern evident. No, it's nothing, Lin Chuan replied quietly, retracting his Byakugan as thoughts raced through his mind. He understood his current predicament well. Even if he were aware of the situation, he could not voice it. Should he expose such information, he had no doubt the Lin family would swiftly eliminate him to silence him, and he lacked the strength to resist. This was the price of weakness. A great person once stated that being backward invites punishment. In this case, being weak incurs the same fate. Lin Chuan was no saint. While he felt sympathy for the orphans around him, he would not place himself in peril. Furthermore, he believed that even knowing the risk of having their spiritual roots consumed, many would still choose to gather the Crimson Flame Lotus, as it represented their only opportunity for survival, however ignoble that existence might be, even at the cost of their talents. However, since the Lin family shows no compassion, I shall not be bound by righteousness. Others cannot release their spiritual energy during the chi refinement phase, but my celestial technique chakra can, and I can cover my hands with chakra. Therefore, this assessment ultimately serves one purpose, to collect the Crimson Flame Lotus. As long as I gather enough, fewer children will have their spiritual roots consumed. This shall be my unique form of remedy. Lin Chuan thought to himself. Bu Lianshi, Lin Chuan, once we enter the hunting ground, you must stick close to me. I will protect you. If we encounter spirit beasts, focus on safeguarding yourselves. I will confront them, ensuring you remain unharmed. Should I falter, you are to flee without concern for me, understood? I possess the greatest strength. My life should be secure. Even if I face danger, do not worry about me. If I cannot withstand it, you would only accompany me to the grave. It would be better to leave. Perhaps you might survive. Even if you do not pass the assessment, surviving is still a hope. As they proceeded toward hunting ground number 44, Qin Lang continually instructed the two on the matters to attend to once they entered the assessment, his expression solemn, devoid of the earlier joviality, embodying the demeanor of a leader, despite being younger than Lin Chuan. Bu Lianshi's face turned pale from Qin Lang's admonitions, and under his pressure, she could only nod repeatedly, not daring to voice her thoughts. Meanwhile, Lin Chuan silently observed Qin Lang's earnest expression, recognizing a light within him that even he envied. Though he considered this light somewhat foolish, he could not deny that its brilliance inadvertently illuminated his soul. Let him play the role of the leader for now. I have nothing to lose. Once we enter the forest, I shall reclaim the leadership. Lin Chuan chuckled inwardly. Unbeknownst to him, he had unwittingly come to regard the two beside him as his most vital companions. In this world, no one was more important than Bu Lianshi and Qin Lang. This is what one might call a bond. In his previous life as an orphan, Lin Chuan had once envied the unbreakable camaraderie shared among Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. However, as he slowly began to experience it himself, a sense of trepidation took hold of him. Once certain things are possessed, they become nearly impossible to relinquish. And what cannot be let go of becomes the chink in one's armor, irrevocable. Before noon, everyone arrived at the entrance of hunting ground number 44, which was a dense forest adorned with mountains and marshes. From afar, one could see an inverted membrane resembling a bowl hovering above the forest. The protective array set by the Lin family. Without the Lin family's token, no one could enter. It is said that this entire mountain range belongs to the Lin family, spanning over 1,000 miles. The abundant spiritual energy here is why the Lin family claims it. Others have no opportunity to cultivate within. Indeed, the spiritual energy here surpasses that of the outside world several-fold, making cultivation remarkably efficient. The surrounding crowd buzzed with excitement, marveling at the formidable presence of the Lin family, a symbol of strength and dominance. Let us move to another location. It is too crowded here. Moreover, this assessment does not prohibit killing, so we should find a less populated area to enter. Qin Lang scanned the surroundings before leading Lin Chuan and Bu Lianshi to one side. Not only Lin Chuan and the three others, but the rest also dispersed, walking around the perimeter of the hunting ground's protective formation, preparing to find a secluded spot to enter. As he advanced, Lin Chuan curiously gazed at the formation enveloping trial ground number 44. Through his Byakugan, he could clearly see the intricate lines of spiritual energy flowing within the formation, reminiscent of the barriers seen in Naruto. This place is quite suitable. Why don't we wait here to enter? After walking for about half an hour, Qin Lang observed that there was no one around and suggested this to Lin Chuan and Bu Lianshi. Bu Lianshi also looked around, confirmed the absence of others, and nodded in agreement. However, Lin Chuan remained unresponsive, facing away from them as if gazing into the distance, but in reality, he was performing hand seals to activate his Byakugan. With the activation of the Byakugan, the veins around his eyes bulged, revealing everything within a kilometer radius with crystal clarity, devoid of any blind spots. 1, 2, 3. Lin Chuan silently counted in his heart as hidden figures, invisible to the naked eye, became exposed under his Byakugan. After 10 breaths, he retracted his Byakugan and discovered that 12 individuals were lying in ambush around them, divided into 4 groups, indicating that the surroundings were far from the tranquil safety they seemed to portray. Humph, there are a few who have been tailing us since we left. Did they think I wouldn't notice? If it weren't for my reluctance to act now, I would have been inclined to eliminate them. A cold glint flickered in Lin Chuan's eyes, and he could easily surmise the motives of those following them, merely waiting for the opportune moment to strike at their seemingly weaker group. I don and Oppos. T think this place is very good. The feng shui seems off. Let us find another location. Lin Chuan fabricated a reason and insisted on leaving with Bu Lianshi and Qin Lang. Qin Lang, perplexed, thought to himself about the absurdity of feng shui. Yet he did not contest Lin Chuan's decision. The three resumed their journey, venturing deeper into the forest. After another half hour of walking, they halted. Firstly, they had ventured far enough, and secondly, their stamina was waning. Continuing would lead to excessive fatigue, hampering their combat readiness for the hunting ground. Along the way, Lin Chuan periodically activated his Byakugan to check their surroundings. Among the 4 groups that had been tailing them, 3 had gradually given up. But one group persistently continued to follow. Lin Chuan, disinterested in shaking off this remaining group, had already provided them countless opportunities. Since they chose to foolishly persist, he would no longer show mercy. Should they exhibit any inclination to attack once they entered the hunting ground, he would not hesitate to eliminate them. Lin Chuan's principle was straightforward. If one did not provoke him, he would not retaliate. But if one did, he would eradicate them without hesitation. Let us settle here, Qin Lang said, slightly out of breath. Once we enter the forest, we must remain vigilant. I suspect the threats we face do not only stem from the spiritual beasts in the hunting ground, but also from other groups. Lin Chuan glanced at the time. Noon was approaching, and the protective formation of trial ground number 44 would soon close. They would have a quarter of an hour to enter, and failure to do so would be considered a forfeiture, resulting in their expulsion from the Lin family. I have a question. Bu Lianshi shyly glanced at Lin Chuan and Qin Lang, her eyes flickering, seemingly uncertain whether to speak. Just say what's on your mind, Qin Lang urged, confused. Lin Chuan also looked at Bu Lianshi, intrigued to hear what this usually quiet girl had to say. I feel like someone is nearby, and they have followed us here from the initial gathering point. I don't know if I'm mistaken, Bu Lianshi whispered. Upon hearing her words, Lin Chuan was taken aback. He had known someone was tracking them, but it was only through his Byakugan that he could see those individuals. The fact that Bu Lianshi, who did not possess Byakugan, had also sensed their presence was indeed peculiar. That shouldn't be possible. We've traveled quite a distance without any sign of being followed, Qin Lang said cautiously, scanning the surroundings. Lin Chuan rolled his eyes in exasperation, thinking that if everyone were as oblivious as Qin Lang, they would have met their demise long ago. He then turned to Bu Lianshi and asked, "How did you sense them? Can you pinpoint their location?" "I don't know. It's just a feeling. As for their location, it's probably over there." Bu Lianshi pointed with her delicate fingers, indicating a direction that coincided with where Lin Chuan had observed the followers through his Byakugan. Lin Chuan furrowed his brows slightly. He believed Bu Lianshi must possess some innate perceptive ability, perhaps one she herself was unaware of. It seemed akin to sensing the flow of spiritual energy, similar to how Uzumaki Kurenai perceived chakra flow. He thought it prudent to help her develop this talent, as it could yield unexpected results. Regardless of whether Bu Lianshi's instincts are correct, let us remain cautious, Qin Lang remarked after a moment of contemplation. He recognized his own obliviousness and, sensing the impending danger, became more vigilant. As time passed, the trio had just begun to recuperate their energy when the protective formation of trial ground number 44 abruptly shut down, exposing the entire area before them. A wave of humid air from the primeval forest washed over them, accompanied by a rich aura of spiritual energy. Wow, the spiritual energy here is twice as dense as outside. If I could train here continuously, my cultivation speed would surely accelerate, Qin Lang exclaimed with delight. If I were you, I wouldn't want to remain here for long. This place, Lin Chuan began, but was interrupted by Bu Lianshi before he could finish his thought. It's very dangerous. There are terrifying things lurking here. Bu Lianshi's face bore a look of fear as her eyes darted around, her body trembling slightly. This little girl is quite extraordinary, Lin Chuan mused, then gently ruffled Bu Lianshi's hair and said softly, "It's all right. We're here. You need not be afraid." Whether it was Lin Chuan and Qin Lang's presence genuinely providing Bu Lianshi with a sense of security, or if Lin Chuan's comforting gesture helped calm her nerves. Her rapid breathing gradually steadied, and her trembling subsided. Bu Lianshi felt a soothing aura emanating from Lin Chuan, especially upon seeing his gentle demeanor, which inexplicably made her feel safe, a sensation she hadn't experienced in a long time, one that even Qin Lang, a third-tier practitioner, could not provide her. In the next moment, Lin Chuan swiftly formed seals with his hands before his chest. As he completed the hand seals, the veins around his eyes bulged once more. Byakugan. In an instant, everything within a kilometer radius came into view with flawless clarity, revealing every detail in a comprehensive 360-degree perspective, like an advanced scanning device that could not miss even the slightest of movements. Subsequently, Lin Chuan began to refine the chakra within his body, channeling the spiritual energy from his dantian to merge with the refined chakra, slowly generating Senjutsu chakra. Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi watched Lin Chuan with curiosity. They had witnessed him perform hand seals numerous times. To them, the intricate and unusual seals were unlike anything they had seen before, and each time he finished, the veins around his eyes would bulge, giving him an eerie yet slightly sinister appearance. So, he really intends to act recklessly? Lin Chuan thought coldly as the moment his Byakugan activated, he spotted 3 individuals lying in wait among the bushes just 10 meters away. When he noticed the throwing daggers they were preparing to launch, his expression darkened further. Were they planning to target Bu Lianshi first? In that moment, Lin Chuan's mastery of Senjutsu chakra reached completion. With a swift motion, he unleashed the chakra, which crackled and hissed as it flowed. Before anyone could react, Lin Chuan vanished from sight, appearing instantaneously beside a thicket, his speed defying imagination. Senjutsu, gentle fist. Lin Chuan's hand struck out like lightning, sending 3 pursuers careening through the air, their expressions frozen in disbelief. He swiftly pursued their airborne forms, delivering a series of gentle strikes. The intricate network of their meridians lay bare to Lin Chuan's Byakugan, allowing him to precisely infuse chakra into their bodies, inflicting devastating harm upon their circulatory systems and internal organs. Notably, the chakra he wielded was not ordinary. It was Senjutsu chakra, amplifying the potency of his gentle fists several-fold. As the three assailants plummeted to the ground, Lin Chuan had unleashed a barrage of strikes upon them, each collapsing in a spout of blood upon impact. Their injuries so grave they teetered on the brink of death. Strangely, no visible wounds marred their bodies. Meanwhile, Qin Lang gazed in astonishment, mouth agape, as he witnessed Lin Chuan effortlessly incapacitate three cultivators of the third layer of qi refinement. Bu Lianshi, standing nearby, appeared either dazed or paralyzed, her beautiful eyes fixated on Lin Chuan in a state of bewilderment. With a sigh of relief, Lin Chuan retracted his fists, satisfied with the results of his assault. Had it not been for the original frailty of this body, the impact of his gentle fists would have been even more profound. Nevertheless, achieving such prowess in merely half a month was commendable. You, the fallen trio gasped in sheer horror, their eyes reflecting the image of Lin Chuan's white hair and eyes, akin to a devil. They felt their bodies devoid of any external wounds. Yet their internal organs lay shattered, and their meridians severed, rendering their spiritual energy stagnant. This bizarre method of attacking the meridians and internal organs was unprecedented for them, and it would prove to be their final encounter with such a technique. Lin Chuan, with a swift motion, appeared beside the trio, his Byakugan shifting from its characteristic white to a stunning azure, the Rinnegan. In the next instant, his hand rested gently upon one of them, and blue energy surged from Lin Chuan into the individual's body. Moments later, he furrowed his brow, retracting the Rinnegan and collecting what was useful from the trio before turning to leave. Indeed, the absorbed chakra could not be stored. It had to be utilized immediately for either attack or healing, else it would dissipate. This aligned with the temporal nature of chakra, suggesting that once refined, it would vanish approximately 1 second later if unused, Lin Chuan mused. In the original Naruto series, the fourth Raikage's lightning armor functioned by continuously supplying lightning chakra to the surface, consuming chakra in the process. The wielder of the Rinnegan, Otsutsuki Kagaya, similarly utilized chakra immediately after absorption or unleashed it explosively, indicating that chakra cannot be stored. Lin Chuan merely sought to ascertain whether the chakra in the cultivation world differed from that in the original narrative, and it appeared to be identical. The powers of the Rinnegan were formidable, yet his current capacity to wield them was severely limited. The abilities of manipulating puppets, controlling others' minds, spatial manipulation, summoning golems, gravitational forces, Rinnegan chakra mode, and extracting others' chakra were at his disposal, but he could only utilize the weakened version of chakra extraction at present. Shaking his head in resignation, Lin Chuan disregarded the fate of the three fallen individuals and returned to Qin Lang, helping him close his gaping mouth. He then patted Bu Lianshi on the head, freeing both from their stupor. You are incredible. Qin Lang finally regained his composure, his gaze toward Lin Chuan brimming with admiration, mingled with awe. As Lin Chuan's prowess surpassed his understanding, Bu Lianshi stared blankly at Lin Chuan, her eyes trembling, revealing her profound shock. Let us depart. A battle has transpired here, and we must swiftly relocate. Otherwise, we may attract troublesome spirit beasts, Lin Chuan urged, grasping the hands of the two astonished 8-year-olds, maintaining his Byakugan, and hastening towards a safer direction. Not long after their departure, 3 figures leapt to the side of the fallen trio. 2 were approximately 8 years old, at the third layer of qi refinement, while the third, around 9, possessed a slightly higher cultivation at the 4th layer. Are they starting to kill each other already? Isn't it a bit premature? One remarked. Some entered without any supplies, intending to prey on the weak. For them, robbing and killing ensures they acquire necessities while reducing competition. What's not to like? Another replied, rummaging through the fallen bodies and confirming the absence of any food or supplies. See, I told you so, the boastful individual declared to the front figure. Wait, the 4th layer qi refinement child's expression changed suddenly as he crouched, beginning to search through the bodies. The other 2 exchanged puzzled glances at their leader's odd behavior, uncertain of how to react. Did you not notice something amiss? He asked, his expression grave. What's wrong? The 2 queried, glancing at the naked corpses, sensing something was off, but more perplexed by their leader's peculiar interest. There are no visible injuries, the boy stated gravely. Could it be poison or a hidden weapon? They wondered, crouching down to inspect the bodies. Their faces paled as they realized the horrifying truth, stepping back in disbelief. Their internal organs and meridians lay utterly destroyed. Who could have done this? Why did the bodies bear no marks? This was utterly terrifying. Moreover, all three were cultivators of the third layer of chi refinement, yet they had perished here. If this peculiar technique was not known by all three, it implied that they were slain by a single individual, indicating the strength of that person. The 9-year-old's complexion darkened as he never anticipated encountering such a bizarre method capable of attacking meridians and internal organs without inflicting external harm. In an instant, a chill ran down his spine, for even he felt no confidence in facing such an assault. Without further ado, he seized his companions, channeling spiritual energy to hastily retreat from this terrifying locale. What manner of monster has participated in this assessment? The youth murmured, swallowing hard, his pupils constricting slightly. Historically, in previous assessments, a single cultivator of the third layer of chi refinement could lead a group through the trial, yet this time, such individuals seemed as easily extinguishable as ants. Meanwhile, a kilometer away, Lin Chuan, along with Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi, rested beneath a great tree. Lin Chuan's Byakugan having witnessed every detail surrounding the three corpses, capturing even the words exchanged. They're rather astute, aren't they? Merely 3 corpses. Yet they glean so much information. It seems I must remember to erase the evidence next time, Lin Chuan mused softly, closing his eyes. When Lin Chuan once again opened his eyes, he found that his originally white irises had transformed into a celestial blue, adorned with glimmers of silver, resembling the eyes of reincarnation. There were no visible veins bulging, yet a vast amount of celestial chakra surged within him. As he surveyed his surroundings, Lin Chuan noticed that his field of vision had expanded significantly, reaching a distance of 2 kilometers. After scanning the area and finding no immediate threats, he slowly closed his eyes once more. Upon reopening them, his eyes reverted to their ordinary white appearance. He turned to Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi, who still appeared bewildered, seemingly unable to fathom how Lin Chuan, who was supposed to be the weakest in their group, had become so profoundly powerful in such a short span of time. Lin Chuan chose not to elaborate, simply instructing them, "Remain here and do not wander. I have assessed the surroundings and found them safe. I have some matters to attend to, but I shall return shortly." "Oh, all right. Please be careful." Qin Lang snapped back to reality, nodding in agreement. Bu Lianshi, too, offered a slight bow, although her curiosity was piqued by Lin Chuan's claim of having surveyed the area. What did he mean by having seen it? With a swift motion, Lin Chuan leapt down from the large tree, making his way towards the 3 corpses he had previously encountered. After careful consideration, he concluded that the evidence left on those bodies was too substantial to leave exposed, especially the devastating damage inflicted by his soft fist technique. Erasing all traces was the wisest course of action. Moments later, he arrived beside the remains and set them ablaze, ensuring that the evidence was thoroughly destroyed before departing with a sense of relief. As for the 3 who had previously discovered the corpses, he would have to devise another plan for them later. Upon returning to the tree, Lin Chuan took a brief respite before continuing their journey with the 2 companions. "I had no idea you were so formidable, Lin Chuan. I always thought you were rather inept. Now it seems this assessment will pose no challenge at all, huh? By the way, weren't you only at the first layer of the chi refinement stage? From my perception, your spiritual energy fluctuations still reflect that level. How have you become so powerful? Speaking of which, I had intended to take on the role of the big brother during this assessment, but given your prowess, it seems more fitting for you to assume that position." Qin Lang, having finally processed Lin Chuan's strength, shifted into a talkative mode, bombarding him with questions. Lin Chuan finally understood why this fellow had previously been so reticent, partly due to unfamiliarity and partly because he felt he bore the responsibility of protecting his teammates. His focus solely on passing the assessment. However, with Lin Chuan's display of formidable power, Qin Lang had seemingly abandoned his concerns about the assessment, believing that they had formed an unbreakable bond through their recent experience, thus opening up a floodgate of conversation. Bu Lianshi, unable to endure his incessant chatter, turned away with an exasperated expression, deliberately distancing herself from him as well as from Lin Chuan, for Qin Lang had been virtually glued to Lin Chuan's side since earlier. "By the way, what kind of martial arts technique do you practice? It appears soft and feeble, yet its offensive capability is astonishing. It felled 3 experts at the 3rd layer of the chi refinement stage in an instant. Could you possibly teach me?" I promise I won't disclose it to anyone. Qin Lang implored eagerly. My technique is called soft fist, and it requires a specific bloodline limit to be effective. It's not something you can learn. Lin Chuan replied with a hint of resignation. Bloodline limit? What is that? Qin Lang inquired, his curiosity piqued. As if he had never encountered such a term before. Bu Lianshi, too, looked on with keen interest in Lin Chuan's soft fist. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Chuan decided there was no need for secrecy. The abilities of his Byakugan would eventually be discovered by Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi. Rather than allowing them to speculate, he preferred to disclose the truth now, thereby gaining their trust without revealing his more significant secrets, such as his reincarnation eye. Thus, he found a suitable spot to rest and began explaining the concept of bloodline limits. Essentially, a bloodline limit is an ability inherited genetically. For instance, you have noticed that my eyes are different from others, but you remain unaware that their functions also differ. What differences? Qin Lang had long suspected there was something unusual about Lin Chuan's eyes and now looked at them with heightened curiosity. In summary, there are 3 abilities: insight, long-distance vision, and X-ray vision. My eyes are known as Byakugan, granting me a 360-degree field of vision. I can perceive the flow of spiritual energy in my surroundings and see objects up to a kilometer away. This means that within a kilometer, I can observe any location from all angles, without blind spots, as long as I wish to. Lin Chuan concluded, and as expected, he was met with expressions of sheer astonishment from both companions, a faint smile gracing his lips. That's incredible. Qin Lang was at a loss for words to adequately express his awe. However, in the next moment, Bu Lianshi's countenance shifted dramatically, a rosy hue blooming on her cheeks as she abruptly turned and fled behind a large tree. Qin Lang, meanwhile, wore a complex expression of resentment and expectation, casting a furious glare at Lin Chuan as he muttered under his breath, "What a rogue! A lecher." Lin Chuan was left feeling despondent, lamenting silently. I did not mean to boast about my X-ray vision. It's one thing for Bu Lianshi to tease me, but for you, a grown man, to call me a lecher is utterly absurd. Just as he was about to defend his innocent intentions and clarify that he had no ulterior motives, Bu Lianshi emerged from behind the tree, her head bowed and silence enveloping her as she resumed her seat beside Lin Chuan, appearing resigned. After all, with a range of 1 kilometer, there was no point in hiding. Unless she fled beyond that distance, she could not escape his gaze. Moreover, if she had truly desired to avoid him, she would have done so long ago. Bu Lianshi's mental state was on the verge of collapse. Nanny, Lin Chuan, upon seeing her demeanor, surmised the cause of her distress and inwardly lamented, I swear, I did not look. I have no interest in young girls, truly. However, such matters were nearly impossible to explain. The more he tried, the more convoluted it became, so he resolved to remain silent. Let us continue discussing bloodline limits. Because I possess Byakugan, I can see the chakra pathways within an opponent's body. Thus, when I employ Soft Fist, I can directly infuse my spiritual energy into their bodies, targeting their unprotected internal organs and chakra pathways, which is why the technique is so devastating. Lin Chuan explained earnestly. Regrettably, his prior statements had completely undermined his dignified image. In Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi's eyes, this handsome white-haired youth had transformed into a lecherous voyeur. In the time that followed, Lin Chuan trudged through the 44th hunting ground, feeling utterly drained. Not only from the exertion, but also from the peculiar glances cast his way by his companions. Their stares drove him to the brink of frustration, leaving him utterly helpless. Particularly when he utilized his Byakugan to assess the surroundings, their expressions became even more dramatic. Bu Lianshi turned away in a mix of embarrassment and indignation, while Qin Lang shot Lin Chuan a resentful glare, wishing he too possessed such eyes and exhibiting his discontent with Lin Chuan's monopolistic approach. Be cautious, there's a situation. Lin Chuan warned, his voice steady. 300 meters to our left, there's a blue shadow wolf at the 3rd layer of the Qi refinement stage. It seems to have caught our scent and is heading in our direction. Lin Chuan's expression slightly tightened as he gazed towards the left front. Upon hearing the approach of a spirit beast, both Bu Lianshi and Qin Lang momentarily set aside their preconceived notions of Lin Chuan as a lecher and instead turned serious. Focusing on the direction of the Qingying wolf, Lin Chuan had previously conferred with the two, deciding that he would refrain from intervening in encounters with spirit beasts ranked below the 3rd level of Qi refining. This decision was not born out of laziness, rather. He understood that a team overly reliant on a single individual would stagnate in strength. especially with a powerhouse like Lin Chuan, who could effortlessly deflect all attacks. His involvement would only serve to weaken his two companions, who would hide behind him. It was far more prudent to utilize Lin Chuan's formidable prowess as the team's ultimate trump card, allowing Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi to engage boldly in battle, thereby enhancing their own abilities, a strategy that ensured the long-term progression of the team. Moreover, having already recognized the potential in his companions, Lin Chuan would not allow their abilities to lag too far behind his own. In his past life, he had learned the significance of having a close-knit circle, particularly in a ruthless cultivation world where strength reigned supreme and one could easily be devoured by the merciless. The harshness of this realm far surpassed that of his previous existence. While strengthening his own capabilities, he could not permit those important to him to fall too far behind. After all, even Lin Chuan could not be their perpetual guardian. Furthermore, it was imperative that they were prepared to join him as founding members of his future organization, and he could not allow them to languish comfortably behind him. Watching the two rush forward, Lin Chuan chuckled softly. The Qingying wolf, towering over a meter, approached steadily. Its crimson gaze coldly fixated on the two diminutive figures before it, its heavy breaths emanating a putrid scent. Facing such a spirit beast for the first time, Qin Lang felt no fear, yet his face betrayed his tension. Beside him, Bu Lianshi turned pale, her clenched fists trembling slightly, beads of fragrant sweat trickling down her face. I am sorry. The cruelty of this world cannot be shielded from you. The challenges must be faced. You must grow swiftly. Lin Chuan observed the two, feeling a twinge of reluctance in his heart, yet he resolutely let them confront the threat alone. Ah! Qin Lang shouted fiercely, channeling his qi as he charged at the Qingying wolf, his right fist swinging with ferocity. Startled by Qin Lang's sudden outburst, Bu Lianshi quickly regained her composure, gritting her teeth and following suit. The three figures instantly clashed, fists and claws flying, sharp teeth and limbs colliding, leaving behind mere afterimages flickering in the air. During the qi refining stage, practitioners could not expel their spiritual energy externally. They could only transform the cultivated qi into personal power, channeling it through their meridians to enhance their physical attacks. It was only upon reaching the foundation establishment stage that one's spiritual energy could unleash formidable power, even enabling the casting of spells against opponents. At that point, the various attributes of spiritual roots would come to the fore. In their current situation, they were left with no choice but to engage in close combat. The Qingying wolf's strength among spirit beasts was merely average, lacking any special bloodline of ancient divine beasts. Its only notable trait was its exceptional speed. Coupled with the inherent combat prowess of spirit beasts, it held a significant advantage over Qin Lang, who was also at the third level of qi refining. Were it not for Bu Lianshi, who was at the second level, providing assistance, Qin Lang would have been overwhelmed long ago. Even in this 2-on-1 scenario, the duo struggled to cope, sustaining injuries in a matter of moments. While the Qingying wolf remained as vigorous as ever, showing no signs of pressure, Lin Chuan shook his head in resignation, contemplating that children who had never experienced battle were indeed weak. Possessing power alone did not equate to knowing how to wield it. Their overly kind hearts, while admirable, were also a double-edged sword. However, this was not a grave issue. Through continuous trials, they would ultimately grow stronger. Lin Chuan himself had learned this lesson in his past life, where frequent altercations had honed his skills, and his understanding of the world of Naruto had contributed to his current prowess. As time slowly passed, Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi gradually familiarized themselves with the combat, their initial fears dissipating, and they began to mount a measured counterattack, reaching a more balanced level of strength. Seeing this, Lin Chuan felt reassured. He activated his Byakugan once more to survey the surroundings, ensuring there were no lurking dangers before focusing on himself. Despite his current formidable strength, which allowed him to evade numerous risks, and the overwhelming power of his gentle fist capable of crushing practitioners below the 6th level of qi refining, he recognized the potential trouble posed by opponents at the 7th level. In such encounters, his speed would be insufficient, and although the Byakugan could perceive incoming attacks, it would not facilitate effective defense, let alone enable him to counter with gentle fist. At present, the 44th hunting ground did not present particularly formidable adversaries, but Lin Chuan remained wary. He recalled that in the final 2 days, those who had failed to reach the foundation establishment level would be drawn here. And if he wished to avoid a purely evasive strategy, he needed to find ways to enhance his strength within this time frame. Currently, He was unable to utilize ninjutsu effectively due to insufficient chakra, and even with the addition of natural energy, the application of sage techniques was similarly constrained. Basic transformation techniques and illusions held little utility in this world, lacking offensive capability, and practitioners often engaged in spiritual cultivation, rendering such low-level ninjutsu transparent to more experienced opponents. While occasionally useful for deception, relying on them for victory in battle was exceedingly difficult. The body replacement technique could be employed in critical moments for survival, but against powerful foes, it would still result in overwhelming defeat. Lin Chuan mused. As for Jinjutsu, the disparity in soul cultivation between the cultivation realm and the world of Naruto was insurmountable. By the time one reached the nascent soul stage, they could even separate their soul from their physical form, rendering ordinary illusions nearly useless. They might only serve to startle ordinary individuals. Unless one could wield the likes of the infinite Tsukuyami, ordinary Jinjutsu would have no effect on practitioners beyond the nascent soul stage. As for other forbidden techniques, sealing arts, and curse marks, they were entirely out of reach without sufficient chakra and control capabilities. Utter nonsense. The only methods Lin Chuan could conceive for enhancing his strength included cultivating qi to elevate his qi refining stage and finding ways to boost his physical stamina, thereby increasing his chakra reserves. These two paths could indeed be pursued concurrently, and he had been diligently training, yet progress was gradual and could not be rushed. Lin Chuan lamented his situation, recognizing that his cultivation speed was already rapid. With a top-tier spiritual root, he was among the most exceptional talents in this world, and few could surpass him in terms of cultivation speed. This was evident from his swift advancement to the first level of qi refining within merely 5 days, while others typically required several months, with those of lesser talent taking even longer. Now, I yearn deeply for the power of the bloodline limit. Lin Chuan sighed in frustration. Despite possessing various ocular techniques, he lacked the means to utilize them, a rather awkward predicament. Moreover, due to the incomplete absorption of the divine tree's fruit, he was unable to access many of Kagaya Otsutsuki's abilities, not even in their weakened forms. At this moment, the only bloodline limit he could anticipate was the Shikatsumiyaku, though he wondered when its potential would be unlocked. The Kagaya clan, in both name and appearance, bore undeniable connections to Kagaya Otsutsuki, suggesting a bloodline derived from her. Moreover, it was evident that the abilities of Shikatsumiyaku and Kagaya's bone forest were of the same nature, though their power levels differed vastly. It was undeniable that the ultimate evolution of Shikatsumiyaku would culminate in the bone forest. Lin Chuan has now come to a realization. As his body continues to strengthen and he absorbs the power of the divine tree's fruit, he is destined to acquire even more abilities, potentially culminating in the possession of all bloodline limits and techniques. However, this lofty goal remains a distant prospect. In contrast, the corpse bone pulse is different. Since the Byakugan can be directly inherited, this bloodline limit, which originates from Kagaya Otsutsuki, should manifest sooner. Although it may not be as immediate as the Byakugan's activation, Lin Chuan anticipates that this moment is not far off. Sighing, he acknowledges the urgency of not only accelerating his cultivation speed, but also hastening the absorption of the divine tree's fruit. Fortunately, having clarified these thoughts provides Lin Chuan with a sense of direction, preventing him from floundering aimlessly. Meanwhile, during this period of contemplation, Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi's battle with the Blue Shadow Wolf reached its conclusion. After sustaining numerous injuries, they ultimately succeeded in slaying the creature and extracting its inner core. Observing their battered yet exhilarated expressions, Lin Chuan couldn't help but smile. Well done. Indeed, our strength is quite formidable, albeit slightly inferior to yours. Qin Lang laughed heartily. But fear not, one day I shall surpass you. Bu Lianshi smiled gently, feeling a sense of pride in her endurance. However, Qin Lang's subsequent mutter caused both Lin Chuan and Bu Lianshi to change expressions in an instant. How could I lose to someone with a perverse talent? I must surpass him and seize that Byakugan. Qin Lang had initially spoken to himself, but his loud voice made it impossible for the others not to overhear. With a swift kick, Lin Chuan sent Qin Lang flying, while Bu Lianshi's cheeks flushed, her gaze at Lin Chuan revealing a peculiar expression. In that moment, the previously handsome boy with white hair and eyes appeared drastically different, the gleam in his Byakugan resembling something rather inappropriate. Yes, indeed. Realizing Bu Lianshi's unusual look, Lin Chuan felt a wave of despair. I assure you, I have no interest in young girls. Truly, While I might have some thoughts about nurturing plans, I am only 9 years old. Well, physically at least. Mentally, well, I can't really do anything to you, can I? Lin Chuan silently lamented, ultimately saying nothing. He kicked Qin Lang, who was crawling back, and the trio resumed their journey toward the center of the 44th hunting ground. The testing ground was vast, spanning 50 miles, a significant area. With over 300 participants divided into more than 100 groups, encounters were rare. As for the two teams they had previously encountered, it was hard to say whether they were fortunate or unfortunate. For the time being, the three did not run into other groups. Although Lin Chuan had spotted a few individuals with his Byakugan from a distance, choosing to steer clear of them. After all, they were all orphans. And survival was not easy. He was no cold-blooded killer seeking to slaughter for sport. Such behavior was characteristic of Gaara during the Chunin exams. Thanks to Lin Chuan's Byakugan, they found a spirit beast almost every hour, not for the sake of harvesting their inner cores, but to train Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi's combat abilities. After numerous battles, both showed noticeable improvement, at least no longer finding themselves at a disadvantage against equally ranked spirit beasts. By the end of the day, Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi were utterly exhausted, leaving the task of procuring food to Lin Chuan. Despite having been an orphan in his past life and often cooking for himself, he only knew how to make instant noodles, which he had creatively prepared for a month. Unfortunately, without the necessary ingredients, he could only lament that a skilled cook cannot conjure a meal without rice, and under the reproachful gazes of the other two, he hastily concocted a meager meal to fill their stomachs. Rest well, I'll take the night watch, Lin Chuan announced generously. Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi regarded him with tearful gratitude, realizing how advantageous the Byakugan was for ensuring their safety through the night. The thought of any form of voyeurism was far from their minds. They were too exhausted to even consider it. The night passed without incident. Lin Chuan diligently fulfilled his role as a sentry, surpassing the efforts of any other guardian. He activated his Rinnegan every half hour, surveying the surroundings with the broadest field of vision. His calculations indicated that, as a child under 10 years of age, even with the enhancements from cultivation, it would take over half an hour for anyone to approach him from 2 kilometers away, assuming they were heading directly towards him. The speed through the forest was incomparable to that on flat terrain, making half an hour ample time for Lin Chuan to detect any approaching individuals. As for spirit beasts, the trio had already scouted the area while choosing their campsite, confirming there were no signs of activity nearby. Thus, they felt relatively safe, with no spirit beast able to evade Lin Chuan's keen sight. When dawn broke, Lin Chuan roused his companions, who had slept soundly despite their aches. Although Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi felt sore all over, they followed Lin Chuan deeper into the hunting ground, preparing to face a new day's trials. Compared to their initial entry into the forest, Lin Chuan now sensed the lurking dangers more acutely. What once required deliberate searches with the Byakugan could now be effortlessly observed. Almost every time he activated it, several spirit beasts would come into view within a kilometer radius. Let us set our sights on 30 spirit beasts at the 3rd level of Qi refinement today, Lin Chuan declared, leading the way. Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi exchanged terrified glances, cold sweat trickling down their delicate faces as they realized just how daunting this target was. They understood that this daunting number was meant for them to achieve, with Lin Chuan likely refraining from combat. After laboring to defeat a mere 10 spirit beasts the previous day, the prospect of doubling that target today was overwhelming. Lin Chuan, isn't our goal a bit too ambitious? It seems rather unrealistic. Qin Lang lamented, his brow furrowed. Bu Lianshi nodded vigorously in agreement, dreading the thought of how long it would take to hunt 30 spirit beasts at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. While other groups might fret over the challenge of finding suitable spirit beasts to hunt, their trio had no such worries. Whatever type of spirit beast they desired, Lin Chuan could find it in no time. Be it male or female, he could procure it at will. I think it's quite manageable, otherwise. Shall we aim for spirit beasts at the 4th level of Qi refinement? Then you would only need to slay 5. Lin Chuan suggested nonchalantly as he continued to scan for spirit beasts with his Byakugan. Let us stick with 30 spirit beasts at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Qin Lang quickly replied, anxious that Lin Chuan might suggest they hunt 5th level spirit beasts. Well then, let us proceed. I have identified 6 targets for you. You must put forth your utmost effort. The mere thought of it fills me with excitement. Lin Chuan chuckled, leading 2 despondent youngsters in a particular direction, where a spirit beast awaited their impending slaughter. Although Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi feigned reluctance, they understood that Lin Chuan's intentions were entirely for their benefit. Opportunities for such training were rare outside. The abundance of spirit beasts offered a chance to hone their combat skills, all while being safeguarded by a formidable guardian. This level of tutelage was typically reserved for the elite disciples of prominent families, yet Lin Chuan generously afforded them the same. Despite his questionable reliability and hints of laziness, this was an invaluable opportunity for the two. Lin Chuan provided them with everything that noble offspring would typically receive, while also pointing out their shortcomings in combat techniques, thus offering them the most suitable training. As time slipped away amidst the battles, Lin Chuan primarily observed Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi skirmishes, occasionally activating his Byakugan to survey their surroundings and locate appropriate spirit beasts. If only he had a bag of sunflower seeds to snack on while watching the spectacle, life would be even more harmonious and meaningful. Nevertheless, he did not neglect his own cultivation. The Xian Huang technique circulated within his meridians, with natural energy continuously flowing through his body's acupoints, cycling in and out, finally converging in his dantian. Although the effects seemed subtle, Lin Chuan was aware that his speed had far surpassed that of many others. The spiritual energy in the hunting grounds was significantly richer than outside, allowing for a more efficient training pace than within the confines of a house. He certainly would not squander this time. By midday, Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi had completed more than half of their hunting tasks, much to their own astonishment. The spirit beasts that had posed a considerable challenge the previous day had now become easily hunted prey through their combined efforts. Lin Chuan mused to himself that the talent of the two was indeed remarkable. He had observed their cultivation sessions, noting that the speed at which they absorbed spiritual energy was significantly greater than that of the average individual. Though they did not quite reach his level, they were undeniably close. They must possess heavenly-grade spiritual roots. It was puzzling why the Lin family had not recognized their talents, or perhaps they had intentionally concealed something. These two children were undoubtedly extraordinary. Reclining beneath the sun-dappled shade of the trees, Lin Chuan turned his head to watch the two engaged in combat. It felt as though their grouping was no mere coincidence, especially when considering Lin Chuan's former identity. There were likely many secrets yet to be uncovered. Originally, Lin Chuan had intended to prepare a lackluster lunch, but Qin Lang adamantly refused, resolutely unwilling to partake in Lin Chuan's cooking. Consequently, this arduous task fell to Bu Lianshi. Still able to resist my cooking, huh? It seems today's tasks are rather too lenient. Lin Chuan mused, contemplating what additional tasks he could impose upon them for the afternoon. After a brief respite following lunch, the trio resumed their pursuit of spirit beasts, with Lin Chuan having devised a plan for the upcoming challenge, engaging other groups at the third level of the Qi refinement stage in combat. In the afternoon, while languidly observing the battles, Lin Chuan practiced his cultivation, stifling yawns of boredom, his hands idly toying with the inner Dan obtained from the spirit beasts. This crystalline object, resembling pure crystal, contained concentrated spiritual energy. Suddenly struck by inspiration, Lin Chuan pondered the possibility of consuming the inner Dan. After a moment's hesitation, he decided there was little harm in trying, casually tossing a first-level Qi refinement inner Dan into his mouth and crunching down. By the time Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi turned to investigate the peculiar sounds, it was already too late. What on earth have you done? Qin Lang stared at Lin Chuan, who was chewing the inner Dan, utterly bewildered. Bu Lianshi stood frozen, wide-eyed in shock, unable to tear her gaze away from Lin Chuan. Seeing their expressions, Lin Chuan was startled and hastily swallowed what he had in his mouth before asking, "What's going on? What happened? What are you eating?" Qin Lang stammered. Though he had already seen clearly, he could hardly believe his own eyes. "The inner Dan, is there a problem? Can it be eaten?" Lin Chuan inquired in astonishment, checking his body for any unusual sensations, finding none. Heavens! With your talent, why would you choose to commit such an act of self-destruction? Is there nothing that can be discussed properly? Qin Lang lamented in despair. Lin Chuan, have you contracted some terminal illness? Even one more day of life is worth it. Why would you choose to end it? Bu Lianshi's eyes brimmed with tears, on the verge of crying. Ah, what? Is it toxic? Lin Chuan was taken aback and quickly examined his body once more, finding no issues. However, the sheer horror on Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi's faces was enough to stir his concern. Activating his Byakugan, he peered within, discovering a mass of foreign spiritual energy expanding in his abdomen. Strangely, this energy did not mix with the energy within his meridians, but rather dissipated rapidly throughout his physical form, eluding even his Byakugan's scrutiny. Is this the spiritual energy from the inner Dan? Did I absorb it directly? Yet, I feel no adverse effects. Lin Chuan mused, puzzled as he scrutinized his own body. Attempting to circulate his spiritual energy, finding no increase, it remained the same as before. You're fine? After waiting in vain for a response, Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi regarded Lin Chuan with peculiar expressions. Shouldn't I be fine? Lin Chuan replied, exasperated. The inner den of spirit beasts contains vast amounts of spiritual energy, which we cannot absorb. It is said that consuming it can cause one's body to burst from the energy's expansion. Why are you unharmed? Could it be that you didn't consume enough? Qin Lang circled Lin Chuan, confirming there were no apparent issues. Nonetheless, it was a relief for both Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi. They were glad that Lin Chuan seemed fine, even if they were puzzled by his sudden urge to eat an inner dan. The spirit beast they had been fighting had long since escaped during their distraction. Lin Chuan furrowed his brow and examined his body once more, ensuring all was well before his gaze settled on the slowly rotating fruit within his dantian, the fruit of the divine tree. Could it be that this was the reason I can directly absorb the spiritual energy from the inner dan? Lin Chuan pondered, uncertainty clouding his thoughts. If that were the case, to clarify what had transpired, he would need to consume another spirit beast's inner dan for observation. With this resolution, Lin Chuan promptly retrieved another inner dan from his pocket. What do you intend to do? This time, Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi reacted swiftly. Snatching the inner dan from him. Whatever it is, you must tell us. This repeated act of self-harm is unacceptable, Qin Lang shouted. Lin Chuan, speechless, saw the concern in their eyes and patiently explained, my body is rather unique, allowing me to absorb the spiritual energy within. I simply wish to ascertain where the absorbed energy is directed. I have no intention of harming myself. Eventually, the two reluctantly surrendered the inner dan, anxiously watching as Lin Chuan consumed it once more. This time, Lin Chuan's gaze remained fixated on the inner alchemical core that had entered his body. The next moment, as anticipated, the fruit of the divine tree released a wisp of purple mist that struck the inner core. Instantly, the core expanded, not to rupture Lin Chuan's body, but rather to diffuse through his meridians, ultimately disappearing into his flesh. Could this be enhancing my physique? Lin Chuan pondered a possibility, and upon attempting to clench his fist, he indeed felt a surge of strength. Connecting this to the relationship between stamina and chakra, he immediately began refining his chakra, only to discover that the amount within him had mysteriously increased almost instantaneously. It truly enhances my body. With this, my ascendance in the realm of cultivation is imminent. Lin Chuan laughed exuberantly. Observing the frenzied Lin Chuan, Bu Lianshi and Qin Lang quickly retreated, fearing that Lin Chuan might explode. The inner core 1T affect his mind. Will it? Qin Lang furrowed his brow, casting a worried glance at Lin Chuan not far away. If he messes up his mind, how can we proceed with the subsequent assessments? Lin Chuan's older sister, is he all right? Bu Lianshi expressed her concern. Given the current situation, he won't die. Qin Lang shook his head vigorously. Let us go hunt spirit beasts. I require more inner cores. Lin Chuan snapped back to reality after his moment of delight and immediately urged Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi to join him in a frenzied hunt for spirit beasts, abandoning their earlier notions of cooperation and instead opting for direct action. Lin Chuan's reasoning was simple. The transformation of his physique was crucial for enhancing his power. Having discovered the remarkable utility of the inner cores, he was almost certain that he could swiftly attain a new pinnacle. A powerful physique he had long coveted, the body of an immortal. Indeed, it was the sage body of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Characterized by extraordinary regenerative abilities and vast reserves of chakra, akin to an indestructible cockroach. Even without this method, Lin Chuan could improve his physique through the continual absorption of the divine tree's fruit, but it would undoubtedly take much longer. And whether he could survive until then was a pressing concern. In this ruthless world, the only path to survival lay in the rapid enhancement of one's strength. As time passed, Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi witnessed what it meant to be a true monster. Slaying spirit beasts was as effortless as chopping vegetables. With a flurry of soft punches, any spirit beast was reduced to mere pulp. Yet, this was not the most terrifying aspect. What horrified them was Lin Chuan's casual consumption of inner cores, akin to munching on jelly beans, devouring one after another. All the inner cores accumulated from their earlier hunts now vanished into Lin Chuan's belly. This kept Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi in a state of perpetual tension, maintaining a safe distance from Lin Chuan, fearing that he might explode at any moment. The consequences would be dire. Having ingested so many inner cores, He could flatten everything within a few kilometers. Unable to absorb anymore. After consuming another spirit beast's inner core, Lin Chuan quickly realized that the spiritual energy contained within did not diffuse into his body as before. Instead, it was expelled from his acupuncture points, dissipating into the air. This was within Lin Chuan's expectations and did not surprise him. He had known from the outset that this absorption would not continue indefinitely. Otherwise, he would have completely absorbed the divine tree's fruit long ago, sparing himself this hassle. It seems I must wait until my body has fully assimilated this portion of spiritual energy before consuming another inner core. Lin Chuan mused. The inner cores of spirit beasts contain not only their refined spiritual energy, but also substantial amounts of their own fleshly power. It was precisely this portion of fleshly energy that enabled Lin Chuan to devour the inner cores to enhance his physique. Lin Chuan had previously experimented with directly diffusing his cultivated spiritual energy into his body to enhance his physique, but he discovered that this approach was ineffective and, more importantly, detrimental to his spiritual cultivation, vastly inferior to simply consuming inner cores. As his cultivation continued to rise and his physique strengthened, the quality and quantity of inner cores he would require in the future would inevitably increase. Thus, it was wise to plan ahead. Lin Chuan frowned. The day passed as Lin Chuan relentlessly devoured inner cores, and when night descended, Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi trembled as they fell asleep, fearing Lin Chuan might suddenly self-destruct. They slept fitfully, occasionally waking to check on Lin Chuan, only to return to slumber upon seeing nothing amiss. On the third day, Lin Chuan roused them early, initiating what he termed training. Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi, sporting dark circles under their eyes, gazed at Lin Chuan with deep resentment. Today's goal is to hunt 5 spirit beasts at the 4th level of the Qi refinement stage. The task is relatively easy, wouldn't you agree? Lin Chuan disregarded their glances and spoke to himself. Exchanging weary looks, Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi trudged onward, utterly devoid of energy for complaints. Under the scrutiny of Lin Chuan's Byakugan, he swiftly identified a suitable spirit beast, a 4th-level Qi refinement stage unicorn white rhinoceros. This beast was massive, with formidable defenses. Yet it lacked speed and strong offensive power, making it an ideal target for practice. After leading Bu Lianshi and Qin Lang before the spirit beast, Lin Chuan settled back to observe. The duo, having previously coordinated effectively against a 3rd-level spirit beast, found themselves somewhat outmatched yet not powerless against the 4th-level foe, engaging in a lively exchange of blows. As time passed and the battle neared its conclusion, Lin Chuan, observing the surroundings with his Byakugan, noticed a trio approaching their direction, 2 at the 3rd level and 1 at the 2nd level of Qi refinement. After such extensive practice against spirit beasts, it was time for them to test their mettle against other groups. Lin Chuan decided, opting not to retreat, but rather to allow Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi to confront this group of unsuspecting challengers. Though the trio was still a distance away, their trajectory indicated they would inevitably cross paths with Lin Chuan and Appo's group. One of them remarked, "It seems there are sounds of fighting over there. Should we check it out? Let us go take a look, but be cautious. If the opponents are formidable, we'll retreat immediately. If they are weaker, we can seize their inner course. Our chances of passing the assessment would significantly increase." As they spoke, the group cautiously moved toward the source of the sounds, oblivious to the fact that all their actions were visible to Lin Chuan through his Byakugan. Even their whispered words were discernible to him. "Humph! How dare they set their sights on me? They shall not escape my wrath." Lin Chuan snorted coldly and dashed forth. Chakra began to meld slowly with the spiritual energy within his dantian, subsequently releasing from the acupuncture points in his hands. Under the watchful eye of his Byakugan, the meridians of the unicorn white rhinoceros became distinctly visible. In the next moment, Lin Chuan launched a fierce attack using the Hyuga's gentle fist technique. Striking the unicorn white rhinoceros, the sage chakra infused into each of his strikes relentlessly penetrated the beast's body. Even with its formidable defenses, it could not withstand Lin Chuan's direct assault on its vitals, collapsing to the ground after mere moments, unable to rise again. Take a moment to rest. We have company approaching. Prepare for battle, Lin Chuan instructed as he observed Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi, who were panting heavily. There are 3 of them, 1 at the 2nd level and 2 at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Do you believe you can defeat them without my intervention? Lin Chuan's typically lazy demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Absolutely. Just watch from the sidelines, Qin Lang exclaimed, his eyes shimmering with excitement. After more than 2 days of relentless trials, his strength had significantly improved, and he was eager to find someone to test his newfound abilities. Just then, an opponent presented themselves, much to his delight. He cast aside any previous resentment towards battling spiritual beasts and began to fully replenish his internal spiritual energy. Lin Chuan nodded gravely. Despite being a girl, she had no intention of forever hiding behind others. This was her battle, and she was resolute in her determination not to give up. Observing their expressions, Lin Chuan smiled faintly and nodded in satisfaction. Unlike ninjas, cultivators draw upon the natural energies of the world, which can be continuously absorbed even during combat. In contrast, a ninja's chakra, being a bodily energy, once depleted, requires considerable time to recover. Not everyone possesses the abundant stamina and vast chakra reserves of someone like Naruto. This is where cultivators excel over ninjas, with one at the first level, another at the second, and a third at the third level of chi refinement. It was a mystery how they had survived this far without being devoured by the local spiritual beasts. It was truly miraculous. A trio of cultivators soon arrived, and upon realizing their opponents were so weak, they abandoned any pretense of caution and swaggered forward, openly taunting them. Hand over your inner Dan. Don't make us take action. Otherwise, it won't be just about the inner Dan of a spiritual beast. One of the youths threatened coldly. If you want the inner Dan, come and take it. Qin Lang retorted defiantly, sneering at the three before him. He and Lin Chuan could handle a fourth-level spiritual beast together. How could they fear these three? You refused to drink the wine offered and instead seek punishment. With a command from one of them, the three charged simultaneously towards Lin Chuan and Qin Lang. Regarding Lin Chuan as merely a bystander, clearly the weak link in their group. Once they dealt with the man and woman before them, their group would be victorious. Boom. Qin Lang stomped the ground and surged forward, channeling spiritual energy from his dantian through his meridians, amplifying his physical strength. Kid, you're seeking death. One of the opponents, a third-level chi refinement cultivator, glared at Qin Lang as he charged, launching a punch towards him. Lin Chuan, quick on her feet, followed closely behind Qin Lang, her eyes fixed on the movements of their adversaries, ready to coordinate her attacks with him. With a resounding crash, Qin Lang's fist collided with that of his opponent. Both felt the shockwave, yet astonishingly, Qin Lang only staggered back 3 steps, while the equally matched youth was sent flying over 10 steps, collapsing to the ground with a horrific scream as his arm cracked painfully. Though Qin Lang felt considerable impact, he swiftly dispersed the force into the ground, and when he raised his fist again, he stood in line with Lin Chuan. Without needing further communication, the two charged forth, confronting the other 2 assailants. Qin Lang targeted the second-level cultivator, while Lin Chuan faced off against the third-level one. The trio of opponents seemed taken aback by Qin Lang's unexpected strength. Within moments, their strongest member had been knocked out of the fight. However, the ensuing scene revealed cruel smiles on their faces. You're seeking death by pitting a second level against a third level. The third-level opponent sneered at Lin Chuan's approach. Although the situation mirrored their own, he was confident that even if his teammate could not defeat Qin Lang, he would not be easily vanquished. But what followed was beyond their expectations. Though Lin Chuan was at a disadvantage, she clung tightly to the third-level youth, occasionally launching counterattacks when he let his guard down. As for Qin Lang, his assaults were brutally direct, each punch landing with a resounding thud. Even Lin Chuan, watching from the sidelines, felt a twitch of disbelief at Qin Lang's ferocity. After a few breaths, the youth facing Qin Lang was battered to the ground, bloodied and defeated. With that obstacle eliminated, Qin Lang swiftly joined forces with Lin Chuan to severely injure the third-level opponent. When the earlier victim of Qin Lang's punch returned to the fray, he was met with the sobering sight of one of his comrades gravely wounded and another on the brink of death. Why you two? The 2 conscious third-level youths stared at Qin Lang and Lin Chuan as if they were specters, their faces etched with disbelief. The only remaining fighter lacked the courage to continue the battle. We'll give you all our inner Dan. Please spare us. One of the youths pleaded, collapsing to his knees in terror. Breathing heavily, Qin Lang and Lin Chuan turned to Lin Chuan, who had been observing. Unbeknownst to them, they had begun to view him as the leader of their group. Let us take the inner Dan and leave, Lin Chuan said softly. He was not a killer. There was no need for total annihilation. Of course, if these individuals proved ungrateful, he would show no mercy. The existence of a saintly figure was better left to legends. Such beings had no place in this harsh world. After collecting the inner Dan offered to him, Qin Lang examined them. There were only a few third-level inner Dan, the majority being of the second level, far inferior to what they had hunted over the past few days. They had targeted spiritual beasts of at least the 3rd level, some even at the 4th, and Lin Chuan had specifically hunted 5th-level beasts for the sake of their inner Dan. Though most had been consumed, having witnessed superior inner Dan, Qin Lang had long since lost interest in these lower-grade ones. "Let us go." Lin Chuan waved to Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi, turning to leave. The two quickly followed, cheerfully playing the role of his companions, handing over their inner Dan as they vanished into the forest. Was that white-haired boy truly the strongest among them? The injured youth murmured in fear as he watched the trio retreat. "It seems so," another youth replied, swallowing hard. "Not far from the recent battle, beneath a great tree," Lin Chuan commented, "you performed admirably, especially managing to knock one out of the fight and swiftly eliminate the weakest, allowing you to team up and severely injure a 3rd-level opponent. Your progress over these past few days has been remarkable, and not just in terms of combat prowess." He smiled, reaching out to ruffle Bu Lianshi's hair. "Indeed, my strength at the 3rd level of Qi refinement is already formidable. I can hold my own against 4th-level adversaries," Qin Lang boasted, his face beaming with pride. Bu Lianshi nodded, smiling back at Lin Chuan's affectionate gesture. She was pleased with her performance. While not as strong as Qin Lang, she had done her utmost at her current level and felt genuine joy at her progress. "Speaking of which, I believe our group's strength could place us among the top 5 of the over 100 groups that entered this time. As long as we avoid powerful spiritual beasts, the danger will be minimal," Qin Lang remarked cheerfully, confident that with Lin Chuan and Appo's cunning, even encounters with formidable beasts of the 7th level or higher would pose no threat. "How much do you know about the other groups?" Lin Chuan inquired. In the past, he was utterly indifferent to such matters, completely absorbed in his own world, and remained so until death, having lost all hope in this realm, until his unexpected transcendence. However, with only half a month remaining until the assessment, he had to dedicate all his energy to cultivation and thus remained largely ignorant of the affairs concerning the Lin family. Overall, there were indeed a few formidable groups, as some among them had broken through to the 6th level of the Qi refinement stage, and even one had ascended to the 7th level, making Lin Chuan no match for him. Nonetheless, with Lin Chuan among us, securing a place in the top 5 is assured, Qin Lang reflected thoughtfully. Lin Chuan nodded, choosing silence as he activated his Byakugan to survey the surroundings for danger. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, fixating on the site of the earlier battle. It had transformed into a veritable slaughterhouse, 3 dismembered corpses strewn about. Those are the 3 individuals who had fought against Qin Lang and the teacher. At this moment, another group of 3 stood beside the bodies, with a youth at the forefront, his dantian brimming with spiritual energy, evidently having reached the 6th level of the Qi refinement stage. Beside him stood 2 others of the same group, yet their cultivation was significantly inferior, both merely at the 1st level of Qi refinement and rather weak in that regard. "Useless fools, I sent you to track the scent, and you bring me a group that has been thoroughly beaten, with not a single inner Dan among them. What purpose does killing them serve? You waste my energy." The speaker was the 6th level Qi refinement cultivator, who, before finishing his tirade, kicked one of his companions with such force that the youth flew over 10 meters, crashing hard to the ground without a hint of restraint. The boy, despite his youth, was remarkably tall. Had Lin Chuan not known that no child over 10 could be here, he would have mistaken him for an adult, as his height reached 1 meter 80. "Yin Xiao, I indeed detected a scent over here. This group must have recently been robbed, which is why they lack inner dawn. The one who robbed them hasn't strayed far. I can still smell their trail." The boy who had been kicked rolled on the ground, bloodied, before rising to speak once more. "Useless. Hurry and lead the way. Or will you let them escape?" Yin Kong barked angrily, delivering another kick to a nearby companion. The tall boy inhaled the air lightly, then led the other 2 away swiftly, disappearing from the battlefield, leaving behind a gruesome scene. Their direction was towards the resting place of Lin Chuan and his companions. "It appears we are about to encounter the formidable team you mentioned." Lin Chuan narrowed his eyes, his expression grave. "What do you see? Is that powerful team approaching?" Qin Lang asked in astonishment, scanning the surroundings. Due to the 360-degree field of vision afforded by Lin Chuan's Byakugan, he often faced a direction that was not his true line of sight. Several times, Qin Lang followed Lin Chuan's gaze in vain, only to have the prey appear behind Lin Chuan, compelling him to survey all directions. "Just at the location where you fought. They have slain the 3 you battled and are now approaching us. One among them possesses an exceptionally keen sense of smell, capable of detecting our presence." Lin Chuan spoke in a low voice. A keen sense of smell? Lin Chuan was immediately startled, then, breathing a bit heavily, asked, "Is he a very tall youth at the first level of Qi refinement, accompanied by a sixth-level cultivator?" "Indeed. Do you know anything about them?" Lin Chuan inquired. Harboring no goodwill towards this group, not only did they attack those who could no longer resist, but the manner in which the sixth-level cultivator treated his companions was utterly distasteful. "Yes, I have heard others speak of their circumstances." Lin Chuan frowned. The sixth-level youth is named Yin Kong, reputed to possess considerable talent. The tall youth in his group is called Faye, a member of an alien race. The other youth is also said to have decent talent. However, as you have observed, apart from Yin Kong's cultivation at the sixth level, the others are merely at the first level, entirely because Yin Kong has monopolized their cultivation resources, utilizing everything available solely for himself, which is why he surpasses the others in strength. Lin Chuan's expression darkened. Such a practice may seem to swiftly enhance an individual's prowess. Yet the ultimate outcome is far from favorable. The plight of the other two was evident. They were merely being exploited and oppressed, treated not as allies but as tools for his gain. Such individuals cannot go far. Those who do not cherish their companions will one day perish under the blades of others. No one will mourn their demise, nor will anyone rise to their defense. Such a fate is utterly deserved. Qin Lang suddenly exclaimed, his face flushed with indignation, as if provoked by some unseen force. Lin Chuan glanced at the agitated Qin Lang, then lowered his head in contemplation. "Shall we wait here for Yin Kong? Do you have confidence in dealing with Yin Kong?" Qin Lang asked in surprise. "Sixth level of Qi refinement? It's not difficult to handle." Lin Chuan shrugged, acknowledging that this was the highest level he could contend with, any stronger, and he would have no choice but to flee with Qin Lang and Lin Chuan. The gentle fist is not invincible. As a powerful close combat technique of the Hyuga clan, while Lin Chuan could directly harm an opponent's internal organs and meridians using the Byakugan, he must first land a blow. A cultivator at the 7th level of Qi refinement possesses sufficient strength to evade Lin Chuan's attacks. Moreover, as one's cultivation improves, their internal organs and meridians grow stronger. Although one cannot deliberately train to defend them, with Lin Chuan's current abilities, breaching the internal defenses of a 7th-level cultivator is quite challenging. Even if he could inflict harm, it would not be substantial, potentially causing the opponent to be more cautious, complicating subsequent confrontations. A worthy opponent is also a rare opportunity for training. Just in time, I have made some adjustments to my gentle fist techniques recently. This will be a perfect opportunity to test their effectiveness on Yin Kong. Lin Chuan mused inwardly. "By the way, what is the story behind that alien named Fau?" Lin Chuan asked, puzzled. "He possesses the bloodline of the ancient barbarian tribes and is not purely human. It is said that alien beings have extraordinarily strong physiques, but their aptitude for cultivation is relatively poor, restricting them to practicing physical techniques. This is manageable in the early stages, but in the later stages, any random cultivator can inflict significant damage upon them," Qin Lang explained. "Strong physique, yet poor aptitude for cultivation?" Lin Chuan raised his brow slightly, a thought sparking within him. Reminiscent of a character from the Naruto series who stood at the pinnacle solely through physical cultivation. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Chuan refrained from further comment and turned to face a direction. Through the Byakugan's vision, the three had indeed arrived. Upon spotting them, Yin Kang's eyes narrowed slightly, a look of perplexity crossing his face. In his view, those capable of seizing the inner dawn from the previous three should not possess such limited cultivation. What surprised him further was that the three, upon seeing their arrival, exhibited little astonishment, instead facing them as if they had anticipated their approach, waiting for them. Especially the white-haired, wide-eyed youth sitting in the middle. The moment Yin Kong laid eyes on him, he felt a peculiar sensation of being seen through. However, upon realizing that the other party was merely at the first level of Qi refinement, he scoffed dismissively and chose to ignore him. "What? You wish to seize our inner Dan?" Qin Lang's words were abruptly interrupted by Yin Kong. "Killing you will naturally grant me the inner Dan. Attack." Both Qin Lang and Lin Chuan were taken aback by Yin Kang's ruthless demeanor, as he showed no intention of offering a chance to surrender the inner Dan before resorting to violence. Truly a callous individual. "Leave those two at the first level of Qi refinement to you. I shall deal with Yin Kong." Lin Chuan stood up, his chakra and spiritual energy having already mingled seamlessly before Yin Kang's arrival. At this moment, they flowed through his meridians, continuously converging towards his hands. emanating a faint purple-gold glow accompanied by a subtle, sizzling sound. "Humph, overconfident fool. I shall eliminate you first before dealing with them." Yin Kong disdainfully scoffed at Lin Chuan, believing that the three of them were unworthy of even forcing him to act. Had it not been for Qin Lang's cultivation at the third level of qi refinement, he would have assigned his subordinates to handle the matter. Instead, the one approaching him was not the strongest, but rather the white-haired boy at the first level. "Little brat, I will make you understand that the gulf between us is akin to heaven and earth. Those who provoke me meet only death." Yin Kong lunged towards Lin Chuan, aiming to seize his throat. Lin Chuan, uninterested in engaging in pointless banter, unleashed a rapid barrage of strikes, targeting the vital points visible through his Byakugan. With a soft thud, Yin Kong found himself unable to directly counter Lin Chuan's seemingly soft yet effective punches. Lin Chuan let out a cold snort. After blocking Yin Kang's arm with his right hand, he swiftly thrust his left hand towards Yin Kang's chest. However, the adversary, being at the 6th level of qi refinement, deftly evaded his strike, though he still managed to graze him slightly. Even this minor contact was significant. A smirk graced Lin Chuan's lips. Unlike a steel fist, his gentle punches did not cause external injuries such as broken bones, but rather inflicted harm directly to the internal organs and meridian systems. Thus, even a slight brush could result in damage. Although such an attack wouldn't immediately incapacitate an opponent, over time, the cumulative effects would be unbearable, even for one at the 6th level of qi refinement. It seems this technique is quite effective, Lin Chuan mused inwardly. In the past few leisurely days, he had slightly modified the method of his gentle fist. When infusing his chakra into an opponent's body, he would control the chakra to inflict damage while simultaneously utilizing the properties of spiritual energy to temporarily suppress the injury, making it difficult for the opponent to detect their internal harm during combat. This way, he could accumulate the injuries until a decisive moment when they would erupt under his control, his ultimate strategy against formidable foes. As the battle progressed, Yin Kong grew increasingly astonished by the resilience of this youth at the 1st level of qi refinement, who managed to endure under his relentless assault for so long, something he had never anticipated. While it appeared to others that Yin Kong was overpowering Lin Chuan with each forceful strike, the latter skillfully neutralized each attack through his unorthodox technique. "Humph, no matter how proficient your martial arts, you cannot evade my strikes indefinitely. You will still meet your demise." Yin Kong roared in fury. The fact that such a weak opponent had thwarted him for so long irked him greatly. Boom. Yin Kong unleashed a powerful punch, which Lin Chuan narrowly dodged. However, the massive tree behind him was instantly severed in half, the explosive sound shocking both Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi. Sweat dripped from Lin Chuan's forehead, yet his mind remained calm. This was undoubtedly the most challenging battle he had faced since crossing over, yet he felt no discouragement, for his gentle fist was still in effect. At this moment, Yin Kang's body was already suffering from internal injuries under Lin Chuan's Byakugan. Should he desire, he could command these injuries to erupt at once, severely wounding this 6th level qi refinement practitioner. However, it was still insufficient. He simply wished to know how long his internal injuries could accumulate. In a swift motion, Lin Chuan evaded yet another lethal strike from Yin Kong, simultaneously delivering a light palm strike towards Yin Kang's chest, aiming directly for his heart. Whoosh! Lin Chuan's chakra seeped silently into Yin Kang's chest, and as it reached the heart, the spiritual energy enveloped it, forcibly suppressing the injury. Die! A cold light flashed in Yin Kang's eyes. The previous opening had been deliberately left for Lin Chuan. In his view, despite the bizarre and seemingly weak punches, they could not inflict any substantial damage. He believed that even if struck by this blow, he would remain unscathed. Yet his own attacks differed. Any strike landing on Lin Chuan would surely result in serious injury. This was why he was willing to exchange injuries. However, in the next instant, Lin Chuan smiled slightly, his chakra erupting explosively, allowing him to leap aside and evade Yin Kang's fatal blow. What? Yin Kong was taken aback, realizing that even in that precarious moment, Lin Chuan had still been holding back. Now, with a full burst of energy, he found himself unable to keep up. Suddenly, Lin Chuan's gaze fixated on a large tree 500 meters away, where 3 figures were hastening towards them. Having previously concentrated solely on the battle, he had not noticed their approach. Are reinforcements arriving? It seems this fight will end prematurely, Lin Chuan thought, focusing intently on the incoming figures. Seizing the moment of Lin Chuan's distraction, Yin Kong surged forward, closing the distance to within 3 meters, his fist raised high, poised to strike. A cruel smile plastered on his face, as if envisioning Lin Chuan's bloodied demise. "Be careful, brother Lin Chuan," Lin cried out in terror. "Lin Chuan." Qin Lang's anxious voice followed, as he disregarded the nearly incapacitated Yin Kong, rushing toward Lin Chuan's direction, unprepared to intercept Yin Kang's attack, fully aware of its futility. The only thing that mattered now was to shield Lin Chuan with his own body. "Don't come over." Lin Chuan's expression changed dramatically as he realized Qin Lang's intentions. He raised his right hand, and the 5 chakra threads connecting to him instantly snapped, with Yin Kang's body on the other end. Puff! The advancing Yin Kong suddenly trembled, violently expelling a mouthful of blood, accompanied by fragments of his internal organs. His body quaked as he rushed forward, resembling a ragged cloth being mercilessly battered, torn apart in midair. In a critical moment, Lin Chuan exerted force, pushing Qin Lang away. But it was too late. He was drenched in Yin Kang's blood and the remnants of his internal organs, a sight of utter disarray. The battlefield fell into a profound silence. "Are you foolish? Do you wish to rush over and deliver yourself to death?" Lin Chuan's voice, filled with urgency and anger, shattered the stillness of the forest. His fist clenched tightly, trembling slightly. He could not fathom why Qin Lang would make such a reckless decision to shield him from harm. The sensation of being cared for was so foreign, sending tremors through his heart. Lin Chuan lowered his head, his white eyes flickering slightly. In that moment, he dared not meet Qin Lang's gaze. Despite having been an orphan longing for care in his past life, and remaining so after his transmigration, he had grown accustomed to the solitude. He felt he was no longer a child, needing no one to act on his behalf. Yet, when Qin Lang rushed out, Lin Chuan was still taken aback. He could not fathom why Qin Lang would make such a decision. After all, he was just a child significantly younger than himself. Lin Chuan's mind went blank for an instant, even experiencing an inexplicable fear. "Hey, aren't you just standing there like a fool? If you die, the next to perish will be me. Of course, I must save you. Only if you survive do we have hope," Qin Lang exclaimed disdainfully, wiping the blood smeared across his face, along with the remnants of internal organs clinging to him, an utterly revolting sight. "Next time, don't be so foolish to rush out. If I can remain calm, it is because I have contingencies." Lin Chuan repressed his thoughts and said, "Got it. Had I known such disgusting things would occur, I would never have come over even if you killed me. Ugh, what is this foul substance? It seems to be something vomited from the stomach. Damn, it's so revolting." Qin Lang shrieked while flinging off the grotesque remnants from his body. Lin Chuan let out a bitter smile and turned to glance at Yin Kong on the ground. The man was not dead yet. He simply lacked the strength to continue his murderous intent. Who on earth are you? You are merely at the first level of qi refinement." Why? Yin Kong lay on the ground, still in disbelief that he had been defeated so thoroughly. Blood continuously flowed from his throat with each breath, cascading down his cheeks and pooling on the ground in a crimson hue. Individuals like you will never comprehend the significance of companionship. Lin Chuan could not be bothered to waste further words with Yin Kong. He struck down on his chest, shattering his heart completely. Then, Lin Chuan turned his attention to a direction in the forest where 3 figures were hastening towards them. They were now merely 30 meters away, yet remained concealed, seemingly waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Lin Chuan recognized these 3. They were the same individuals who had discovered the corpses he had slain upon entering the examination grounds. The 9-year-old boy was at the 4th level of qi refinement, while the other 2, slightly younger, were at the 3rd level, forming a robust team likely to rank among the top 20 in this hunting ground. Their battle seemed to have concluded, as one lay dead on the ground, while the other 2 were considerably injured. Should we approach? Even if they won, their stamina must be severely depleted. If we intervene, our chances of defeating them are high. One of the 3rd level qi refinement boys suggested. "This is an opportunity, but we should wait a moment longer. Something feels amiss," replied the 4th level qi refinement boy. Lin Chuan glanced at the 2 companions of Yin Kong, who had already been defeated by Qin Lang and Lin Chuan. To their astonishment, despite being merely at the 1st level of qi refinement, the foreigner had managed to endure for quite some time against Qin Lang, relying on his physical prowess. Even after sustaining injuries, he had not been completely vanquished. Lin Chuan's situation was much easier. Her opponent at the 1st level of qi refinement had already been dealt with, and she was currently assisting Qin Lang in discarding the disgusting remnants from his body. Though both had not expended much energy, the continuous battles since facing the 4th level spirit beast had left them in a state of extreme fatigue, with little time to rest. The chi available in the chi refinement stage was already limited, and after such extensive combat, both Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi were nearing their limits. Meanwhile, Lin Chuan faced a dual depletion of chakra and physical stamina, rendering his frail body ill-equipped for another high-intensity battle. Especially in the current perilous situation where he could not afford to exhaust his spiritual energy and chakra. Another reason Lin Chuan hesitated to strike was that he sensed no killing intent emanating from the three individuals. After a moment of silence, Lin Chuan turned towards their hiding place and calmly declared, "Come out. I have already detected your presence." His voice made the nerves of the trio tense once more, particularly Bu Lianshi and Qin Lang, who were well aware of the power of his Byakugan. Upon hearing Lin Chuan's words, they immediately understood that someone was indeed approaching, and their expressions turned anxious as they scanned their surroundings. "Have we been exposed? Or is he attempting to deceive us?" One of them asked curiously. "Let us wait and see." The fourth-level Chi refinement boy replied solemnly. "You three, one at the fourth level of Chi refinement and two at the third, hiding behind the fifth tree to the left in the true north direction, how long do you plan to remain concealed?" Lin Chuan directly stated their cultivation levels and hiding spots. How did he discover us? The trio was astonished. They had never encountered anyone capable of pinpointing their levels and locations with such accuracy. Previously, even if someone had sensed their presence, they merely recognized that they were not alone, without being able to ascertain their exact positions. The 9-year-old boy realized that hiding any longer was futile, so he stepped out with the others. He was curious about how Lin Chuan had detected them. While also growing wary, this group was certainly not as simple as they appeared. When they were about 10 meters away, the three halted, watching the scene unfold before them, particularly the white-haired Lin Chuan and the lifeless Yin Kong on the ground. "I feel like I've seen the dead one before, but I can't quite recall who he is." One of them furrowed his brow. He's not the only one. The others also felt a sense of familiarity, but there was little time to investigate a corpse. After a moment of contemplation, the 9-year-old boy spoke. "I am Han Qing. We are all here to pass the examination. There is no need for us to slaughter one another. I know your team is formidable, but having just fought a battle, your chances against us are slim. If you give me half of your inner cores, we will leave immediately." "What do you say? Half of the inner cores? You certainly have quite the audacity." Lin Chuan replied softly, his previously closed eyes suddenly snapping open. His blood-red pupils bore two rapidly spinning black tomo, locking onto Han Qing's gaze. Buzz. Han Qing felt his mind spiral out of control, a wave of endless shadows crashing upon him, as if the world around him was receding in an instant. All voices and figures faded from his consciousness, leaving behind only darkness. It felt as though he were plunging into an eternal slumber, the sleepiness arriving so suddenly that it was unstoppable and unresistible. All memories vanished in that moment, leaving only the two massive eyes suspended in the black void. Blood-red with the tomo spinning within each, their speed oscillating between rapid and slow, appearing almost motionless. He felt his eyelids growing heavier and heavier. "Han Qing, what is wrong? What is happening to you?" Just moments ago, he had been conversing with the white-haired boy. Now, Han Qing had begun to slump as if devoid of life. Were it not for the quick reflexes of his companions, he would have collapsed completely. Boom. All sleepiness vanished in an instant as Han Qing was jolted awake by the calls of his companions, panting heavily while clutching their shoulders. His forehead drenched in sweat as if he had just been pulled from a river, his entire being soaked. What just happened? Those eyes. What on earth transpired? Why do I feel like so much time has passed? Han Qing's mind was blank at that moment, unable to formulate coherent thoughts, as if he had just walked through a terrifying abyss. Had this occurred during battle, he would surely have been dead beyond recovery. Be cautious. Do not gaze into the blood-red eyes of that silver-haired youth, or else. Han Qing stammered. What blood-red eyes? What on earth is wrong with you? What are you talking about? The two companions remained oblivious to the unfolding events, perplexed as to why the strongest among them, Han Qing, had suddenly collapsed, seemingly terrified. That silver-haired boy, his crimson eyes, do not look. Han Qing clutched his throbbing temples. What crimson eyes? His eyes, although peculiar, are white. One companion's words startled Han Qing, prompting him to look up at Lin Chuan, only to confirm that indeed, the youth possessed white irises. What just transpired? Han Qing was utterly astonished. If you desire the inner elixir, you may take it for yourselves, but consider carefully. Do not forget the 3 corpses you encountered upon entering the trial grounds. If you end up like them, It will be quite unfortunate. Lin Chuan calmly addressed the trio before him. Internally, he lamented the inadequacy of the Sharingan's abilities. Possessing merely a single tomo, it could only perform the most rudimentary hypnosis, rendering him incapable of executing any formidable illusions. Nevertheless, the intimidation factor had been achieved, and that sufficed. Upon hearing Lin Chuan's words, the three of them paled instantly. Recalling the terror they felt upon seeing the three corpses in the hunting ground, each devoid of any external wounds, yet their internal organs and meridians had been grievously damaged. These were practitioners at the third level of qi refinement, only slightly weaker than themselves. It was you. Han Qing and his companions gasped in horror. What? Is it so strange? You lingered so long over the bodies of those I killed, stripping them of their clothing. Did you think I was unaware? Lin Chuan spoke slowly, his gaze icy as he regarded the trio before him. His words immediately made them realize that when they discovered the corpses, he must have been watching their every move from nearby, and they had been completely oblivious. A chill ran down their spines, and cold sweat dripped from their backs. Esteemed one, please forgive our previous offense. Here are all the inner elixirs we have obtained as an apology. We beseech you to allow us to leave. And may I ask for your name? I, Han Qing, shall remember it, and would never dare to offend your esteemed reputation again. Han Qing quickly bowed in respect, no longer daring to harbor any ill intentions. While he suspected the silver-haired youth might be blustering, he had no inclination to take the risk. He understood that such a person, even if weakened, was not someone they could contend with. He merely seemed disinclined to engage in combat. Perhaps their initial lack of murderous intent had spared them from disaster. Moreover, upon realizing Lin Chuan's formidable prowess, Han Qing desperately recalled the identity of the deceased, immediately noting the resemblance to Yin Kong, ranked fourth among the newcomers. From his vantage point, he could clearly see the blood and fragmented organs expelled by Yin Kong, further confirming Lin Chuan as the enigmatic master capable of attacking internal organs and meridians. If a confrontation were to occur, he had no confidence in surviving against Lin Chuan. With Yin Kong, a 6th-level qi refinement practitioner, dead, Han Qing, a mere 4th-level practitioner, had no courage to face Lin Chuan, as that would be tantamount to seeking death. Lin Chuan. After a moment's consideration, Lin Chuan uttered his name, confident that his reputation would undoubtedly spread following the conclusion of this assessment. I shall remember. Han Qing nodded, then slowly retreated with his companions until they could no longer see Lin Chuan, finally exhaling in relief as they fled with all their might, eager to distance themselves from the silver-haired youth named Lin Chuan. Once they departed, Lin Chuan turned his attention back to Yin Kong and the others. Qin Lang, having cleaned himself of blood and viscera, began to rummage through Yin Kang's corpse, collecting everything useful, including a number of inner elixirs, even acquiring those from 5th-level qi refinement practitioners, much to the joy of Qin Lang and Bu Yanshi, who were relieved to no longer worry about inner elixirs for their spirit beasts. Shaking his head in resignation, Lin Chuan observed the two surviving companions of Yin Kong. Both bore injuries, though not severe, evidently due to the leniency of Bu Yanshi and Qin Lang. This was reasonable. The outcome of the battle had little bearing on them, and was entirely determined by Lin Chuan's victory over Yin Kong. Additionally, out of sympathy for the oppressed duo, Bu Yanshi and Qin Lang had refrained from inflicting serious harm. "Fae is it?" Lin Chuan inquired with interest, addressing the tall foreigner. "Do with me as you will." Fae replied coldly, brow furrowed. "If you manage to survive and escape, seek me out. What Yin Kong could not provide, I can." Lin Chuan remarked before turning to depart, with Bu Yanshi and Qin Lang. "Why should I trust your words? What can you offer me?" Fae shouted defiantly. "An opportunity to stand at the pinnacle of the cultivation world. An opportunity to follow me. If you still harbor dreams of becoming powerful. As for why you should trust me, because trusting me could grant you immortality." Lin Chuan replied languidly. After walking a few hundred meters, Lin Chuan glanced back at Qin Lang, who lay on the ground laughing uncontrollably, rendering him speechless. "Trust me to achieve immortality. Ha ha ha. Can you utter anything more absurd?" Qin Lang guffawed. Bu Yanshi stood by with a subtle smile, regarding Lin Chuan with amusement. Indeed. It would be better to keep Qin Lang away from Bu Yanshi in the future. One wouldn't want him to lead her astray. Lin Chuan mused internally. Enough of the laughter, it is time to rise. We have yet to complete our task of hunting spirit beasts, Lin Chuan declared, pulling Bu Yanshi along with a smile, leaving Qin Lang to emit a wail of despair. The inner elixirs obtained from Yin Kong are more than sufficient. But they weren't your kills, lamented someone in utter exasperation. In the subsequent 2 days, the trio both cultivated and hunted spirit beasts, encountering no other groups. During this time, Qin Lang, while examining the spoils acquired from Yin Kong, was thrilled to discover 3 solidifying elixirs suitable for qi refinement practitioners, though not particularly rare. These elixirs were immensely valuable for orphans like them, as they cleared impurities from the body's meridians, facilitating smoother circulation of spiritual energy. And the herbal essence contained within could enhance cultivation when refined by an alchemist. While these foundational elixirs were basic, their initial consumption yielded tremendous benefits for Bu Lianshi and Qin Lang, resulting in rapid breakthroughs within just 2 days. Qin Lang advanced to the 4th level of qi refinement, while Bu Lianshi reached the 3rd level, a testament to their accumulated efforts. As for Lin Chuan, his fortune seemed less favorable. The effects of the elixirs he consumed were not as pronounced, providing only a slight increase in spiritual energy. Nevertheless, with the aid of these elixirs, he managed to break through to the 2nd level of qi refinement a few days earlier than anticipated. The sensation of heightened cultivation is delightful. By the way, Lin Chuan, with your recent advancement, does that mean you now possess the strength to contend with practitioners at the 7th level of qi refinement? Qin Lang queried eagerly. He understood that the elevation from the 2nd to the 7th level was not comparable, yet Lin Chuan's existence defied conventional reasoning, stirring his curiosity regarding Lin Chuan's current capabilities. Yes, should I encounter a 7th level practitioner now, I would prevail with ease, Lin Chuan affirmed with a nod. Though it may appear that Lin Chuan has merely ascended a single level of spiritual energy cultivation, the past 2 days have significantly enhanced his physical body, allowing him to absorb a considerable amount of the consumed inner elixirs. This has resulted in both the quality and quantity of his chakra being notably augmented. This enhancement is comprehensive, proving far more potent than a mere elevation of a single tier in spiritual energy. Wow, this is fantastic. We can finally face any challenge without fear, even against the top-ranked group. Qin Lang exclaimed joyfully, relishing the sense of unrestrained confidence. Bu Lianshi shook his head in resignation. But there are still formidable spirit beasts to contend with. With Lin Chuan Byakugan, we have nothing to fear when encountering powerful spirit beasts. Qin Lang replied nonchalantly. With just 1 day remaining, those who have passed the assessment yet have not reached the foundation establishment stage will soon enter. What do you think our chances are? Lin Chuan inquired, raising his hands in a gesture of uncertainty as he regarded Qin Lang with a quizzical expression. Even if we only rank first today, I would be quite pleased. Qin Lang chose to disregard the impending threat of powerful adversaries, opting instead to live in the present moment. Ignoring Qin Lang's rather foolish response, Lin Chuan returned to his training. He had been diligently honing his chakra control, having nearly mastered tree climbing and walking on water. Although he still required more practice to achieve proficiency in these intricate skills, which are crucial for his future ninjutsu training. As for the 2 transformations of chakra, nature transformation and form transformation, Lin Chuan has thus far mastered the former. With his Rinnegan, he inherently commands all forms of chakra transformation, encompassing the 7 elemental attributes of water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, yin, and yang. However, he has yet to grasp form transformation, which necessitates substantial chakra for practice. Techniques such as Sasuke's Chidori and Naruto's Rasengan exemplify chakra's form transformation. To achieve these, he must persist in training after the examination concludes. Nevertheless, having mastered nature transformation, he has met the requirements to utilize ninjutsu, a practice reserved for those at the foundation establishment stage in this world. The only caveat is that his chakra reserves still require enhancement. He must intensify his training during this period to absorb a greater quantity of inner elixir power, thereby continuously increasing his chakra levels. As Lin Chuan pondered, he ambled across the surface of a small river, diligently training his chakra control. When the 5th day of the assessment arrived, he ceased hunting spirit beasts and, accompanied by Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi, made their way toward the center of the 44th hunting ground. With only 1 day left until the formidable cultivators would enter the hunting grounds, they needed to gather the crimson flame lotus from the underground magma lake beforehand. As they approached, Lin Chuan was compelled to keep his Byakugan activated at all times, vigilant for potential dangers. Numerous powerful spirit beasts lurked in the vicinity, including those at the 10th level of qi refinement. A moment's inattention could prove fatal. Moreover, The presence of other groups posed a risk as well. Although he was confident in his own strength, Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi were not sufficiently powerful to ensure their safety. Encounters with others could lead to perilous situations. So he aimed to avoid unnecessary confrontations that could deplete their strength, allowing them to reach the heart of the forest safely, albeit at a slower pace. What lay ahead was no longer a towering forest of colossal trees, but rather an expansive lake, akin to a grand hot spring. The surface of the water billowed with thick steam, permeated by an acrid scent, indicating that they had arrived at the edge of the underground magma lake. There are passages leading underground. Let us proceed, Lin Chuan declared, glancing at the lake before guiding the two toward the passage revealed by his Byakugan. It was a direct route into a lava cave, stretching out of sight within a kilometer's range of his Byakugan. The labyrinthine network of caverns posed a challenge for ordinary individuals attempting to collect the Crimson Flame Lotus, as they could easily become lost or even perish within. However, under Lin Chuan's Byakugan, such challenges were rendered trivial. Upon entering the lava cave, the trio was immediately enveloped by an intense heat, reminiscent of stepping into a steamer. Remember, if we locate the Crimson Flame Lotus, you must not attempt to pick it. Only I shall do so, understood? Lin Chuan stated gravely, refraining from elaborating on the sordid matters that lay behind his warning. Understood. Both companions discerned the seriousness in Lin Chuan's tone and readily acquiesced. They recognized that without Lin Chuan, their chances of reaching this point would have been nearly non-existent. Upon entering the hunting ground, they might have been swiftly eliminated. Thus, they were bound to comply with his directive unconditionally. Lin Chuan nodded and, with the two in tow, descended further into the depths. With the 360-degree perspective afforded by his Byakugan, he could clearly observe all the cavernous pathways within a kilometer below. What others perceived as a labyrinthine maze was easily navigable for Lin Chuan, allowing him to discern dead ends from viable routes. And he effortlessly eliminated the paths that would lead to nowhere, opting instead for a passage that extended beyond his field of vision. Follow me, Lin Chuan commanded, leading the way into a narrow tunnel. This, Qin Lang remarked, gazing at the entrance, which barely permitted the passage of a small child. He glanced back at the far more spacious tunnel they had traversed earlier. Lin Chuan, are you certain you didn't make an error? Would you prefer to trust your own eyes, or my Byakugan? Lin Chuan responded with a light chuckle. Bu Lianshi examined her surroundings and, without hesitation, positioned herself beside Lin Chuan, asserting, I choose to trust Lin Chuan's vision. But I, Qin Lang lamented, his face contorted in dismay. I don't think I can fit through. I seem a bit too ample. Lin Chuan, preoccupied with selecting the shortest and most navigable route, had momentarily overlooked Qin Lang's physique. After considering the cramped passage, Lin Chuan shrugged. This is the most direct route to the depths. If we bypass it, we would have to take a much longer detour, and who knows what dangers await us along the way. While your stature may be somewhat robust, trust me, you can squeeze through. Bu Lianshi stifled a laugh, her eyes glimmering with mirth. Gritting his teeth, Qin Lang ultimately resolved not to pursue alternative routes, as they would undoubtedly be far more treacherous. All right, Bu Lianshi will lead. I'll be in the middle, and Qin Lang will bring up the rear. Lin Chuan clapped his hands, establishing their order and signaling for Bu Lianshi to proceed. Why am I at the back? Qin Lang questioned, perplexed. In case you get stuck. You won't obstruct our path. Lin Chuan shrugged, offering a relaxed explanation. Uffed. Bu Lianshi could no longer contain her laughter, and under Qin Lang's dark glare, she hurriedly crawled into the tunnel. Though the entrance appeared diminutive, the interior was surprisingly spacious enough that Qin Lang did not become truly stuck. And the trio successfully reached the tunnel's end. Emerging from the tunnel, they found themselves a kilometer underground, and Lin Chuan's expression grew markedly serious. No longer in a playful mood, he maintained his Byakugan's activation, scanning for any lurking dangers. Suddenly, Lin Chuan's gaze sharpened, and he urged the group deeper into the cave, running swiftly for approximately 300 meters before halting. The air was thick with a pungent metallic scent, mingled with the steam from the cavern, amplifying the intensity of the aroma. On the ground lay a patch of dark red blood, evaporated under high temperatures, leaving behind only hardened clots resembling scabs. Scattered around were remnants of dismembered corpses, their wounds jagged, as if torn apart by some ferocious beast. This is... Bu Lianshi's face turned pale with fright, hiding behind Lin Chuan, unable to look further. Qin Lang was equally shocked, staring at the brutal scene before him, his eyes wide open. It appeared as though a savage creature had ravaged this place. Could there be a formidable spirit beast lurking in this underground magma lake? Swallowing hard, Qin Lang managed to speak. Upon noticing the oddities surrounding them, Lin Chuan had already scanned the area with his Byakugan, finding nothing peculiar. Let alone any spirit beasts, only the remnants scattered about. It seemed there was still something formidable here. He wondered whether the Lin family was unaware or if they had intentionally led them here to serve as fodder. Lin Chuan's brows furrowed deeply. He had intended to gather some crimson flame lotus, hoping to reduce the number of people who would enter this place later, thus minimizing the risk of others being consumed by the lotus's spirit roots. However, he realized that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. From now on, you must stay close to me. Do not stray more than 5 meters away, understood? Lin Chuan said solemnly. 5 meters was the farthest distance he could extend his chakra. Any farther, and in an emergency, even he would be powerless. Understood. Both responded, with Bulianshur even clutching Lin Chuan's garment tightly, refusing to let go. Once he confirmed that the surroundings were safe, Lin Chuan led them towards a secluded cave about 100 meters away. With the Byakugan's scrutiny, he distinctly saw a red lotus growing on the crimson stone wall. It must be the crimson flame lotus. Before long, the trio arrived at the stone wall, and indeed, there stood the crimson flame lotus, its fiery petals radiating rich spiritual energy, yet the intense heat deterred them from approaching. Occasionally, a wisp of flame would mysteriously rise from the lotus, emitting a blinding glow. Qin Lang and Bulianshur adhered to Lin Chuan's instruction, refraining from advancing. However, Lin Chuan, after enveloping his palm in chakra infused with, cautiously approached, reaching out to grasp the crimson flame lotus, gently plucking it from its perch. In that instant of contact, Lin Chuan felt something within the lotus attempting to extract something from his body, but it was thwarted by the chakra covering his hand, ultimately failing. Indeed, it seeks to drain the spirit root of the harvester. Fortunately, I had prepared for this, Lin Chuan thought, just as he was about to store the lotus. His expression shifted abruptly. He distinctly felt a pulling force from his abdomen, akin to an overwhelming yearning and pleading. Was it the fruit of the divine tree? The fruit of the divine tree craved to consume the crimson flame lotus? Lin Chuan's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and dread in this perilous lava cave. He truly did not know what would happen if he ingested the lotus. Lin Chuan, what's wrong? Bulianshur, noticing Lin Chuan's altered demeanor after he had plucked the lotus, asked anxiously. Nothing. We must leave here swiftly. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Chuan's countenance changed again. He sensed the pulling force from the divine tree's fruit intensifying. Damn it. While consumption is normally beneficial, in this context Lin Chuan gritted his teeth internally. Yet the force within him would not allow him to contemplate further. The divine tree's fruit even released a wisp of purple mist, surging through his meridians towards the crimson flame lotus in his palm. Protect me. Lin Chuan immediately sat cross-legged on the ground, shoving the crimson flame lotus into his mouth and swallowing it whole. This scene startled both Qin Lang and Bulianshur profoundly. Lin Chuan, that's an herb used for foundation-building alchemy. You can't consume it directly. But before they could finish their protest, they watched as Lin Chuan's throat moved, clearly indicating he had swallowed it. This is dire. While consuming herbs isn't particularly harmful, Lin Chuan has ingested one that exceeds his cultivation level. Even though his body is unique enough to digest inner alchemy, the energies within herbs differ from those in inner alchemy. What are we to do? Bulianshur exclaimed, her face paling further. The energy from the herb must be refined by an alchemist before it can be absorbed by cultivators. By consuming it directly, it risks a violent reaction within him. But the issue is, he has already ingested it. We have no other options. As Lin Chuan advised, we must focus on protecting him, Qin Lang declared after a moment of silence. Let us not forget, Lin Chuan has stated that as long as he can face it calmly, he will have a contingency plan. All we can do now is ensure his safety. Qin Lang's fists clenched tightly, his previously languid gaze sharpening as he scanned the surroundings, adopting a defensive posture. He had always been the one protecting the two of them. Now, it was their turn to protect him. Hearing Qin Lang's words, Bulianshur glanced back at Lin Chuan, who sat with his eyes closed in meditation, resolutely positioning herself in front of him, forming a final line of defense. At this moment, a tremendous surge of energy roiled within Lin Chuan, comprising both the natural energies of the heavens and earth and the unique plant energy from the herb. These energies converged towards his dantian, completely beyond Lin Chuan's control. Why does the fruit of the divine tree wish to consume the crimson flame lotus? What is happening? Lin Chuan pondered, his brow furrowed, not daring to make the slightest movement. Despite being uncontrollable, the plant energy exceeded his usual limits. Should anything go awry, even a minor upheaval could leave his body severely damaged, if not fatal. The potency of the foundation-building herbs was indeed not something a mere chi refining stage cultivator like him could manage. It was a stroke of luck that he had not been overwhelmed. He hoped that once the divine tree's fruit had absorbed this energy, it would settle down, and that he might gain additional strength thereafter. To everyone's astonishment, Lin Chuan's consumption was remarkably brief, completing the absorption in less than 3 minutes, entirely assimilating the power of the crimson flame lotus. When Lin Chuan opened his eyes again, even he could scarcely believe that such a vast energy had been completely dissipated within that short span. "Lin Chuan, you're awake. That is wonderful," Bu Lianshi exclaimed, sensing movement behind her and turning to see Lin Chuan regaining consciousness. "What about the crimson flame lotus you absorbed? Quickly expel any unabsorbed energy. Directly absorbing that plant energy without an alchemist's refinement is perilous. The crimson flame lotus has been completely absorbed by me." Lin Chuan's next words nearly dropped Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi's jaws to the ground. "Absorbed entirely? What is going on?" The two could only express their astonishment at Lin Chuan's side, feeling as though they had exhausted their capacity for surprise during this period, yet it still seemed insufficient. Lin Chuan had brought them not just astonishment, but sheer terror, shattering many of their preconceived notions. Lin Chuan could deeply relate to their feelings, as it was akin to informing his past self that water flows uphill or that fire is cold, challenges to all accepted truths. The revelations Lin Chuan provided Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi about the cultivation realm were no less astounding, and these occurrences were indeed unfolding before their very eyes. To claim they were not shocked would be disingenuous. Time was of the essence, and upon regaining consciousness, Lin Chuan's immediate action was to open his eyes and survey his surroundings. Upon confirming that there was no threat, he finally exhaled in relief and stood up. "Are you truly all right?" Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi exchanged their expressions and looked at Lin Chuan with a mixture of concern and incredulity. "I am fine. I have already absorbed." Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Chuan's expression abruptly changed, and he cursed inwardly. What is happening here? Within his dantian, the divine tree and Apos' fruit was now emitting an even more potent force of absorption. This sensation was akin to a parched individual experiencing an overwhelming greed after tasting an exquisite delicacy. The primal instinct to consume overshadowed all rational thought, manifesting in a wild and ferocious manner. How could this be? Lin Chuan's eyes widened in horror as he acutely sensed the terrifying force of absorption erupting from his dantian. This power's insatiable craving for the essence of vegetation had transcended all limits, beginning to directly consume Lin Chuan's physical form in the absence of satisfaction. He had no doubt that if this continued, he would be drained to a mere husk. Damn it! Is it because it is also a plant that the divine tree's fruit requires the essence of vegetation to grow? He cursed inwardly, realizing too late the implications of this situation, as the urgent voices of Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi became a distant murmur to him. "I must quickly locate the crimson flame lotus, or I shall truly perish under the divine tree's fruits devouring." Gritting his teeth, Lin Chuan's eyes transformed into the Rinnegan, enabling him to conduct a broader, frantic search for the crimson flame lotus in the vicinity. Moments later, upon discovering a crimson flame lotus, he hurriedly stepped forward, crossing paths with Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi, and managed to utter, "Stay close," before vanishing into the depths of the cave. Bu Lianshi and Qin Lang exchanged a glance, and without hesitation, they followed closely, resolute in their commitment to never abandon their companion. After running approximately 300 meters downward, Lin Chuan found a solitary crimson flame lotus in an almost undetectable hidden corner. With no time to hesitate, he swiftly plucked it and stuffed it into his mouth. The moment the crimson lotus entered, it transformed into a torrent of energy infused with the essence of vegetation and spiritual energy, coursing through Lin Chuan's meridians. However, simultaneously, the devouring force from the divine tree's fruit surged, immediately consuming this energy entirely. Having consumed the crimson flame lotus, Lin Chuan felt a significant improvement, at the very least. The divine tree's fruit would no longer devour his physical form. Had he known that consuming a single lotus would yield such an intense reaction, he would have sought out a location with a greater abundance of crimson flame lotuses. Now, he had nearly risked his life. As he sighed in relief, he resumed his search for more crimson flame lotuses using the Rinnegan, aware that the divine tree's fruit remained unsatisfied and needed more of the lotus. Its current dormancy was merely a temporary phase for digestion. At this moment, Bu Lianshi and Qin Lang finally caught up, and without exchanging a word, they hurriedly followed Lin Chuan's lead to the next area. Approximately 2 kilometers below, there existed a location teeming with crimson flame lotuses, where 11 of them blossomed. Lin Chuan had finally discovered a site rich in these precious flowers. However, he needed to remain vigilant and search for additional lotuses along the way. With Bu Lianshi and Qin Lang in tow, Lin Chuan dashed downward, knowing that the recently consumed lotus would not sustain him for long. He had to gather more along the journey. Thus, the trio, guided by Lin Chuan's Rinnegan, swiftly harvested the concealed crimson flame lotuses hidden in the crevices as they raced toward the destination revealed by the Rinnegan. Finally, we can rest for a moment. Lin Chuan gazed at the 11 blooming crimson flame lotuses before him, nearly overwhelmed with emotion. Without a moment to spare, he harvested them all and placed them into his bag. Lin Chuan, what is happening? Consuming so many crimson flame lotuses won't cause any issues, will it? Bu Lianshi asked anxiously. Not consuming them would present a far greater problem. Lin Chuan replied, shoving another lotus into his mouth. I need a larger quantity of crimson flame lotuses. His Rinnegan remained activated, scanning the surrounding lava cave. However, the urgency was not as acute as before, allowing Lin Chuan to refrain from using the Rinnegan further, as it would deplete a considerable amount of chakra. Your body and your eyes. Qin Lang hesitated, struggling to find the right words. I'll explain later. Come quickly. I've discovered something remarkable, Lin Chuan exclaimed, excitement illuminating his face as he sprinted deeper into the cave. 10 minutes later, with only 3 crimson flame lotuses remaining in his bag, he finally arrived at the enormous lava cave previously seen by his Rinnegan. In the center of this cavern lay a magma lake over 10 meters wide, surrounded by 200 to 300 blooming crimson flame lotuses, resembling a sea of flames, radiating an intense heat wave. How can there be so many crimson flame lotuses here? Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi stared in disbelief at the vibrant display of red flowers, rendered speechless by the sight. These crimson flame lotuses should be sufficient for the divine tree's fruit to consume, Lin Chuan thought to himself, proceeding to channel his chakra into his palms as he began to harvest the lotuses with all his might. However, in the next moment, his movements abruptly halted, and he lost control of his body. What is happening? Lin Chuan stared in shock at the divine tree's fruit, which had been quietly hovering in his dantian, suddenly releasing a vast cloud of purple mist. This mist rapidly filled Lin Chuan's meridians, and then surged forth from every acupuncture point in his body, instantly enveloping the entire massive lava cave. What is this? Lin Chuan, what are you doing? Come back, Qin Lang shouted anxiously. He watched helplessly as Lin Chuan was consumed by the purple mist, unable to intervene, and even he and Bu Lianshi were hesitant to approach Lin Chuan, as the searing heat had reached their limits. Only Lin Chuan, as a practitioner capable of releasing spiritual energy, could survive within its confines. Damn it. It takes at least a 6th-level practitioner to endure this place. What on earth is this purple mist? Qin Lang was drenched in sweat from anxiety. Qin Lang, I'll transfer my spiritual energy to you. Go in and save brother Lin Chuan, Bu Lianshi declared, as if making a difficult decision. You would transfer your spiritual energy to me? But Qin Lang looked at Bu Lianshi in astonishment. Once spiritual energy enters a person's body, it bears the mark of that practitioner. Unless a spell is cast to return it to nature, it cannot be directly utilized by another. There's no need for surprise. This is my ability, Bu Lianshi replied, shaking her head as she gazed at the encroaching purple mist in the cave. This is the only way, otherwise, you'd be entering a death trap without the means to survive. Brother Lin Chuan is our companion. We cannot abandon him. All right, Qin Lang nodded, finally convinced by Bu Lianshi's resolute expression. However, before Bu Lianshi could initiate her spell, the purple mist within the cave began to rapidly contract, forming a colossal vortex that spiraled into Lin Chuan's body and vanished, taking with it the 200 to 300 crimson flame lotuses that had originally flourished in that location. Gulp. Qin Lang swallowed hard, his gaze fixed in shock on the spectacle before him. Had all those crimson flame lotuses been absorbed by Lin Chuan? Bu Lianshi's eyes widened in disbelief, as if she could scarcely comprehend the sight before her. How could so many crimson flame lotuses have been consumed in such a brief moment? Brother Lin Chuan, what manner of creature is this? The sheer volume of foundational herbs devoured was astonishing. Even if Lin Chuan did not actively partake in this consumption, the essence of these herbs had inevitably entered his being. The vitality of the plants had been almost entirely absorbed by the fruit of the divine tree. While only a minuscule portion of the excess spiritual energy had been drawn in, resulting in an overwhelming surge of celestial energy within Lin Chuan. Damn it! With such an abundance of energy, if I do not refine it quickly, I might truly burst. Lin Chuan gritted his teeth, refraining from any unnecessary movements, fully immersing himself in his cultivation to the point where even shifting was impossible. Meanwhile, the fruit of the divine tree, having devoured over 300 crimson flame lotuses, had finally succumbed to silence, beginning to digest the recently acquired vitality. As time elapsed, it subtly released more violet mist, gradually merging with Lin Chuan's form, seemingly instigating a transformation. Observing Lin Chuan, now deeply engrossed in his cultivation, Qin Lang and Bulianqi exchanged wry smiles after a prolonged silence. They were utterly at a loss for how to respond to Lin Chuan's astonishing feats. Since entering the 44th hunting ground, Lin Chuan had consistently challenged their expectations. Whether it was with his formidable soft fist capable of damaging internal organs or the bloodline limit, Byakugan, that enabled him to perceive over a kilometer away. Just when they thought they had witnessed the zenith of Lin Chuan's capabilities, he surprised them yet again by revealing that inner elixirs could be directly ingested. And foundational herbs were also consumable during the qi refinement stage, thoughts they had previously dared not entertain, lest they invite disaster. What shall we do now? Bulianqi inquired helplessly, her gaze fixed on Lin Chuan. What else can we do? We can only stay here. We cannot possibly leave him alone. Qin Lang replied, plopping down against the rocky wall to rest. He had nearly rushed in earlier, and had it not been for Bulianqi's ability to transfer spiritual energy, he would have risked his own injuries to extricate Lin Chuan. What I mean is, should we remove Lin Chuan from this place? It feels inherently unsafe, especially with so many crimson flame lotuses originally growing here. The Lin family must be aware of this location. If someone were to come, our cultivation might not suffice to handle them. Bulianqi's brow furrowed deeply, her heart in turmoil as she gazed at Lin Chuan, who was absorbed in his meditation. Qin Lang understood Bulianqi's concerns. Although their cultivation had improved, rendering them exceptional among newcomers, by the 6th day, they would be facing not only these novices but also other cultivators who had not yet reached the foundational stage, including formidable foes at the 10th level of qi refinement. Lin Chuan's current state makes movement difficult. Let us guard this spot for a while. If he is not awakened by noon tomorrow, we shall devise a plan, Qin Lang suggested. Scalding steam continuously billowed from the cave, and after a moment of hesitation, they chose to cultivate and guard 100 meters away from the entrance. Otherwise, the energy required to withstand the heat would be too taxing. Should an enemy approach, they would be unable to fight at full strength. Outside the protective array of the 44th hunting ground, in a secluded forest, 12 individuals appeared silently, most at the 6th or 7th level of qi refinement, with the leader possessing an impressive 9th level cultivation. Wu Hai, is this operation foolproof? Inquired one of the 7th level youths in a hushed tone. Rest assured, I have bribed a core disciple of the Lin family, who has provided me with a temporary token for entering the 44th hunting ground. As long as the Lin family does not conduct a thorough investigation, no one will discover our early entry. Wu Hai responded, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He had meticulously planned this early foray into the hunting ground to gather crimson flame lotuses and had invested considerable resources into it. However, he believed that the rewards would far exceed those of other teams, potentially granting them ample cultivation resources from the Lin family, enabling them to break through to the foundational stage. Trust me, following me will yield bountiful rewards. While I was negotiating with that core disciple, I also acquired information regarding the crimson flame lotuses from a Lin family disciple specializing in gathering various spiritual herbs. Wu Hai said with a cryptic smile. What information? Wu Hai, do not keep us in suspense. Please tell us. The group brightened, eagerly imploring him. The success of this venture was crucial for their future cultivation resources, and each one was keenly focused on acquiring more crimson flame lotuses, which was the very reason for their risky early entry into the hunting ground. Time was of the essence, as the number of crimson flame lotuses was finite, and if someone else got to them first, they would be left empty-handed. Before coming here, we pooled our resources to fund this endeavor, so I intend to maximize our investment to the fullest. The good news is that I have pinpointed the exact location where the Lin family cultivates crimson flame lotuses and the route to that cave. If all goes as planned, there should be 200 to 300 crimson flame lotuses growing there. If we can harvest them all, we will secure our cultivation resources for the next 3 years. Wu Hai's words ignited fervent excitement among the group, as if the flames of the crimson flame lotuses were beckoning them. Enough talk, let us enter the hunting ground. With a commanding voice, Wu Hai raised his hand and unleashed a jade pendant, which disintegrated into ashes upon contact with the protective array, seamlessly merging into the formation. In the next moment, the previously impenetrable array bizarrely cracked open, revealing a small breach. Wu Hai nodded to the others and charged through the opening, followed by the entire team of 12, after which the array restored itself, as though nothing had transpired. Meanwhile, Lin Chuan was tirelessly refining the immense spiritual energy within him. But the sheer volume of consumed crimson flame lotuses, being foundational herbs, contained an overwhelming amount of vitality and natural energy. The fruit of the divine tree was primarily interested in the vitality of the herbs, absorbing only a fraction of the natural energy, which resulted in Lin Chuan being inundated with the spiritual essence from the crimson flame lotuses. Had it not been for the fruit of the divine tree anchoring itself in his dantian, Lin Chuan believed he would have already exploded. Initially intending to slowly consume these herbs, he was taken aback by the urgency of the fruit of the divine tree. Now, both his dantian and meridians were brimming with spiritual energy, rendering him incapable of even the slightest movement. With such an overwhelming influx of energy, he pondered how long it would take to fully digest it all. Lin Chuan felt as if he were at his wit's end. The most pressing concern was the safety of this location. There was no guarantee that someone would not find it. And at that moment, Qin Lang and Bulianshi may not be able to fend them off. If it came to that, it would be disastrous, Lin Chuan mused, hastening the absorption and refinement of the energy. Throughout this process, he noticed the fruit of the divine tree releasing a significant amount of violet mist that mingled with his being. Yet he had neither the capability nor the time to assess the changes occurring within him. As time continued to pass, Qin Lang and Bulianshi grew increasingly anxious as they observed Lin Chuan remaining utterly still. Had they not felt the fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from him, they might have feared he had been overwhelmed by the energy. The 6th day was fast approaching, although it took time to traverse from the periphery to this location. For the youths who had passed the assessment, it would not take long at all. Suddenly, Bulianshi's expression changed as she gazed into the depths of a cave. Sensing the approach of others, 12 of them, what? Qin Lang, who had been resting on the ground, abruptly stood up, astonished as he looked at Bulianshi. Before they even entered the hunting ground, Bulianshi had already demonstrated her remarkable perceptiveness. Had it not been for Lin Chuan's special vision, Bulianshi would undoubtedly have played an extraordinary role in this assessment. However, her words now plunged Qin Lang as hard into despair. Lin Chuan was still unconscious. Sitting cross-legged within the cave, Lin Chuan remained oblivious to the imminent danger creeping closer. What should we do? Their cultivation seems to surpass ours. I can sense them from a distance, but they will reach us shortly. Bulianshi, being merely an 8-year-old girl, panicked as peril approached. Despite her efforts to remain calm, her trembling hands betrayed her inner turmoil. Stay composed. Let us think this through. They may not be coming directly here. They could simply be passing by from a nearby cave, Qin Lang said, taking a deep breath. You go to the entrance and try to wake Lin Chuan. I will scout ahead. After speaking, Qin Lang hurried down the path Bulianshi had taken. Clenching her fists, Bulianshi turned and ran toward Lin Chuan's location. Brother Lin Chuan, 12 people are coming. We are in grave danger. Can you move? We need to leave this place temporarily. Bulianshi pressed her ear against the cave wall, struggling against the searing heat emanating from within. Sweat soaked her clothes, yet no matter how loudly she called, Lin Chuan remained as still as stone, offering no response. Suddenly, Bulianshi's expression shifted again. Indeed, they were headed straight for them. Almost immediately, Qin Lang appeared at the tunnel's mouth, racing toward Bulianshi, his face grim. Damn it! Those people have already passed the assessment. Why are they entering the hunting ground before the appointed time? The weakest among them is at the 6th level of Qi refinement, with some even at the 9th level. How did they manage to get in? Are the Lin family members fools? If it were a group from the current assessment, Qin Lang and Bulianshi could have relied on their advantageous position to hold out for a while. However, these individuals far surpassed their capabilities. How could they possibly contend? The lowest among them was at the 6th level of Qi refinement, which meant they were targeting this magma cave directly. Bulianshur realized the purpose of these intruders. Only those at the 6th level and above could enter the cave without suffering burns. There is no other option. Lin Chuan cannot be awakened. We must hold our ground. We have no retreat. Qin Lang's face was clouded with anxiety, yet even now, he harbored no thoughts of fleeing. Throughout their journey, Lin Chuan had protected them, shielding them from danger while seeking opportunities to enhance their strength. Their rapid advancement over the past few days was entirely due to Lin Chuan's efforts. Now was the time for them to defend Lin Chuan. Even if it seemed tantamount to courting death, he would not back down. Absolutely, absolutely. He would not allow those he cherished to come to harm. Even if it cost him his life, he would not retreat. Qin Lang muttered softly, his expression more serious than ever. Standing nearby, Bulianshur glanced back at the tranquil figure of Lin Chuan, a faint smile gracing her lips. Brother Lin Chuan, since that incident, you have been the first to give me a sense of security. Though your mischievous smile can sometimes be unreliable, aside from you and Qin Lang, I have no other ties in this world. If you give up, then I see no reason to keep living. Qin Lang and Bulianshur exchanged a silent glance of understanding, devoid of encouraging words, only the tumultuous energy swirling within them. They both knew that at this moment, only a fight to the death awaited them. Inside the cave, Lin Chuan, who appeared calm in his meditation, was in fact tumultuous within. He had detected the presence of the 12 intruders even before Bulianshur, and although his eyes were closed, his Byakugan provided him with a 360-degree field of vision and a range of 1 kilometer. Even during meditation, he kept his Byakugan activated, aware of his surroundings. Damn it. After a whole day, I've only refined half of the spiritual energy. This is torture. Lin Chuan cursed inwardly. The divine fruit of the sacred tree had chosen to absorb so many crimson flame lilies in this location, threatening his very existence. He was filled with spiritual energy but dared not move, for a misstep could turn him into a bomb, endangering not only himself, but also Qin Lang and Bulianshur. His only hope was that Qin Lang and Bulianshur could escape quickly. That way, even if he exploded, they would remain unharmed. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he saw Qin Lang and Bulianshur begin to channel their energy, blocking the path to the cave. It would be a lie to say he was not moved. After all, few would willingly stand in front of their companions in such a perilous situation, akin to inviting death. The 12 approaching individuals were all cultivators above the 6th level of Qi refinement, far beyond their capabilities. Yet, despite this, they showed no inclination to abandon Lin Chuan and flee alone. This sentiment was both foreign and astonishing to Lin Chuan, who had always walked alone. Someone is willing to risk their life for my insignificant existence. Is it worth it? Lin Chuan smiled bitterly. Since arriving in this world, he had resolved to continue his solitary existence, devoid of attachments, weaknesses, or vulnerabilities, striving solely to reach the pinnacle of this realm. Yet, at this moment, he sensed the emergence of something precious in his life, an unbreakable bond, a splash of color amidst the gray. He never anticipated that such a feeling could be so delightful. Since he refused to leave, what reason do I have to hold back? For myself, and for you. Time was of the essence. Refining energy was no longer feasible. Instead, he would channel all this energy into his 130 trillion cells. Lin Chuan thought resolutely, beginning to expel spiritual energy from his dantian and meridians, dispersing it throughout his body. The excruciating pain was something Lin Chuan had never experienced before. As if his entire being were being pulverized and reassembled. The agony surged like mountains and seas, yet he did not cease. He quickened his pace, for he had no reason to abandon his friends who were risking their lives for him. He understood that at this moment, only a fight to the death awaited. Big brother Wu Hai, are we almost there? A young boy asked anxiously. Almost. After this bend, we should arrive. You all did well along the way, clearing out anyone who discovered us. We've achieved most of our mission. The remaining task is to harvest the crimson flame lilies. Wu Hai, at the 9th level of Qi refinement, smiled as he spoke. Upon hearing they were nearing their destination, everyone grew excited. There were 200 to 300 crimson flame lilies. If they succeeded in harvesting them and presented them to the Lin family, they would undoubtedly receive substantial rewards. Their cultivation resources for the coming years would be secured. Someone's coming? As they turned the corner, the crowd immediately spotted 2 figures standing at the end of the passageway. These individuals, diminutive in stature, were unmistakably children. Yet their positioning effectively obstructed the narrow corridor. had someone raced ahead. Wu Hai's expression darkened. Move, he commanded, and with that, he surged forward. His cultivation at the 9th level of Qi refinement erupting into a burst of speed that no one could match. It was time to unleash his full power, Qin Lang thought to himself, observing the imposing figure charging towards him, exuding a powerful wave of spiritual energy. Remarkably, he felt no fear. With a firm step, he unleashed his own spiritual energy, propelling himself forward. You dare to confront me? Wu Hai sneered, recognizing Qin Lang as merely a child at the 4th level of Qi refinement. What audacity allows you to challenge my authority? Prepare to perish. Wu Hai's expression was cold. He had already discerned the cultivation levels of Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi. In his eyes, their abilities were far beneath his, lacking even the qualification to engage him. However, in his urgency to investigate the cave and ascertain the condition of the scarlet flame red lotus, he resolved to take matters into his own hands, intending to eliminate them swiftly and decisively. To both Qin Lang and Wu Hai's astonishment, Bu Lianshi, at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, did not remain stationary in defense. Instead, as Qin Lang charged forward, she too propelled herself into action, her voice a mere whisper as she addressed him. Brother Qin Lang, I will assist you in defense. You focus solely on your attack. Qin Lang cast a surprised glance at Bu Lianshi, uncertain of her confidence in uttering such words. Yet, he chose to trust her. Swiftly adjusting his approach, he channeled all the spiritual energy originally designated for defense into his offensive strike, casting aside thoughts of how Wu Hai's impending attack might come. His sole focus was on offense. He understood fully that if Bu Lianshi failed to withstand the onslaught, he could very well face severe injury or even death. Still, he opted to place his faith in her, regardless of how ludicrous this trust may appear to outsiders. Defending against a full-force strike from the 9th level of Qi refinement? Is this a jest? Wu Hai scoffed, his eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. His current status and cultivation were not attained through leniency. Rather, countless lives had been extinguished at his hands, his achievements built upon a mountain of corpses. The 11 individuals behind Wu Hai exchanged derisive chuckles upon witnessing the 2 children at the 3rd and 4th levels of Qi refinement charging forth. In their eyes, such abilities were laughably inadequate, especially with their leader, Wu Hai, personally engaging them. It was no longer a matter of whether they could win, but rather whether they could eliminate the 2 with a single blow. As the distance between the 3 narrowed, Wu Hai raised his fist high, radiating a faint glow from the condensation of spiritual energy, nearing the threshold of releasing it externally. If this strike landed, it would spell almost certain doom for Qin Lang. Just as his fist was about to collide with the defenseless Qin Lang's chest, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. Both Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi abruptly ceased their advance and began to hastily form hand seals before their chests. What is this? Wu Hai mused, perplexed by their unusual actions. Despite his astonishment, he remained convinced that these 2 insignificant children posed no threat to him. And thus his fist continued its relentless trajectory towards Qin Lang. In the next instant, Bu Lianshi completed her hand seal first. A radiant light illuminated her previously beautiful face, converging at her brow. In an instant, her forehead split open, and a golden bronze mirror burst forth, positioning itself directly in the path of Wu Hai's strike. Bang! A deafening explosion echoed throughout the cave as the golden mirror absorbed the blow, only to be sent flying. Bu Lianshi coughed up a mouthful of blood. Yet she had undeniably intercepted the full-force attack from the 9th level of Qi refinement. What? How could this be? Wu Hai stared in disbelief at the golden mirror that had been deflected away from him, his face a mask of incredulity. That mirror is... Could it be a magical artifact? All eyes were fixed upon the golden bronze mirror, the spectators rendered speechless by this astonishing turn of events. In the following moment, Qin Lang completed his hand seal as well. Like Bu Lianshi, he concentrated his spiritual energy at his brow, which then split open. A flash of purple lightning erupted forth, moving so swiftly that no one could discern its form, piercing through Wu Hai's chest in an instant. This is bad. They truly possess magical artifacts. These children are formidable. The 11 onlookers, previously aloof, were suddenly roused from their stupor as they surged forward to assist their fallen leader. After that strike, Qin Lang's complexion turned pale, as if he had been drained of all vitality, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead like a stream. Bu Lianshi exchanged a knowing smile with Qin Lang, realizing that they were not the only ones with hidden strengths. I will defend. You attack. The 2 quickly affirmed their roles. retracting their artifacts and retreating at a rapid pace. Wu Hai's body was caught by his subordinates, but a grievous wound marred his left chest near the shoulder. A gaping hole that would have claimed his life had Qin Lang not struggled to control the artifact's attack. Alas, a slight miscalculation had spared Wu Hai's life. What a pity. This was our only chance, Qin Lang murmured, his pale visage betraying his dismay as he regarded Wu Hai from a distance. Both their spiritual energies had been depleted by half during the recent exchange, rendering them incapable of executing another strike of such magnitude. Furthermore, their adversary was now aware of their capabilities, leaving them with little hope for another opportunity. Magical artifacts. How is it that these children possess them? Who are they? Even Lin family's core disciples lack such protection. Wu Hai's thoughts raced, filled with covetous intent, as he observed the two artifacts. The astonishment on the faces of the 12 individuals soon morphed into greed. Even Wu Hai, despite his injuries, was captivated. Two magical artifacts. If these were in the hands of someone at their level, they would have no choice but to flee. But now, the wielders were mere children of the third and fourth levels of qi refinement, igniting their desires. While the power of magical artifacts was formidable, it ultimately depended on the hands that wielded them. Wu Lianshi and Qin Lang, through their cooperation, had inflicted serious harm upon Wu Hai at the 9th level of qi refinement. Yet how much spiritual energy remained within them? Curse it, to be wounded by these two brats. I will ensure their demise today and seize their artifacts. Wu Hai seethed, channeling his energy to heal while cursing. His bloodied visage twisted in rage. 11 individuals exchanged glances, each recognizing the avarice reflected in the other's eyes. Yet what of it? Who could resist the allure of a precious artifact? Their immediate objective was clear, to swiftly eliminate the two children and seize the treasure. As for the subsequent division of spoils, that was a matter for another time. Qin Lang and Wu Lianshi inhaled deeply, surveying the increasingly greedy expressions of their adversaries. Steeling themselves for battle once more, they were acutely aware of the consequences of wielding such artifacts. They understood the adage that an innocent man may suffer for possessing something valuable. However, the moment was dire, their very lives hanging in the balance. Their companions unable to shield them. What use was a treasure in such a situation? Charge! At the command of one among them, the 11 surged forward, hastening towards Wu Lianshi and Qin Lang. The narrow passageway allowed no more than 3 to confront the duo simultaneously. Though driven by greed, they were not fools. They had witnessed Wu Hai's grievous injuries, and, even if they judged their opponents incapable of employing their previous techniques, none dared to be complacent. Instead, they opted for the most prudent strategy, to exhaust the duo's spiritual energy. As cultivators of at least the 6th level of qi refinement, their reserves far surpassed those of Wu Lianshi and Qin Lang. Moreover, manipulating a treasure required substantial spiritual energy. They were convinced the two could not endure for long. And once their energy was depleted, acquiring the artifacts would be effortless, a scenario most agreeable. Bang! Qin Lang staggered back several steps, shaken by the assault of one of his opponents, his pallor deepening. On the opposite side, Wu Lianshi fared no better. Both were being relentlessly pressured, forced to retreat. They recognized their assailant's intent to sap their energy, yet felt utterly powerless. While employing the artifact again might severely injure one of their attackers, what would follow? Depleted of energy, they would lack the strength to resist. Continuing in this manner merely prolonged their demise, offering no prospect of victory. Their sole hope lay in Lin Chuan awakening. Perhaps then a glimmer of opportunity would arise. Otherwise, their downfall was inevitable. Under the relentless pressure of their 11 foes, Wu Lianshi and Qin Lang retreated towards the entrance of the lava cave where Lin Chuan lay, the oppressive heat bearing down upon them and intensifying their burdens. Damn it! Who are these two children? How can they endure for so long? If not for the fear of their hidden trump cards, I would relish in eliminating them. Their spiritual energy remains intact. Could it be they are concealing their true cultivation level? It cannot be mere concealment of power. Otherwise, they could have easily dispatched Wu Hai. This situation can only be explained by one possibility. These two children likely possess at least inferior-grade earth spiritual roots, perhaps even superior. One knowledgeable cultivator solemnly elucidated. What? Inferior-grade earth spiritual roots. How can this be? Such roots would render them core disciples even in a prominent family like the Lin clan. How could they have fallen to such depths, particularly while wielding protective artifacts? Who exactly are they? All present stared incredulously at the two tenacious children, a chill creeping into their hearts. If these two lacked the backing of a formidable force, they would never believe it even under duress. They must not be allowed to leave alive. Otherwise, we will surely face annihilation. This was the collective sentiment of the group, having provoked powers beyond their reckoning. They resolved to eradicate the threat entirely. In an instant, the ferocity of their assaults intensified, forcing Bu Lianshi and Qin Lang to retreat further. Their bodies were now marred with wounds, blood-soaked clothing signaling their nearing limits. Suddenly, one of them spotted the cave ahead, where a white-haired youth was seated in meditation. "Look, there's someone in the cave," one shouted, drawing the attention of all to Lin Chuan. Almost instantly, they understood the reason for the children's desperate resistance. Their intent was to protect him. At that moment, a figure darted past the defensive line formed by Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi, racing towards Lin Chuan. It was Wu Hai, who had been recuperating. "Humph, you wish to safeguard this individual? Then I shall slay him first, so you may grasp the extent of your weakness. This is the price of your defiance." Wu Hai snarled, his face twisting into a cruel grin as he approached Lin Chuan, preparing to strike. Just then, Lin Chuan stirred slightly, his eyes snapping open to reveal a pair of blood-red irises, each adorned with two rapidly spinning tomo, fixated intently on Wu Hai. Illusionary binding technique. What is happening? In that fleeting instant, Wu Hai's mind reverberated with a hollow sound, and the surrounding lava cave vanished. The next moment, he found himself ensnared by numerous spikes. Sharp pain coursing through him as he realized his body had been immobilized, as if nailed to the ground. "Ah!" Wu Hai screamed in agony. Having intended to attack the white-haired youth, yet now faced an incomprehensible scene. What had transpired just moments before? In a flash of light, Lin Chuan materialized before Wu Hai, his blood-red gaze fixated on the trapped foe, who struggled in vain against his bindings. "You compel me to employ the Sharingan to activate the illusionary binding technique. Thus, you shall experience the torment it inflicts." Lin Chuan's voice resonated from all directions, striking at Wu Hai's very soul. "Ah, who are you? Release me." Wu Hai cried out in terror, the sensation of spikes embedding into his flesh all too tangible. He had never encountered such a bizarre and formidable attack, let alone a means to counter it. In the distance, upon witnessing Wu Hai's advance toward Lin Chuan, Qin Lang wore a bittersweet smile tinged with regret. Gazing skyward at the unseen heavens, murmuring to himself, "In the end, I cannot protect what I cherish. Silent Ru, it seems I truly cannot return. I hope you forget me. I remain so weak, powerless to resist, powerless to alter our fates." Bu Lianshi shook her head in sorrow, realizing that this moment had finally arrived. Despite their exhaustive efforts, she and Qin Lang had merely delayed the inevitable, failing to stave off the encroaching enemy or protect their cherished companion. "Lin Chuan, I do not regret coming to the South Ming continent. Here, the warmth I feel surpasses all my time in the Zhongchuan continent." In the next instant, as all eyes turned toward the cave, awaiting Lin Chuan's blood to spill, an extraordinary scene unfolded. From their vantage point, they could only see Wu Hai's raised fist, yet the figure appeared frozen, motionless before Lin Chuan. "What is Wu Hai doing? Why hasn't he struck yet?" Several murmured in confusion, their gazes fixed on the cave. What on earth is happening? Bu Lianshi and Qin Lang, equally astonished, turned their attention to the cave. Prepared for death, they seemed to experience a moment of clarity as they beheld Lin Chuan slowly rising. "Ah, who are you? Release me." Wu Hai's terrified scream shattered the silence, leaving all in shock as they stared at him, bewildered. Why was he crying out to be released when he was evidently unbound? What sent chills down their spines was the palpable terror conveyed in Wu Hai's words, a shrill scream that echoed as if he had encountered a ghost, instilling a sense of dread in everyone present, leaving them feeling as if they had plunged into an icy abyss. How? Before the crowd could recover from their shock, they suddenly witnessed a white object, resembling a bone, piercing through Wu Hai's back. What was that? At that moment, an eerie atmosphere enveloped everything. Both Wu Hai's companions and Master Qin Lang felt an unsettling sharpness at their backs, and all combat ceased as they fixated on the bizarre scene unfolding in the cave. Having experienced the enchantment of the magical shackles, it was time to perish. A frigid, emotionless voice resonated, and Lin Chuan withdrew his hand from Wu Hai's left chest, taking with it a sharp bone that had protruded from his palm. Bang! In the next instant, Lin Chuan delivered a forceful kick, sending the already lifeless Wu Hai flying towards the magma lake at the cave's center, stirring a vast expanse of crimson lava. "Boss!" Wu Hai had been slain by that white-haired youth. How could this be possible? At this moment, Lin Chuan, having regained his physical capabilities through the time afforded by the magical shackles, felt the blood-red Sharingan fade, replaced by pristine white eyes. Lin Chuan, you. Qin Lang stared in astonishment at Lin Chuan, questioning whether this was still the familiar companion they once knew. It seemed as though his strength had ascended to an unimaginable realm. You all rest. I'll handle the rest. In an instant, Lin Chuan lunged forward, targeting the remaining 11 individuals. He had to eliminate them swiftly, for the spiritual energy within him had yet to be fully refined, posing a constant risk of explosion. Whoosh! Almost as if he had teleported, Lin Chuan appeared before one of them, making no unnecessary movements as he struck toward the man's chest. The enemy was quick to react, crossing his arms defensively just as Lin Chuan's right hand approached, believing Lin Chuan's cultivation to be merely at the 3rd level of qi refinement, thus dismissing him as a threat. Although unaware of the supernatural means by which the white-haired youth had slain the gravely injured Wu Hai, he still believed that with 11 masters at the 6th level of qi refinement or above, eliminating Lin Chuan would be a mere trifle. However, the next moment, his chest was pierced through. In the fleeting seconds of life, he faintly registered the sight of a sharp bone protruding from the palm of the white-haired youth, penetrating his arms and driving into his heart. That was his bone. How could this be? Just as Lin Chuan dispatched that man, a shadow flickered behind him, characterized by a chilling intent to kill, brandishing a long sword that had appeared in his hand, aimed directly at Lin Chuan's back. To all observers, this strike seemed infallible, a premeditated ambush aimed at Lin Chuan's rear. Yet, in Lin Chuan's wide eyes, such a sneak attack was utterly laughable. Without turning his head, he struck with his right elbow directly into the assailant's chest, the bone piercing forth and accurately embedding itself into the man's heart. What is that? Bone. He is using his own bones to attack. What sort of monster is he? At that moment, all present displayed expressions of sheer horror, regarding the white-haired youth as if he were a creature of nightmares, as they instinctively recoiled. Witnessing his arm bone slowly retract into his body, pain surged within Lin Chuan, signaling that his time was limited. He had but one option left to swiftly resolve the predicament before him. His hands swiftly formed seals before his chest, the chakra of the sage art rapidly converging toward his mouth. Sage art, fire release, great fireball technique. Lin Chuan took a deep breath and unleashed a torrent of crimson flames upon the 9 individuals before him. Instantly, the ferocious fire coalesced into a massive fireball, exceeding 3 meters in diameter, and surged through the narrow passage of the cave. This is a spell. How is this possible? Damn it. Isn't it only possible to cast spells upon reaching the foundation establishment stage? What cultivation level does this person possess? It's over. Run. Upon witnessing Lin Chuan's spell, the 9 lost all will to resist and turned to flee. Yet, no matter how swiftly they ran, they could not outpace the already unleashed fireball. The searing flames engulfed their figures in an instant, and their anguished cries echoed, but none emerged from that terrifying inferno. The foundational ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan finally radiated a brilliant light in this realm outside of the Hokage's world, achieving its first kill after being employed countless times in the original tale without claiming a single life. The intense heat affected even Qin Lang, who was behind Lin Chuan. This was not merely a fireball technique. It was the celestial fireball technique, surpassing even the first use by Uchiha Itachi. After the flames subsided, the ground was left devoid of remains, reduced almost entirely to ash. Coughing up blood, Lin Chuan could no longer sustain himself and slowly collapsed. Feeling Qin Lang rush towards him at the last moment, catching his body. Take me away from here, quickly. Someone is coming, Lin Chuan uttered with his last strength. Having seen through his Byakugan that Qin Lang's previous battle had alerted many others rushing in this direction. If they did not leave soon, they would face a siege from numerous cultivators. Go. Qin Lang summoned all his strength to carry Lin Chuan, leading Bu Lianshi towards another lava passage. The labyrinthine corridors of this place were numerous, and without Lin Chuan's Byakugan to guide them, it was impossible to find an exit in a short time. They could only seek a hidden place to conceal themselves before formulating further plans. Qin Lang's spiritual energy was already running low after such a prolonged battle. Even with their exceptional talents and rapid recovery, they could not match the rate of energy depletion, especially after using protective artifacts. Bu Lianshi, responsible for defense, was in an even more dire state. Her cultivation level was not as high as Qin Lang's, and though her copper mirror artifact offered decent protection, she had sustained injuries during her first confrontation with Wu Hai. The fact that she had held on until now was nothing short of miraculous. At this moment, the trio was truly at the end of their rope should they encounter another situation like the previous one. There would be no need for fighting. They could simply await their demise. After running approximately a kilometer, Qin Lang felt as if lead weighed down his legs. Each step was a challenge to his limits. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and pressed on, vowing never to surrender until the very last moment. As they turned a corner, 3 figures appeared before them, and Qin Lang's heart plummeted. 2 were at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, and 1 at the 2nd level. Wu Lianshi quickly assessed their opponent's cultivation levels, but a bitter smile graced her lips. In the past, they would have feared nothing from such strength, but now, the exhausted trio had little energy left to fight back. With the last bit of spiritual energy, charge, Qin Lang declared gravely, recognizing this as their final option. Agreed. Wu Lianshi nodded. The 2 exerted their power simultaneously, reaching their maximum speed as they charged forward, reminiscent of a last burst of light. Huh? This group is not weak. But they seem injured. Should we strike? The trio eyed them, noting their internal cores and crimson flame lotuses, recognizing this as a prime opportunity to attack. Without hesitation, the 3 decided to act, for in this brutal world where one is devoured without mercy, failing to kill others meant awaiting one's own demise. Bang! Bang! As the trio's fists and feet struck Qin Lang, he made no effort to resist or defend. Instead, he bore through the onslaught, sprinting past the 3. Wu Lianshi bravely shielded Lin Chuan from the incoming attacks. Blood surged from both their lips, marking their final desperate struggle. Damn it, let them escape. Pursue. The 3 were caught off guard by such reckless determination, momentarily stunned, which allowed Qin Lang and his companion to break through. Just 300 meters remained until they reached the place Lin Chuan had identified with his Byakugan, a secret location where crimson flame lotuses grew. If they could reach it, they would be safe. They had to hold on. Qin Lang silently urged himself, his consciousness fading, sustained solely by sheer will. Yet, as if mocking fate, upon rounding another bend, they encountered the 3 figures standing in the center of the passage once more. To their dismay, these were not strangers, but Han Qing and his companions, who had nearly clashed with Lin Chuan earlier. It's them. Han Qing recognized Qin Lang and Wu Lianshi the moment he laid eyes on them, and then noticed Lin Chuan, unconscious and slumped on Qin Lang's back. All injured? And he's gravely hurt as well. What on earth have they encountered? Han Qing's brow furrowed slightly. Should we intervene? One of Han Qing's companions murmured, recognizing a prime opportunity, given that Qin Lang had acquired numerous internal cores and valuable items. Wait, before Han Qing could finish, they spotted 3 figures emerging from the cave's depths, their intent to pursue Lin Chuan and his companions clear. Someone is chasing them. 2 at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, and 1 at the 2nd level. What powerful enemies have they encountered? Han Qing's mind raced, his expression turning grave. Act. Help that white-haired youth by blocking the pursuers. Han Qing's gaze sharpened as he reached a decision. But there are no buts. The strength of that white-haired youth is unfathomable. Don't think that just because he is unconscious we can easily kill him. One misstep, and we could perish. Han Qing asserted, recalling the blood-red eyes that haunted his memory. Trust me, saving him will yield far greater rewards than killing him. With that, Han Qing surged forward, heading straight for Qin Lang. Seeing Han Qing approach, Qin Lang and Wu Lianshi felt despair wash over them. However, as he neared, Han Qing did not attack. Instead, he urgently instructed, "You 2 need to leave quickly. I'll handle the ones behind." Qin Lang and Wu Lianshi stared in shock as Han Qing and his companions rushed past them. They had not expected that their former adversaries, who had nearly clashed with them, would extend a helping hand in their direst hour. By the dim red glow of the cavern walls, Qin Lang glanced at Lin Chuan, who lay unconscious on his back, his face pale and lips devoid of color. Yet, it was this very Lin Chuan who had once again saved them from a life-and-death crisis. Both Wu Lianshi and Qin Lang understood that Han Qing would not intervene out of mere goodwill. Their sole reason for acting was Lin Chuan, to be able to intimidate Han Qing and his companions into retreating without a fight, and even offer internal cores in exchange for Lin Chuan's safety. Such an adversary was exceedingly formidable. However, this timely assistance could transform Lin Chuan from a potent foe into an ally, a reason sufficient for Han Qing to act. We must leave. Qin Lang leaned Lin Chuan's body against his own and, accompanied by Wu Lianshi, headed towards the direction etched in his memory, entirely disregarding the pursuers behind them. With their last reserves of strength, the two finally reached the concealed lava cave before their energy was completely depleted. The entrance of this cave was narrow and hidden, a place where ordinary people would never venture, nor would they discover such a sanctuary, had it not been for Lin Chuan's Byakugan, which granted him both X-ray vision and a 360-degree field of view. They would have remained oblivious to the presence of the scarlet flame red lotus flourishing here. Gently laying Lin Chuan on the ground, Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi finally exhaled in relief, collapsing onto the earth, too exhausted to rise again. This crisis had drained them both of their physical and spiritual energy, and the final stretch was traversed solely through sheer willpower. Now devoid of that drive, they both succumbed to a deep fatigue, unable even to cultivate and restore their spiritual energy. Time passed slowly, and the warm atmosphere within the underground lava cave lulled the three into the deepest slumber. The residual spiritual energy within Lin Chuan that had yet to be refined gradually melded into his body and Dantian. The fruit of the divine tree seemed to have completed its absorption of the plant energy, exuding even more purple mist that enveloped Lin Chuan, aiding in the recovery of his injured body, while simultaneously suppressing the volatile spiritual energy from earlier. After approximately 2 hours, Lin Chuan stirred slightly, awakening from his stupor. Upon regaining consciousness, he activated his Byakugan, scanning the surroundings and confirming they had reached a safe haven, which brought him a sense of relief. The sharp pangs of pain returned, a reminder of his earlier ordeal. Previously, he had forcefully infused excess spiritual energy into his corporeal cells, leaving no part of him untouched by its chaotic surge. What a reckless act! I can hardly believe I survived, Lin Chuan lamented inwardly. Although the immediate agony had faded, the memory of his plight instilled a lingering trepidation within him. After a brief moment to recuperate, Lin Chuan approached Bu Lianshi and Qin Lang, who lay near the entrance, seemingly prepared to guard the cave's mouth. Observing the blood-soaked garments and numerous wounds adorning their bodies, Lin Chuan's fists clenched involuntarily. Some of these injuries had been sustained prior to his unconsciousness, while others had been inflicted after he had succumbed to his faint. Gazing at his own unblemished attire and unmarred physique, Lin Chuan felt his heart ache. Did you both shield me from all the assaults? He thought, his hands tightening and then relaxing, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. This sensation was one he had never experienced as someone who had always been solitary, strange yet comforting. A desire to grasp it tightly intertwined with a fear of loss and extreme contradiction. I'm grateful you're safe otherwise. I wouldn't have the courage to face you again, Lin Chuan murmured softly. He then began to refine the chakra within him, blending it with the spiritual energy. This process required time, and seizing the opportunity, Lin Chuan assessed the changes within his body. The most significant breakthrough was his cultivation level, which had astonishingly ascended to the 5th layer of the Qi refining stage, a benefit derived from refining spiritual energy, an expedient means to elevate his prowess. Others could not directly utilize herbs due to their inability to absorb the plant energy, which could only be consumed in pill form after refinement by an alchemist. Otherwise, it would be wasted or even harm the body. This truly is a rapid route to enhancing one's cultivation, Lin Chuan contemplated, considering its potential for his future endeavors. In addition, he noted the emergence of his bloodline limit, the corpse bone path, which had manifested earlier than he had anticipated. He had expected this ability to surface only upon breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. But the consumption of a significant amount of the scarlet flame red lotus had unleashed greater power from the divine tree's fruit, granting him this formidable bloodline limit. Furthermore, his Sharingan had evolved from a single tomo to 2, greatly enhancing its capabilities, allowing him to utilize powerful genjutsu such as the spectral restraint technique. I wonder if I can replicate the techniques of cultivators using the Sharingan. That is something I must try, Lin Chuan mused. As he refined his chakra, he also discerned a substantial increase in its volume, nearly doubling. Although this quantity remained modest, it was sufficient to perform certain ninjutsu, like the Great Fireball technique. However, given his current chakra reserves, casting this technique would consume more than half of his total, limiting him to a single use. Having familiarized himself with the state of his body, Lin Chuan completed the refinement of his sage chakra. With no time to spare for further examination of other changes, he swiftly concentrated the chakra into his hands. Sage Art, Healing Technique. A green chakra imbued with a hint of golden light manifested on Lin Chuan's skin, emitting a faint sound. The transformation of chakra properties, encompassing 7 elemental attributes, included the yang element, yet he acknowledged that his chakra control still required enhancement. This should suffice. Even if I'm not adept at medical ninjutsu, the simplest healing technique ought to achieve at least a minimal effect, Lin Chuan thought, as he began to clumsily tend to the wounds of Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi. Proficient use of medical ninjutsu necessitated a significant level of chakra control, and Lin Chuan could only manage to perform it with great difficulty. If someone of Tsunade's caliber were to utilize sage chakra for healing, the results would be exponentially superior. Nevertheless, any effort was better than none. Even if his medical ninjutsu was rudimentary, it still held efficacy. He had already assessed that the majority of Bu Lianshi and Qin Lang's injuries were external, with few internal injuries, and were not particularly severe. Their prolonged unconsciousness was primarily due to extreme exhaustion. After spending half an hour, Lin Chuan wiped the sweat from his brow, finally healing their external wounds. It would not be long before they awoke, and complete recovery was merely a matter of time. Sighing in relief, Lin Chuan sat cross-legged on the ground to begin his cultivation and recovery. Utilizing chakra depletes bodily energy, which can lead to fatigue. As for the Prince Naruto, who seemed to grow more spirited with each use of sage chakra, that was simply due to his immense chakra reserves. The Uzumaki clan's physique was truly remarkable. Once I transform my body into a sage body, I believe I will feel much better, Lin Chuan thought. Before long, he opened his eyes, the stinging sensation in his body having mostly dissipated, and he felt revitalized. Glancing back at the peacefully sleeping Bu Lianshi and Qin Lang, he chose not to disturb them, and instead began to explore his newfound abilities. The might of the corpse bone path was prominently showcased in the original Naruto series. Even Orochimaru coveted Kimamaro's body, and had it not been for the bloodline disease, Kimamaro would have been the chosen vessel for Orochimaru's reincarnation. Now possessing the corpse bone path, Lin Chuan recognized the terrifying capabilities of this bloodline limit. Its power was not solely reflected in offensive capabilities but also in its astonishing regenerative abilities. In the series, Kimamaro battled against Naruto, Rock Lee, and Gaara, employing formidable techniques, yet following each bone manipulation attack, his body could heal in an extraordinarily brief time. For instance, when using his finger bones as projectiles, not a drop of blood would be shed, and the flesh at his fingertips would almost instantaneously regenerate. Even when extracting bones from his arms or spine, although the self-inflicted physical harm is significantly less severe than that inflicted by others, it does indeed reflect, in one respect, the regenerative abilities of the corpse bone lineage. While the original text does not elucidate the connection between the Kagaya clan and Kagaya Otsutsuki, the names themselves imply a relationship, and it is highly probable that Kagaya Otsutsuki's shared bone is the origin of the corpse bone lineage. Therefore, it can be said that if my corpse bone lineage reaches its ultimate form, I shall also acquire the formidable ability of the shared bone. The abilities of Kagaya Otsutsuki, such as the 80 Gods vacuum attack, the road to the underworld, and the celestial realm, will manifest as I grow. At that point, I should be regarded as a sage in this world, Lin Chuan mused. Following the incident with the divine tree fruit devouring herbs, Lin Chuan speculated that the divine tree fruit within him might be far more complex than he had initially envisioned. This entity seemed to possess a semblance of autonomous consciousness. Although this consciousness was faint and lacked intelligence, its desire for certain things was undeniably palpable. Previously, he had believed that it was his own body that could not contain the power of the divine tree fruit, which prevented the fruit from being absorbed. However, it now appeared that the issue was more intricate than that. His body's capacity was indeed one aspect of the problem, but the divine tree fruit itself also harbored issues. If Lin Chuan's deductions were accurate, the divine tree fruit was likely undergoing self-growth while devouring the herbs, in order to release more energy to nourish him. What might the outcome be? Could I potentially evolve directly into the form of the Ten Tails? Lin Chuan pondered, before shaking his head. Speculating on such matters seemed futile at this stage. Nevertheless, he had discovered a means to enhance his abilities, allowing the divine tree fruit to consume herbs. After this assessment, he would need to seek out some herbs for the divine tree fruit to devour, though he was uncertain if he would encounter the same situation as before. The mere thought of the agony he experienced when channeling spiritual energy into his body sent a shiver down Lin Chuan's spine. Oh, the counterfeit goods purchased online can hardly compare to the genuine article. Lin Chuan rolled his eyes in exasperation. By the way, now that my Sharingan's abilities have improved, I wonder if there have been any changes to the Rinnegan and the reincarnation eye? With this thought, Lin Chuan immediately began experimenting, only to find that the Rinnegan had undergone little alteration. It still lay dormant at the center of his forehead, utterly inaccessible. He could only project its ocular power into his eyes for use, yet it was not the capability of the Rinnegan, merely functioning as before, splitting into the Rinnegan and Sharingan for independent use. His chakra reserves were still insufficient to utilize the powers of the Rinnegan. Otherwise, he could attempt to manifest the 6 paths of pain. Were he able to employ the 6 paths, his true form would remain considerably safer, and he would not expose too much. Many tasks he could not perform himself could be delegated to the 6 paths. Lin Chuan shook his head. After all, he was merely 9 years old. It was only natural that he could not yet use such abilities. Otherwise, Nagato would have been invincible as a child. Although he could not utilize the 6 paths powers, the Rinnegan was not entirely devoid of utility. At the very least, with these eyes, Lin Chuan would find his studies and mastery of ninjutsu significantly accelerated. This could be considered one of the Rinnegan's advantages, its grasp over all mainstream ninjutsu. Now, only the reincarnation eye remained, and Lin Chuan felt a sense of anticipation. As he contemplated this, the white hue of his eyes began to shift to a celestial blue. The moment the reincarnation eye manifested, Lin Chuan immediately sensed a difference. It indeed appeared to have grown considerably more powerful. Lin Chuan mused, before beginning to experiment with the 6 abilities of the reincarnation eye. Before long, with a swift motion of his finger, a rift opened in the space before him. Lin Chuan then channeled the ocular power of the reincarnation eye into the rift, stabilizing a space of approximately 1 cubic meter. To his astonishment, the first ability he could employ from the reincarnation eye was spatial manipulation. Lin Chuan exclaimed joyfully. Kagaya Otsutsuki had once utilized the spatial capabilities of the reincarnation eye to establish a spatial passage between the moon and the earth, illustrating the formidable nature of the reincarnation eye's spatial abilities. It seemed that due to the capabilities of the reincarnation eye, maintaining this small space did not consume excessive chakra, meaning he now possessed a storage space that would remain undetected. Lin Chuan quickly realized the implications of this newfound ability, his lips curling into a broad grin. At that moment, Lin Chuan's gaze shifted as he caught sight of a scene outside the magma passage. It appeared to be Han Qing, the individual he had previously clashed with, seemingly being pursued. He wondered what trouble he had gotten himself into. Lin Chuan shook his head, choosing to ignore it as he prepared to continue exploring the abilities of the reincarnation eye. Meanwhile, Bu Lianshi stirred slightly, awakening from her slumber. Lin Chuan, are you all right? Bu Lianshi's large eyes gazed at him, still dazed from her earlier unconsciousness. I am fine now. What about you? I just treated your external injuries, but I am unable to assist with internal ones. How do you feel? Lin Chuan inquired softly. Bu Lianshi examined her body and noticed that most of her various wounds had nearly vanished, leaving only faint scars. Complete recovery was merely a matter of time. Lin Chuan, can you also perform healing spells? Bu Lianshi gazed at him in astonishment. I only know the simplest techniques. I can treat minor injuries, but anything severe is beyond my capabilities. Lin Chuan replied with a smile. Even with Lin Chuan's modesty, Bu Lianshi continued to look at him with a mixture of shock and admiration, as if there were no limits to his abilities. The memory of him effortlessly dispatching 9 foes with a single fire spell outside that cave remained vividly etched in her mind. The searing flames seemed to transcend time, still burning brightly in her recollection. Lin Chuan, how can you use spells at the Qi refinement stage? Isn't that something only foundation establishment cultivators can do? Bu Lianshi asked curiously. Although such extraordinary occurrences had become somewhat routine in Lin Chuan's presence, rendering her less astonished, her curiosity remained piqued. My spiritual energy is slightly greater than that of others, allowing me to use spells at the Qi refinement stage, but I can only manage it once. Lin Chuan explained vaguely. Oh, Bu Lianshi nodded. So, that means you possess fire attribute spiritual roots? That's quite remarkable. Among the 5 elemental spiritual roots, fire attributes are indeed the most explosive. The 5 elemental roots, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, are the most common attributes in the realm of cultivation. Among them, metal possesses formidable offensive capabilities, fire boasts incredible explosive potential, while water and wood attributes are more supportive, and earth is primarily defensive. These 5 roots interact with one another, with some fostering growth and others negating each other. For instance, Metal overcomes wood. In a confrontation between two equally matched cultivators, one with a metal root and the other with a wood root, the one with the metal root would hold an advantage, though it would not solely determine the outcome. Factors such as combat experience, cultivation techniques, spells, and magical artifacts all influence the final result. Such knowledge is common in the cultivation realm, and Lin Chuan could easily recall it from his past memories. During his training, he would often review his previous recollections to better understand the power system of this world. By the way, Boolean Sure, what is your spiritual root attribute? Lin Chuan asked, intrigued by her. The true nature of my spiritual root will only manifest during the foundation establishment stage, as that is when I will begin to cultivate various spells, she replied. Previously, I assessed my spiritual root attributes as possessing both water and wood elements. However, the Lin family remains unaware of this, as they merely recorded my attribute as wood, of inferior quality. Boolean Sure, without a moment's hesitation, divulged her greatest secret. You. Lin Chuan gazed at Boolean Sure in astonishment. A dual attribute spiritual root undoubtedly signifies genius, regardless of the quality of the roots. Lin Chuan's prior judgment proved correct. Both Boolean Sure and Qin Lang had extraordinary backgrounds. This was evident from the protective talismans they both possessed. Nevertheless, noticing Boolean Sure's reluctance to discuss such matters, he refrained from further inquiries, respecting her desire to reveal information in her own time. Brother Lin Chuan, do you possess any other attributes besides fire? Boolean Sure inquired with a smile, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she awaited his response. I have water, fire, earth, wind, and lightning attributes, Lin Chuan replied, scratching his head with an awkward smile. He chose not to mention his yin-yang attribute, as he was uncertain of its significance in the realm of cultivation. In the next moment, Boolean Sure's mouth fell open in shock. Crash! The just-revived Qin Lang tumbled back to the ground, muttering to himself, I must be dreaming. Still not awake. I need to sleep a little longer. Snap! Lin Chuan playfully slapped Qin Lang, urging him to stop pretending to be asleep and to check for any physical ailments. If there are issues, you must cultivate to recover. Delaying is detrimental to your health. In contrast to his gentle demeanor with Boolean Sure, Lin Chuan addressed Qin Lang with a teasing reprimand. Wow! Qin Lang sat up abruptly, bewildered and resentful. Gazing at Lin Chuan. Was everything I just heard real? I wasn't hallucinating? Lin Chuan could only shake his head in exasperation, reiterating the details to both of them. What a beast! With such talent, how can anyone else survive? Those who pride themselves as geniuses are mere trifles in Lin Chuan's presence. With 5 attributes to boast, along with the 2 mutated attributes of wind and lightning, Qin Lang felt as if his entire life had plunged into an abyss of despair, a darkness devoid of hope. Seeing that both of them were not gravely harmed, Lin Chuan turned to focus on his own cultivation. He had nothing to hide regarding his attributes. Having decided to trust them, it was only a matter of time before he would disclose such information. Since Boolean Sure had broached the topic, he felt it appropriate to share. Qin Lang and Boolean Sure retreated to a secluded corner, drawing circles for an extended period, ultimately returning to Lin Chuan's side. Their expressions still tinged with resentment. I always thought my dual fire and lightning attributes were quite extraordinary, but I never imagined there were those even more exceptional. Qin Lang lamented, finally grasping the phrase comparison breeds despair. Lin Chuan, however, was not particularly surprised by their dual attributes. He had long recognized their exceptional nature. What puzzled him was why such remarkable individuals were grouped with him. There must be some underlying reasons unknown to him. As the three engaged in casual conversation while recovering their cultivation, Qin Lang recounted the events that transpired after Lin Chuan's fainting. What? Han Qing intervened to save you? Lin Chuan exclaimed, astonished to discover he had such charisma that a single act could win Han Qing over. Suddenly, a grim realization struck him, and his expression shifted. Oh no, just before you both awoke, I saw Han Qing being pursued, looking quite distressed. At that moment, I was unaware of his assistance. I hope he hasn't been killed yet. As soon as Lin Chuan finished speaking, he activated his Byakugan, but he could not detect Han Qing within his line of sight. Subsequently, his Byakugan transitioned into a Rinnegan, and upon the emergence of Azure Eyes, Han Qing and his 2 bloodied comrades finally appeared within Lin Chuan's view. You stay here to recover. I shall go rescue them, Lin Chuan declared, sprinting out of the cave. When it came to enemies, Lin Chuan showed no mercy. Likewise, for those whom he considered friends, he could not stand idly by during their time of crisis. In the dire circumstances Han Qing faced, he had numerous choices. Eliminating Lin Chuan and the others would have been the most common course of action, while remaining uninvolved could also be seen as a prudent choice. Yet, he chose to intervene, and regardless of his motivations, his assistance had undoubtedly saved Lin Chuan and his companions' lives. Lin Chuan understood that Han Qing likely harbored ambitions of gaining favor, and now was the time for him to exhibit his strength, proving that Han Qing's alliance was indeed worthwhile. Approximately 2 kilometers away, Han Qing and his 2 severely injured allies were desperately fleeing. He could no longer recall how long he had been running, only that from the moment he decided to aid Lin Chuan, it felt as though he had fallen under a curse, facing wave after wave of formidable opponents. We should never have intervened to save those 3, otherwise, we wouldn't have found ourselves in this chaotic battle, nor would we be pursued. One of Han Qing's companions gasped, his chest marred by a massive wound, blood seeping profusely, staining his garment. "Boss, you truly made a poor decision this time. We should have killed those 3. Another comrade chimed in, revealing a gruesome gash in his abdomen, with blood oozing from every step, exposing his entrails. Han Qing surveyed his nearly incapacitated right hand, feeling a sense of confusion. Was it truly wrong? Should I not have saved him? Perhaps it was. I did indeed harbor thoughts of finding refuge under a sturdy tree. As long as the unconscious Lin Chuan could recover, our assessment would face no obstacles. With Lin Chuan's strength, even after leaving this place, he could provide ample protection. However, he had not anticipated that their intervention would attract the attention of all cultivators in the vicinity, sparking an unforeseen melee. When they attempted to flee, they realized they were completely surrounded. As time passed, more and more powerful cultivators gathered within the underground lava cave. To think we would be targeted with our current strength. Yet, my decision was not flawed. I still believe saving that individual was far more advantageous than killing him. I just didn't expect we would face such a life-and-death crisis so soon. Lin Chuan should still be unconscious, right? Han Qing sighed bitterly, reflecting that even if Lin Chuan were to awaken, he would remain oblivious to their perilous situation. Hearing Han Qing's words, his companions could only shake their heads in resignation, choosing not to comment further. They understood that Han Qing's cultivation had played a significant role in their survival thus far, and they were not the type to be ungrateful. Since they had made a mistake, they could only press onward down the same path. In the distance, 5 or 6 pursuers became discernible, the unique dark red glow of the lava cave casting a sanguine hue over the surroundings. Bang! One of Han Qing's companions stumbled, crashing to the ground. Han Qing and the other individual halted, attempting to assist their fallen comrade, but found themselves utterly drained of strength, collapsing alongside him and unable to rise. Keep running. You little wretches. Let's see where you can escape to. A voice taunted. Han Qing's head spun from excessive blood loss, the footsteps of their pursuers drawing ever closer. Is death imminent? Ultimately, Han Qing bitterly shook his head. Since fate had unfolded this way, there was no longer any necessity for him to flee. He glanced at his 2 companions. Dying alongside them was not such a terrible outcome. 6 pursuers approached Han Qing, mercilessly trampling the 3 of them, poised to deliver a fatal blow. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, Han Qing spotted a figure emerging at the far end of the cave. The striking white hair was unmistakable, and he had never imagined he would feel such joy at the sight of that silhouette. Perhaps, he thought, death might no longer be inevitable. Lin Chuan rushed forward, realizing he was too late. However, he had no intention of simply charging in. As he ran, Lin Chuan extended his hands, fingers splayed, and the chakra surged toward his fingertips. Bone pulse, 10-finger piercing bullet. In the next moment, Lin Chuan's finger bones shot forth with a resounding crack, slicing through the cave in an instant. Puff, puff, puff. A series of piercing sounds echoed as the 6 individuals were sent flying by the tremendous force from Lin Chuan's finger bones, their screams reverberating throughout the cave. Be cautious. Their cultivation. Han Qing began to warn Lin Chuan, but he noticed a figure had already leapt past him. Leave it to me. Lin Chuan's voice rang out, and the next moment, Han Qing could only hear the cries of agony and the sound of fists connecting with flesh. Without any unnecessary movements, Lin Chuan swiftly dispatched the 6 individuals. His current spiritual energy had reached the 5th level of Qi refining, and with the addition of chakra and the Hyuga gentle fist technique, he had virtually no adversaries below the foundation establishment stage. Initially, he had intended to practice gentle fist acupoint strikes on these foes, but upon noticing other cultivators gathering nearby, he wasted no time and relied solely on brute strength to eliminate them. Lin Chuan also remembered to retract the finger bones he had shot out. He did not wish to leave behind any unique traces. Can you still move? When Lin Chuan's voice resonated again, Han Qing and his companions were somewhat dazed. Had the 6 formidable individuals been dealt with so easily? Not to mention the others. Just 2 of them at the 4th level of Qi refining, and 1 at the 5th level were already formidable in Han Qing's eyes. Even if Lin Chuan intervened, he had expected at most a retreat from a few, yet he had not anticipated Lin Chuan to eliminate them so effortlessly. Lin Chuan, is he truly that powerful? I can barely move. Han Qing leaned against the rock wall, slowly rising to his feet, while the other 2 struggled to stand as well. Looking around, with his Byakugan, he could clearly see that several individuals were approaching. There was no time to tend to their wounds. Stay close to me. We will soon reach a safe location. Lin Chuan assessed the injuries of Han Qing and the others. While their conditions were severe, they were not in immediate danger of death. The trio understood that this was not a place to heal, gritting their teeth and following Lin Chuan swiftly out of there. Utilizing the 360-degree vision of his Byakugan, Lin Chuan led the 3 of them back to the previously safe cave without incident. Hearing voices, Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi peeked out, and upon seeing the injuries of Han Qing and the others, they promptly emerged to assist them inside. Han Qing looked around in astonishment. The cave was remarkably concealed. Had it not been for Lin Chuan leading them, they might never have discovered this place, nor understood how Lin Chuan and the others had found it. Thank you. Han Qing expressed gratitude to Qin Lang, noting that the injuries on both individuals had completely vanished. Even the scars were barely visible. He was puzzled. Even with the robust physique of cultivators and their enhanced recovery abilities, it seemed impossible to heal so completely in such a short time. Yet, Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi appeared nearly recovered. In contrast to Han Qing's fractured right hand, the other 2 cultivators bore far more severe injuries. Lin Chuan wasted no time. He channeled chakra into his hands and began to heal the 2 young men. Han Qing, along with his companions, stared in disbelief. They had never imagined that Lin Chuan was not only powerful, but also possessed the ability to heal others. They had assumed that Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi's recovery was due to medicinal pills, but it was clear that was not the case. The 2 individuals receiving treatment felt the warmth of energy at their wounds, the original pain replaced by a tingling sensation, and their injuries visibly healed at an astonishing rate. Even the young man who had lost a chunk of flesh watched in awe as new tissue began to form on his abdomen. Thank you. Han Qing expressed with delight. Lin Chuan's capabilities exceeded his wildest expectations. He had indeed latched onto a formidable ally. No need for thanks. You saved us earlier. Now it's my turn to repay you. Lin Chuan replied with a light smile. He understood Han Qing's intentions. After all, everyone has their own motivations. As long as there was no malice involved, he was more than willing to accept such mutually beneficial assistance. Before long, the injuries of the 2 were significantly improved. And Lin Chuan then turned to treat Han Qing. How did you encounter so many pursuers? What transpired? Lin Chuan inquired as he continued his healing. Initially, we sensed a powerful fluctuation of spiritual energy underground. Thinking something had occurred, we prepared to investigate. However, we encountered you and intervened to stop those 3 pursuing you. We did not anticipate that our skirmish would attract many nearby cultivators, leading to an uncontrollable situation. Upon hearing this, Lin Chuan's heart stirred. The spiritual energy fluctuation mentioned by Han Qing was likely caused by Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi utilizing their protective treasures, and combined with his last spell, the fireball technique. It was probable that anyone underground could sense the unusual disturbance. Han Qing continued with a wry smile. Moreover, as time passed, those cultivators below the foundation establishment stage who had entered the hunting ground on the 6th day also joined in, creating further chaos. When we attempted to escape, we found ourselves trapped and targeted. I see. Lin Chuan replied softly, choosing not to elaborate. Some matters were perhaps better left undisclosed. Gradually ceasing the healing technique, Han Qing's arm was no longer an issue. With a brief rest, he would fully recover. Han Qing thanked Lin Chuan, and like the other 2, quickly entered a meditative state. Lin Chuan wiped the sweat from his brow and returned to Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi, entering his own meditative state. The chakra consumed by the healing technique was not excessive, but the strong control required for its application had drained him mentally. You all continue to cultivate here. I will step outside to assess the situation, Lin Chuan stated after he had regained his strength. Isn't it dangerous for you to go out alone? Bu Lianshi expressed concern. Rest assured, Unless I encounter someone at the Foundation establishment stage, others cannot harm me. Lin Chuan's voice was low but firm, causing Han Qing and his companions, who were recovering nearby, to perk up, recalling Lin Chuan's ability to project bone from his body during his assault. Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi chose not to voice their concerns further. They recognized Lin Chuan possessed hidden trump cards, and his assertion that he could withstand any but the Foundation establishment cultivators nearly declared his invincibility at the Qi refining stage. Upon exiting the cave, Lin Chuan closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, the veins around his eyes bulged prominently. Byakugan. He no longer needed to form hand seals to activate his Byakugan. He could simply close and reopen his eyes to access it. Alas, my Dantian is like an insatiable abyss. I must gather more Crimson Flame Lotus for reserves. Lin Chuan lamented. This expedition to the hunting ground presents a splendid opportunity, with an abundance of Crimson Flame Lotuses available for gathering. Such favorable circumstances may not arise again. Qin Lang had previously informed Lin Chuan that the Lin family would inspect the possessions of each individual upon exiting, as they lacked storage bags and no one would dare pilfer herbs or inner elixirs, for these would be confiscated by the Lin family, leaving no room for personal hoarding. Thus, they were granted free rein to collect. However, Lin Chuan's presence constitutes an anomaly that no one, not even Lin Chuan himself, could have foreseen. Delving deeper into the cavern should yield even more Crimson Flame Lotuses, Lin Chuan contemplated, opting to bypass the scattered herbs in favor of heading directly towards areas where dozens, if not hundreds, of these prized flowers might flourish. Activating his Byakugan, Lin Chuan sped towards the depths of the earth, making a conscious effort to avoid the other cultivators wandering through the cave, as he harbored no desire to engage in conflict. Yet, escape was not always possible. It seemed there was but one path. Taking an alternate route would require a significant detour. Lin Chuan surveyed his surroundings with his wide eyes, resigned to the fact that he would have to confront the three cultivators ahead. Through the lens of his Byakugan, he could discern the concentration of spiritual energy within their dantians, allowing him to assess their cultivation levels with remarkable accuracy, 1 at the 5th level of Qi refinement, and 2 at the 4th level, likely not the latecomers he had encountered earlier. The dimly lit tunnel was eerily silent as Lin Chuan entered without attempting to mask the sound of his footsteps, causing the trio ahead to immediately turn in alarm. "Is it you?" one of them exclaimed in surprise. Do you know me?" Lin Chuan replied, puzzled, as he noted the taller youth among them gazing at him with wide eyes. "Not personally, but I saw you before entering the hunting ground. Your white hair and eyes are rather striking. It's hard not to notice." The youth chuckled. "Oh." Lin Chuan nodded slightly, a smile gracing his lips as he sensed no malice emanating from this young man. "Why are you alone? Have your companions left you?" The youth appeared genuinely curious and even extended an invitation to join them. Before Lin Chuan could respond, one of the young man's companions interjected, speaking in a hushed tone to the youth. "Zhang Liang, how many times must I tell you not to trust strangers? Why are you so familiar?" It was one thing to associate with those of weaker cultivation levels, but this boy is at the 5th level of Qi refinement. What if he harbors ill intentions? Even if we could defeat him, it would come at a cost. "I didn't think it through." The lanky youth, Zhang Liang, replied, a sheepish smile on his face. His companion shook his head in resignation, while Zhang Liang was the strongest among them. His kindness was a liability in the ruthless realm of cultivation. Lin Chuan observed their exchange, initially poised to decline their invitation, yet he found himself intrigued by the youth. Sensing a familiarity reminiscent of schoolmates from his previous life, one devoid of treachery and deceit, characterized by the simplest bonds of friendship. This was the first encounter of such nature since Lin Chuan had entered the world of cultivation. "Sure, my companions encountered some trouble and are resting outside," Lin Chuan replied, a gentle smile gracing his features. "Great, then come along with us." Zhang Liang beamed, revealing a small canine tooth. The other two companions exchanged exasperated glances, realizing their earlier caution might have been unnecessary. With Zhang Liang's agreement, his companions relented, though they remained somewhat wary of Lin Chuan, the unexpected outsider. "By the way, I recall you had a female companion, correct?" The four chatted amiably as they walked deeper. "Yes, indeed. You have a good memory." Lin Chuan nodded. "Of course. There aren't many girls among the newcomers." Zhang Liang laughed. "What?" Lin Chuan felt a wave of embarrassment. Was this fellow's eagerness due to an interest in bullion? It felt reminiscent of college conversations about attractive classmates. What a peculiar situation. "What had you encountered before?" How did you end up alone in this underground lava cave? It's quite perilous here. We nearly got caught in a skirmish earlier. But thankfully our strength allowed us to evade disaster. Zhang Liang recounted enthusiastically, while his companions visibly twitched at the corners of their mouths. They had fled here to escape a pursuit, a fact that was all too clear to Lin Chuan's Byakugan. As Lin Chuan absorbed their words, he silently mused over the disparity of their situation. Yet, as he grew acquainted with the trio, he found them far more agreeable than the ruthless individuals outside. In another life, they would have undoubtedly been upstanding youths. Alas, they were born in the wrong era. Unbeknownst to them, they had traversed 2 to 3 kilometers underground. And Lin Chuan estimated they were approximately 10 kilometers beneath the central lake of the 44th hunting ground, a notably deep and seldom trodden area. Zhang Liang and his friends had stumbled into this passage while fleeing, seeking refuge from the chaos above, coincidentally aligning their path with Lin Chuan's. A sense of foreboding enveloped Lin Chuan. As they ventured further, the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, and their chatter faded, each individual growing vigilant of their surroundings. Lin Chuan did not forget the remnants of torn-apart corpses they had encountered upon entering the cave. If his instincts were correct, ferocious spirit beasts must inhabit this realm. His Byakugan, due to chakra depletion, could not remain activated indefinitely, yet Lin Chuan ensured he periodically scanned the vicinity, shortening the intervals as they pressed deeper. Zhang Liang and his companions had grown accustomed to the surge of veins surrounding Lin Chuan's eyes, mistakenly attributing it to a peculiar vision issue that required immense effort to perceive the surroundings. It seems rather uneventful. Wei Haven T even spotted a shadow of the crimson flame lotuses. Perhaps we should turn back? One suggested, finding the oppressive descent unbearable. After all, they had not come for adventure but in search of the crimson flame lotuses, believing that deeper exploration would yield greater finds, yet this was proving untrue. Lin Chuan had identified several growth spots for the crimson flame lotus on his journey, but chose to remain silent, committing the locations to memory. He would simply gather a few to share with Zhang Liang and the others later. Let us continue a bit further. I believe we are nearing the bottom of this cave, Lin Chuan whispered. After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Liang agreed to accompany Lin Chuan further down, having come this far. A few more steps seemed inconsequential. The four descended another kilometer, and at that juncture, Lin Chuan sensed an intensifying threat, a chill running down his spine. No matter how he employed his Byakugan, he could discern nothing amiss, yet an ominous presence felt as though it lurked beneath their feet, poised to strike. We should turn back. At this moment, Zhang Liang sensed that something was amiss and dared not proceed any further. Lin Chuan furrowed his brows, and after a long pause, he nodded. However, just as Zhang Liang and the others turned to leave, Lin Chuan's eyes suddenly transformed, revealing a striking sky-blue hue as his heavenly eye activated. The next instant, Lin Chuan was rendered speechless, his mind going blank as if he had encountered the most horrifying sight imaginable, sweat soaking through his clothes. This place is not merely an underground lava cave. It is an ant nest. Lin Chuan's mind raced with the shocking image he had just witnessed. 2 kilometers underground, a colossal red ant lay in wait beside a vast lake of lava. Its body stretching nearly 1,000 meters in length, surrounded by fiery red eggs. Some of these eggs had already hatched, revealing half-meter-long red ants that feasted on the lava, their bodies adorned with a myriad of crimson patterns as they consumed the molten rock. In that instant, Lin Chuan finally understood the purpose of the narrow passages he had seen behind the rock walls. They were pathways for these monstrous red ants. The 1,000-meter-long ant must be the queen, exuding an aura of terror that indicated it was at least at the nascent soul stage. Damn it! Did the Lin family not know about the existence of such creatures? Lin Chuan's expression darkened considerably. If the queen had not appeared to be in slumber, they would all have perished upon entering, with no hope for survival. The Lin family clearly did not regard them as human beings. It was no wonder they had previously discovered those torn-apart corpses. It must have been the result of these ants hunting through the narrow passages. The mere thought sent chills down Lin Chuan's spine. They were currently traversing the lair of this behemoth, and should they inadvertently awaken the slumbering giant below, it would spell doom for them all. Lin Chuan, what's wrong? Let's go? Zhang Liang and the others had already ventured over 10 meters ahead when they noticed Lin Chuan lagging behind, prompting them to wave him over. Yes, Lin Chuan replied in a low voice, feeling an overwhelming urge to leave the lava ant nest. He had no desire to collect the crimson flame lotus any longer. He simply wished to escape this cursed place. We must hurry. This place is perilous. With that, Lin Chuan quickened his pace, urging Zhang Liang and the others to follow him swiftly. What happened? Zhang Liang asked, noticing Lin Chuan's unusual pallor. The other two also expressed their astonishment. Based on their interactions thus far, Lin Chuan had seemed remarkably composed, exhibiting a level of poise that belied his age. Yet now his fear was evident, even to the three of them, who were typically oblivious to such things. Lin Chuan shook his head, his expression grim. Once you ascend, leave this cave immediately and do not linger nearby. Head towards the outskirts of the hunting grounds, understood? Why? Though it feels oppressive here, it doesn't seem particularly dangerous. We still need to collect some crimson flame lotuses, otherwise we may fail this assessment. Zhang Liang asked, perplexed. While the three of them possessed considerable strength, their hunting success had been meager. They did not have Lin Chuan's ability to easily locate suitable spirit beasts for hunting. And after a previous encounter with a formidable trio that had thoroughly exploited them, they had decided to take their chances in the lava cave. Now, Lin Chuan was asking them to return empty-handed, which they were reluctant to accept. Lin Chuan furrowed his brow, struggling to find a way to explain. How could he convey that he had seen a kilometer-long nascent soul Queen Anne underground? No one would believe him, and even if they did, it would do him no good. Word of this incident could lead to him being captured and turned into a test subject. Let's ascend first, Lin Chuan suggested vaguely. Knowing his heavenly eye could pinpoint where the crimson flame lotuses were located. Once they reached the right spot, he could discreetly guide the others to collect some. After ascending for about a kilometer, Lin Chuan finally spotted a suitable location and led the others in that direction. Through his heavenly eye, he observed 5 crimson flame lotuses thriving in a wall cavity along the passage, conveniently positioned for them to appear as if they had stumbled upon them by chance. Although Lin Chuan could have moved swiftly, he deliberately matched his pace with the trio to avoid revealing his true prowess. As they approached within 100 meters of the crimson flame lotuses, Lin Chuan slowed his steps and suggested, after running for so long, everyone must be a bit fatigued. Let's take a break and proceed at a leisurely pace. His suggestion was immediately met with agreement from the three, who had been struggling to maintain a facade of composure in front of Lin Chuan. Now that he had initiated the pause, they seized the opportunity to rest. From their prior conversations, Lin Chuan learned that the three were originally from the same family, all surnamed Zhang. Aside from Zhang Liang, the chubby one was named Zhang Wei, while the leaner one was Zhang Imo. They hailed from a prominent family in a small town, and had not tragedy struck, they would likely be studying at an academy now. However, the calamity that befell their family had irrevocably altered their destinies, leading them to be cast aside as orphans by Lin Chuan. The only silver lining was that all three possessed decent talents, allowing them to survive until now. They hoped to pass this assessment, which would secure them a place within the Lin family and ensure their future livelihoods. This ambition was the reason they were willing to take such risks. Otherwise, given their personalities, it was unlikely they would have ventured into such a perilous location. Look, it's the Crimson Flame Lotus, Zhang Wei exclaimed, drawing the attention of the others. Indeed, it's real. We actually discovered the Crimson Flame Lotus here. Zhang Liang shouted joyfully. A faint smile graced Lin Chuan's lips. This could be seen as a gift for the trio. Their scholarly demeanor evoked a sense of nostalgia within him. Let me collect it, Lin Chuan offered, channeling his chakra into his palms as he approached the Crimson Flame Lotus. The excitement of the three shifted to concern, not because they were unwilling to share, but out of fear that Lin Chuan would seize all the lotuses for himself. Throughout their time together, they had never considered harming Lin Chuan to monopolize the Crimson Flame Lotuses. I don't need a single one. You may have them all. Our team's inner core is already sufficient, and we have gathered enough Crimson Flame Lotuses to easily pass the assessment. Lin Chuan's next words dispelled their concerns. Although Lin Chuan faced away from the trio, with his heavenly eye activated, he could discern their expressions and movements. If Zhang Liang had intended to strike him down, this would have been the perfect opportunity. Yet the three showed no inclination to attack. It seemed their hearts were indeed not malicious, and they had not succumbed to the darkness of this place. This was a quality worth noting. Lin Chuan mused silently, then shifted his gaze outside the cave. 300 meters away, 2 groups of individuals were approaching, most of whom were at least at the 6th layer of Qi refinement, comprising those who had already passed the assessment. Lin Chuan had long noticed the approach of several individuals, yet he refrained from informing Zhang Liang and the others, as he was not inclined to reveal the capabilities of his wide-eyed ability prematurely. Since evasion was not an option, he resolved to face them calmly. To Lin Chuan, The 44th hunting ground posed no significant threat, save for the colossal entity slumbering underground. He relinquished all 5 of the crimson flame lotus he had collected to Zhang Liang, keeping none for himself. The divine fruit within him had quieted considerably, the intense urge to consume having subsided. Perhaps a sign that it had either overcome its ravenous phase or had become choosier after feasting on several hundred crimson flame lotuses. Zhang Liang and his companions were elated with their 5 crimson flame lotuses, for according to the Lin family's regulations, gathering more than 3 would grant them automatic passage through the assessment. They had exceeded their task splendidly. We only needed 3, so you can have these too. After conferring, they decided to offer Lin Chuan the surplus lotuses. Although these additional crimson flame lotuses could provide them with more cultivation resources, they felt that greed was not virtuous, especially since they had all discovered the lotuses together. You should keep them. I truly have no need for many crimson flame lotuses. Lin Chuan glanced at the trio in surprise, still refusing their offer. If he wished to harvest more, he could easily do so within the cave, but he saw no necessity for it. Moreover, the slumbering entity below loomed over him like a heavy mountain, and he simply wished to depart swiftly. Let us go. Lin Chuan beckoned the 3 to move towards the exit, not bothering to warn them of the 6 formidable cultivators approaching outside. Throughout, Lin Chuan maintained a calm demeanor. With these 5 crimson flame lotuses, we can finally join the Lin family officially. No more wandering, no more fear of being cast out. Zhang Mo exclaimed joyfully, cradling the lotuses close to his chest, a look of bliss on his face. However, their happiness was short-lived, as a voice dripping with cold derision echoed from the far end of the cave passage. Oh, 5 crimson flame lotuses, such effortless acquisition. As the voice emerged, 6 figures materialized 10 meters before Lin Chuan. These 4 truly are fortunate to discover crimson flame lotuses in such a place. We've been searching for so long and only managed to acquire 3. One of them shot a glance at the cave behind Lin Chuan and immediately discerned the evidence of lotus harvesting. Will you hand them over? Or shall I slay you and take them myself? A cultivator at the 7th level of Qi refinement wore a smirk, slowly extending a hand. His gaze fixated on Zhang Liang and his companions. The crimson flame lotuses were all in their possession, while Lin Chuan was entirely overlooked. Despite Lin Chuan being the highest ranked among them at the 5th level of Qi refinement, it mattered little. To those at the 6th level and above, a 5th level cultivator was merely an insignificant insect, easily crushed. Zhang Liang's group turned pale at the appearance of the 6 individuals. A glance revealed 1 at the 8th level, 3 at the 7th, and 2 at the 6th. How could they possibly contend? The disparity in cultivation levels was immense. Without unique abilities or exceptional treasures, fighting above 1's level was nearly impossible. While the gaps between levels in Qi refinement were not as pronounced as those in Foundation establishment, even a single level of difference was sufficient to dominate and eliminate foes at a lower tier. In essence, the lowest of the 6, at the 6th level, could easily suppress Lin Chuan and his companions. This was the reality of their cultivation disparity. Unless someone among them could summon a protective artifact like Qin Lang or Belianshire, this confrontation held little suspense. However, artifacts were not simply conjured at will. If I hand you the crimson flame lotuses, will you let us go? Zhang Liang's voice was hoarse. Relinquishing the crimson flame lotuses they had worked hard to find stirred resentment within him, yet the alternative was death. What good were the lotuses if they were no longer alive? This was an undeniable truth. If you submit them to me, I might consider letting you leave. The outstretched hand of the cultivator bore a mischievous smile, one that inspired little trust. Zhang Liang understood that their lives lay in the hands of these 6. Escape was impossible, and even if they surrendered the lotuses, safety was not guaranteed. Yet, they had no choice. Surrendering was imperative to avoid granting these individuals further justification to act. Lin Chuan observed the unfolding scene with a detached demeanor, scrutinizing the 6's intentions. If they genuinely intended to allow the 4 to depart, he might have acquiesced, as he wished to avoid attracting undue attention to the slumbering entity beneath. Regrettably, he detected no hint of leniency in their expressions, only the amusement of a game. Just as Zhang Liang prepared to hand over the 5 crimson flame lotuses, Lin Chuan halted him with a raised hand, speaking without turning. Whether you hand them over or not, the outcome will be the same. They will not allow us to leave. Keep the crimson flame lotuses. Lin Chuan's voice was calm. As the 6 posed no real threat to him, his mind was solely focused on devising the simplest and swiftest method to deal with them. Lin Chuan, you Zhang Liang gasped. If there had been room for retreat before, Lin Chuan's proclamation left them no options. A disdainful snort emanated from the six. They had never intended to spare the four, but being so bluntly exposed irked them significantly. Especially Lin Chuan, with his cold, composed demeanor and strikingly pale white eyes, had been an irritant since the beginning. Had Lin Chuan possessed any crimson flame lotuses, they might have acted against him sooner. Sometimes, seeing too clearly is not a blessing. Little brat. One of them sneered ominously. It seemed the only recourse was to eliminate the four brats before claiming the crimson flame lotuses. A plan they had intended all along, yet the bluntness of Lin Chuan's declaration was irksome. The 8th level cultivator finally spoke, as the spiritual energy around the six surged. Poised for battle. Zhang Liang, you three move aside. I'll handle them. Lin Chuan stepped forward, raising his hands while removing his shirt, revealing a fair, slightly muscular physique to the astonished gazes of the crowd. Everyone stared at Lin Chuan in bewilderment. What was the purpose of disrobing before a fight? Did he intend to seduce them? Such thoughts were far-fetched. Even Zhang Liang and the others looked at him with uncertainty. Yet their attention quickly shifted back to Lin Chuan's earlier words. We will not abandon our friends. Zhang Liang responded immediately. Humph, none of you shall escape. A group of worthless fools. One of the cultivators scornfully regarded Lin Chuan. He had encountered many who, in a desperate bid to buy time for their companions, overestimated their worth, but none had lasted long against them, rendering their efforts futile. Rest assured, they are no match for me. You should leave first, once I dispatch them. I will follow. Lin Chuan spoke softly and calmly, then lowered his voice to the three. I simply wish to keep some of my cards hidden from you. This is my secret, and I hope you can respect that. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to leave you to deal with these individuals yourselves. Lin Chuan's words left Zhang Liang and the others exchanging glances, uncertain of the truth behind them. Yet, the calmness in Lin Chuan's voice and his unchanged demeanor led them to believe he spoke genuinely. However, fleeing was simply not in their nature, especially since Lin Chuan had acted on their behalf. Lin Chuan cast a disdainful glance at the 6 individuals opposite him, who had halted their advance. Amusement etched on their faces as they seemingly awaited the 4 of them to leave behind some final words before attacking. Lin Chuan understood that employing the fireball technique here would undoubtedly trigger a violent surge of spiritual energy. Unaware of the lurking dangers previously, he now hesitated to utilize such jutsu, knowing the consequences. Perhaps the Lin family restricted entry to those above the foundation establishment stage for this very reason, as they could wield spells. When he had just shed his clothing, Lin Chuan had resolved to use the bone pulse technique, as it would create far less spiritual energy disturbance compared to ninjutsu. Moreover, the bone pulse belonged to the Kekai Genkai, not a ninjutsu, thus consuming significantly less energy, an optimal choice for Lin Chuan at this moment. Of course, Gentle Fist was also an option, but its inherent qualities meant it could not inflict fatal damage instantly, forcing Lin Chuan to abandon that method as he sought a swift resolution. However, should Zhang Liang and the others refuse to retreat, he might have no choice but to resort to Gentle Fist, as he assessed a high likelihood they would not leave. These considerations unfolded in the blink of an eye. To Lin Chuan's surprise, Zhang Liang did not heed his advice to depart. Yet neither did he insist on joining the fray. Instead, he turned and led Zhang Yimou and Zhang Wei into the cave behind them. I respect your decision, but should you encounter danger, we will intervene, Zhang Liang declared, turning his back to Lin Chuan as he entered the cave. He did not flee or abandon Lin Chuan, as such actions contradicted his principles, yet he also honored Lin Chuan's choice. Maintaining the secrecy of one's trump card is a duty every cultivator must uphold. A trump card represents a person's last resort. Once revealed, it loses its intended efficacy. Therefore, for every cultivator, the trump card embodies their most vital survival line, not to be carelessly displayed before anyone except those they absolutely trust, unless they have reached a level of invincibility. A faint smile graced Lin Chuan's lips. This was indeed a commendable decision. He then turned his gaze back to the 6 adversaries. The combination of his Byakugan and bone pulse thrilled him. Both of these Kekai Genkai techniques epitomized the pinnacle of close combat martial arts. Such a synergy was unparalleled, and aside from Meitarumi of the Mist Village, no one else in the realm of Naruto possessed 2 complementary Kekai Genkai. Little brat, your final words are over. It's time to send you on your way. A practitioner of the 6th layer of chi refinement surged forward, targeting Lin Chuan. To all observers, This singular individual seemed capable of effortlessly overpowering Lin Chuan, rendering the rest unnecessary, with some even preparing to head towards the cave to seize the crimson flame lotus. The charging chi refinement practitioner moved with an uncanny gait, a reward he had earned after passing the Lin family S trials. Although it was not a spell, it obscured his attack S trajectory, proving quite practical in this stage of close combat. However, under Lin Chuan's Byakugan, his movements were riddled with flaws and entirely ineffective. While the Sharingan might excel in detecting subtle movements, the Byakugan, one of the three great ocular techniques, possessed unparalleled advantages in close combat and martial arts, especially evident when one's strength was still developing. Though the Byakugan's efficacy diminished in later stages, it was undeniable that by then, Lin Chuan would have transcended its need, for he would possess the ultimate form of the Byakugan, the Rinnegan, endowed with the powers of creation and destruction. In a flash, Lin Chuan darted forward, skillfully positioning himself before the practitioner, disrupting his advance and nullifying his peculiar gait. How could this be? The practitioner gazed incredulously at Lin Chuan, a mere child of lower cultivation, having seen through his steps. How was this possible? It must be a fluke, he thought. Yet, as the practitioner prepared to crush Lin Chuan with overwhelming force, Lin Chuan's palm struck at his chest from an awkward angle, seemingly having anticipated the next move, bypassing all defenses. In the astonished gaze of his opponent, a slender bone spike erupted from Lin Chuan's palm, piercing through his chest without affording him a moment to react, directly impaling his heart. The practitioner's fist, aimed at Lin Chuan's chest, was halted before it could reach him, blocked by the protruding bone. The smiles on the faces of the five behind him froze instantly, as they watched in disbelief. Their companion, who seemed capable of overpowering Lin Chuan, suddenly slumped forward. A blood-stained, bone-like protrusion retracted from his back, and he collapsed, lifeless. At this moment, Lin Chuan's right palm still bore the bone spike, and the bony growth from his chest was equally exposed, both stained with blood, presenting a macabre sight. Now it's your turn. Lin Chuan's expression remained calm as he raised his bloodied bone spike, pointing it menacingly at the five adversaries. What manner of monster is this? The remaining five stared in shock at Lin Chuan, the two bone spikes protruding from his body glaringly unnatural, compounded by his unusual white hair and eyes. In that instant, they felt they were not facing a mere person, but a true monstrosity. Are those his bones? One of the chi refinement practitioners swallowed hard, struggling to articulate his thoughts. He had witnessed Lin Chuan's swift execution of a fellow practitioner of equal cultivation and was now gripped by sheer terror. Fools, what are you afraid of? This guy merely succeeded in a surprise attack with his bizarre methods. If we all attack together, can we not handle him? Though the chi refinement 8th layer youth's expression was grim, he remained composed. Lin Chuan's technique, while peculiar, was still only at the 5th layer of chi refinement, 3 layers below him, and with 5 of them against a single Lin Chuan, they could surely wear him down. Indeed, upon hearing the youth's words, the 4 others regained their composure, reminded of their numbers. Even if Lin Chuan had dispatched one of their own, they still had the upper hand. You bastard! I'll kill you. One individual, clearly close to the recently fallen comrade, charged at Lin Chuan, followed by the others. They could no longer allow Lin Chuan to attack unimpeded. The prospect of losing another member was one they could not bear. So you too feel anger for your fallen companion? Alas, you should not have provoked me. Lin Chuan murmured, a hint of lament in his voice, before swiftly advancing. Chakra flowing throughout his body. Bones pulse, dance of willows. Boom. The assailant charged forward, delivering a vicious punch, his twisted visage contorted with unrestrained fury. This rage stemmed not only from the fact that Lin Chuan had slain one of their comrades, but also from Lin Chuan's eerily calm demeanor, which exuded an air of superiority, as if he regarded their assaults with utter disdain. The speed of the punch was akin to lightning, a velocity that would be impossible for an ordinary person to evade. Yet, under Lin Chuan's keen insight granted by his Byakugan, dodging the blow proved to be remarkably effortless. A subtle shift of his body allowed him to sidestep the attack with ease. Impossible. How could he predict the trajectory of the punch? Just as the assailant was left stunned by Lin Chuan's evasion, Lin Chuan pivoted, delivering a knee strike directly to the man's abdomen. Alarmed, the assailant quickly lowered his arms to intercept Lin Chuan's knee, for the abdomen is one of the body's vulnerable points, and he could not afford to allow Lin Chuan's strike to connect there, lest he sustain grievous injury. However, at the moment he was about to block the incoming blow, A peculiar smile crept across Lin Chuan's lips. In the next instant, sharp bone spikes erupted from the apex of his knee, piercing through the assailant's arms and striking true to his abdomen. With a thud, the man was sent hurtling backward, his arms impaled by the bone spikes, yet miraculously, his abdomen remained unscathed. Just in the nick of time, his teammates arrived, preventing Lin Chuan from pursuing further attacks. Alas, Lin Chuan sighed softly, his expression devoid of regret. If these opponents were truly so easy to defeat, they would not have survived this long. After all, facing 5 adversaries was no simple feat, and the level he had achieved was commendable. In the blink of an eye, Lin Chuan found himself encircled by the 5 men, who hesitated to engage him immediately. Their faces etched with trepidation as they regarded the man they had cornered. He was akin to a hedgehog, impervious in close combat, seemingly invincible. Not only was his offensive prowess astonishing, but his defensive capabilities were equally formidable. More terrifying still was Lin Chuan's calm demeanor, which instilled a chill of dread in their hearts. Yet, they could not afford to refrain from attacking. Could they really let Lin Chuan escape? Even if they wished to, Lin Chuan would not allow it, for they had uncovered his secrets, and knowledge of his trump cards spelled their doom. Sweat beaded on the foreheads of the 5. Not from fear of Lin Chuan's strength, they had never doubted their superiority, but from the sheer uncertainty of how to approach him. It was as if they faced a hedgehog. They knew they could defeat him, yet the prospect of harm made them hesitate. The man whose arms had just been pierced served as a stark reminder of the consequences of miscalculation. Lin Chuan stood at the center of the arena, showing no intention of striking back. He was curious to see how these cultivators would respond to the formidable bloodline technique of the bone spike. Within the depths of his Byakugan, Lin Chuan observed as the 5 exchanged glances, and then, as if orchestrated, 3 of them lunged forward, 2 in front, 1 at his back. 2 would distract him, while 1 attempted a sneak attack from behind. Lin Chuan mused silently. If I relied solely on the bone spike, this could indeed prove challenging. However, my Byakugan is no mere decorative feature. Despite perceiving the assailant approaching from behind, Lin Chuan remained unfazed and instead targeted the 2 in front. This prompted the 2 to exchange subtle, triumphant smiles, believing their scheme had succeeded. With a swift motion, the bone spike lashed out, forcing one of them to retreat, while Lin Chuan's elbow struck backward with precision, aimed directly at the heart of the assailant behind him. Simultaneously, the latter unleashed his most powerful strike, only to be ensnared by the bone extending from Lin Chuan's back. How could this be? Why was he so precise? The expressions of the 5 men shifted dramatically. They understood Lin Chuan's hedgehog-like nature. They knew that even controlling his bone attacks required awareness of the attacker's position. Blindly using bone for defense would be futile and wasteful of spiritual energy, yet their faces paled as the realization dawned. Lin Chuan clearly possessed the ability to perceive all their attacks, indicating that his vision was far beyond that of an ordinary individual. At that moment, the gazes of 4 men converged on Lin Chuan's striking white eyes, the veins around them pulsating intensely. These were not ordinary eyes. Drip. Warm blood flowed from the enemy's heart, cascading down the bone spike onto Lin Chuan's arm. Another one falls, Lin Chuan remarked, withdrawing his arm from the assailant's heart, lowering his legs, and spreading his arms wide in a pose reminiscent of displaying muscle. Who shall be next? The remaining 4 stood frozen in terror, their hair standing on end. Since their entry into the realm of cultivation, none had faced an adversary who instilled such a sense of dread. It was as if they stood before a deity, capable of erasing them with a mere flick of the wrist. Yet, Lin Chuan's cultivation level was merely at the 5th stage of qi refinement, lower than all of them. The recently slain foe had been at the 7th stage, a full 2 levels above Lin Chuan, yet even so, he had been dispatched with ease, as if their levels held no weight against him. The techniques that had consistently proven effective failed against Lin Chuan. Their powerful strikes could not land, while their superior defenses crumbled before the bone spike, as fragile as paper, easily pierced and torn. At this moment, the tension in their hearts reached a breaking point. They finally understood fear, a fear that surpassed even the dread of facing a 10th-stage qi refinement master. Meanwhile, Zhang Liang and the others waited anxiously, convinced that Lin Chuan could not possibly contend against these 6. Yet, they found themselves without the strength to confront him, forced to heed Lin Chuan's words and retreat for the time being. However, they refused to flee entirely. The teachings of their family were not in vain. Though they had been through rigorous training and held no illusions about the world, they could not entirely abandon their convictions and principles. Lin Chuan fought for them, and thus, they could not abandon him to seek safety alone. Such an act would seem foolish, and Lin Chuan would likely consider it an absurdity. I risked my life to save you, and yet you would leave me to die. What could be more foolish than that? However, it must be said that Lin Chuan felt a warmth in his heart at Zhang Liang's choice, albeit only this once. Given his current strength, he could ensure that no one would fall because of him, should the time come when he had to risk everything to save someone. And that person remained by his side to meet their demise. He would likely be enraged enough to send that individual flying. Why is it so quiet? Could it be that Lin Chuan has already been slain? Zhang Wei exclaimed in distress. No way. Perhaps the fight hasn't even begun. Should we go out to assist? Zhang Mo suggested, feeling a sense of shame at hiding while Lin Chuan fought valiantly outside. Lin Chuan specifically instructed us not to intervene. We must respect his wishes. Moreover, rushing out now would be futile, only creating chaos. Furthermore, if Lin Chuan possesses some means to eliminate those six, charging out would only expose his secrets. What then? Would he eliminate us to keep his secret? Should we allow him to keep his secrets while they spread far and wide? Zhang Liang exhaled a lengthy discourse, attempting to alleviate his anxious spirit through words. Deep within, he yearned to burst forth and engage in battle, even if he were to perish. At least he would not die in vain. I won't blurt anything out, Zhang Mo muttered softly. Whether or not we speak carelessly is our affair. But whether Lin Chuan believes us is another matter entirely. Such life and death issues cannot be entrusted to those still unfamiliar with us. Zhang Wei chimed in. Let us wait a while longer. I hope nothing goes awry. Zhang Liang gazed intently at the rock wall before them, their backs resolutely turned. At this moment, unbeknownst to them, the battlefield had shifted under Lin Chuan's influence to a point nearly 100 meters from the cave. The sounds of combat scarcely reaching the ears of Zhang Liang and his companions. Observing the four individuals beside him, Lin Chuan maintained an unwavering calmness. The four were within his manageable threshold, so he refrained from unleashing lethal moves, instead treating them as mere practice dummies for honing his physical prowess. After all, Lin Chuan had been in this world for less than a month, despite having consumed the divine fruit from the sacred tree, which endowed him with extraordinary talent in various techniques. He could not instantly acquire the experiential knowledge that combat alone could provide. Only through a series of battles and repeated clashes could he accumulate and enhance his skills until he mastered them completely. The bloodline limit of the corpse bone path was recently bestowed upon him. Although witnessing Junmaru wield it in Naruto was exhilarating, employing it himself was a different affair. He needed to continually adjust his combat stance to synchronize with the bone spike's attacks. Furthermore, with the presence of the shared killing of the gray bones, Lin Chuan understood that the corpse bone path would accompany him until the very end, not a transient ability to be forgotten after initial use. Thus, he must master the corpse bone path to perfection. Is this all the strength you possess? Weren't you boasting about slaughtering us to seize the Crimson Flame Lotus? Lin Chuan halted, now easily countering the assault from the four. With the 360-degree vision of his Byakugan and the formidable defense of the corpse bone path, the opponent's strikes scarcely touched him. Even when some attacks, due to his inexperience, could not be evaded, the bones of the corpse bone path absorbed the majority of the impact. Up to this point, aside from the consumption of his sage chakra, Lin Chuan remained virtually unscathed. To the four assailants, Lin Chuan appeared as a monstrous entity, a figure of absolute terror. The stark white bones protruding from his limbs and joints resembled deadly swords from the abyss, piercing their psyches with profound anguish. They sought to break these bones with their mightiest attacks, yet to their horror, the hardness of these bones far exceeded their expectations, incomparable to human bone. This was merely the dance of the willow of the corpse bone path. Lin Chuan had yet to employ the dance of the pine. Though Junmaru had used a curse seal to execute the dance of the pine, which was fundamentally akin to sage mode, albeit in incomplete pseudo-sage mode, Lin Chuan now wielded an almost flawless genuine sage mode, capable of releasing the dance of the pine. However, the energy expenditure would be substantial and ultimately unnecessary. It seemed these individuals had reached their limits, and there was no need to continue practicing with them. Perhaps, without the looming threat of the subterranean entity, he might have entertained them longer. Regrettably, the existence of the infant queen of the nascent soul stage left him no time for such indulgences. Lin Chuan mused inwardly. Recognizing the four had already contemplated retreating, thus it was time for slaughter. In the next instant, Lin Chuan's eyes transformed dramatically, shifting from white to blood red, each housing two spinning tomo. At that moment of astonishment among the four, Lin Chuan's gaze locked onto the 8th layer Qi refinement cultivator, and as their eyes met, the illusion technique was unleashed. Illusion. Chains of enchantment. The 8th layer chi refinement cultivator, initially poised to flee, suddenly felt his limbs and body ensnared by numerous spikes. A searing pain coursing through him as his freedom vanished, as if pinned to the ground. The agonized screams erupted, sending chills through the remaining 3, who immediately ceased resistance and fled in a panic. Lin Chuan, well prepared, would not afford them an escape. After exercising the illusion on the most formidable among them, he raised his hands, pivoting to target the 3 fleeing chi refinement cultivators, his body launching forth as sage chakra surged to his fingertips. In an instant, Lin Chuan's Sharingan morphed into Byakugan, revealing the clear pathways and acupoints of the 3 fleeing cultivators. The next moment, his finger bones erupted from his fingertips, guided by the Byakugan's potent vision, directly assaulting their weaknesses and acupoints. Corpse bone path, 10 finger penetration. Following this strike, Lin Chuan felt no need to observe the aftermath. Turning to approach the 8th layer chi refinement cultivator, the illusion, chains of enchantment, dissipated the moment Lin Chuan retracted his Sharingan. Yet his objectives had been fulfilled, temporary confinement and inflicted damage. The cultivator now knelt on the ground, arms supporting him, sweat cascading from his forehead like rain, his body trembling slightly as if he had just emerged from water. In that fleeting instant, he had experienced the most horrific scene imaginable, and even now, he had yet to fully escape the terror of that moment. Upon hearing approaching footsteps, the 8th layer chi refinement cultivator lifted his head in dread, his expression vacant from the torment of the illusion, eyes wide in disbelief as he stared at Lin Chuan. After a prolonged silence, he stammered, "Why you? Who are you?" "My name is Lin Chuan," came the calm and indifferent voice. "Ah, please don't kill me. I beg you, please don't kill me." The man shrieked in terror, his face contorted, unable even to consider fleeing. After revealing his name, Lin Chuan's palm pierced through the man's neck, severing his grotesquely twisted head, which was then tossed into the air before crashing to the ground. Lin Chuan deftly sidestepped, not a drop of blood staining him. In the wake of the carnage, Lin Chuan finally allowed his serene facade to falter, revealing a complex expression. Before entering this place, he felt profound anger towards the Lin family for compelling them to gather the crimson flame lotus, intending to consume their spiritual roots to enhance the herb's quality. He had even considered collecting more of the crimson flame lotus to spare those children from suffering. However, upon entering, he realized that these children bore little resemblance to his preconceived notions of innocence. They had long been ravaged by this cruel world, understanding that survival necessitated constant bloodshed. Each individual was engaged in combat, fighting for their very existence. Perhaps it was more fitting to view them as children of a terrifying organization akin to ISIS from his previous life, Lin Chuan mused silently. At this moment, he had discarded any semblance of a savior complex. To survive, one must kill. This was the law of this world. All he could do was protect those he held dear, striving to ensure they did not perish in this merciless reality. With his contemplations set aside, Lin Chuan approached the fallen individuals slain by the 10-finger penetration, retrieving his finger bones while simultaneously retracting the spines that had erupted from his body. The Hyuga clan, renowned in the original Naruto for their mastery of close combat techniques, had maximized the potential of the Byakugan. However, they too possessed shortcomings, particularly in long-range attacks, a deficit that could later be compensated by the 8 trigrams empty palm. Yet it remained an imperfect solution. The 10-finger piercing of the corpse bone pulse currently provides Lin Chuan with an excellent long-range offensive technique, complemented by the precision strikes of the Byakugan, enabling him to target weaknesses and acupoints without missing. The 8 trigrams palm of the gentle fist, among other techniques, primarily focuses on defense, effectively compensating for the shortcomings in attack power. At this moment, no cultivator below the foundation establishment stage poses a challenge to me. Lin Chuan mused as he slowly donned his discarded clothing once more. The only downside is the depletion of chakra. Currently, my chakra reserves are somewhat low, preventing me from employing many formidable techniques. Lin Chuan shook his head in resignation. However, he remained quite satisfied with his offensive capabilities. In the world of Naruto, any technique utilizing sage chakra significantly amplifies its power, a principle that holds true in this realm as well. Otherwise, with Lin Chuan's chakra, employing the corpse bone pulse's 10-finger piercing would merely injure, rather than instantly kill, 3 cultivators of a higher tier. This one-hit kill was facilitated by the Byakugan and the fact that those individuals were preoccupied with fleeing. Had it been used directly in combat, the effect would have undoubtedly been diminished. With 70% of his Sage Chakra expended, Lin Chuan found himself with less than 30% remaining. Although the bloodline limit does not consume much chakra, simultaneously utilizing the Sharingan, Byakugan, and Corpse Bone Pulse incurs a substantial drain. As he examined the spoils of this battle, Lin Chuan gathered the bodies, preparing to erase all traces. The damage inflicted by the bone spikes was particularly distinctive, and he preferred to leave no evidence behind. Once combat commenced, and his chakra merged with the spiritual energy in his dantian to form Sage Chakra, he could no longer absorb external spiritual energy to recover. This differs from cultivators, who can absorb energy while fighting, granting them superior endurance in battle, a significant weakness of his. Lin Chuan continually absorbed the conclusions drawn from the fight, identifying his strengths while seeking out his weaknesses, for knowing oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in every encounter. At this moment, the spiritual energy in the surrounding air began to converge towards Lin Chuan, entering his meridians through the acupoints, refining and circulating, ultimately accumulating in his dantian. His root was the most potent heavenly extreme grade, allowing him to absorb spiritual energy at a rate far exceeding that of ordinary individuals, thus facilitating rapid recovery. However, the time required for the mixture to form Sage Chakra precludes him from absorbing spiritual energy. Once the mixture is undone and the Sage Chakra dissipates, Lin Chuan can swiftly restore his energy. After stripping the usable items from the 6 bodies, Lin Chuan formed hand seals and released a small flame, incinerating the corpses completely. Having tidied up, he made his way towards the cave, ready to summon Zhang Liang and the others to depart from this place. Zhang Liang. That scream just now couldn't have come from Lin Chuan, could it? Zhang Wei inquired, his face pale. The sound of the scream had diminished significantly by the time it reached the cave, compounded by the indistinct nature of such cries, intensifying the trio's anxiety. It shouldn't be, Zhang Liang replied uncertainly. Just as they were grappling with the implications of that sudden scream, another voice echoed, "Ah, don't kill me. Please, don't kill me. I." The trio's expressions shifted instantly, though they could not discern the speaker. They knew that Lin Chuan was far from being a match for those youths above the 6th layer of Qi refinement. The plea sounded as if Lin Chuan were begging for mercy. Damn it, I want to get out. Zhang Wei's face turned ashen as he stood, intent on charging out, for at that moment, secrets held little significance, lives were at stake. Wait, that doesn't sound like Lin Chuan. Zhang Liang suddenly grasped Zhang Wei's arm, his expression fluctuating between hope and dread. Are you sure? We've only just met Lin Chuan. Can you really recognize his voice? Zhang Mo furrowed his brow. Deep down, they hoped it wasn't Lin Chuan's voice, for if he were dead, they would surely be next. However, Lin Chuan was merely at the 5th layer of Qi refinement. Even if he possessed some means to intimidate the 6, it was implausible that such a powerful scream could be attributed to him. The weakest among those individuals was at the 6th layer of Qi refinement, with some even at the 8th layer. To suggest that Lin Chuan could compel such a group to plead for mercy was utterly preposterous. Anyone familiar with the world of cultivation would find such a notion laughable. I can't be certain if that was Lin Chuan's voice either, but did you notice? The plea was please spare me, not please spare us. This implies that only one person was attacking. Zhang Liang analyzed, surprising even himself with his astuteness. Zhang Mo and Zhang Wei exchanged glances. Though their desire to rush out remained strong, they momentarily held back. Could it be that the opponents sent only one person to confront Lin Chuan, which is why he pleaded in such a manner? Zhang Mo said, his expression grim. If just one person could reduce Lin Chuan to such a state, it would indicate that the enemy's strength was overwhelming enough to render Lin Chuan's trump cards useless. Filling their hearts with despair, while they did not regret remaining behind, the thought of dying in such a manner felt profoundly humiliating. Let us go out and confront them. Lin Chuan is already dead, so what are we still doing here? Waiting for them to come in and kill us? Zhang Wei spat, rising to charge towards the cave's entrance. However, upon turning back, Zhang Mo froze. He had braced himself to face those powerful adversaries, yet in that moment, he saw Lin Chuan, with his white hair and white eyes, standing at the cave entrance, wearing an expression of utter disillusionment. Lin Chuan had been at the entrance for a while, curious about what the trio was murmuring about him, and he activated his Byakugan to observe their speculations regarding his supposed plea for mercy. nearly rushing over to give them a sound thrashing, feeling as though 1,000 curses were racing through his mind. Damn, what an imagination! Lin Chuan cursed inwardly. Ah, Lin Chuan, you're alive? Weren't you just begging for mercy? Zhang Wei exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief as he gazed at Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan rubbed his forehead. A flock of crows flying overhead, regretting his decision to save these three. Zhang Wei's words immediately caught the attention of the still indecisive Zhang Liang and Zhang Yimou, who turned to stare at the living Lin Chuan at the cave entrance as if witnessing a ghost. I'm not dead. Are you disappointed? Lin Chuan paused, forcing a smile as he regarded the trio. Not at all. How could we be disappointed? Ah, Lin Chuan, you must be mistaken. We were just discussing how you managed to scare off those 6. Ahaha, we always believed in you. Lin Chuan gazed at the trio, bemused by their nonsensical chatter, and turned to leave. Although he missed their ridiculous banter, he felt an overwhelming urge to beat them. Seeing Lin Chuan turn away, Zhang Liang immediately followed. Did Lin Chuan really scare off those 6? You are truly impressive to have driven back cultivators at the 8th layer of Qi refinement. To subdue one S opponent without a fight, your strength absolutely ranks among the top 10 newcomers. Indeed, we heard no sounds of battle, only their terrified screams. It seems they were merely paper tigers. The 3 of them laughed heartily, relieved that the danger had been averted and that they no longer faced the threat of death. Although they were unaware of the methods Lin Chuan employed to scare off the 6 assailants, it was generally not too difficult to intimidate someone in this world. For instance, possessing a formidable weapon capable of mutual destruction would typically compel one to retreat unless there were deep-seated grudges. The reason for their earlier conflict was the 5 stalks of Crimson Flame Lotus. While these foundational herbs held considerable value, surrendering them would yield nothing, as they were meant for the Lin family, and at most, they could exchange them for some cultivation resources. Lin Chuan chose not to explain, as he had little desire to engage in conversation with the 3 jesters, fearing that their fanciful imaginations might conjure up further absurdities. Suddenly, Zhang Liang noticed a pool of blood on the ground and quickly glanced at Lin Chuan's body. However, aside from 2 large tears in his clothing at the knees, Lin Chuan bore no visible injuries. If memory served him right, Lin Chuan had appeared in the same garb when they first met. During their last encounter outside the cave, Lin Chuan had used the bone vein technique in a moment of urgency, without the luxury of removing his clothing. This time, having prepared to utilize the bone vein technique, he had deliberately shed his shirt. Otherwise, by the end of the battle, he would have been dressed like a beggar. Just as Lin Chuan was about to reassure them of his unscathed condition, he realized it was unnecessary, as their attention had shifted to the flames not far away, where the 6 bodies were being consumed. This, 1, 2, 3, a total of 6? Zhang Wei stared at the charred corpses, his gaze vacant as he struggled to count. If he remembered correctly, there had indeed been 6 enemies. Zhang Yimou racked his brain, confirming that his memory was sound. Although the corpses were now unrecognizable due to the fire, their human forms were still discernible, and the crackling flames emitted a strangely nauseating scent reminiscent of charred flesh. Lin Chuan wrinkled his nose into staste and discreetly used chakra to create a thin membrane in his nostrils, blocking the foul odor. Meanwhile, Zhang Liang and the others were utterly stunned by the scene before them, their minds consumed by sheer shock and horror. Lin Chuan, did you kill those people? After a long moment, Zhang Liang finally came to his senses and turned to the expressionless Lin Chuan standing beside him. He could hardly believe that this seemingly frail, white-haired youth had dispatched 6 opponents, all of whom were more powerful than he, within a mere 10 minutes, one of them even 3 levels above him. This revelation shattered their previous understanding of the cultivation world, as if someone had played an elaborate prank on them. They had assumed Lin Chuan possessed some hidden technique that would allow him to achieve a mutually destructive outcome to intimidate the 6. But it was now evident that he indeed had the capability to eliminate them outright. It was not merely a matter of killing, it was a complete overpowering. As Lin Chuan bore no marks of injury, nor did he exhibit any signs of exhaustion. The distinction between vanquishing 6 foes while gravely wounded and doing so effortlessly was profound, indicating that Lin Chuan's strength far surpassed theirs, likely exceeding the highest among the 6. The trio swallowed hard, their minds racing with fear, for despite their efforts to sense his aura, Lin Chuan's cultivation was only at the 5th level of Qi refinement. They could not fathom how he could have dispatched the 6 in such a short span, even with a legendary protective artifact. Lin Chuan, you haven't broken through to the foundation establishment stage, have you? You're just here for a bit of fun, right? Zhang Liang inquired. As this possibility dawned upon him, a possibility that Zhang Wei and Zhang Imo also considered simultaneously, the name Lin had been an overlooked clue, now providing the best explanation for the current circumstances. My cultivation is indeed at the 5th level of qi refinement. The reason I was able to defeat them is due to special means, Lin Chuan clarified, refraining from elaborating further, not wishing to concoct a lie to deceive his companions. The three exchanged strange glances and nodded, choosing not to inquire further. Some truths were better left undiscovered. Yet they all silently deemed Lin Chuan a core disciple of the Lin family. To them, someone of Lin Chuan's status was merely playing in the 44th hunting grounds. And those 6 had foolishly provoked him, not surprising given Lin Chuan's unwavering demeanor throughout. Let us go. We should leave this place quickly. Lin Chuan beckoned the others and handed 3 crimson flame lotuses he had retrieved from the 6 to Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang accepted without hesitation, realizing that for someone of Lin Chuan's stature, gathering the lotuses was of little consequence. With this new perspective, the trio felt a sense of clarity, especially regarding previously perplexing matters. For instance, if Lin Chuan's hidden ability was merely to scare off the 6, then there was no need to hide. It became clear that his true aim was to eliminate them, and what he wished to conceal was his identity as a core disciple of the Lin family. As they pondered this, their gazes toward Lin Chuan grew increasingly fervent. With a core disciple like him to rely on, what was there to fear about failing the assessment? Although Lin Chuan walked ahead, his keen instincts made him acutely aware of their scrutiny. The moment he activated his white eyes, a shiver coursed through him at the intensity of their eager gazes. What sort of peculiar trio have I befriended? Lin Chuan's lips twitched. After reaching a fork in the path closer to the ground, Lin Chuan parted ways with the 3 and proceeded toward the cave where Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi were resting. He wondered whether the slumbering ant queen had been affected by the commotion caused by the cultivators in the cave. If it awakened suddenly, none would survive the encounter. Lin Chuan contemplated this and paused after turning a corner. In the next moment, he closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, his once white irises transformed into a striking sky blue, surrounded by shimmering silver in his deep blue pupils. The rebirth eye. Instantly activated, Lin Chuan focused his vision, no longer surveying in a 360-degree view, but concentrating his gaze in a singular direction, peering deep into the earth. Previously, due to the presence of Zhang Liang and the others, as well as the terrifying sights he had witnessed, he had only taken a cursory glance. Now, he decided to examine the area more cautiously, as many aspects had struck him as peculiar upon reflection. As the surrounding rocks gradually became transparent and ethereal, Lin Chuan's gaze traversed nearly 7 or 8 kilometers, once again encountering the colossal queen ant slumbering beneath the earth. Despite having mentally prepared himself, the sight of this behemoth still left Lin Chuan profoundly awestruck. Its immense form and astonishing presence were unlike anything he had ever witnessed, weighing down upon his chest like a mountain, rendering even his breaths a struggle. As Lin Chuan's eyes roamed, they settled upon the vast lake of magma beside the queen ant. In that moment, he discerned something truly extraordinary. The queen's curved body resembled a crescent moon, enveloping half of the magma lake, with a portion of her being even submerged in the molten liquid. Instinctively, Lin Chuan contemplated a possibility. She was guarding something. Lin Chuan's gaze descended, fixing upon the surface of the magma lake. Previously, a fleeting glance had prevented him from noticing what lay within this molten expanse. Upon closer inspection, he immediately discerned numerous crimson tendrils extending from the lake, subtly writhing like the antennae of a queen ant. Among these scarlet appendages, one plant stood out, a distinctive crimson flora thriving in the magma lake, emanating a faint golden-red glow. The movement of the queen ant's antennae seemed to be directed towards this remarkable plant, a crimson golden lotus. Could this be the crimson flame lotus? Lin Chuan's brow furrowed slightly, his gaze lingering on the singular flower. In terms of form, this lotus bore similarities to the crimson flame lotus, yet it also exhibited differences, particularly in its noble golden-red radiance, reminiscent of a graceful maiden poised on tiptoe, dancing delicately amidst the magma lake. Lin Chuan sought answers within his fragmented memories but found no recollection related to herbs. In his earlier life, he was akin to a servant's child, having only encountered a smattering of cultivation knowledge initially, while primarily assisting his mother with menial tasks until her untimely death. Even after losing his eyes, he continued in this manner. He decided against rummaging through his past memories and began to etch the appearance of the crimson flame lotus into his mind, particularly noting the 9 extraordinary golden seeds adorning its seed pod, which he had never encountered on any other crimson flame lotus. With a sigh, Lin Chuan closed his eyes and retracted his Rinnegan. The toll of using the Rinnegan was considerable. It drained not just his chakra but also posed a significant strain on his body. His instincts cautioned him that it was wise to minimize the use of these eyes, at least given his current level of cultivation. The Byakugan in the Naruto world had minimal side effects, a trait Lin Chuan shared. However, other ocular powers were not as forgiving, especially the Rinnegan, which had burdened his body even after a few simple usages. The Sharingan bore similar consequences. His Sharingan was a manifestation derived from his Rinnegan, and excessive use could lead to physical harm. Lin Chuan believed that, like the Sharingan in the original narrative, overuse could lead to blindness. The sole distinction was that in the Naruto universe, blindness was absolute, whereas he could recover if he lost his sight, thanks to the divine fruit of the sacred tree within his dantian. Lin Chuan had discovered that the purple mist occasionally emitted by the sacred fruit augmented his physical capabilities and provided him with enhanced ocular power. This mysterious force could not be wielded directly, but instead continuously affected his eyes, enhancing his ocular techniques while also mending the damage inflicted by their use. This was why he had not entirely abandoned the Rinnegan and Sharingan. However, given his current prowess, the burden of the Sharingan was negligible. It was only when he unlocked the Manjiki Sharingan that he anticipated the emergence of significant side effects. For now, the Rinnegan imposed the greater strain, prompting him to refrain from its use unless absolutely necessary. Nevertheless, due to the Rinnegan's much broader field of vision compared to the Byakugan, he had no choice but to employ it in such situations. After a brief recovery, Lin Chuan turned towards the depths of the cave. He was eager to reunite with Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi, intending to lead them out. Additionally, he wished to ascertain the true nature of that crimson golden lotus. His instincts suggested that both Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi would possess valuable insights regarding this peculiar flora. Utilizing the advantages of his Byakugan, Lin Chuan carefully avoided all encounters, successfully harvesting 9 scattered crimson flame lotuses before returning to the cave. By this time, Bu Lianshi and Qin Lang had nearly recuperated. Though their previous battle had been perilous, their opponent's strategy had been to exhaust their energy rather than to kill, allowing Lin Chuan to heal them with sage chakra effectively. In contrast, Han Qing and his companions bore more severe injuries and had yet to fully recover, though Lin Chuan's healing techniques had addressed their external wounds, leaving them to rely on their own resilience for the rest. Upon Lin Chuan's return, the 5 immediately emerged from their meditative states. How did it go? Any discoveries? Qin Lang inquired. We should leave here promptly. Lin Chuan nodded, exchanging glances with Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi without elaborating. Are we leaving the underground magma lake directly? Han Qing asked, somewhat bewildered. Given Lin Chuan's formidable strength, he faced little threat here. Was there some hidden danger? There is no longer any reason to linger. Although the chaos instigated by the passing cultivators has subsided, the crimson flame lotus has been nearly exhausted. Remaining here serves no purpose, Lin Chuan elucidated. Please accompany us as we depart. I will return the spirit beast's core I took from you, and I also have 3 crimson flame lotuses for you. With these, you should be able to pass the assessment without further risk. Lin Chuan smiled, having already consumed the crimson flame lotuses he had previously collected. He had gathered a few more on his way back specifically for this purpose. Han Qing nodded, accepting the crimson flame lotuses from Lin Chuan. His earlier assistance had been aimed at securing Lin Chuan's favor, and receiving these items was justifiable. Moreover, Lin Chuan's invitation to join them ensured their safety, leading him to refrain from opposing Lin Chuan's decision. The 6 of them tidied up and departed the cave, navigating the intricate lava tunnels towards the surface. With Lin Chuan's Byakugan surveying their surroundings, neither Bu Lianshi nor Qin Lang harbored concerns about potential dangers. On the other hand, Han Qing felt differently. Observing Lin Chuan and his companion's confident demeanor, he could not shake a sense of anxiety, carefully scrutinizing the environment for any signs of trouble, pondering whether they might be becoming overly complacent. What I saw was this. What do you think that Crimson Golden Lotus truly is? It seems significant enough to warrant the attention of the infant Soul Queen Ant. Lin Chuan relayed the sights he had witnessed underground to Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi, particularly concerning the Crimson Golden Lotus. If your observation is accurate, then that Crimson Flame Lotus must have undergone evolution, classifying it as a rare human-grade herb, the Crimson Flame Golden Lotus, Bu Lianshi asserted, almost instinctively, after hearing Lin Chuan's account. Human-grade herb? Lin Chuan was taken aback. It was his first encounter with such a classification of herbs. Indeed, herbs, much like spiritual roots, are categorized by tier, albeit less meticulously than spiritual roots. They are broadly divided into 4 levels: heaven, earth, human, and mundane, without corresponding subdivisions of upper, middle, and lower grades, Lin Chuan explained softly. What significance do these classifications hold? Lin Chuan mused. I recall that each herb is classified based on the minimum cultivation level required for the elixir crafted from it. For instance, the crimson flame lotus can only be consumed by cultivators at the foundation establishment stage. Those at the qi refining stage risk being overwhelmed by spiritual energy. This should be the standard for categorizing herbs, correct? Lin Chuan pondered thoughtfully. After listening, Master Bu nodded noncommittally. Although what Brother Lin Chuan said was not incorrect, it also had its flaws. For instance, the crimson flame golden lotus you just observed is, at its core, still a crimson flame red lotus. That essence remains unchanged. However, the essence of botanical energy it contains has been significantly enhanced, even reaching the level of a medicinal herb suitable for golden core stage elixirs. At this point, Master Bu lowered her voice and whispered to the two. Nevertheless, the elixirs crafted from such herbs can still be consumed by foundational stage cultivators. Brother Lin Chuan is astute. He should be able to grasp the implications of this. Upon hearing Master Bu's words, Lin Chuan's pale eyes narrowed slightly, and he immediately understood the gravity of the situation. The existence of such a human-level herb is tantamount to a cheat for elixirs. The botanical spiritual essence it embodies elevates the grade significantly while still being consumable by those of lower cultivation levels. The value of such a treasure is beyond imagination. Undoubtedly a coveted item that various clans would vie for. Imagine the terrifying effects if a golden core stage elixir were consumed by a foundational stage cultivator. Yet, such elixirs could never be given to them. Only a human-level herb, with its extraordinary properties, could achieve a similar effect to some extent. Does this mean I can directly consume this herb without fear of being overwhelmed? Lin Chuan inquired pointedly. Master Bu nodded. In theory, yes. However, how does Brother Lin Chuan intend to deal with that large creature beside the crimson flame golden lotus? Qin Lang, who had been listening, shook his head and smiled. While the item is indeed remarkable, given our current strength, we stand no chance of approaching the golden lotus, let alone contend with that queen ant. Lin Chuan, contemplating, gently stroked his chin and replied, solutions can be devised. Our target is the crimson flame golden lotus, not the queen ant. We merely need to find a way to retrieve the lotus without alerting the ant. Master Bu and Qin Lang exchanged wry smiles. Though they spoke of solutions, they both understood that such a feat was unattainable with their current capabilities. It was merely a hollow dream. By the way, Master Bu, Lin Chuan continued, if human-level herbs equate to lowering higher-grade herbs by 1 rank, wouldn't the earth and heaven-level herbs be even more formidable? By this logic, earth-level herbs could lower by 2 ranks, and heaven-level herbs by 3, correct? Brother Lin Chuan is not mistaken, Master Bu affirmed. However, all herbs start at the mortal level. They can only elevate through evolution, a process that is exceedingly challenging. Factors such as growing environment, the availability of spiritual energy, soil requirements, and years of growth impose significant constraints on herb evolution. Very few herbs meet the criteria for such advancement. Human-level herbs are already exceedingly rare. Earth-level ones can incite madness across the continent. And as for the highest heaven-level herbs, I must candidly say I have yet to hear of their genuine existence. Heaven-level herbs are merely the stuff of legends, Master Bu stated with a solemn expression. I see. Lin Chuan nodded, and it did not surprise him. Even human-level herbs yield astonishing effects. Those at earth and heaven levels can be considered truly extraordinary and are not easily obtainable. Another point to consider is that, due to their evolutionary nature, these herbs possess an extraordinary allure for spiritual beasts. Even a foundational stage herb that evolves to human level would be enough to attract the protection of a golden core stage queen ant. It is said that the power of evolution can be directly transferred to a spiritual beast through the consumption of the herb, potentially causing mutations or even evolution within the beast itself. Master Bu elaborated, recognizing Lin Chuan's keen interest in this subject. Considering Lin Chuan's propensity to consume herbs, it would not be unreasonable to regard him as akin to a spiritual beast in certain respects. Upon hearing Master Bu's explanation, Lin Chuan realized that these herbs might hold even greater significance for the fruit of the divine tree. Yet, he could not ascertain this for certain at the moment. He needed to find a way to acquire the Crimson Flame Golden Lotus first. Lin Chuan's mind began to formulate several strategies, all directed towards one singular goal, his Rinnegan. Human-level herbs. I find myself quite intrigued. I wonder how many of such herbs exist in the Zhongshuan continent. Lin Chuan murmured softly, his voice barely above a whisper, yet Qin Lang and Master Bu, walking beside him, could hear every word clearly. At the instant those words escaped his lips, both Qin Lang and Master Bu's expressions shifted dramatically, their faces contorting into a myriad of painful, sorrowful, and furious emotions, which rapidly morphed into shock. Zhongshuan continent. Brother Lin Chuan, are you also from the Zhongshuan continent? Qin Lang and Master Bu asked in unison. Lin Chuan turned to them, noticing the bewilderment etched on their faces, as if something unbelievable had transpired. What's wrong? Why are you so astonished? Isn't this the Zhongshuan continent? Lin Chuan's mind struggled to comprehend. What did they mean by him also being from the Zhongshuan continent? Wasn't he this place indeed it? Brother Lin Chuan, we are currently in the Nanning continent, not the Zhongshuan continent. The weight of Qin Lang and Master Bu's words crashed upon Lin Chuan like thunder, unleashing a whirlwind of emotions, shock, fury, hatred, sorrow, all swirling within him. These feelings belonged to a past Lin Chuan, the one who had been blinded and beaten to death. They were his emotions, his screams, his cries of despair. Lin Chuan felt a sudden, excruciating pain in his head, struggling to steady himself against the rocky wall. In an instant, sweat beaded on his forehead. His complexion turned pale, and he resembled someone who had just been pulled from the depths of water, entirely overcome by a state of exhaustion. Whether Lin Chuan wished it or not, he had now completely merged with the former Lin Chuan. All the experiences of his past life resonated within him, for they had become one the moment they traversed into this realm. The original Lin Chuan harbored no such deep-seated resentment, despite a life fraught with adversity. There remained a glimmer of hope. However, in this moment, he comprehended the full weight of his abandonment. The South Ming continent was a realm exceedingly distant, considered a wild land in stark contrast to the central hub of the cultivation world, the Zhongshuan continent. Few would willingly venture there. The passage between the two continents opened once every 100 years, allowing many exiled criminals, fleeing cultivators, and weak servants to traverse to the South Ming continent. Apart from the rare few who volunteered for trials, most were coerced into this journey. Lin Chuan had long pondered why his revival and newly acquired sight had gone unnoticed by the Lin family. However, the subsequent revelations indicated that this Lin family was markedly different from the one he remembered. He surmised that he might have been sent to a different territory of the Lin family within Zhongshuan. Yet, it was only at this moment that he realized he had been entirely cast away by the original Lin family, relegated to another continent, akin to a land of exile. The Lin family had shown an utter lack of compassion towards Lin Chuan, not only depriving him of his eyes, but also discarding him onto the South Ming continent, as if his existence were a stain upon their sacred lineage. Lin Chuan, what has happened to you? Why do you look so pale? Bu Lianshi was the first to notice something amiss, rushing over to support Lin Chuan's arm, helping him lean against the rock face to prevent him from collapsing. Qin Lang's expression also shifted, immediately wrapping Lin Chuan's arm around his shoulder, guiding him towards a modest cave nearby. Han Xin and the others followed closely behind, unable to comprehend the situation and anxiously trailing Bu Lianshi. What on earth has happened? Why is Lin Chuan suddenly so weak? Qin Lang remarked, his face clouded with concern. At this moment, Lin Chuan seemed to teeter on the brink of unconsciousness, half dreaming, his body limp and trembling against Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi, drenched in sweat. Just moments ago, Lin Chuan mentioned Zhongshuan continent, and then he suddenly changed like this. Could it be related? Bu Lianshi asked nervously, continuously wiping Lin Chuan's sweat with a handkerchief. However, her efforts could not keep pace with the profuse perspiration, and soon she discarded the handkerchief, resorting to using her sleeve instead. Lin Chuan appeared oblivious to his arrival on the South Ming continent, still under the impression that he was in Zhongshuan. How could this happen? It shouldn't be, Qin Lang mused, furrowing his brow. They remained entirely unaware of Lin Chuan's condition, powerless to assist him, and could only wait anxiously. Lin Chuan must have been forced to the South Ming continent, perhaps even knocked unconscious and thrown here. That means he is indeed from Zhongshuan. No wonder the three of us are grouped together, Bu Lianshi exclaimed. They finally grasped the reason for their grouping. They all hailed from Zhongshuan. Previously, both Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi had contemplated concealing their origins, But in their efforts to protect Lin Chuan, they had resorted to using protective artifacts, making secrecy impossible. Although Lin Chuan had not inquired, Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi had come to understand each other's backgrounds and surmised that their identities in Zhongchuan were far from ordinary. After all, what mere child could possess such protective treasures? Let us wait here for a while. Given Lin Chuan's state, proceeding further could be perilous, Qin Lang suggested. Within the dark chaos, Lin Chuan sensed an overwhelming tide of resentment and sorrow flooding his mind, as if frenzied thoughts sought to tear him apart. His mental landscape surged violently with vivid, haunting images flashing before his eyes. Memories of a childhood devoid of paternal affection, filled with ridicule and disdain. The death of his mother stripped away his last refuge, companions, and the girl he cherished, merely approaching him to infiltrate the Lin family he loathed. Indifference, hurt, solitude, betrayal. Each hardship lined up to invade his life, plunging him deeper into an abyss. This boy lived in utter desolation within a grand family, surrounded by splendor that bore no relation to him. He was but a passerby, silently observing the lives of others, regarded as insignificant, until a more frigid voice echoed, "Take his eyes for a nur. Furthermore, I no longer wish to see this child." The voice, devoid of warmth, belonged to one who claimed to be a father. "Huh, Lin Chuan, I approached you merely to gain entry into the Lin family. But I never expected you to be so ineffectual, possessing no weight within the family at all. What a waste of my efforts. Still, I must thank you. Were it not for you, I would not have met the core disciples of the Lin family or attained my current status. As for us, I am aware of your feelings for me. Alas, a toad wishing to eat swan meat. Continue your existence as an ant, while I ascend as a phoenix upon the branches beyond your reach." The proud and mocking tone pierced the boy and Appo's heart, extinguishing the last flicker of light in his world. Was this the former Lin Chuan? A shadow lingered quietly in the depths of darkness, with white hair and eyes, silently observing the fleeting grandeur, listening to the world's cruelty. In the end, all that remained was an endless void, enveloping Lin Chuan, infiltrating his very being, as if to merge with him. "Fear not, I shall avenge you. Everything taken from you shall be reclaimed in full. I will trample upon their ancestral glory, and I vow that the Lin family shall cease to exist in this world," erasing their so-called pure bloodline from all memory. As Lin Chuan spoke, the darkness trembled slightly, gradually dissipating. In its final moments, a frail silhouette emerged, shedding tears of blood, casting a hollow gaze upon this harsh world. "This is my promise to you," Lin Chuan murmured softly, watching the slender figure fade away. When Lin Chuan awoke once more, he was beset by an excruciating headache and an overwhelming sense of weakness, akin to having endured a grave illness, rendering him incapable of even rising to his feet. "Lin Chuan, you have finally awakened. How do you feel? Is there anything amiss with your body?" As Lin Chuan's eyes fluttered open, Qin Lang bounded over like a startled giant rabbit, bombarding him with questions in rapid succession. Lin Chuan gently shook his head. The events he had just experienced flashed through his mind like a fleeting dream, the profound sorrow and despair still reverberating within him, even in this moment of clarity. "How do you feel? Are you unwell?" The soothing voice of Bu Lianshi inquired, one hand gently resting on Lin Chuan's forehead while the other dabbed at the sweat forming on his brow. "I'm feeling much better, thank you. I may have just overexerted myself with my ocular technique, leaving my body a bit frail." Lin Chuan fabricated a lie, taking comfort in the concern etched on the faces of Bu Lianshi and Qin Lang. At least now, he was no longer alone. After a brief moment of adjustment, Lin Chuan sat up and began to attempt his cultivation. The instant he activated the Xin Huangju, he was taken aback, for he discovered a remarkable enhancement in his control over the spiritual energy within him, even accelerating the speed at which he absorbed external spiritual energy. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Chuan shifted his focus to refining chakra, only to be astonished to find that the chakra within him had significantly increased, and the speed of its refinement had remarkably improved as well. "Thank you, Lin Chuan," he whispered quietly to himself, fully aware that the source of this transformation lay in the boy who had departed forever. At that moment, Lin Chuan had truly merged with this body, and any remnants of discord had vanished. This was the final gift from that boy, who had completely bequeathed his shattered body to Lin Chuan, allowing their souls to intertwine. Had it not been for this encounter, Lin Chuan would have needed considerable time to genuinely master this body. Even if he felt no lingering discord, he was still not the original soul, and no matter the methods he employed, achieving complete mastery was beyond his reach. But now he could. The spiritual energy generated by his soul could refine the bodily energy, merging to create chakra, with Lin Chuan's soul and body now fully integrated. The chakra he could refine had correspondingly increased. In the world of Naruto, a ninja's bodily energy was nearly fixed and could not be enhanced, yet through continuous cultivation, one could augment their spiritual energy, thereby converting more chakra from their body. This was the essence of cultivation. However, in this realm of cultivation, refining spiritual energy and merging it with natural energy could yield immense spiritual power, surpassing chakra in Naruto, as evidenced by the exponential increase in potency of ninjutsu when infused with natural energy. Presently, Lin Chuan was blending the ninjutsu from Naruto with the cultivation techniques of this world, achieving the most exquisite sage mode, with minimal risk and a power boost that rivaled that of Naruto. Lin Chuan had previously surmised that utilizing sage chakra to cast spells in this world would enhance their efficacy by approximately 30%, thus rendering him 30% stronger than his peers at the same stage, excluding the usage of his ocular techniques. Should he employ them, he would be invincible among his contemporaries. Furthermore, after devouring Inner Dan, Lin Chuan uncovered a secret. The Inner Dan produced by more powerful spirit beasts could significantly enhance his bodily energy, thereby augmenting his originally fixed bodily energy. This was a considerable advantage over many ninjas in the Naruto universe, such as Kakashi Hatake, who was constrained in his development due to limited chakra. Lin Chuan was determined to find ways to elevate his bodily energy to produce more chakra. Otherwise, as his spiritual cultivation progressed, a disparity would render his chakra increasingly inadequate. This world lacked a complete 10 tails for him to seal within himself, granting him near-infinite chakra as a Jinchuriki. Everything depended solely on Lin Chuan. Now that he had perfectly fused with this body, his future development lay unimpeded, and the promises he made to the boy, he would undoubtedly fulfill. He would make the Lin family of Zhongchuan know the caliber of the genius monster they had forsaken. He would ensure they regretted their past actions toward Lin Chuan, compelling them to experience the harrowing chill of despair and agony. Lin Chuan's fists gradually clenched as the surging sage chakra coursed through his meridians, more potent and refined than it had been before his fainting spell. Slowly opening his eyes, the unique pupils of his Byakugan flickered, taking in the surroundings. During his meditative state, Qin Lang and Bulien Shi had remained vigilantly by his side, while Han Qing and the others had refrained from cultivating, instead keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings. "Let us depart. It is time to move," Lin Chuan declared as he stood up. Seeing Lin Chuan fully restored, the five breathed a collective sigh of relief. The strength of their group relied heavily on Lin Chuan. Should he falter, even a 7th or 8th layer Qi refining practitioner could pose a serious threat, unless Qin Lang and Bulien Shi resorted to their protective talismans, which could potentially attract even greater peril. Thus, Lin Chuan's state was tantamount to the entire team's condition, leaving no room for error. The cultivation realm seemed to comprise 7 continents, did it not? As Lin Chuan walked, he inquired, his understanding of this world largely derived from his past memories. Though the former Lin Chuan had scarcely encountered the intricacies of the cultivation realm, leaving him somewhat uninformed. The largest continent in the cultivation realm is Zhongchuan continent, situated at the core of the realm. To the 4 cardinal directions of this continent lie 4 other sizable continents, one of which is the Nanming continent. Additionally, there are the Sisi continent, Dongluo continent, and Beishan continent. Beyond these 5, there are 2 smaller continents known as Fulinjiu and Xiaolingshinyu. The continents are separated by vast seas, rendering passage impossible except through the realm passage that opens every 100 years. There are no other means, Qin Lang succinctly elucidated. Upon hearing this, Lin Chuan's brow subtly furrowed, for he recalled that Lin Chuan's mother, a gentle and graceful woman, had once mentioned her origins from a place called Mo continent. Lin Chuan had initially presumed this to be one of the 7 continents, but it now appeared that matters were far more complex than he had anticipated. Mo continent. What could that possibly be? Lin Chuan pondered, feeling a profound confusion with no clear direction, as his mother had only briefly referenced it. Setting aside this perplexing matter, Lin Chuan led the 5 onward, progressing smoothly until they reached the surface. Han Qing and the others were astonished to discover that the path Lin Chuan had chosen was the most direct, devoid of any detours, and even more astonishingly, they encountered no one along the way. Lin Chuan possessed an intimate knowledge of this subterranean lava cavern, This was the only conclusion Han Qing and his companions could draw. And with this conjecture, Lin Chuan's surname became increasingly suspect. The examination at Hunting Ground 44 was now in its final day. At this juncture, teams lacking sufficient Inner Dan and Red Flame Lotuses were left with no choice but to make a desperate bid, with theft becoming their sole means of swiftly acquiring these resources. As Lin Chuan was about to reach the ground, his Byakugan revealed a multitude of cultivators lurking near the exit. Among them were formidable practitioners who had already passed the assessment, as well as newcomers participating in this trial. Be cautious. There are undoubtedly individuals above preparing to seize our Crimson Flame Lotus, Lin Chuan warned, keeping his words somewhat vague due to the presence of Han Qing and the others. The five nodded in agreement, as even without Lin Chuan's Byakugan, they could surmise the likely scenario above. However, with Lin Chuan in their midst, they felt an underlying sense of security against potential dangers, especially Han Qing and his companions, who speculated that Lin Chuan must be a core disciple of the Lin family. Encountering peril in such a place seemed highly improbable, akin to a flood overwhelming a Dragon King's temple. Approximately 20 individuals gathered near the exit, all at the 6th layer of the Qi refinement stage or below, indicating that these were all newcomers to this realm. Lin Chuan silently observed the situation on the ground. Given the cultivation levels of these individuals, it appeared challenging to snatch the Crimson Flame Lotus, as the inhabitants of the lava cave could easily gather in numbers before emerging. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Chuan directed his Byakugan's gaze towards a particular direction. Though this would consume considerable chakra, he was more than capable of managing it at present. Indeed, after scanning the area, he discerned about a dozen cultivators at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, several hundred meters away. They did not attack directly, but instead compelled the newcomers to congregate at the exit, a strategy that was both effortless and effective. Lin Chuan smirked. He had anticipated the methods those who passed the assessment would employ to acquire the Crimson Flame Lotus, essentially a choice between harvesting it themselves or resorting to theft. He was confident that most would opt to enter the lava cave to gather the lotus, as their lower cultivation levels meant that any attempt at theft would yield minimal results. If everyone lingered at the cave's entrance, they would utterly forfeit the purpose of their expedition, as none would secure the Crimson Flame Lotus to exchange for cultivation resources. Thus, Lin Chuan deduced that most would choose to venture into the lava cave, seizing their fates in their own hands, especially since plundering was not entirely off the table underground. Those remaining near the exit were either highly skilled individuals who could effortlessly await the offerings of others or groups that had amassed. From Lin Chuan's observations, it seemed they belonged to the former category, as the majority of the dozen had achieved the 9th layer of Qi refinement, a formidable presence. The reason these newcomers were willing to serve such powerful individuals was twofold: their strength and the rules governing this assessment. To pass the trial, one needed to acquire 3 Crimson Flame Lotuses, but sufficient Inner Dan could also suffice. The newcomers could leverage these powerful individuals to rationally distribute the spoils, exchanging the Crimson Flame Lotuses for cultivation resources, while the Inner Dan could enhance their rankings to ensure they passed the assessment. Let us not forget the true objective of this hunt: to succeed in the trial. Lin Chuan mused coldly, then turned to the 5 beside him, instructing, "Once we exit the cave, make your way toward the hot spring lake. Do not stray elsewhere." Although his words seemed perplexing, none dared to question Lin Chuan. Bu Lianshi and Qin Lang trusted him implicitly, while Han Qing and his companions speculated that there might be powerful Lin family protectors by the lake, leading Lin Chuan to seek refuge there. Otherwise, running toward the lake would be akin to courting death, leaving no retreat. With a swift motion, the 6 took off, Lin Chuan leading the way, the others closely following. Upon exiting the cave, they did not pause and directly sprinted toward the central hot spring lake. The onlookers surrounding them were momentarily taken aback. They had never witnessed anyone rushing toward a dead end before. All previous cultivators had clustered together, charging toward an exit in a bid to break through the blockade. Yet none, like Lin Chuan and his group, had headed toward the central lake, which everyone knew was a no-man's land. Did they truly intend to swim across? That would be utterly suicidal. They had ample means to attack anyone in the water, rendering them mere targets. Could they genuinely be planning to swim over? As the 20 or so individuals converged, this bizarre and comical thought crossed their minds. Meanwhile, Han Qing and his companions scanned their surroundings, attempting to identify the hidden Lin family experts, envisioning them coming to their aid for Lin Chuan, a core disciple. However, Their line of sight revealed only the ever-closer pursuers and the retreating figures of Lin Chuan and his two companions. They saw no semblance of the so-called protectors. "Are we being led into a trap?" one of them suddenly exclaimed. Initially believing that help would arrive, they had run at a slower pace. But witnessing Lin Chuan's growing distance, their expressions turned pale. It seemed Lin Chuan truly aimed to reach the lake, rather than the rescue they had anticipated. At that moment, the three finally grasped the reality and exerted all their strength to sprint toward the lakeside, uncertain of their escape route, yet reassured by Lin Chuan's formidable presence, believing he would not allow them to perish. Or perhaps they were merely bait. At this point, Lin Chuan had already arrived at the lake, enveloped in a mist of steam as he stepped into the water, sending up a spray of droplets. Hidden within the splash, a smirk curled upon his lips as he swiftly formed seals with his hands. Ninjutsu, water release, mist concealment technique. In an instant, the lake, already shrouded in steam, erupted into thick fog, obscuring visibility within a 3 to 4 mile radius, rendering the surroundings nearly indistinguishable, as if reaching out yielded only emptiness. Why has it suddenly become foggy? Everyone halted in astonishment, staring at the rapidly rising mist, bewildered. In the distance, the dozen or so relaxed cultivators of the 9th layer of chi refinement furrowed their brows. Their visibility reduced to about 5 meters, beyond which lay a blank expanse. What is the source of this peculiar fog? Wang Yang, the leader of the group and a master of the 10th layer of chi refinement, attempted to gauge the situation, yet found his perception hindered by the dense mist. "Boss, what is happening with this fog? We've never heard of it occurring here. Even the information we obtained from the Lin family merely mentioned the area being enveloped in steam. But this is no longer mere steam," Lu Hong remarked grimly, his gaze fixed on the obscuring mist. As the fog enveloped them, the group instinctively drew closer to Wang Yang, a testament to their long-standing cooperation. Wang Yang remained silent, focusing his formidable cultivation to sense everything within the fog, only to discover that it impeded his awareness, sending a jolt of alarm through him. Could this fog have been conjured by someone? The moment that thought crossed his mind, Wang Yang grasped at the mist, but regardless of their efforts, they could detect no traces of spells or spiritual energy within it. The art of celestial techniques, or chakra, is a fusion of 3 energies, rendering it impossible for him to extract the spiritual energy with his current strength. Am I mistaken? Wang Yang suppressed his doubts and turned to the others, stating that the mist was rising from the lake's surface, and if they headed in the opposite direction, they would surely escape this area. Regardless, they must first extricate themselves. He then led the group towards the periphery. After employing the mist concealment technique, Lin Chuan pulled Bu Yin and himself aside, cautioning them to remain vigilant amidst the mist before swiftly vanishing from their sight. As for Han Qing and the others, Lin Chuan did not feel the need to guide them deliberately. Within the confines of his mist concealment technique, few could easily detect the presence of the trio. Lin Chuan felt a sense of satisfaction with his technique, which he had crafted using celestial chakra. It was a celestial art, transcending mere ninjutsu. The density of the mist and its coverage were sufficient for Lin Chuan to maneuver freely. Those who sought to ambush me must be prepared for a counterattack, Lin Chuan mused, as he swiftly emerged, spotting a cultivator stealthily approaching. With blinding speed and the omniscient perspective granted by his Byakugan, he was almost instantly behind the individual. "Who goes there?" The cultivator, unable to see his assailant, sensed the stirrings of the mist and immediately turned to defend himself. However, against Lin Chuan, even without the mist, he would have been unable to mount a defense, let alone in such thick fog. Lin Chuan unleashed his gentle fist technique in a swift assault, targeting the opponent's chakra points with precision. With a series of soft sounds, Lin Chuan's strikes landed before the opponent could even react, sealing their chakra points with celestial chakra, causing their internal energy to plummet from the 4th layer of chi refining to approximately the 1st. As the cultivator fell to the ground in terror, Lin Chuan was already moving on to his next target. Within the shrouded mist, everything appeared a ghostly white, yet Lin Chuan thrived within it, executing the gentle fist's chakra point attacks with finesse. He could have used the bone pulse or the formidable power of the gentle fist to eliminate these individuals, but he deemed it unnecessary. They were mere puppets. The true adversaries he needed to confront were the more powerful dozen or so cultivators observing from a distance. The 20 individuals within the mist, though incapacitated by his strikes, would not pose any threat in the forthcoming battle. In less than 5 minutes, All 20 were felled beneath Lin Chuan's gentle fist, their vital chakra points sealed, severely restricting their energy flow and diminishing their power. With the weaklings dealt with, it was time to face the formidable cultivators at the 9th layer of Qi refining. Lin Chuan's Byakugan narrowed slightly, the veins around his eyes becoming pronounced, though not fearsome. He merely gazed calmly in one direction. The mist concealment technique was dissipating, allowing the more than 10 observers who had been anxiously monitoring the movements in the fog to finally glimpse the scene. They beheld those who had conspired with them to seize the Crimson Flame Lotus and the inner Dan, now sprawled across the ground, writhing in agony. In the next moment, to their astonishment, a not particularly tall figure emerged from the mist, with hair as white as snow and peculiar white eyes, exuding a palpable yet restrained aura as he advanced step by step toward them. Lin Chuan had long devised a strategy while in the underground cavern. Despite the numerical superiority of the adversaries, even with his formidable strength, he could not afford to engage them all at once unless he was willing to expose most of his hidden cards, which would undoubtedly be counterproductive. Moreover, there were still Bu Lian and the others to protect, prompting him to utilize the mist concealment technique to eliminate the less powerful yet troublesome newcomers, thereby ensuring he had sufficient capacity to confront the 10 or so stronger opponents. Stopping a little over 10 meters away, Lin Chuan spread his arms and assumed the initial stance of the gentle fist, declaring, "You intend to seize the Crimson Flame Lotus, do you? Then let us battle." Lu Hong's expression darkened, and he stepped forward to teach this audacious boy a lesson, only to be pulled back by Wang Yang. "Boss, why are you holding me back? This brat is provoking us. Should we not retaliate?" Lu Hong's words were met with agreement from those around him. Although they were surprised that Lin Chuan had subdued the 20, if they thought this meant they could defeat him, they were sorely mistaken. The 9th layer of Qi refining was an entirely different realm compared to those below the 6th layer. The air was thick with tension, and battle was imminent. "Have you forgotten the rules we established?" Wang Yang said, not turning his gaze from Lin Chuan. But Lu Hong's face darkened as he attempted to retort, but was silenced by the overwhelming aura emanating from Wang Yang, rendering him speechless. "Only those who can overcome the previous 20 are worthy of challenging us. If you win, you may take everything with you, and we shall no longer trouble you. If you lose, we shall take half of the Crimson Flame Lotus," Wang Yang stated coldly. He felt an inexplicable complexity in this white-haired youth and wanted to test Lin Chuan's capabilities. Moreover, these rules had been established long before and were not preferential treatment for him. Lin Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly. He had anticipated that these individuals held such principles, refraining from total annihilation. Instantly, he quelled his earlier bloodlust, standing tall as he regarded the most formidable among them, Wang Yang. "What are the terms of combat? You 6 may attack collectively or separately, while we shall send one at a time. Best 2 out of 3. Life and death do not matter," Wang Yang declared. "Agreed." Lin Chuan responded without hesitation, as he had no intention of involving others in the fight. Wang Yang remained impassive, glancing at Lu Hong. "You go first. But be wary of this white-haired youth. He is not to be underestimated. Boss, just watch. No matter who he is, he'll be left half dead in my presence. Especially since he is so arrogant. I will ensure they understand that the gap in cultivation cannot be bridged by mere tricks." Lu Hong exclaimed, excitement radiating from him as he rushed forward, standing just 3 meters from Lin Chuan in the blink of an eye, refraining from a surprise attack as it would insult his strength. "What's the matter? Aren't you calling your teammates over? Are you conceding?" Lu Hong sneered, preparing to humiliate his opponent. "If you concede, bow and apologize, then hand over all the Crimson Flame Lotus and cripple your own hands. Perhaps I might spare your life." Lin Chuan regarded Lu Hong with a calm expression, shaking his head slightly. "One is sufficient to deal with you. As for victory or defeat, I have never entertained the thought of losing." Upon hearing this, Lu Hong's temper flared, and his expression darkened as he launched an attack. The others looked on with scorn, thinking him to be courting death. "Prepare for your demise, brat." As Lu Hong's fist swung toward him, Lin Chuan merely tilted his body aside, channeling celestial chakra into his palm and lightly striking at Lu Hong's side. With a whoosh, the two figures passed each other, Lin Chuan unscathed, while Lu Hong had unwittingly been struck at a chakra point, causing a momentary halt in the flow of energy within him. Though it would not yet affect his 9th layer of Qi refining, it was merely the beginning. "What's this?" Unexpectedly, it fell through. Moreover, he even attacked Lu Hong. Wang Yang's eyes narrowed slightly. Others might not discern anything amiss, but he clearly observed Lin Chuan's seemingly nonchalant evasive movements. It was not mere dodging. Rather, it was an extraordinary ability to predict Lu Hong's punch trajectory and impact point, seamlessly merging his attack with his evasion. How did he achieve this? Wang Yang, who saw through it all, felt a profound shock. Such reflexes were beyond his own capabilities. Boom. 3 successive strikes failed to land on Lin Chuan, instead allowing Lin Chuan's feeble punch to strike back at himself. Infuriated and humiliated, Lu Hong stomped on the ground, producing a thunderous sound as the earth sank over a meter, the powerful shockwave immediately disrupting Lin Chuan's evasive maneuvers. A smug smile crept across Lu Hong's face as he twisted his waist, swinging his left leg towards Lin Chuan's abdomen with blinding speed, the air around it crackling ominously. Bang! Lin Chuan was kicked away, yet his expression remained unchanged. At the moment of impact, a thin layer of bone membrane rapidly formed beneath the skin of his waist, absorbing the majority of the force, rendering Lu Hong's meticulously planned lethal strike utterly ineffective. Lu Hong's previously jubilant expression shifted dramatically the instant he kicked Lin Chuan. He sensed something was amiss. It felt less like striking flesh and more akin to kicking against bone, cold, hard, and unyielding. I've won. Lu Hong's kicking leg was no trifling matter. Even someone at the 9th level of Qi refinement would be injured by it, let alone a mere 5th level novice. There was no suspense. He had thought this arrogant brat was formidable, but it turned out to be mere pretense, lacking substance. He must be crippled. That's the price of arrogance. Pretending to be a peer of the Foundation establishment elite without the requisite strength. A light-hearted smile adorned the faces of several onlookers. They didn't even need to witness the outcome for Lin Chuan. Merely not being kicked in half was already a sign of Lu Hong's leniency. However, in the next moment, they were utterly shocked to see Lu Hong emit a muffled groan, retreating several steps as blood began to seep through his left pant leg. Hiss! After landing, Lin Chuan touched the ground with one hand, his body sliding backward. Although the 9th level Qi refinement attack was mitigated by the bone membrane, the immense force was not easily dissipated. Sliding back 5 to 6 meters, Lin Chuan's gaze sharpened, and he suddenly surged forward toward Lu Hong. The latter, in that instant, was alarmed to discover that his previously smooth flow of spiritual energy had faltered, with several acupoints seemingly blocked, causing his strength to plummet. This is bad. I can't escape. Seeing Lin Chuan charging toward him, Lu Hong instinctively retreated. The bizarre combination of Lin Chuan's attacks and defenses left him bewildered. His entire combat experience seemed ineffective against this youth. In the next moment, Lin Chuan unleashed his soft punches, landing directly on Lu Hong, who had no strength left to resist. In just 5 or 6 breaths, Lin Chuan struck Lu Hong's chest, causing the latter to spit out blood and fly 6 meters before crashing to the ground, unable to rise again. Lin Chuan stood with his fists withdrawn, making an inviting gesture, calmly gazing at the more than 10 individuals across from him. Next, at that moment, besides Wang Yang, who could still react, the others were engulfed in a daze, unable to comprehend how Lu Hong, who had seemed to possess all the advantages and was on the verge of victory, suddenly found himself bloodied by Lin Chuan. Moreover, that rapid-fire punching technique was incomprehensible to them. They could only vaguely see a flurry of palm shadows landing on Lu Hong. With a swift step, Lin Chuan advanced toward the unconscious Lu Hong. Since this battle was a matter of life and death, he bore no responsibility for any lethal measures he might take, especially after Lu Hong had previously mocked him into surrendering. Wang Yang's pupils constricted slightly. Disregarding any notions of rules, he directly targeted Lin Chuan, attacking to save his comrade. He could see that Lin Chuan had clearly set his sights on Lu Hong, and at that moment, he was powerless to save Lu Hong, resorting instead to unleashing his strongest attack upon Lin Chuan to compel him to abandon his lethal intent. Otherwise, this strike would undoubtedly inflict severe injury on Lin Chuan. If anyone understood this battle best, it was not Lu Hong, who was embroiled in it, but rather Wang Yang, who had been standing on the sidelines. From the outset, he had discerned Lin Chuan's weakness, his inadequate defense and lack of raw power, evident in Lin Chuan's constant evasion of Lu Hong's attacks. As for that kick, he judged it to be a result of Lin Chuan employing some special method. He did not believe Lin Chuan had the capacity to withstand such a blow. With his Byakugan, Lin Chuan naturally perceived Lu Hong's impending assault from behind. A flicker of murderous intent ignited in his previously calm eyes, radiating a palpable aura of death. Had he faltered and fallen instead, no one would extend a hand to save him, for it had been declared before the battle that life and death were of no concern. Even if Master Bulian, Qin Lang, attempted to rescue him, these individuals would surely obstruct the effort. But if he were to kill Lu Hong, they would disregard all rules and directly intervene to inflict harm upon him. Such is the nature of the rules, only for the weak. I shall kill whom I please. You cannot save him. Lin Chuan snorted coldly, the murderous intent in his gaze flickering momentarily before he twisted his body, abandoning the soft punch attack. Concentrating his chakra into the tip of his right index finger, flicking it lightly. Bone technique, one finger piercing shot. The white bone spike shot forth, aiming directly for Lu Hong's chest, penetrating with a sickening sound, even piercing through his body, leaving a trail of blood and shattered organs as it burrowed into the ground. Wang Yang had anticipated that even after striking, he would still be unable to save Lu Hong. His expression darkened to the utmost degree. Furthermore, Lin Chuan's reflexes once again defied his expectations. The moment he initiated his attack, Lin Chuan altered his method, employing a white hidden weapon to assassinate Lu Hong. As if he possessed eyes in the back of his head, fully perceiving every movement. Having killed Lu Hong with the bone technique, Lin Chuan turned to face Wang Yang, who was lunging at him with a dagger. A chilling frost covered Lin Chuan's handsome features as he re-evaluated the so-called rules of this world. Realizing they were entirely in service to the strong, whenever one desired, rules could be torn asunder. If that is the case, then let me rewrite the rules. Lin Chuan coldly declared within his heart. Upon facing Lin Chuan's wide eyes, Wang Yang was suddenly engulfed by a bone-chilling dread. This cold, murderous intent and the threat of death were absent just moments ago. Why does this sensation feel so reminiscent of facing a Foundation establishment cultivator? Wang Yang was taken aback, realizing in that instant that his earlier judgment of Lin Chuan had been profoundly mistaken. The Lin Chuan who had shown no killing intent was entirely different from the Lin Chuan who now radiated lethal intent. They were two distinct beings. He had concealed his true strength. This was the final conclusion that formed in Wang Yang's mind. Lin Chuan paid no heed to Wang Yang's approaching dagger. In his Byakugan, a faint green bagua formation emerged, encompassing both himself and the approaching Wang Yang, correlating all the opponent's acupoints with the formation beneath Lin Chuan's feet. Immortal technique, soft fist technique, 8 trigrams 64 palms. At that moment, Wang Yang's short sword lunged towards Lin Chuan's unprotected chest. Just as he reveled in the thought of killing Lin Chuan, a sudden sensation from the sword caused his expression to change dramatically. It felt nothing like piercing flesh. Instead, it was akin to striking against bone, extremely hard bone, even more resilient than the sword in his hand. Realizing something was amiss, he attempted to withdraw his sword, only to be horrified to find that 2 stark white bones had inexplicably emerged from Lin Chuan's chest, ensnaring his arm. The 8 trigrams, 2 palms. A sharp crack echoed as Wang Yang's body was propelled into the air. Lin Chuan's hands glowed with a brilliant purple-gold chakra, and to the astonishment of all onlookers, 2 streaks of light, swift as lightning, struck Wang Yang. For palms, the sound of multiple impacts resounded as Lin Chuan pivoted, unleashing 4 more purple-gold rays that sent Wang Yang soaring, blood spewing from his mouth. By this point, no one could discern Lin Chuan's movements. Only a flurry of purple-gold afterimages remained. The purple-gold energy seemed to have penetrated Wang Yang's body, dissipating into the air as if directly through him. 16 palms. The brilliance of the purple-gold energy erupted around Wang Yang, resembling a barrage of sharp swords piercing through him and scattering into the atmosphere. In that moment, Lin Chuan appeared as the embodiment of 1,000-armed Guanyin, his hands infused with celestial chakra. With the final punch delivered, Lin Chuan's breath became slightly uneven. At his current strength, he could only execute the 8 trigrams 64 palms up to the 16th palm, which was his limit. Yet, this was sufficient. The formidable ability to strike vital points, combined with the destructive power of his gentle fists against internal organs, was enough to render Wang Yang a formidable master at the great perfection of qi refinement, incapable of continuing the fight. Gasping for breath, Lin Chuan felt beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. The strain of the 8 trigrams 64 palms weighed heavily on him. Had he not wished to conceal the bone vein, he would not have resorted to such a display. However, the murderous intent had already taken root within him, leaving no room for retreat. Struggling to rise, Wang Yang's face was devoid of color as he gazed at Lin Chuan as though he were a monster. Trembling, he raised a hand and stammered, "You. What on earth are you?" Before he could finish, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, mingled with fragments of his internal organs. His injuries severe enough to bring him to the brink of death. Boss. A few Qi refinement stage 9 cultivators nearby awakened in alarm and rushed toward Wang Yang. Meanwhile, 5 cultivators of the same level converged menacingly toward Lin Chuan, their eyes betraying unmasked murderous intent. In the 44th hunting ground, within the forest not far from the central magma lake, 5 groups of 15 individuals had gathered. One among them stood atop a great tree, gazing in the direction of the magma lake. Why has fog suddenly arisen? I can't see those Qi refinement stage 9 cultivators at all. The youth muttered to himself before leaping down from the tree and heading straight toward a handsome young man seated cross-legged, practicing in the center. Yang Chun. The area near the central lake has suddenly turned foggy. I can't see anything from here, the youth remarked, scrunching his nose. Fog. Yang Chun, who had been meditating with closed eyes, opened them to reveal glimmers of spiritual energy within. This was Yang Chen, ranked first among the newcomers, having reached the 7th level of Qi refinement. Earlier, his team of 15 had emerged from the magma cave, having faced numerous attacks. Yet their overall strength far surpassed that of the chaotic crowd they had encountered, allowing them to break through successfully. However, they later encountered Wang Yang and his group, who offered conditions identical to those presented to Lin Chuan. Yang Chen, realizing that his side was outmatched and desiring to conserve his strength, relinquished half of the Crimson Flame Red Lotus and led his team away. Wang Yang had not pressed the issue, understanding that someone of Yang Chen's caliber would attract attention from the Lin family. Killing Yang Chen here would undoubtedly invite dire consequences upon his return. Why has the fog suddenly appeared? Yang Chen pondered, just as he noticed thin wisps of fog beginning to spread toward him. Swiftly, he leaped, grasping a tendril of fog, carefully sensing it for a moment. Then, channeling his spiritual energy, he leaped to the top of the tree behind him. The fog was densest near the exit and where those Qi refinement stage 9 cultivators were located. Yang Chen's expression shifted as he contemplated the peculiar timing and place of this occurrence, convinced that something was amiss. After a brief pause, he noticed the fog beginning to dissipate, accompanied by faint sounds of combat from the exit. It seems necessary to investigate, Yang Chen thought quietly, lightly stepping toward another nearby tree, addressing his companions below. I will go take a look. You wait here. Meanwhile, a remarkably tall youth tread cautiously through the forest, his keen eyes scanning the surroundings. A gentle breeze swept through, and suddenly, a thick mist enveloped the area. Why has the fog arisen so suddenly? He wondered, gazing suspiciously at the mist. He then wrinkled his nose, taking a gentle whiff. This scent, the image of a white-eyed youth flashed in his mind, the one who had urged him to seek him out upon escaping. How could it be him? I haven't sensed his presence in ages. He must have just emerged from the underground lava cave. The youth, Fei, furrowed his brow. Should I go see? Ultimately, Fei decided to investigate the situation, pivoting gracefully in the direction from whence the scent emanated. Simultaneously, others who had noticed the unusual fog hesitated briefly before making their way toward it, hoping to seize any opportunity that might arise. Among all, the quickest to reach the battlefield were Yang Chen and Fei. What they beheld was Lin Chuan, having slain Lu Hong with the bone vein, fiercely unleashing the 8 trigrams 64 palms. The rapidity of the technique and the extraordinary purple-gold light profoundly shook their very souls. Not far behind Lin Chuan, Han Qing and the others, snapping back to reality from their astonishment, finally understood that Lin Chuan required no rescue. His power had already grown to the extent that he could eliminate a master at the great perfection of Qi refinement. In the midst of the confrontation, Lin Chuan faced the 5 encroaching Qi refinement stage 9 cultivators with narrowed eyes. He bore no fear of them. His only concern lay with the relatively weaker Bu Yanshi and Qin Lang behind him. Balancing their protection while engaging in battle placed considerable strain on Lin Chuan. The reason he employed the 8 trigrams 64 palms was to inflict a decisive blow before they could react, thereby establishing a deterrent. It became clear that his objectives were indeed realized. Though the approaching individuals harbored murderous intent, their eyes betrayed a deep-seated wariness. The ability to severely injure a master at the great perfection of Qi refinement in an instant instilled fear even among the 5 of them, who would hesitate to act recklessly. At that moment, however, Wang Yang, having ingested a medicinal pill, surprisingly rose again to confront Lin Chuan. His gaze was laced with profound fear and trepidation, for he was certain that Lin Chuan's cultivation was far beyond what he had perceived, able to execute such formidable techniques. indicating he was on the cusp of the foundation establishment stage. What must we do to ensure our safe departure? Wang Yang spoke, a single sentence that astonished everyone present. Lin Chuan's lips curled into a subtle smile. He truly preferred conversing with the astute. All the inner elixirs, half of the crimson flame lotus. As Lin Chuan's words resonated, the onlookers who had just gathered inhaled sharply. This white-haired youth, merely at the 5th level of chi refinement, had the audacity to negotiate with a dozen formidable opponents at the 9th level, and astonishingly, he was the one asserting dominance. Could it be that I am mistaken? Everyone believed they were experiencing an illusion. Very well, I accept your terms. Wang Yang responded without hesitation. Strangely, none of the fiercely determined cultivators around voiced any opposition to this decision. They tacitly acquiesced to the unfolding event. Lin Chuan chuckled softly, unveiling a radiant and gentle smile. His handsome visage resembled that of a celestial being, for at this moment, he was the embodiment of authority. Wang Yang did not even dare to mention their prior agreement. Accepting the items Wang Yang had offered, Lin Chuan showed little interest and handed them directly to Master Bu, departing with several companions amidst the watchful eyes of the crowd, who remained unervingly silent throughout the encounter. With a sudden gasp, Wang Yang coughed up a mouthful of blood, his complexion ashen. As he struggled to lean on the arms of his companions and uttered, "Let us leave," he promptly turned away, heading deeper into the forest. From this moment on, the white-haired youth's reputation began to spread, and all recognized that within this small hunting ground, an untouchable figure had emerged, even to those who had passed the assessments. Yangchen took a deep breath, suppressing the shock within, his gaze filled with profound wariness as he watched Lin Chuan depart. Internally, he pondered gravely. I can give my all and reveal all my hidden cards to defeat Wang Yang. Yet he, without a doubt, has not exerted his full strength. What manner of monster is he? Meanwhile, on the other side, a glimmer of joy accompanied the astonishment in Fei's eyes. At that moment, he genuinely began to contemplate the possibility of following Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan and his companions did not venture far, merely progressing a short distance along the central hot spring lake in another direction. The 5 of them sat cross-legged around a large tree, with Lin Chuan beneath it, eyes closed in recovery. Han Qing and the others gazed at Lin Chuan with profound respect. His ability to wield such powerful palm techniques had rendered him a godlike figure in their hearts. In truth, those earlier adversaries still possessed the strength to fight, boasting nearly 10 cultivators at the 9th level of chi refinement. Had they chosen to strike, the 5 of them would undoubtedly have stood no chance. Yet they had been frightened off by Lin Chuan. It wasn't solely fear that drove them away. It was more of a mutual compromise, Han Qing said softly. Qin Lang frowned as he looked at Lin Chuan, concern etching his features. Why do you say that? Han Qing inquired, with the others turning their attention to Qin Lang. Awaiting his explanation, Lin Chuan's capability to instantly incapacitate a fully realized chi refinement master indicated his extraordinary strength, yet such techniques exacted a significant toll. It was improbable that he could employ them repeatedly. Persisting in conflict would yield no advantage for either side. In this forest, they were not entirely adversarial, as other enemies lurked in the shadows. Both Lin Chuan and that master understood this well. A protracted battle would only benefit outsiders. Lin Chuan held the upper hand and had not imposed unreasonable conditions, which led to their acquiescence. Additionally, the master required urgent healing to maintain his leadership within his group. Qin Lang succinctly explained, his gaze fixed on Lin Chuan, a hint of anxiety lingering in his brow. After all, they had drawn considerable attention and possessed numerous crimson flame red lotuses and inner Dan. Should a desperate group converge with a multitude of cultivators, their troubles would multiply. Han Qing and his companions viewed Qin Lang with newfound respect. Despite the simplicity of their earlier skirmish, he had astutely contemplated various factors, revealing that none among them were to be underestimated. Noticing the beads of sweat adorning Lin Chuan's forehead, Bu Lianshi bit her lip, pondering for a moment before rising and stealthily approaching him. However, just as she came within 5 meters, Lin Chuan's eyes suddenly opened, fixating on Bu Lianshi, who was cautiously stepping forward. I merely wish to wipe your sweat," Bu Lianshi stammered, her voice barely above a whisper, feeling remorseful for interrupting Lin Chuan's meditation. "It's fine. I have already recovered," Lin Chuan replied with a gentle smile, rising to pat Bu Lianshi's head, thinking to himself that he might have startled the young girl. "You've recovered quite swiftly," Qin Lang exclaimed, bounding over, the worry on his face dissipating. As long as Lin Chuan was unharmed, There was little to fear in this hunting ground. Lin Chuan felt a wave of exasperation at Qin Lang's lack of situational awareness, subsequently releasing the girl from his grasp, realizing there was little more to be done. What shall we do next? Shall we wait for the assessment to conclude? Han Qing inquired as he approached. The crimson flame red lotuses and spirit beast inner Dan they possessed had already surpassed the threshold for passing the assessment, leaving them free to explore at their leisure. Lin Chuan shook his head, his expression growing serious. There are still matters to attend to. We must first find a few individuals. Are you referring to Zhang Liang and the others? Qin Lang asked, recalling that Lin Chuan had previously mentioned the underground caverns. Yes, had I known how perilous it was above, I would have brought them along. Lin Chuan replied, his worry evident. The next moment, Lin Chuan gently closed his eyes again. When they opened once more, the veins around his eyes had surged forth. Byakugan. The surrounding trees began to shimmer and fade, as Lin Chuan's vision expanded dramatically, encompassing a kilometer radius in an instant. After a meticulous search, he found no trace of Zhang Liang and his companions. Instead, he detected numerous individuals tailing them, some familiar, such as Fa Yi, and one of the earlier cultivators at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Most were strangers, observing Lin Chuan's every move from a distance. Although they exhibited no overt hostility, Lin Chuan harbored no illusions about their ruthlessness, should he show even a hint of injury. He was certain they would swarm like vultures drawn to blood. Humph, they had best not harbor any ill intentions, otherwise. Lin Chuan thought with a cold smile. He chose not to voice a warning to these lurking individuals, as it was unnecessary to reveal his Byakugan abilities for a few insignificant flies. Even though they operated from the shadows, Lin Chuan, with his Byakugan, had already discerned everything, thus retaining complete control over the situation and easily capable of countering them. It seemed Zhang Liang was not nearby. Lin Chuan mused to himself, retracting the Byakugan. There are multiple exits to the underground lava caverns. They may have emerged from another. Qin Lang speculated. Let us search along the lake. Those sporadically distributed exits should be in this vicinity, Lin Chuan stated, leading the group along the lakeshore in their search. Though the Byakugan had a limited range of about a kilometer, it did not mean that anything beyond that was entirely invisible. The clarity would merely diminish. If Lin Chuan concentrated his vision in a particular direction, he could still perceive further distances, especially when employing his celestial arts. At that moment, on the opposite side of Lin Chuan's location, over 30 cultivators at the 6th level of Qi refinement or higher congregated near one exit. Their levels varied, with the majority at the 6th or 7th, and a few powerful individuals at the 8th and 9th levels. Yet none reached the pinnacle of Qi refinement as Wang Yang did. The ground was strewn with numerous corpses, blood flowing like streams and eventually staining the lake red, releasing a strong metallic scent. Bang, bang, bang. With 3 successive sounds, 3 frail youths were sent flying, blood erupting from their mouths and showering the area. The 30 or so individuals cackled with delight, reveling in the brutal slaughter. Who would have thought such weaklings possessed 8 crimson flame red lotuses? What a bountiful harvest. A 7th level Qi refinement youth laughed, darting to the side of one descending youth, stepping on the face of one of them. Oh, how fortunate to acquire so many crimson flame red lotuses. It's a pity you encountered us. Zhang Liang had 3 or 4 teeth shattered, his mouth filled with the metallic taste of blood, his head pressed painfully into the dirt, his body riddled with horrifying wounds. You've already seized the crimson flame red lotuses. Why? Why not let us go? But why should we? The assailant grinned wickedly, increasing the pressure on Zhang Liang's body, driving him further into the earth. Haraha! The sinister laughter echoed from all directions, reverberating beneath the forest canopy, drowning Zhang Liang's ears in a cacophony that consumed his dwindling consciousness. Ultimately, it seemed inevitable that he would perish. Zhang Liang slightly opened his blood-soaked eyes, yearning for one last glimpse of the azure sky, only to be met with a sight of crimson. From the moment they had stepped through that exit, everything had spiraled into a nightmare. They had descended into hell, mercilessly beaten by these individuals, and despite surrendering all their crimson flame red lotuses and inner Dan, they had failed to escape their clutches. Beside him, Zhang Wei and Zhang Emo lay motionless, their fates unknown. Zhang Liang could no longer hold on. He was utterly exhausted, longing for a deep, eternal slumber from which he would never awaken. In the final moment before closing his eyes, Zhang Liang vaguely perceived a figure rushing towards him, characterized by a mane of white hair and bright white eyes, reminiscent of a friend he had encountered in the cave. Someone is coming to meet their demise. From a distance, over half of the 30 individuals had already noticed the swiftly approaching white-haired youth. Upon witnessing this scene through his Byakugan, Lin Chuan felt a surge of blood rage through him and rushed towards the scene with utmost speed, yet it seemed he was still a step too late. Just in time. These 3 toys have grown tiresome. A change would be welcome. One of the cultivators, stepping on Zhang Liang's face, cruelly remarked, turning to charge at Lin Chuan. A 5th-layer Qi refinement cultivator daring to confront a group of 6th-layer cultivators was akin to courting death. Is he here to rescue someone? A few among them cast disdainful glances at the oblivious Zhang Liang and his companions, their faces adorned with mocking smiles. Lin Chuan's murderous intent surged. An icy aura of slaughter emanating from him. As his Byakugan locked onto all 36 individuals present, none would escape his wrath today. At that moment, the act of killing became a matter of course, devoid of any need for justification. If he is indeed here to save them, then let him witness the demise of those 3 playthings. One individual scoffed, swiftly darting towards Zhang Liang and his companions. He intended to behead the trio personally, inflicting profound anguish upon the white-haired youth, demonstrating the world's cruel law. The weak are destined to perish. This would be their utmost amusement. They kill without the need for reason. As someone prepared to strike down Zhang Liang and his companions, Lin Chuan, still a dozen meters away, froze momentarily, devoid of hesitation. Bone technique. 10 finger-piercing bullets. 10 white finger bones shot forth like bullets, moving so swiftly that only afterimages remained. What is that? An hidden weapon? This is bad. It's too fast to evade. Bang! In the next instant, to the astonishment of all, the cultivator who sought to harm Zhang Liang was sent flying by an overwhelming force, blood raining down like a macabre storm. It is crucial to note that Lin Chuan, utilizing his Byakugan in conjunction with the 10 finger-piercing bullets to target vital points, possessed an immensely terrifying lethality. Earlier, he had dispatched several fleeing foes underground using this very technique. Now, all 10 bullets struck their target, resulting in an instant kill. That white-haired youth is formidable. Let us all attack together and eliminate him. At the command of 10 individuals surged forward towards Lin Chuan. At this moment, the cultivator who had been trampling Zhang Liang had reached Lin Chuan's vicinity. However, upon witnessing Lin Chuan's swift execution of his comrade, he was struck with horror and instinctively attempted to retreat. But Lin Chuan would not grant him the chance to flee. Upon his arrival, he had witnessed this very person trampling upon the barely alive Zhang Liang. Allowing him to escape would strip him of any honor in facing his friends. Lin Chuan had always sought strength for self-preservation, to avoid being bullied. Yet after arriving in this world, he cherished the friends he encountered. His pursuit of power evolved from mere self-interest to a desire to protect those he held dear. If he could not achieve even this, what value was there in his strength, in cultivating immortality? Ultimately, he would remain alone. Perhaps this is my path of perseverance, my journey in cultivation, Lin Chuan mused internally. In the next moment, he extended his right hand to his shoulder, a grayish-white bone piercing forth like a sword. Grasping the bone, Lin Chuan's Byakugan sharpened its focus, and with a powerful stomp, his speed surged as he appeared before the astonished cultivator. Swish! The bone dagger effortlessly pierced through the man's heart, and Lin Chuan, tilting slightly, swiftly moved behind him, extracting the bloodied weapon from his back before gracefully departing. His movements flowed like water, devoid of any hesitation, as if he had foreseen every attack trajectory and evasion route of his opponent. Is that his bone? As everyone witnessed Lin Chuan extract his own bone, their eyes widened in shock. Not even the fleeting death of their comrade registered in their minds. They felt as if their brains had turned to mush, questioning whether this was reality or an illusion. Is this white-haired youth truly human? This thought echoed in the minds of all present. Lin Chuan, moving with astonishing speed, quickly closed in on the 10 cultivators charging towards him, wielding his arm bone under the formidable assistance of his Byakugan. Bone technique, dance of the CHN, surrounded by 10 cultivators, all at least 6th layer Qi refinement. Lin Chuan's evasion and strikes were executed with remarkable ease. The synergy of his Byakugan and bone technique rendered him nearly invincible. Although he had only grasped the basics of the dance of the CHN and was far from the level of Junmaru, his Byakugan provided an advantage that Junmaru lacked. Physical techniques require extensive training over time, and Lin Chuan had no such luxury. However, the foes he faced were the weakest in the cultivation realm, lacking superior techniques, mentors, and powerful auxiliary skills. granting Lin Chuan an immense opportunity. At this moment, employing the 360-degree perspective of his Byakugan, Lin Chuan could evade nearly all incoming attacks while demonstrating considerable strength. Yet, he knew this alone would not suffice to eliminate so many adversaries, especially with over 20 others yet to join the fray. He required an opportunity, one that could allow him to instantly eradicate at least 20 foes. A chance to unleash a celestial technique of ninjutsu. Around the battlefield, those who had originally followed Lin Chuan had now arrived, and in that moment, they were engulfed in profound astonishment. The white-haired youth moved fluidly against 10 cultivators of at least the 6th layer, untouched and unharmed, while his attackers bore numerous wounds from his bone daggers. Initially, they believed his victory over the perfected chi refinement cultivator was mere luck. But now it was clear that this was his true strength. Someone remarked in disbelief. Among the dense branches of a great tree, Yang Chun bit his lip. Observing the battle from a distance, his expression grave. This white-haired youth not only wielded an extraordinary palm technique, but his reflexes were also astonishing, allowing him to find flaws amidst such a flurry of attacks and evade them. How is he capable of this? Based on his encounter with Wang Yang, he should possess the strength to overcome these foes. However, with so many others yet to engage, once they did, he would likely falter. If I intervened to save him, perhaps I could recruit him for my own purposes, which would indeed be a wise choice. Yang Chen contemplated inwardly. At this moment, Bu Lianshi and Qin Lang also arrived at the edge of the battlefield, yet they could only stand by anxiously. They understood their own limitations. Recklessly joining the fray would only hinder Lin Chuan, serving no beneficial purpose, and thus felt powerless in the face of such a vast disparity. Damn, this kid is far too difficult to kill. One of the 8th layer chi refinement youths, engaged in combat with Lin Chuan, cursed. The instantaneous slaying of 2 had already left them in shock, and now, despite their numbers and strength, they could not gain the upper hand against Lin Chuan. This realization filled him with dread and apprehension. Such individuals, once offended, must be dealt with through direct elimination, otherwise. With Lin Chuan merely at the 5th level of chi refinement, his burgeoning prowess poses an undeniable threat. They harbor no doubt that, should he continue to grow, he would eradicate them without mercy. Those of you watching, if you do not act now, your opportunity will vanish. One of them shouted to the group of over 20 onlookers. Realizing the formidable nature of Lin Chuan, their astonishment at his strength quickly morphed into murderous intent. Upon hearing their companions' plea for assistance, a number of them surged forward, charging straight at Lin Chuan. Swish! The bone dagger in Lin Chuan's hand sliced through one man's abdomen, sending a spray of blood into the air. Yet he had no chance to pursue as attacks from behind drew near. With a subtle shift in his footwork, Lin Chuan gracefully pivoted, evading a life-threatening strike, while simultaneously thrusting his bone dagger at an exceptionally acute angle. His mastery over his body, enhanced by the fusion of his past consciousness, had reached its zenith, surpassing his previous performance during the subterranean confrontations, which enabled him to contend with dozens despite his imperfect mastery of the dance of the Chuan. He understood that he must inflict sufficient damage in one fell swoop. Otherwise, expending a vast quantity of celestial chakra to unleash ninjutsu would not only eliminate his foes, but also place him in jeopardy. Lin Chuan's murderous intent never waned. Rather, he relentlessly sought opportunities to maximize the elimination of his adversaries. Just as a dozen more joined the fray, Lin Chuan's eyes sparkled with realization. His moment had arrived, and a layer of bone membrane formed upon his back. Boom! A 6th level chi refinement practitioner struck Lin Chuan's back with a palm, sending him hurtling through the air. Much to everyone's shock, it seemed that he had reached his limit. The white-haired youth could not evade the blow from the 6th level, indicating he had exhausted his capabilities. The outcome appeared inevitable. It seemed his techniques could only be employed against a singular opponent and against so many. Even with immense strength, he could not endure for long. What a pity, a genius on the verge of falling. Among the spectators, only Yang Chen's gaze narrowed slightly, for he discerned no trace of panic upon Lin Chuan's face, as if the blow had scarcely grazed him. He is feigning it. Yang Chen's mind immediately grasped this possibility. Others, too, recognized this, including Master Bu and Qin Lang, whose pupils constricted slightly as they heard Han Qing's astonished shout. For they witnessed Lin Chuan's hands. His slender, pale fingers were rapidly forming seals before his chest. They had seen this peculiar hand sign once before, during which time dozens of powerful practitioners who had witnessed the process were reduced to ashes, leaving no remnants behind. That was magic. What is that white-haired boy doing? It appears he is forming hand seals, yet this seal is utterly unfamiliar. Could he possess another means of counteraction? Unthinkable. In this situation, even if he were at the peak of chi refinement, he could not withstand such a multitude of attacks. Surely this is merely a last-ditch effort, but alas, he must perish. All eyes converged upon Lin Chuan, breaths held involuntarily, including those of Yang Chun, who hid behind a great tree. Some hoped to witness a miracle, while others had already condemned Lin Chuan to death. As Lin Chuan gazed at the gathering throng of over 20, his murderous intent erupted. His white eyes radiated an icy brilliance, surveying the advancing practitioners as though they were mere lambs awaiting slaughter. With the seals completed, Lin Chuan positioned his right hand before his mouth. Celestial chakra surged forth from his meridians like a torrent, rapidly coalescing within his mouth. In the next moment, he inhaled deeply and unleashed a torrent aimed at the group before him. Celestial technique. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Boom. A blazing crimson fireball erupted from Lin Chuan's mouth, spanning a diameter of 5 to 6 meters. Upon its emergence, it seemed as though the very air ignited, a scorching wave sweeping forth like a detonative explosion. Within this scarlet blaze, a hint of purplish gold shimmered, as the earth was instantly rent asunder by the searing flames. The practitioners before Lin Chuan had no time to react before being consumed by the frenzied inferno, transforming the battlefield into a realm of terror. All eyes ignited with a fierce red flame. This is impossible. He is merely at the 5th level of chi refinement. How could he conjure magic? This cannot be. Yang Chen bellowed, his initial shock morphing into sheer horror. Magic. Yang Chen's words jolted everyone awake, and the term echoed in their minds, an impossible phrase that shattered their understanding. The might of the great fireball technique required no elaboration. The 20-plus individuals before him were reduced to mere ashes, yet Lin Chuan did not retract his ninjutsu. Instead, he directed the fireball to explode at the last moment, cascading toward another group of over 10 nearby. The crimson flames descended like divine retribution, scattering in all directions. As a terrifying wave of heat surged forth, reminiscent of a breached dam, the once lush trees withered and ignited in an instant. Ah! The cacophony of screams reverberated through the forest as the flames consumed their flesh and spirit, inflicting a torment far more profound than that endured by the 20 incinerated. Those who had clung to the hope of a final stand now fled in terror, abandoning thoughts of resistance against this white-haired demon. Lin Chuan refrained from further assaults. His celestial chakra had dwindled to about 1/10, and the onlookers might strike at any moment. He needed to conserve his strength, ensuring that none could perceive his weaknesses. Yet, Lin Chuan's white eyes remained vigilant, etching the faces of the 36 who had attacked Zhang Liang into his memory. 28 had already perished by his hand, leaving only 8 to flee. Once he regained his strength, none would escape his grasp. Master Bu and Qin Lang rushed to Lin Chuan's side. Undeterred by the scorching heat, fully aware that despite Lin Chuan's display of formidable magic, which had annihilated over 20 powerful practitioners, his spiritual energy would be severely depleted, and he would be nearly defenseless. They must protect him at this critical juncture. Han Qin and his companions, witnessing Qin Lang and Master Bu's actions, hesitated momentarily before joining them. At this moment, the surrounding spectators emerged from their stupor, yet their expressions remained slack-jawed as they gazed at Lin Chuan. They still grappled with the belief that the fire magic was an illusion, but the burning trees and residual heat served as undeniable reminders that it was all too real. This white-haired youth had genuinely unleashed a spell only achievable by those in the Foundation establishment stage, and a fire-based one of immense potency at that. Magic. He truly conjured magic. Yang Chen stared in disbelief at Lin Chuan, his astonishment swelling to a tumultuous wave. Originally intent on aiding or courting Lin Chuan, he now felt a surge of deadly intent. Should such a talent exist, Yang Chen would never rise to prominence. Even if he could unleash such a powerful spell at the chi refinement stage, it must come at a substantial cost. Should he strike now, he was certain of a 90% chance of eliminating him. A resolute malice flickered in Yang Chen's gaze. As a newcomer in this assessment, he harbored no desire for anyone's talent to overshadow his own. Otherwise, under the ruthless law of survival within the Lin family, he would undoubtedly be crushed by Lin Chuan, leaving him devoid of any opportunity to shine. With a swift motion, Yang Chen propelled himself towards Lin Chuan, navigating through the dense foliage with such stealth that few could discern his presence. Yet, Lin Chuan observed him with clarity. The moment this youth appeared nearby during his duel with Wang Yang, He became acutely aware of Yang Chen's keen observations of his execution of the 8 trigram 64 palms. Now, reappearing on this battlefield, Yang Chen showcased his prowess with the fireball technique and the manipulation of the skeletal veins, indicating a profound understanding of Lin Chuan's abilities. Typically, Lin Chuan would not pay special attention to a practitioner at the 7th level of qi refinement, as many of his pursuers possessed similar strength. However, Yang Chen was an exception. Upon seeing him, Lin Chuan felt a subtle yet palpable threat, an instinctive warning from his formidable intuition, surpassing even that of a consummate qi refinement practitioner. Hence, Lin Chuan meticulously monitored Yang Chen's every move. "Do you wish to kill me?" Lin Chuan mused silently. His white eyes activated, allowing him to perceive Yang Chen's actions and expressions with utmost clarity. At that moment, the voice of Lianshi echoed from a distance, confirming that all 3 of them were alive, albeit severely injured. This news eased Lin Chuan's heart. As long as they were alive, it sufficed. Without needing Lin Chuan's directive, Lianshi had already administered the healing elixirs taken from earlier to the 3 injured individuals. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, with numerous onlookers fixated on this battle. As they witnessed Lin Chuan standing immobile in the midst, the number of those itching to make a move swelled. They were acutely aware that, with Lin Chuan's cultivation level, he possessed a wealth of valuable items. More importantly, he was evidently in a weakened state, presenting an opportune moment to strike. Several individuals with ulterior motives began to approach, while Qin Lang and Han Qing appeared to be invisible in the eyes of these onlookers, who were solely focused on Lin Chuan. However, Lin Chuan's gaze was fixed solely upon the youth concealed within the dense branches, whose stature was comparable to his own. As Lin Chuan took a step forward, the movements of those surrounding him momentarily halted. Yet, he disregarded them, striding directly towards Zhang Liang. In the incredulous gazes of the crowd, his hands ignited with a radiant golden-purple light, emitting a faint, sizzling sound. Celestial technique, healing art. The torn flesh and gaping wounds on Zhang Liang's body began to mend rapidly, the flowing blood coagulating swiftly, and the wounds closing as they progressed toward healing. The would-be assailants halted their advance, their expressions fluctuating between uncertainty and apprehension. Initially, they had presumed Lin Chuan to be devoid of spiritual energy, which had emboldened them to allow several foes to escape. However, it was now evident that he still possessed sufficient energy to heal another, leaving them perplexed about his true capabilities. After all, misjudging the situation could lead to dire consequences. None of them believed they could contend with Lin Chuan at his peak. After a tense standoff, the group retreated, yet they did not distance themselves significantly, their cold gazes still fixed on Lin Chuan. He must be at his wit's end. Healing requires little spiritual energy. His actions are merely a ploy to incite suspicion among them, instilling fear that will deter them from attacking. Yang Chen's thoughts raced, and a resolute glint ignited in his eyes as he prepared to strike. For he believed that regardless of the outcome of his assault, as long as he pierced through the illusion Lin Chuan had crafted, he was certain that he was not the only one with intentions to eliminate Lin Chuan. With a fierce resolve, Yang Chen leapt from the tree, charging towards Lin Chuan, a slender sword gripped in his right hand, its blade shimmering with spiritual energy. Clearly a remarkable weapon. Lin Chuan stood with his back to Yang Chen, seemingly oblivious to the impending attack. Han Qing and his companions were taken aback, rushing to warn Lin Chuan while positioning themselves protectively in front of him, their faces glistening with sweat and resolute in their willingness to face death. Qin Lang remained by Lin Chuan's side, his expression fraught with tension. Despite his belief in Lin Chuan's capabilities, the current circumstances rendered Lin Chuan devoid of spiritual energy. No different from an ordinary mortal. Step aside. As Yang Chen entered within 10 meters of Lin Chuan, a voice, neither loud nor soft, broke the tension, startling everyone present. In the next instant, Lin Chuan abruptly turned and stood, pushing aside Han Qing and the others with both hands, extending his right hand with fingers splayed to confront the charging Yang Chen. What was he planning to do? All eyes were fixed on Lin Chuan, astonished, as he appeared ready to intercept Yang Chen's sword with his bare hand. Yang Chen's pupils constricted slightly, though he could not discern Lin Chuan's intentions. A surge of danger surged within him. He swiftly transformed his thrust into a slash aimed at Lin Chuan's arm, simultaneously angling his body to maneuver around Lin Chuan's side. However, in that fleeting moment, an unnoticed transformation occurred. Lin Chuan's once white eyes had shifted to a celestial blue, with silvery glimmers sparkling near the deep blue irises. His rebirth eye. Boom. In the horrified gaze of the onlookers, Lin Chuan, who had been charging forward, suddenly froze. Blood spurting from his mouth as his body was propelled backward with tremendous force. Thud, thud, thud. His body crashed into 4 or 5 trees before plummeting to the ground like a meteor, blood streaming from his mouth. Had he not reacted in time to block with his sword at the last moment, the consequences would have been far graver. The unique celestial blue glow of the rebirth eye flickered momentarily in Lin Chuan's eyes, unnoticed by the crowd, who remained oblivious to the fact that Lin Chuan was now entirely devoid of any trace of spiritual energy. Lin Chuan narrowed his eyes. The veins around them had vanished, and a sharp pain radiated from his eyes. Nevertheless, he resisted the urge to close them, though everything around him had become exceedingly blurred. Leave. Lin Chuan spoke in a calm and composed tone, casting a glance at the spectators before continuing. Those who wish to live may stay. He then crouched down, purple chakra swirling around him as he resumed healing Zhang Liang. Unbeknownst to anyone, the light emanating from his hands had changed, lacking the previous faint golden hue. This was pure chakra, devoid of any spiritual energy. Lin Chuan's spiritual cultivation was merely at the 5th level of qi refinement, relatively low. And the martial arts he practiced were only of decent quality, the Xian Huangju. While this might suffice among orphans without parents, it paled in comparison to the true core disciples of the Lin family. Originally, Lin Chuan possessed exceptionally high spiritual roots, classified as the finest of the heavenly grade, which could largely compensate for his lack of spiritual energy during combat. However, the use of celestial chakra prevented him from absorbing external spiritual energy, limiting his strength to the reserves within him. Once his spiritual energy was depleted, he would be forced to abandon the immortal mode. Nonetheless, he could still extract a considerable amount of chakra from within, albeit at a significantly reduced strength. If he were to strike again, it would be easy for others to discern his weakened state, and being surrounded would leave him with little capacity to resist. Lin Chuan spat out another mouthful of blood, struggling to rise from the ground, his eyes filled with terror as he regarded Lin Chuan. In that fleeting moment facing Lin Chuan, he felt as if an immense force had struck him, leaving no time for reaction as he was sent sprawling, his bones feeling as though they had shattered, leaving him grievously injured. Gradually, Lin Chuan suppressed his fear, retreating cautiously. He no longer dared provoke Lin Chuan. Even if he surmised that Lin Chuan had just unleashed his final strike, he was unwilling to gamble his life on it. His talent was exceptional, having been discreetly taken under the wing of a Lin family elder. If he passed the assessment, a bright future awaited him. Killing Lin Chuan was merely a precaution. If it meant wagering his life, he would never consent. As Lin Chuan silently withdrew, the other spectators, weighing their own worth, likewise slipped away. Faced with such a formidable practitioner capable of wielding spells and employing bizarre attacks, their resolve to continue the fight evaporated. Moreover, Lin Chuan was currently focused on healing his companion, which they interpreted as his concern for their safety, affording them an opportunity to escape. Should they overstep their bounds once more, the reckoning would come once the healing was complete. Once everyone had departed, Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi finally exhaled in relief, wiping the sweat from their brows as they approached Lin Chuan to assist him. Both harbored a sense of frustration. Their cultivation was woefully inadequate, unable even to alleviate some of Lin Chuan's burden, rendering them little more than dead weight. They vowed to find ways to enhance their abilities upon their return. Meanwhile, Han Qing and his companions collapsed to the ground, utterly drained. They had braced themselves for death while shielding Lin Chuan, yet were astounded by his ability to turn the tide once more. Their gazes towards Lin Chuan were imbued with respect and profound awe. Lin Chuan's chakra-based healing technique yielded subpar results. His control over chakra had not been rigorously trained. The impressive effects he had previously displayed were solely due to the enhancement of celestial arts. Now that he sensed the crowd's withdrawal, he immediately ceased extracting chakra and began fervently absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. After consuming the pills administered by Bu Lianshi, Zhang Liang and his companions had stabilized their injuries, though full recovery would require considerable time, allowing Lin Chuan to finally relax. The Rebirth Eye's mastery over attractive and repulsive forces bore some resemblance to the Rinnegan Shinra Tensei and Basho Tenin, though with notable differences. While Shinra Tensei repels everything around the user, the Rebirth Eye can manipulate forces in a single direction. Both possess their own advantages and disadvantages. But Lin Chuan aspired to wield the Rebirth Eye's powers to the extent of influencing the Moon's orbit, a journey that lay far ahead of him. Reflecting on the technique he had just employed against Yang Chun, Lin Chuan realized it was the rebirth eye's manipulation of gravitational forces. A formidable technique, but one that came with significant energy expenditure. Moreover, the most troubling aspect was the burden it placed on his body. The stinging pain in his eyes persisted, akin to being scorched by fire. Indeed, the rebirth eye's ocular techniques were powerful, yet the side effects were considerable. As Lin Chuan engaged in recovery, the persistent pain in his eyes continued to torment his nerves, preventing him from fully immersing himself in his cultivation. Fortunately, the purple mist emanating from the fruit of the divine tree within his dantian alleviated some of these symptoms. Earlier, Lin Chuan had refrained from revealing the bone pulse in front of the crowd, opting not to utilize the 10-finger piercing technique. Apart from the initial 36 individuals, no one knew the origin of the bone dagger Lin Chuan wielded, nor had anyone witnessed him employ the 10-finger piercing technique. However, the explosive effect of the rebirth eye's repulsion had been unexpectedly effective, gravely wounding Yang Chun and instilling a formidable deterrent in the surrounding onlookers, dissuading them from causing further trouble. Lin Chuan calculated that his strength would diminish significantly without the use of celestial chakra, at least by a considerable margin. This is because cultivators exclusively utilize natural energy, which is akin to everyone employing celestial arts. Celestial arts inherently surpass ninjutsu in terms of potency, as evidenced in Naruto, where a ninjutsu infused with celestial chakra can amplify its power by several dozen times. Thus, Lin Chuan's reliance solely on chakra for combat significantly diminishes his strength. After exiting, he must diligently cultivate to elevate his spiritual energy. Otherwise, the disparity between his spiritual energy and chakra will profoundly impact his capabilities, Lin Chuan pondered. Bu Lianshi and Han Qing cautiously tended to the unconscious Zhang Liang and his companions, while Qin Lang remained at Lin Chuan's side, vigilant against any potential ambush. Although he recognized that he would not be able to fend off much, his presence was better than none. For an entire hour, Lin Chuan's cultivation went undisturbed. The lakeside was remarkably tranquil. Even the vicinity of the lava cave's exit was devoid of sound, with no one emerging from there. With a deep breath, Lin Chuan's spiritual energy circulated for a full cycle before gradually settling into his dantian. Apart from the divine fruit of the sacred tree that hovered and rotated at the center, his dantian was entirely suffused with ethereal spiritual energy. The moment Lin Chuan opened his eyes, the surroundings crystallized vividly in his mind, and his Byakugan activated, the veins around his eyes pulsating as he swept through the nearby forest. After a moment, Lin Chuan gently closed his eyes again. The surroundings were not as tranquil as they appeared. Those present had merely learned to be more cautious, keeping a distance not to ambush him, but seemingly to monitor his every move. At this moment, Lin Chuan's reputation had already reverberated throughout the 44th hunting ground, known to both newcomers and later entrants alike as the formidable white-haired youth. He had overpowered a perfected chi refinement cultivator, wielding techniques typically reserved for foundational stage practitioners, and severely injured the top newcomer, Yang Chun. Many were incredulous upon first hearing of such achievements, but once they witnessed the reality with their own eyes, disbelief was no longer an option. Everyone felt their perceptions of Lin Chuan being fundamentally altered, leaving them both awestruck and filled with reverence. Upon learning of Lin Chuan's cultivation by the lakeside, none dared to trespass. Even the curious among them took care to observe from a distance. News had spread throughout the underground lava cave, and despite knowing that other exits were under threat, no one risked disturbing Lin Chuan. "Brother Lin Chuan, are you all recovered?" Bu Lianshi approached Lin Chuan and inquired softly. "Yes, it was merely a matter of excessive spiritual energy consumption. I am fine now," Lin Chuan affirmed, reaching out to gently touch Bu Lianshi's taut face. "How are Zhang Liang and the others?" "They remain unconscious, but their injuries are not severe. The elixirs you provided are highly effective. After taking them, their internal injuries have stabilized and are gradually healing," Bu Lianshi replied. Lin Chuan nodded. "What shall we do next? Wait for the assessment to conclude?" Qin Lang asked. "If memory serves me correctly, there are still 8 individuals to eliminate." Lin Chuan's eyes glinted with cold resolve. Previously, his Inferno Fireball technique had instantly dispatched over 20 individuals, yet 8 had managed to escape. He had etched their appearances deeply into his mind. There was no way he would allow them to simply slip away. He had vowed, not a single one shall remain. The pupils of Bu Lianshi and Han Qing constricted slightly. The murderous aura emanating from Lin Chuan was palpable even to them. It was evident that Lin Chuan was genuinely enraged and determined to eliminate all foes. Casting a glance back at the still unconscious Zhang Liang and his companions, Han Qing felt a surge of jealousy. He could not comprehend what Zhang Liang had done to earn such regard from someone like Lin Chuan, who treated him almost like a brother. While Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi were understandable, given their shared group, Zhang Liang had been a stranger to Lin Chuan prior to this. Had Han Qing known that Zhang Liang's comical demeanor had reminded Lin Chuan of past memories, he might have choked on that realization. Lin Chuan retrieved a gray capsule from his pocket, one he had found along with the elixirs from the several cultivators underground. Now, it was time to put it to use. This capsule, infused with spiritual power, will release a significant amount of special smoke. Take this and use it immediately if danger arises. I will return here in the shortest time possible. Lin Chuan instructed earnestly. He would not repeat the same mistake. Although he presumed that no one would dare to return here, one could never underestimate the recklessness of individuals in this world. Understood, rest assured. Qin Lang accepted the capsule, nodding solemnly. The jovial Qin Lang had lost his usual mirth. The challenges of this assessment had far exceeded his expectations, and he felt a profound sense of helplessness. He wished to protect others but realized that his strength was insufficient even for his own safety. Lin Chuan's extraordinary prowess was one aspect, but their own lack of effort was another. With everything arranged, Lin Chuan turned, activating his Byakugan. After scanning a kilometer radius without spotting the fleeing cultivators, he focused on a specific direction, rendering the surrounding trees and obstacles intangible as he meticulously searched for the whereabouts of the 8 individuals. Soon, he identified a target. Did you truly think you could evade my pursuit by hiding in an underground cave? Alas, it is all in vain, Lin Chuan declared, his body gliding forth as he swiftly moved toward the location revealed by his Byakugan, the bone he grasped glinting ominously, reminiscent of a beast's fangs. Meanwhile, within the towering mountains where the Lin family resided, the same lofty peak and ornate hall remained unchanged. A figure entered the hall, mirroring a previous visit, where an elderly man and a middle-aged man continued their game of chess. Disciple pays respects to the Grand Elder and the family head. The newcomer knelt respectfully, bowing deeply to the two engaged in their match. Oh, it's you again. Your name is Lin Yuan, correct? What brings you here this time? The middle-aged man inquired, glancing up with mild surprise. There was an unexpected incident during the assessment, and I have come to report it. I humbly request that the family head and Grand Elder make a decision. Lin Yuan responded quickly, feeling a flicker of anxiety. Although he had recently become a Lin family elder, facing the 2 most powerful figures in the clan left him feeling uneasy. Oh, what transpired that necessitates our intervention? The middle-aged man set down his chess piece, regarding Lin Yuan with earnestness. At that moment, the elderly man, the Grand Elder of the Lin family, also raised his gaze. Both regarded Lin Yuan with surprise. Indeed, matters worthy of their personal deliberation were quite rare, typically reserved for exceptionally significant events. I'm not entirely certain, but the family steward responsible for the 44th assessment hunting ground has utilized a technique to reconstruct the events that transpired. I have not delved into it myself, but I present it for the Grand Elder and family head's review. Lin Yuan stated respectfully, extending his right hand. A ring on his finger shimmered, and a sphere radiating a bluish glow materialized in his palm. The Lin family head, Lin Duo, and the Lin family Grand Elder, Lin Zhe, exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a profound light. They understood the significance of the blue sphere. It was a unique method of information transmission exclusive to the Lin family. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, a total of 7 colors conveyed the importance of the message, ranging from the lowest red to the highest purple. Each hue not only indicated the significance of the information, but also specified the level of authority required to access it. The azure light is a piece of information that can only be viewed in the presence of either the family head or the elder. For the Lin family, this is exceedingly significant news. Lin Duo refrained from further chatter, extending his hand to grasp the azure orb, which immediately soared upwards and appeared in his palm. Following the Lin family's unique method of unlocking the orb, Lin Duo formed several hand seals and infused a trace of spiritual energy into the azure sphere. In the next moment, the orb shattered, transforming into a luminous screen that manifested above the great hall. On the screen, a clear image emerged, an ethereal youth with white hair and peculiar white eyes, possessing a cultivation level merely at the 5th stage of qi refinement. Before this white-haired boy stood over 20 cultivators, each at least at the 6th stage, advancing towards him with a menacing aura, as if he were challenging them single-handedly. Lin Duo's brows furrowed slightly, while the boy's unusual appearance was one matter. What astonished him more was the boy's utter lack of fear in the face of such overwhelming odds. Instead, there was a serene composure far beyond his years, intertwined with a profound killing intent. Beside him, Elder Lin Zhe also displayed a flicker of interest upon witnessing this scene. In the next moment, the white-haired youth placed his hands before his chest and began to form seals at an astonishing speed. "What are these hand seals? I have never seen them before," Lin Duo exclaimed softly, his gaze fixed intently on the boy's intricate gestures, which were extraordinarily unique, even beyond his experience. Just as they were marveling at the boy's technique, the youth abruptly concluded his sealing, placing his right hand to his mouth, inhaling deeply before unleashing a powerful exhalation. Boom! A blazing crimson fireball erupted from the boy's mouth, measuring 5 to 6 meters in diameter. The very air seemed to ignite upon its emergence, a scorching wave sweeping forth as if a bomb had detonated. Within this fiery inferno, a hint of purplish-golden hue flickered, as the earth beneath was instantly consumed by the searing flames. At that moment, Lin Duo and Lin Zhe, who had initially observed the unfolding events with mere curiosity, were finally struck with astonishment. For cultivators of their caliber, it had been ages since they had exhibited such a reaction, as occurrences capable of eliciting their surprise had become exceedingly rare. "This is a fire-based spell," Elder Lin Zhe remarked, his gaze fixed peculiarly on the image of the white-haired youth. The glow of the crimson flames illuminated their faces, which shifted with the flames' unpredictable dance. After a prolonged silence, the two exchanged glances, gradually regaining their composure. As the fireball dissipated, the screen dimmed, revealing a line of text at its conclusion. The white-haired youth was named Lin Chuan, and like the other two in his group, he had traversed from the central continent through a dimensional passage. Upon reading this line, both Lin Duo and Lin Zhe fell into contemplative silence. The central continent stood as the core of the entire cultivation world, renowned for its unparalleled strength. It was not uncommon for individuals from there to defy conventional reasoning, yet this still could not mask the astonishment in their hearts. "Elder, with your vast experience, what is your perspective on this matter?" Lin Duo inquired of the elder. "I have not encountered such a sealing method before, but it seems to be a technique for guiding spiritual energy, allowing energy that would otherwise remain within to be expelled during the chi refinement stage, thus enabling spellcasting. The mouth is one of the areas where human spiritual energy can most easily escape, which likely explains how he can cast spells at the 5th stage." Lin Zhe analyzed thoughtfully. However, judging by the power of that spell, this Lin Chuan is no ordinary talent. His innate abilities must be exceptional, or else his spiritual energy would be insufficient to sustain such a spell. After a moment of reflection, Lin Duo nodded and turned to the still kneeling Lin Yuan. "Issue a command to keep this matter as confidential as possible. It must not escape the Lin family. Furthermore, upon the conclusion of the assessment, grant Lin Chuan temporary access to the small spiritual peak in the core area, with all privileges equivalent to those of core disciples. However, he must secure a top 5 placement in the family competition at year's end. Otherwise, all privileges will be revoked." Lin Yuan was taken aback. The small spiritual peak was one of the Lin family's treasures, imbued with rich spiritual energy, a privilege unattainable by ordinary core disciples. Even genuine core disciples could only spend half a month annually on the 100 Spirits Mountain. That the family head would bestow such a spiritual mountain upon the white-haired youth was astonishing. Yet, recalling the earlier scene, he felt it was only fitting. Just as Lin Yuan was about to nod in agreement, he suddenly remembered something and spoke up. "But, family head, the small spiritual peak is. Do not concern yourself. Proceed as I instructed." Lin Duo waved his hand dismissively. After Lin Yuan departed, Elder Lin Zhe regarded Lin Duo with keen interest. "You seem quite taken with this talent. Such a genius requires a substantial investment to remain within the Lin family. Besides, he bears the Lin surname, does he not?" Lin Duo replied with a knowing smile, placing a piece on the chessboard. Boom! Lin Chuan landed on the ground, forcefully stamping his foot, causing a 3-meter radius of earth to collapse beneath him. A disheveled figure leaped from the debris, and upon spotting Lin Chuan, screamed in terror and fled. With an 8th-stage chi refinement cultivation, he was utterly powerless, having witnessed Lin Chuan's fiery onslaught obliterate over 20 individuals. Any thought of resistance was extinguished. How could this be? How did he discover me? I was hidden so cleverly. Panic surged within him as he realized the boy had found his cleverly concealed underground lair in this remote area, instilling a sense of dread and despair. Lin Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly, raising his right hand. The weaknesses in the opponent's meridians and acupoints were starkly clear to his Byakugan. In the next moment, his chakra surged toward his fingertip. Corpse bone pulse, 5-finger piercing bullet. The 5 white finger bones shot forth like bullets, creating a piercing sound as they directly struck the opponent's acupoints. With a boom, blood erupted as the man collapsed to the ground, never to rise again. Lin Chuan swiftly approached the lifeless body, coldly retracting the 5 finger bones, and then unsheathed a bone dagger to sever the head, placing it into a pouch at his side. 1 down, 7 to go, Lin Chuan murmured, his Byakugan scanning the surroundings for the remaining foes. In just half an hour, Lin Chuan eliminated 7 of them, severing their heads and storing them in his pouch. They had hidden in secluded caves or within the hollows of trees, believing themselves well concealed. Yet Lin Chuan's Byakugan saw through their defenses without difficulty. Throughout his journey, Lin Chuan encountered other cultivators. However, regardless of their cultivation level or number, upon catching sight of his white hair, they recoiled in fear, avoiding him as if he were a harbinger of death. More terrifying than those who sought to kill for treasure. Lin Chuan paid little heed to these distractions. His singular focus was on locating the last remaining enemy. Finally, during one reconnaissance, he spotted a figure unlike the others. This individual did not hide, but rather blended into a group of over 30, obscured by a voluminous black cloak, attempting to evade Lin Chuan's pursuit. Hiding in plain sight. If you were an ordinary person, you might have succeeded, but against my Byakugan, you have nowhere to run. Lin Chuan let out a cold snort, his figure flickering as he swiftly approached the hidden group of individuals. Before long, he landed with a resounding crash before the 30-odd members of the team, his piercing white eyes fixating on the cloaked figure concealed in the center. This individual was a practitioner at the 9th level of Qi refining, one of the leaders among the 36, and due to his superior cultivation, he had escaped unscathed when Lin Chuan unleashed the fireball earlier. Upon seeing Lin Chuan, beads of cold sweat began to pour from his forehead like a spring. Although Lin Chuan's gaze did not directly land on him, an inexplicable sensation gnawed at his heart, making him feel as though his life hung by a thread. Entirely at Lin Chuan's mercy. No, it cannot be. He must not have discovered my presence. I am merely here to inquire. There is no need for alarm. No need for alarm. The practitioner quietly chanted to himself, attempting to steady his racing heart. Lin Chuan's sudden appearance startled everyone in the group. His white hair and eerie white eyes sending chills down their spines. They understood that this youth was no ordinary Qi refining practitioner. He was a cultivator capable of casting spells. Despite their numbers, should Lin Chuan choose to unleash a fire spell, at least half of them would be reduced to ashes. The person I seek is not someone you can protect. Step aside, Lin Chuan declared, omitting any pleasantries. Perhaps there is a misunderstanding. We do not have the person you seek. We are merely here to harvest the Crimson Flame Lotus. A 9th level Qi refining practitioner stepped forward, a nervous smile on his face, sweat glistening on his brow. In this small 44th hunting ground, a group of over 30 practitioners could typically dominate. Even if they encountered other teams, few would dare to provoke them. Yet now, faced with Lin Chuan, even a single individual instilled fear in their hearts. Lin Chuan raised his right hand, pointing directly at one of the group. The person I seek is him. If you wish to obstruct me, be prepared to join him in death. The leader, upon realizing whom Lin Chuan was indicating, was struck with terror. He was unaware of how Lin Chuan had identified him. But that individual was indeed the one who had clashed with Lin Chuan earlier. Having taken him in due to their acquaintance, he had naively believed Lin Chuan could not find him. Yet it was evident now that Lin Chuan possessed some extraordinary means of detection. That person is a member of our original team. Due to his unsightly appearance, he has always disguised himself, the practitioner stammered, attempting to obfuscate. However, Lin Chuan's response was swift. He simply unfastened a large bag hanging at his waist and tossed it onto the ground. Gasp! The group collectively inhaled sharply as 7 bloodied heads tumbled out, sending a chill down their spines as if they had plunged into an icy abyss. Those who wish to live may leave. If you seek to accompany him in death, I shall not hesitate to slay more. Lin Chuan's cold gaze radiated a murderous intent, extinguishing any flicker of hope among the group. As the leader hesitated, the members hastily began to distance themselves from him. bowing respectfully to Lin Chuan before vanishing into the forest. The 9th-level Qi refining practitioner, seeing the tide turn against him, signaled for the remaining few to follow him as they retreated, leaving behind the trembling, cloaked figure. Thud! The latter fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing before Lin Chuan, devoid of any will to resist. Please, spare me. I promise I will not dare again. I will do anything you ask. Please do not kill me. Lin Chuan cast a disdainful glance at the man, then swiftly approached, his bone dagger slicing through the air, sending another bloodied head soaring before it landed among the others. With that, all 36 members had met their demise. After dispatching the final man, Lin Chuan shook his head lightly and turned back towards the lakeshore. Many might question his defense of Zhang Liang and his companions. Even Bu Lianshi and Qin Lang might find it perplexing, but some matters defy explanation or reason. He simply felt a greater trust towards Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi, while his faith in Han Qing and his group remained tenuous. I am not of this world. What does it matter if I act with abandon? Lin Chuan mused softly, a faint smile gracing his lips. At the lakeshore, Zhang Liang and his companions had awakened after consuming medicinal pills. Upon seeing Bu Lianshi tending to them, their initial reaction was not one of gratitude but of fear, their bodies trembling as they instinctively recoiled. Bu Lianshi labored to clarify the situation, yet Zhang Liang and his friends remained skeptical. You are awake? How are your injuries? Lin Chuan leaped down from a large tree, approaching the group. Lin Chuan. Zhang Yimou seemed almost unable to believe his eyes. I saw a white-haired youth just before I lost consciousness. Could it truly be you? Zhang Liang's eyes widened in astonishment as he stared at Lin Chuan, the figure from his last fleeting moment merging slowly with Lin Chuan in his mind. It is I, Lin Chuan affirmed, observing the fear in their eyes. He could not help but sigh. Lin Chuan once again employed his healing spell, completely mending Zhang Liang's external injuries, which finally brought them some semblance of calm. Thank you. The trio was at a loss for words, offering only this simple expression of gratitude. As time ticked by, the end of the assessment drew near. Let us make our way outside. There is no need to linger here any longer, Qin Lang suggested as he stood. During their brief respite, no one dared to approach, for all were aware of the presence of an untouchable individual, especially after Lin Chuan relentlessly pursued and eliminated all 36 members. The moniker of Killing God had inadvertently spread. I have one more matter to attend to, Lin Chuan declared, his eyes opening. He had utilized this time to restore himself to peak condition. His dantian brimmed with spiritual energy, his chakra fully replenished, and particularly, his Rinnegan had regained its complete potency after a prolonged period of rest. The fruit of the divine tree having played a crucial role. What matter? Everyone turned to Lin Chuan. They possessed ample spirit beast cores and crimson flame lotuses to pass the assessment, leaving them puzzled as to why Lin Chuan still required to undertake something personally. It is something of great significance to me. Just follow me, Lin Chuan stated, rising and gesturing for the group to follow in a specific direction. Perplexed, the group could only comply, though Bu Lianshi and Qin Lang had a faint inkling of what might be afoot, yet they remained entirely unaware of Lin Chuan's intentions. After all, that human-grade crimson flame lotus lay adjacent to a nascent soul ant queen. Not only would time be insufficient to reach the underground magma lake, but even if they could, there would be no means to acquire the herb. Alternatively, Lin Chuan might have other tasks unrelated to the herb, they speculated. Before long, Bu Lianshi and Qin Lang realized that Lin Chuan's chosen path did not lead towards the underground magma cave, but rather deeper into the forest, a direction they had not previously explored. There must be something else at play, Bu Lianshi and Qin Lang silently conjectured in unison. The narrow forest path was treacherous, yet Lin Chuan navigated it with ease. After traversing approximately 10 miles, he finally halted and turned to the others. Wait here for me. I shall return once my task is complete. Everyone nodded, refraining from following further. No one felt that Lin Chuan's actions would be perilous, for in this hunting ground, few could pose a threat to him. The reincarnation eye is one of Lin Chuan's greatest secrets. Unlike the Byakugan, he prefers not to reveal it unless absolutely necessary. Even though Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi have seen those sky-blue orbs, they remain unaware of their true purpose. Both of them are quite astute, understanding what questions to ask and which ones to refrain from. Trust, after all, is never unconditional. Their friendship necessitates a careful distance, lest even the closest relationships devolve into suspicion and wariness. This must be the place, Lin Chuan mused to himself. The underground lava cave lies beneath the central lake. Yet the magma lake where the Ant Queen resides is not directly below it. Lin Chuan had previously used his Byakugan to observe, estimating that its location is approximately 10 kilometers beneath the forest where he currently stands. I hope this succeeds, Lin Chuan murmured, aware that having a plan is one thing, but achieving success is another matter entirely. He was uncertain whether his control over the celestial chakra and the reincarnation eye was sufficient, but he could not afford to wait any longer. Exiting this trial ground and obtaining human-grade medicinal herbs would be an arduous task. He had no choice but to gamble everything at this moment. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chuan slowly closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, they had transformed into their celestial blue hue. Threads of silver light emanated from his deep blue pupils, exuding a bizarre yet powerful aura. Without hesitation, Lin Chuan focused his vision in a single direction, extending downward. The earth and rocks began to blur and vanish, as his gaze descended towards the magma lake etched in his memory. Soon, just as his vision approached its limit, the colossal form of the Ant Queen materialized before him, a terrifying aura pervading the air. Even through the thick earth, he could sense the immense spiritual energy contained within her body, making him feel like a mere leaf adrift in a vast ocean, vulnerable to capsizing at any moment. That human-grade medicinal herb has been guarded by this nascent soul, Ant Queen. If I were to take the entire plant, it would likely sense the disturbance and awaken. Hence, my sole objective is those 9 lotus seeds. Lin Chuan's gaze fixed upon the apex of the crimson golden lotus flower, where the golden seeds radiated a gem-like brilliance, accompanied by a fragrant aura. In the next moment, Lin Chuan suddenly raised his hand and gently sliced through the air, creating a fissure approximately 10 centimeters long. The power of his reincarnation eye surged into the rift, guiding the spatial tear downward. At that instant, his celestial chakra began to deplete rapidly, as did the power of his reincarnation eye. A sharp pain assaulted him, but Lin Chuan gritted his teeth, persevering through the agony as he unleashed his power. Silently, above the crimson golden lotus, a 10-centimeter rift appeared. Lin Chuan's right hand shot forward, grasping at the spatial tear, and the gravitational force of the reincarnation eye activated, causing the 9 lotus seeds to levitate and vanish into the fissure. The once resplendent crimson golden lotus dimmed immediately after losing its 9 seeds, the golden halo extinguished, leaving only a faint red glow. Its aura significantly weakened. Above the red flame lotus, the 10-centimeter reincarnation passage rapidly shrank, ultimately disappearing. The Ant Queen's massive form trembled slightly. Yet she did not awaken, for in her perception, the human-grade medicinal herb continued to grow quietly by her side. On the ground, Lin Chuan felt an excruciating pain in his eyes, his celestial chakra nearly depleted. Summoning his last ounce of strength, he stabilized a 10-centimeter cube of space using the power of his reincarnation eye, securely storing the 9 lotus seeds within. With a thud, he collapsed onto the ground, his clothes soaked with sweat. His current state was worse than after battling 36 opponents. The usage of his reincarnation eye had surpassed his limits, rendering his eyes nearly unable to open. Securing those 9 lotus seeds was worth every effort, Lin Chuan thought, gritting his teeth to sit up, disregarding the fiery pain in his eyes as he began to absorb the external spiritual energy for recovery. As for his eyesight, with the divine fruit of the sacred tree in his possession, he was not overly concerned. Recovery was merely a matter of time. Maintaining the reincarnation space does not require significant chakra expenditure, as Lin Chuan had previously tested. He merely needed to stabilize it upon activating the reincarnation eye. Of course, to reopen this space, he must again utilize the reincarnation eye. Time passed relentlessly, and the 8 individuals waiting outside began to grow anxious. Lin Chuan had been in the forest for over half an hour without any sign of activity, causing considerable worry among them. Is my brother Lin Chuan all right? Bu Lianshir's clear eyes scanned the depths of the woods, her hands instinctively clutching her clothing. There were no sounds of battle. There should be no cause for concern. We are well aware of Lin Chuan's strength. Few in this hunting ground can challenge him. Do not overthink it. Qin Lang reassured Bu Lianshir, his expression solemn as he gazed into the forest depths, abandoning the light-hearted demeanor he had when with Lin Chuan. As members of Lin Chuan's team, Qin Lang and Bu Lianshir held the core positions among the 8 and needed to set an example. Bu Lianshir, being a girl, was less inclined to worry. But Qin Lang had to shoulder the responsibility. He must maintain control of the group in Lin Chuan's absence. If he faltered, the entire team would descend into chaos. Silence enveloped the surroundings once more. Shortly thereafter, Bulinsher's expression shifted as she glanced towards a specific direction in the woods. Someone is coming. Qin Lang's brow furrowed slightly. With Lin Chuan absent, although their numbers were considerable, their individual strengths were lacking. Encountering those at the 6th level of qi refinement could prove troublesome. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Lang summoned Han Qing and Zhang Liang, gathering all 8 individuals together. Are there truly people approaching? Why do we not sense them? Zhang Yimou inquired, puzzled. As the remaining members felt no indication of their presence. Bulinsher's perception is exceptional. Her words are seldom mistaken, Qin Lang explained. Before long, 6 individuals indeed emerged from the woods. Judging by the fluctuations of their spiritual energy, all 6 were at least at the 6th level of qi refinement. Likely the powerful cultivators who had entered the hunting ground to collect the red flame lotus. Qin Lang maintained a composed demeanor, channeling his energy to enhance his voice with an imposing resonance. Halt! I am Qin Lang. We have matters to attend to here. I kindly request that you take an alternate route. His voice echoed clearly through the forest, reaching the ears of the 6. Who dares to command us to take a detour? One cultivator at the 7th level of qi refinement spat coldly, charging towards Qin Lang. They had long since noticed the 8 and were aware of their cultivation levels. They intended to confront them and seize what they wanted. But Qin Lang's bold statement caught them off guard, igniting a murderous intent. Swish. The individual moved swiftly, closing the distance to Qin Lang and his companions in an instant. However, upon seeing their faces, he hesitated to strike, feeling a strange familiarity as though he had seen them before, yet could not recall where. As he struggled to remember, the other 5 rushed to his side, led by a cultivator at the 8th level of qi refinement, who coldly scrutinized Qin Lang's group, instantly discerning their cultivation levels. Humph. Just a bunch of brash youngsters at the 3rd and 4th levels of qi refinement, daring to act so arrogantly and demand we take a detour. Truly ignorant of their own mortality. The leader scoffed. The 6 individuals regarded the 8 before them with profound disdain, yet none dared to act impulsively. Their instincts suggested that such audacity must be underpinned by some form of confidence. Strangely, the 8 bore a resemblance to someone they felt they had encountered before. Though the memory eluded them. As I have stated, I urge you to take a detour. Otherwise, the consequences may be beyond your capacity to endure, Qin Lang asserted. Maintaining a composed demeanor as he fixated on the leader of the opposing group, a practitioner at the 8th level of qi refinement, deliberately allowing a hint of scorn to flicker in his gaze. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of the 6 darkened further. There are no consequences we cannot bear. Enough of this charade. Let us see if I can slay you. One impetuous member prepared to strike, only to be halted by the leader. Why should we take a detour? The 8th level practitioner inquired. Because Lin Chuan is cultivating in this vicinity. Qin Lang replied with disdain. Lin Chuan? What a pathetic name. Who dares to act so arrogantly before me? They cursed, for they had no knowledge of who Lin Chuan was. With their inhibitions cast aside, their murderous intentions surged forth, and they began to channel their spiritual energy to attack. Yet, not everyone was oblivious to the significance of the name Lin Chuan. Stop! The 8th level practitioner exclaimed, terror washing over him. As Lin Chuan's name escaped his lips, cold sweat cascaded down his back, and he finally recalled when he had encountered these individuals before. It was by the lakeshore when crimson flames had ignited. Standing behind the striking white-haired youth was this very group. Boss, what is it? Do you know this Lin Chuan? The others noted the transformation in their leader's demeanor, which had shifted from mere caution to sheer terror. Lin Chuan is that white-haired youth. Upon uttering those words, the 5 collectively inhaled sharply, some instinctively retreating a step. The white-haired killing god. How could it be him? Their minds buzzed as memories flooded back. Fixated solely on the image of the white-haired youth illuminated by the golden flames. Handsome, composed, and ruthless. With a mere spell, everything under his tranquil visage had turned to ash. The overwhelming aura he exuded haunted their thoughts, evoking fear even in retrospect. Are you certain they aren't deceiving us? That Lin Chuan is truly the white-haired killing god? One inquired urgently after regaining his senses. There is no doubt. The individuals standing with that white-haired youth were indeed these ones. And I have heard from others that his true name is Lin Chuan. The 8th level practitioner replied, drenched in sweat. Their numbers are only 6. And their highest cultivation level is merely at the 8th level of qi refinement. In contrast, Lin Chuan's victims were insignificant insects to him. A single spell from him would ensure none could escape. Retreat. Without further ado, the 6 dared not linger a moment longer, turning to flee in a frenzy. scattering in various directions as if to avoid inciting Lin Chuan's wrath and becoming victims of his vengeance. May he not hold our transgressions against us, otherwise. The 8th level practitioner thought bitterly, acutely aware that those who had previously escaped Lin Chuan's spell had all ultimately been found and slain. It was evident that, should Lin Chuan so desire, in this 44th hunting ground, no one could evade his pursuit, no matter where they concealed themselves. Zhang Liang and his companions stood in shock at the recent turn of events, finally grasping the stature Lin Chuan's name held within this hunting ground, a status that could only be described as fearsome. The most effective resistance is intimidation. The most astute strategy is to compel submission without conflict. Well done. A voice, neither loud nor soft, emerged from the trees behind them. Turning, they beheld Lin Chuan leaning casually against a large tree, a smile gracing his lips as he observed them. However, next time, I hope the name you spread is your own, not mine, he added with a light-hearted chuckle. Brother Lin Chuan, you have finally come out. Bu Lianchi exclaimed joyfully, rushing toward him. Little girl. Lin Chuan affectionately ruffled Bu Lianchi's hair, feeling satisfied that all matters were resolved. Aside from the physical and visual damages that required time to mend, he deemed everything else to be flawless. After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Chuan turned to Qin Lang. There is no further business. The assessment time is drawing to a close. Let us depart. You lead the way. Qin Lang glanced at Lin Chuan in surprise. Typically, Lin Chuan took the lead in such matters, as no one was better suited for the task than him due to his keen eyesight. However, since Lin Chuan had spoken, Qin Lang did not decline. Are you testing my capabilities? Just be sure you don't blame me if I lead you astray. Qin Lang chuckled, his eyes twinkling with mirth. All right, let's set off. Having taken only a few steps, Zhang Wei awkwardly tapped Qin Lang on the shoulder. If I recall correctly, this is the route we took to reach the central lake. Is it? Qin Lang frowned, surveying the trees around him, which all appeared similar. Why do I feel this direction is the way out? The others exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and resignation. Lin Chuan face-bombed, exasperated. Allow me to take the lead, Zhang Wei declared, guiding the group in the opposite direction of Qin Lang. Did I truly err? Qin Lang mused, bewildered by their reactions, before ultimately trailing behind silently. What a lack of reliability, Lin Chuan thought, having overexerted his reincarnation eye, leaving him unable to use it any further. He required time to recuperate and had entrusted the navigation to Qin Lang, only to discover that this fool was utterly directionally challenged. The path to exit was fraught with challenges. Though they all moved in the same direction, encounters were inevitable. Yet, whenever they caught sight of Lin Chuan's white hair, individuals instinctively veered far away, as if he were a venomous entity. The effect of intimidation was undeniably potent. Aside from Lin Chuan, this thought echoed in the minds of all others. Lin Chuan needed to do nothing but exude an aura of beauty, even his current spiritual energy, merely at the 3rd level of qi refinement, when unnoticed. To them, he was an enigma defying logic, who could discern whether his demeanor was a guise to provoke action, only to retaliate. Life was singular, and their only course was to cherish it by avoiding Lin Chuan. This harvest was fruitful. They ought to pass the assessment. Surely we will pass. Why have you suddenly halted? I believe I just spotted a white-haired youth in the front group. Is that true? Let me take a look. Oh my, it truly is. Run. This path is mine. These trees are my own. If you wish to pass, leave your toll behind. Hand over your spirit beast's inner core and the crimson flame lotus, or you shall not leave here alive. Hey, boss. I think I see a white-haired youth with a group approaching. What? Really? Are you sure you're not mistaken? See for yourself. Over there, that group. Oh my, it truly is him. Run. Wait a moment. He couldn't have overheard what I just said, could he? What should we do now? Quickly. Take half of the crimson lotus and the spirit beast inner Dan we collected and leave them by the roadside. Boss, we worked so hard for this. Our lives are on the line. Why bother with these things? Just do it. When Lin Chuan and his 9 companions approached, the cultivators who had been stationed to collect tolls had long since fled, leaving behind a pile of spirit beast inner dawn and 7 crimson lotuses quietly resting by the roadside. Qin Lang skillfully stepped forward to gather the items, returning to the group with a joyful demeanor. This was not their first encounter with such fortunate circumstances, and the group contemplated whether they should disguise themselves as Lin Chuan with white hair upon their exit, as the benefits seemed exceedingly lucrative. Lin Chuan surveyed his surroundings in bewilderment, pondering, am I truly that terrifying? I only eliminate those who bear enmity towards me. I do not indiscriminately kill. Yet it feels as if everyone sees me as a ghost. Well, given that my rebirth eye is greatly exhausted, I suppose this saves me a great deal of trouble. He mused, continuing to maintain his handsome facade. The exit of the 44th hunting ground had but a single opening, unlike their entrance, which had sealed the protective array. This time the Lin family had opened only one passage to facilitate the recording of the number of individuals exiting and to search for spirit beast inner dawn and herbs on their persons. The previously bustling exit area fell into an eerie silence upon the appearance of Lin Chuan and his companions. Everyone's breath caught as they beheld Lin Chuan's iconic white hair and indifferent pale eyes. The Lin family disciples stationed at either side of the exit sensed the unusual atmosphere and glanced inward toward the hunting ground. Upon catching sight of Lin Chuan's white hair, their pupils constricted slightly, and they exchanged furtive glances, their breathing noticeably quickening. Although they were not the core disciples of the Lin family, they were not oblivious to the movements of the family as higher-ups, especially regarding the bestowal of a treasure like 100 Spirits Mountain, an event that had sent shockwaves throughout the Lin family. The news had already spread among the core disciples, and while they were astonished, they were also speculating about what Lin Chuan had accomplished to directly secure a small spiritual peak from 100 Spirits Mountain. Many were envious and eager to challenge him, but the matter had yet to fully unfold, for this was a command issued personally by the family head, Lin Duo. The guards were well aware of what to say and what to withhold. Now, confronted with Lin Chuan, even they, as members of the Lin family, dared not overstep their bounds. Moreover, it was nearly a certainty that Lin Chuan's acquisition of the small spiritual peak would elevate his status above that of the core disciples, far beyond what they could dare to offend. The newcomers and those who had passed the assessment lined up to exit from either side. Under the supervision of the Lin family disciples, the previously chaotic exit remained relatively orderly, but Lin Chuan's presence disrupted this harmony. In the oppressive silence that followed his entrance, the new arrivals respectfully stepped aside, and in just a few breaths, the path before Lin Chuan led directly to the exit, with no one daring to position themselves ahead of him. On the other side, those who had already passed the assessment gazed at Lin Chuan with flickering eyes, remaining silent. Had it not been for Lin Chuan's status as a newcomer, relegating him to that line, they too would have retreated in his presence. This exemplified the harsh reality of the cultivation world, where strength and talent dictated one's treatment. If you possess power and status, everyone will venerate you. But if you are deemed worthless, many will seek to trample you underfoot. Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi felt the weight of the atmosphere and nervously followed Lin Chuan, not daring to utter a word. The Lin family disciples awaited Lin Chuan's advance, showing no acknowledgement of the others' retreat. This is the entirety of our group's harvest. Lin Chuan unfastened a pouch from his waist and handed it to a Lin family disciple. The individual nodded, opening the pouch to examine its contents with a colleague, then recording the findings. Typically, such collection tasks would require a search, but due to Lin Chuan's unique status, they opted to overlook him, adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble. How could a genius cultivator who secured a place in 100 Spirits Mountain be interested in such items? Moreover, without spatial treasures, what could a Qi refinement stage cultivator truly conceal? Given the head of the Lin family's approach, it was clear they held high expectations for Lin Chuan. Offending him would yield no benefits, and in the end, only they would suffer. Not far away, overseeing the 44th hunting ground was a middle-aged cultivator at the initial stage of foundation establishment who chose to turn a blind eye to his subordinates' actions. The rationale was simple. He had yet to qualify for training at 100 Spirits Mountain. In the Lin family, status is paramount, if roughly categorized. The hierarchy spans from ordinary disciples to core disciples, then to stewards and elders, where mere strength does not determine one's rank. Talent, background, and position are all crucial considerations. Lin Chuan's qualification for training at 100 Spirits Mountain elevated his status beyond that of core disciples, marking a first in the Lin family. Leaving everyone somewhat bewildered and questioning the true intentions of family head Lin Duo. The inspection concluded swiftly as Lin Chuan glanced at the recorded figures: 73 Crimson Lotuses and 2,350 points from Spirit Beast Inner Dawn. This data undoubtedly positioned them at the forefront. Based on your results, your group has passed the assessment, exceeding the requirements. The Lin family will convert the surplus into corresponding cultivation resources for you. Please wait over there for a moment. Once the checks are complete, someone will escort you into the true Lin family. The individual spoke courteously to Lin Chuan. who nodded in acknowledgement before leading Bu Lianshi and Qin Lang to the designated waiting area, as if they were shrouded in an invisible barrier, with no one daring to approach within 50 meters. Zhang Liang, Han Qing, and the others underwent a slower inspection, with body searches proceeding as usual. But it was merely for show. Considering Lin Chuan's influence, they dared not uncover anything substantial. Time swiftly passed, and as the inspection continued, the waiting area became increasingly crowded. However, Lin Chuan's gaze remained fixed on the exit. For two individuals he was keenly interested in had yet to emerge: Faye, the foreigner he valued, and Yangchen, whom he had knocked back with his rebirth eye. The former was a skilled martial artist, and Lin Chuan harbored intentions to recruit him. As for the latter, Lin Chuan sensed an underlying danger from Yangchen, who had emerged as the top newcomer in this hunting ground. He was no ordinary figure. Even though Lin Chuan had bested him with a single thrust of his rebirth eye, he did not underestimate him. After all, Yangchen had not truly revealed his capabilities. Lin Chuan remained unaware of his hidden cards. Nevertheless, while he held Yangchen in high regard, Lin Chuan did not believe the latter could truly pose a threat to him in his prime. After all, Lin Chuan possessed the most formidable ocular technique from his world. Coupled with the enhancements of Sage Mode, below the Foundation establishment stage, he feared no one. His curiosity was merely piqued. As the number of people in the waiting area surpassed 50, Yangchen's group finally emerged. Upon spotting Lin Chuan, Yangchen's pupils constricted slightly. The last person he wished to confront was Lin Chuan, especially since he had initially intended to kill him, only to be caught off guard by Lin Chuan's overwhelming strength, which had led to his defeat. Once he steps out of the hunting grounds, he shall no longer take a life. He is currently incapacitated. Yet I am destined to surpass him in my future growth. When that moment arrives, I shall reclaim all that I have lost. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Yangchen's eyes. Lin Chuan's gaze was remarkably sharp, even without the use of his white eyes at this moment. His perceptive abilities far surpassed those of ordinary individuals. The glint of cold light in Yangchen's eyes did not escape his notice. It seems he possesses some degree of strength. Otherwise, after witnessing my display of spells during the Qi refinement stage, where I effortlessly sent him flying, most would harbor a sense of fear towards me. Yet, this Yangchen appears intent on continuing the fight. How intriguing. Lin Chuan smirked slightly, a cold snort echoing in his mind. After presenting all his gains, Yangchen, after a moment's hesitation, strode directly towards Lin Chuan, accompanied by his three companions, seemingly unafraid of him. Your strength is formidable. I underestimated you earlier, but you won't be arrogant for long, Yangchen said coldly. As he brushed past Lin Chuan, he muttered under his breath, in this world, there are many talents, yet sadly, most do not survive to witness their true growth. Lin Chuan listened calmly to Yangchen's words, not the slightest bit angered, as he observed the youth, who was not much younger than himself, walking by. Just when everyone believed Lin Chuan had been bested and could do nothing in response to Yangchen, he lightly tapped his right index finger, channeling chakra to its tip before flicking it forward. Bone pulse, one finger pierces. The pale white bone projectile shot forth towards the unsuspecting Yangchen, leaving him no time to react. Everyone believed that once they exited the hunting grounds, they were prohibited from engaging in combat, according to the Lin family's rules. However, they were taken aback by Lin Chuan's audacity to act so boldly in this very place. Just as the swift white projectile was about to strike Yangchen, a flash of red light surged forth, striking Lin Chuan's bone projectile away with a resounding bang. Lin Chuan did not turn to look, for the only one capable of such a quick reaction and able to project spiritual energy externally was that Foundation establishment cultivator. Yet, none of this mattered. Observing Yangchen's furious and pale visage, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead, Lin Chuan chuckled lightly and remarked, "You are indeed correct. Some individuals may never live to see the day of their true growth." The Foundation establishment cultivator frowned as he regarded Lin Chuan from a distance. According to the Lin family's rules, outside of specific combat environments, private duels among disciples were strictly forbidden, with severe punishments for those who defied this rule. Lin Chuan's blatant violation in front of everyone left the cultivator in a rather awkward position, as he genuinely dared not take action against Lin Chuan. Lin family prohibits private duels. Seize him. Yangchen, seizing upon this opportunity, shouted in a high-pitched, excited voice, his face flushed. Oh, the Lin family forbids private duels? Lin Chuan feigned surprise, turning to face the Foundation establishment cultivator, who could only helplessly twitch his lips, fully aware that Lin Chuan was feigning ignorance of this well-known regulation. The Lin family's rules state that outside of special locations, all disciples are prohibited from engaging in private duels, the Foundation establishment cultivator stated with a solemn expression. Choosing not to confront Lin Chuan directly, instead pondering how to find a reason to compel Lin Chuan to apologize, so as to defuse the situation. He was caught between his duty and his reluctance to offend anyone, leaving him in a state of confusion. "Ah, I see. I was unaware of such a regulation," Lin Chuan exclaimed with wide eyes, as if just learning of this common knowledge. Though his exaggerated demeanor made it clear to everyone that he was merely putting on an act. However, I recall that they mentioned earlier they would take us to the true Lin family, which implies that this place is not the true Lin family. And thus this regulation may not apply here? Lin Chuan innocently looked at the Foundation establishment cultivator as he spoke. Everyone was at a loss for words. For this statement indeed echoed what the Lin family disciples had previously said, and it was not just directed at Lin Chuan, but rather something all had heard. However, the intent was to guide those who passed the assessment into the core area of the Lin family, not to suggest that this place was not part of the Lin family. The Foundation establishment cultivator rolled his eyes, ultimately stating, "This is still the Lin family. Be mindful in the future. This will be your first and last warning." The bias was glaringly evident to all present, yet no one dared to voice their thoughts. As for Yang Chun, he was already furious, gesturing at Lin Chuan but unable to articulate a single word. Lin Chuan bowed slightly towards the Foundation establishment cultivator, softly saying, "I was too reckless. I hope you will forgive me, senior brother." As a former university student at the age of 20, Lin Chuan quickly discerned the cautious reverence the Lin family disciples held towards him, especially when recalling his openly displayed fireball technique at the hunting grounds. He found it hard to believe that the Lin family did not monitor the hunting grounds. It appeared that the higher-ups of the Lin family had indeed taken notice of me, which suited my intentions perfectly. This was the first thought that surfaced in Lin Chuan's mind after emerging from the hunting grounds. Regarding his actions towards Yang Chun, Lin Chuan had long since calculated the outcome. The proximity of the Foundation establishment cultivator meant that his bone pulse would not reach Yang Chun. Such a minor display of power would ultimately be resolved through trivializing the matter, and this was the very conclusion Lin Chuan sought. He merely wished to provoke the self-important Yang Chun while testing some clandestine abilities. At that moment, facing Yang Chun, Lin Chuan suddenly smiled softly, forming a wide O shape with his mouth, as if to say, "What can you do?" Yang Chun, infuriated, began to channel his spiritual energy, preparing to confront Lin Chuan. "Enough. Everyone be quiet." The Foundation establishment cultivator finally reached his limit, his face dark as a pot's bottom as he shouted. Yang Chun, panting heavily, seemed to regain some clarity amidst the outburst. He cast a cold glance at Lin Chuan, his fists tightening and then relaxing. After a lengthy silence, he turned and walked away without uttering a word. He could not comprehend what was transpiring today, in the presence of this white-haired youth named Lin Chuan. His rationality seemed to slip away, replaced by an inexplicable urge that he could not suppress. This impulse consumed his will, leaving his emotions in a state of extreme instability, like a powder keg ready to explode, especially under Lin Chuan's provocation. It was only until he was roused by the Foundation establishment cultivator's admonition that he regained some composure. A terrible feeling gripped Yang Chen's heart. He even suspected that Lin Chuan was orchestrating everything, which ignited a profound fear within him. Watching Yang Chen retreat into the distance, Lin Chuan's lips curled into a slight smile. Illusions are not solely the domain of the Sharingan. Through verbal and emotional provocation, I too can influence others. Yet, Yang Chen's response was quite swift, demonstrating his ability to manage his emotions and avoid my influence. How fascinating. As he pondered, a tall figure emerged from the hunting grounds, his height towering above his peers, making him a striking presence in the crowd. This was the foreign youth, Fa Yi, whom Lin Chuan had been observing. Fa Ye's group had already lost all hope upon encountering Lin Chuan. The strongest Qi refinement cultivator, Yin Kong, had been slain, and the remaining two were notably weaker. Their survival thus far nothing short of miraculous. The chance of obtaining spiritual beast inner cores or the crimson flame lotus was virtually non-existent. Unsurprisingly, Fa Yi was classified among the eliminated. This was well within Lin Chuan's expectations. A Qi refinement cultivator at the first level was already the weakest in this hunting ground. And surviving this long was indeed a remarkable feat. Lin Chuan had previously stated that he merely needed Faye to emerge alive. What now? Faye has been eliminated. Qin Lang frowned, aware of Lin Chuan's intentions to recruit the youth, but realizing that without assistance, a Qi refinement cultivator at the first level could not hope to pass the assessment on his own. Where their essay will, their essay way. Lin Chuan replied lightly, then stepped towards the Foundation Establishment cultivator, slightly bowing to show respect, while maintaining his status as the first place. Lin Chuan had not yet reached the point of arrogance where he disregarded everyone, especially considering that this individual was the responsible party for the 44th hunting ground, with a cultivation level at the Foundation Establishment stage. Though appearing as merely a disparity of rank, this gap is no less significant than the distinctions among the various levels of Qi refinement. It signifies a qualitative transformation. Even if Lin Chuan can triumph over practitioners at the peak of the Qi refinement stage, he remains utterly outmatched against those of the Foundation Establishment stage. While he may devise means to evade the pursuit of a cultivator at the initial stage of Foundation Establishment to conquer one, Lin Chuan must elevate his own spiritual energy to the pinnacle of Qi refinement. Generally, such qualitative shifts between cultivation tiers are nearly insurmountable. Even Lin Chuan, endowed with various ocular techniques, finds it exceedingly challenging to breach them. However, this applies primarily to the early stages. As Lin Chuan's mastery of these ocular arts deepens and strengthens, transcending tier limitations will become considerably easier. Thus, he does not regard those with higher cultivation as particularly venerable. Given time, he believes he can surpass them all, a testament to his confidence. At the moment Lin Chuan approached, the Foundation Establishment cultivator felt a tightening in his chest, apprehensive that Lin Chuan might conjure yet another unexpected scheme. Despite his cultivation level, he could not treat Lin Chuan as an ordinary disciple, especially after learning that the family head had bestowed upon Lin Chuan the coveted Shaoling Peak. Senior brother, is there any way for those eliminated to remain in the Lin family? Lin Chuan inquired. Upon hearing this, the Foundation Establishment cultivator felt a sense of relief. Although this matter bore complications, it remained within his control. There is a solution. If you can become a core disciple, you may have a servant accompany you. Furthermore, if your talent surpasses that of the average core disciple, you may even attract more followers to reside and cultivate alongside you, the cultivator remarked, casting a knowing glance at the 8 individuals beside Lin Chuan. Surpassing the ordinary core disciples, Lin Chuan pondered, a flicker of understanding prompting him to press further. The disciples of the Lin family are primarily categorized into 3 types: ordinary disciples, inner disciples, and core disciples. The core disciples you refer to typically denote inner disciples, selected from ordinary disciples through assessments based on their talent. Should one's aptitude be exceptional enough to attract the attention of elders, they may be designated as core disciples, marking the distinction between inner and core disciples. Beyond this, there exists a rare class of disciples, numbering no more than 10, known as the Bailingzi. The Foundation Establishment cultivator elucidated. Bailingzi? If their number is limited to 10, why the term Bailing? Lin Chuan queried, perplexed. This is due to their place of residence. You shall soon discover the specifics, the cultivator replied with a smile, hinting at deeper truths. Lin Chuan's acquisition of Shaoling Peak essentially secured his status as a Bailingzi, and the Foundation Establishment cultivator was keen to foster a favorable rapport with such a talent. Naturally, he hoped Lin Chuan would refrain from causing any further disturbances before the official announcement. I wonder whether I shall become an inner disciple or directly a core disciple. The chances of a mere orphan like myself becoming one of the Bailingzi seem slim. The family head likely lacks the audacity to extend an olive branch to me at this juncture, Lin Chuan mused inwardly. The likelihood of becoming a core disciple is more substantial. Regardless, as long as I can retain Faye, I need not worry. Zhang Liang and the others have already passed the assessments. Future cultivation will rely on individual effort, which suits me perfectly. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. Lin Chuan expressed courteously. Merely a small favor. If you wish to retain someone, do inform me now, and I shall keep an eye out. After this concludes, I will escort you into the core region of the Lin family. Those who pass the assessments will be ranked according to their performance, and as it stands, your group is currently ranked first in the 44th hunting ground, ensuring at least the status of inner disciples, with the possibility of core disciple status. So it is prudent to prepare, the cultivator, Lin Chi, said with a smile. Thank you again, senior brother. Lin Chuan grinned, then gestured toward the conspicuous Faye amidst the crowd. If possible, please keep an eye on him for me. Should I truly become a core disciple? I will need him as my servant. Lin Chi glanced at FAU and nodded. No problem. May I inquire your name, senior brother? Should I have further questions? I would like to seek your counsel, Lin Chuan expressed, finding Lin Chi quite agreeable, as he lacked any foundational ties within the Lin family. Having someone knowledgeable to rely upon would alleviate numerous potential troubles. My name is Lin Chi. You may address me directly, as there are far too many Lin senior brothers in the family. Lin Chi replied with a wry smile. Lin Chuan chuckled, nodding in acknowledgement before returning to the company of Bullion and the others. All around, the expressions of the other cultivators were peculiar as they observed the camaraderie between Lin Chuan and Lin Chi, who had seemingly ignored everyone else. Just moments ago, they had nearly come to blows, yet they appeared to have formed a friendship in a matter of moments, shocking all present. Yang Chen's face darkened. The Foundation establishment cultivator had evidently shown favoritism toward Lin Chuan, and now he was openly engaging with him, nearly driving Yang Chen to the brink of fury. I have already been accepted as an inner disciple by an elder, which makes me a genuine core disciple of the Lin family. Even if Lin Chuan ranks first, he will merely achieve the status of an inner disciple. As for this Foundation establishment cultivator, his cultivation is but marginally superior. He will ultimately remain an inner disciple. It won't be long before I surpass you both. Just wait. One day, I shall make you pay. Yang Chen seethed inwardly. The assessments continued, and Lin Chuan, opting for tranquility, settled beneath a tree with a few companions, crossing his legs to practice the Xian Huangju. As time passed, fewer and fewer individuals emerged from the hunting ground. From over 300 newcomers, fewer than 100 remained outside. Many of those still within the hunting ground would never return. Relative to others, Lin Chuan's group was exceptionally fortunate. All 9 members remained intact, while others had dwindled to 1 or 2 individuals, making it rare to see a trio reunited. This battle's bloodshed far exceeds expectations, Qin Lang remarked softly, surveying the area where fewer than 30 individuals had successfully passed the assessments, a mere tenth of the original group. This hardly qualifies as bloodshed and cruelty. You have yet to witness the true horrors of battle, Lin Chi, at the Foundation establishment stage, interjected as he approached. As one of the 8 prominent families of the Fire Nation, the Lin family's assessments were relatively mild. It was said that the Bai family, another of the 8 families, would toss 300 individuals into a trial ground, forcing them to fight until only one emerged alive. Now that was true brutality. The path of cultivation inherently defies the heavens. The road ahead is long and arduous. Should you find it unsuitable to continue, perhaps being eliminated and leading an ordinary life is a choice worth considering, Lin Chi mused, his voice tinged with reflection. Lin Chuan opened his eyes, observing Lin Chi lost in thought. Every individual harbors a story, some woven with light, others with darkness. When Lin Chi returned to the present, he noticed that Lin Chuan's white gaze had lingered on him for quite some time. How careless of me. Lin Chi shook his head, regaining composure and beckoning all the newcomers who had passed the assessments to gather. A total of 27 individuals successfully passed the assessment. Shortly, I shall escort you to the core area of the Lin family, where the elders will determine your ultimate fate based on your performance in this evaluation, Lin Chi stated with a serious expression. After addressing the matters near the exit, Lin Chi specifically commanded someone to take FAE away and dismiss the more than 60 individuals who did not pass, instructing them to await the next assessment at their original residence or to be sent away directly. It is time for us to depart. Upon finishing his sentence, Lin Chi formed a hand seal, and spiritual energy surged forth from within him. In the next moment, a ring on his hand emitted a faint glow, and a blue celestial sword, approximately half a meter long, materialized in the air, radiating an imposing aura of spiritual energy. This celestial sword is indeed a formidable treasure. The onlookers marveled at the sight, their faces alight with excitement, wishing fervently that the sword belonged to them. Without further ado, Lin Chi pointed at the celestial sword with his finger, and the blue blade instantly emanated a remarkable sword energy, as though the entire sword had expanded 100-fold in an instant. A brilliant blue sword aura appeared beneath the feet of the 27 successful candidates, lifting them all into the air. Lin Chuan, intrigued by the celestial sword, felt a surge of excitement. As the dreams of his past in the realm of immortals seemed to awaken within him, and the desire to wield a celestial sword grew stronger. Control your body with spiritual energy, and do not allow yourself to fall from the sword, Lin Chi instructed. Upon hearing this, Lin Chuan concentrated the chakra he had refined beneath his feet, creating a suction that allowed him to stand firmly atop the sword energy. Even if the celestial sword were to tilt at a 90-degree angle, he would remain unperturbed. The others, however, were not so fortunate. Lacking the ability to separate their spiritual energy, they quickly became flustered. Flying with a sword is no trivial matter. A misstep could leave one as nothing more than a splatter upon the ground. Fortunately, Lin Chi had granted everyone time to adapt, allowing the celestial sword to hover 10 meters above the ground. Time was running short. We are departing. With that command, the celestial sword shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, and half of the more than 20 individuals tumbled down, while the rest barely managed to land on all fours. The sword energy became chaotic, mingling with screams and roars, creating an almost deafening cacophony. This single instance of flying with the sword immediately revealed the disparity in cultivation levels among the group. Lin Chi stood firmly at the tip of the sword, controlling it with grace, his garments billowing as if he were a transcendent being from mythology. Only two others managed to maintain their balance, Lin Chuan and Yang Chun. Lin Chuan, aside from a slight wobble at the moment of departure, exhibited almost no difference from Lin Chi. Yang Chun, on the other hand, appeared a bit flustered, nearly losing his balance, yet he steadied himself at the last moment. Lin Chi cast a surprised glance at Lin Chuan, regarding him with newfound respect, while also expressing a hint of curiosity towards Yang Chun, who, despite being a newcomer, seemed to possess genuine strength. As they soared above the mountains and rivers, the lush greenery rushed past them, and Lin Chi led the group toward the innermost depths of the mountain range, where the towering peaks, shrouded in mist, could be faintly discerned. After approximately half an hour of flight, Lin Chi suddenly cast a token into the air. The token bore a prominent character for Lin, and as it fell before him, an eerie wave of transparent energy spread outwards. In an instant, what appeared to be an empty expanse of mountains revealed a massive golden protective array, resembling a celestial dome that enveloped the world. This is the Lin family's protective array. Beyond this point lies the true core area of the Lin family. To pass through this array, one must possess a Lin family token, otherwise, even a cultivator at the nascent soul stage would meet their demise within. Obtaining a Lin family token requires at least the status of an inner disciple, with core disciples being granted one each, meaning that ordinary disciples cannot enter or exit the core area without permission. Lin Chi explained, while the token before him continued to emit waves of energy, gradually opening the protective array to allow the passage of the 20 or so individuals. Is this truly the protective array? It is remarkably fascinating. If only I could observe the core of the array with my Byakugan, I might find a way to experiment with it in the future. Just as Lin Chuan pondered the array, a sound of slicing through the air drew everyone's attention. A large green sword approached, upon which approximately 30 youths stood, with one of them, much like Lin Chi, skillfully manipulating the flying sword. Upon encountering one another, both groups exchanged curious glances, and the youth at the forefront of the sword, upon seeing Lin Chi, smiled slightly and clasped his fists, saying, "Brother Lin Chi, you were quite fast, arriving ahead of me." He had intended to say more, but inadvertently caught sight of a white-haired, white-eyed youth standing upon the sword energy, causing his expression to shift in shock as he exclaimed, "Lin Chuan?" Lin Chuan felt a stir in his heart, gazing in surprise at the youth wielding the azure sword. He pondered whether this individual recognized the former Lin Chuan. However, since the other party had already spoken, he could not feign ignorance and could only ask, "Do you know me, senior brother?" Cough, cough. Lin Chi glanced at the boy opposite him and suddenly cleared his throat lightly, blinking his eyes slightly, as if to remind the other of something. Indeed, the boy seemed to grasp the hint immediately, retracting the astonished expression from his face, and nodded, saying, "I'm sorry. I mistook you for someone else." Observing the subtle exchange between them, Lin Chuan quickly comprehended the situation. This person did not know the previous Lin Chuan. Rather, he had recognized him by his striking white hair. It was highly likely that certain matters regarding him had circulated within the Lin family, albeit not yet fully disclosed. What decisions had the Lin family made that drew such attention towards him? Even if it was due to his demonstration of the fireball technique during the chi refining stage, such a spectacle should not warrant such extensive scrutiny. Lin Chuan's brow furrowed slightly, engulfed in deep confusion. From Lin Chuan's past memories, he recalled that the Zhengchuan continent was home to formidable talents capable of casting spells during the chi refining stage. He was not the first to achieve such a feat in the southern Ming continent. Even if ordinary cultivators were unaware, the Lin family, one of the 8 illustrious families of the Fire Nation, could not possibly be in the dark. Thus, Lin Chuan surmised that the attitudes of these individuals towards him were not merely based on his ability to cast spells at the qi refining stage. There must be other underlying reasons. Regardless of the cause, he felt an unsettling premonition. The rapid circulation of information within the Lin family could only indicate that something significant had occurred, likely elevating Lin Chuan's status beyond his own expectations, thereby creating a sensation. Lin Chuan was acutely aware of a tactic known as fostering demise, wherein excessive praise and adulation of an individual could lead to their arrogance and provoke jealousy in others, ultimately leading to their downfall. He understood that he held no foundation within the Lin family. Should he receive any undue rewards, his survival would be at stake, as his very life was paramount. It was akin to bestowing a powerful artifact upon a child. Though formidable, it would not immediately translate into strength, and the notoriety of such an event could attract danger. The intricate power struggles within such a vast family were no less treacherous than those of the courts in his previous life. The Lin family into which Lin Chuan was born bore witness to the darkness and filth of such intrigue, and the current Lin family was unlikely to be any different. Various factions intertwined and entangled, and Lin Chuan might unwittingly disrupt someone's plans, becoming a pawn in their schemes. To be overly discreet is detrimental. Yet to be excessively ostentatious is equally perilous. Finding the right balance is indeed a challenge. Lin Chuan contemplated the extent to which the Lin family had elevated his status. While he would not go so far as to claim fear, it undoubtedly caused him some concern. He had previously considered leaving the Lin family to pursue solitary cultivation, believing that with his innate talent, even if his advancement was gradual, he would eventually rise to prominence. However, Lin Chuan also understood that in the realm of cultivation, without sufficient resources, he would lag far behind others. This world was replete with prodigies, even with something as extraordinary as the fruit of the divine tree. He could not afford to be complacent. Who knew if others possessed even more astonishing abilities? He resolved to observe what the Lin family had orchestrated. If it was acceptable, he would remain. If not, he might find a way to escape. The protective formation could deter others, but it would be somewhat challenging to restrain him. Lin Chuan murmured, as a fleeting azure glimmer flashed in his wide eyes. All of this was speculation, yet he believed his assumptions were likely accurate. He would wait and see what the Lin family had done. Lin Chuan took a deep breath and murmured to himself. Suddenly, he recalled a palace drama he had watched in his previous life, filled with intrigue. Those favored concubines appeared resplendent, yet could be eliminated at any moment. Goodness, how expansive is my imagination? After realizing his train of thought, Lin Chuan couldn't help but lament with a wry smile. In the distance, the protective formation had activated. Lin Chi, riding his flying sword, surged forward, leading the group into the true core of the Lin family. The winds whistled past their ears, and all were left astounded by the sight before them as they crossed the formation. Compared to the places they had previously inhabited, the true Lin family resembled a paradise. Towering mountains, verdant giant trees, intricately carved pavilions, all elements coalesced to create a landscape that seemed to belong in a painting. Exotic birds and beasts roamed freely, while cranes soared overhead in flocks. The thin clouds and mist swirling through the mountains imparted an ethereal beauty to the scene. What delighted everyone even more was the extraordinary density of spiritual energy present here. Merely breathing in the air allowed them to sense their cultivation improving, as the atmosphere was as pure as if it contained no impurities whatsoever. This, truly, is a celestial realm, irradiated from every face, for them. The opportunity to cultivate here was the greatest dream imaginable. The spiritual energy was at least 6 or 7 times richer than that of the hunting grounds, and it seemed to grow denser the deeper they ventured. Lin Chuan sensed the miraculous nature of this place, and, gazing at the vast expanse before him, felt that this was the idyllic realm of cultivation he had always envisioned, a veritable utopia, devoid of worldly strife. Yet, deep down, he knew that what lay beneath this surface beauty concealed even darker truths. The Lin family resided in the Songlong mountain range in the northern part of the Fire Nation, the area boasting the highest concentration of spiritual energy within a radius of 100,000 miles. It was precisely for this reason that the Lin family had chosen to thrive here. Coupled with the gathering effects of the protective formation, the spiritual energy within this radius reached an astonishing intensity, surpassing that of ordinary locations by more than tenfold. This was merely the standard for the Lin family's core region. Rumors suggested that in the heart of the Lin family, the spiritual energy could be 30 times denser than that of the outside world. One could only imagine how rapid cultivation would be in such an environment. As Lin Chi maneuvered the flying sword, he explained to the group, a hint of envy gracing his features as he gazed into the depths of the clouds and missed with reverence and hope. Tenfold spiritual energy is already so rich, 30-fold. Good heavens, the concentration could be visible to the naked eye. If I could cultivate there for just a day, I would be willing to do anything. Though the density of spiritual energy does not directly equate to cultivation speed, under such abundant conditions, even a mediocre cultivator could be nurtured into a genius. All were awestruck by the richness of the spiritual energy, while simultaneously gaining a profound and shocking understanding of the Lin family's might. In the brutal world of cultivation, the Lin family's exclusive possession of such a flawless location spoke volumes. Lin Chuan felt a surge of excitement as the rich spiritual energy signified a faster pace in his cultivation, addressing his most pressing issue, spiritual energy insufficiency. The recent trial in the hunting grounds had significantly contributed to Lin Chuan's growth, especially after consuming the inner cores of spirit beasts and the crimson flame lotus, which had transformed his body and allowed him to absorb more power from the divine tree's fruit. Consequently, the chakra he refined had seen a continuous increase, with the accompanying challenge being a lack of spiritual energy. Once he amalgamated chakra with spiritual energy to form chakra, he became incapable of absorbing external spiritual energy, significantly diminishing Lin Chuan's sustained combat capability. Consequently, he was fervently eager to enhance his spiritual cultivation. The core of the Lin family indeed did not disappoint him, affirming his choice to align with the Lin family rather than wandering aimlessly as a free cultivator. However, Lin Chuan did not share the astonishment that others felt regarding the richness of the spiritual energy here. In his memories, he recalled places with even more potent spiritual energy, far purer and cleaner, namely the Lin family in Zhongchuan continent. As Lin Chuan delved deeper into the realm of cultivation, he increasingly perceived the terrifying might of the Lin family in Zhongchuan, even from fragmented memories. The mere tip of the iceberg he recalled was exponentially more powerful than this Lin family, and he wondered how long it would take for him to attain such strength to stand against them. Nevertheless, having promised the deceased Lin Chuan to avenge him, he would never waver, no matter how arduous the path ahead may be. He firmly believed that one day he would achieve it. Lin Chuan's hands gradually clenched, a cold glint flickering in his eyes. Meanwhile, amidst the throng of newcomers, two individuals maintained a calm demeanor, Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi. Like Lin Chuan, they hailed from Zhongchuan continent, and merely based on their protective treasures, it was evident they were not of ordinary lineage in Zhongchuan. In the face of the Lin family's formidable presence, they remained composed, having encountered far more terrifying entities. Meeting friends like Lin Chuan and Qin Lang here makes my journey worthwhile, Bu Lianshi reflected. Regardless of the challenges that lie ahead, I will press on step by step until I once again stand upon the soil of Zhongchuan. Qin Lang clenched his small, pudgy fists, a rare determination flashing across his face. Bu Lianshi thought to herself, I once believed I would perish in southern Ming continent, yet here I am, encountering Lin Chuan and Qin Lang. Since fate has bestowed such luck upon me, I shall let the past harm I endured in Zhongchuan drift away with the wind. I will strive to thrive on this new continent, diligently cultivate, and fight alongside my friends. With a gentle glance at Lin Chuan standing beside her, a faint blush adorned Bu Lianshi's fair cheeks. As if sensing something, the three exchanged glances, silently acknowledging their intricate thoughts without needing to articulate them, only sharing a knowing smile. Perhaps they had not yet reached the degree of intimacy that allowed for complete disclosure of secrets, but trust is never unconditional. Upon recognizing each other, they laid the foundation of trust. Lin Chuan shared the secret of his white eyes, and without hesitation, Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi revealed their protective treasures before him, marking the inception of their mutual trust. As they retained their deepest secrets while simultaneously sharing less significant ones. It mirrored the nature of human relationships. Proximity can be detrimental, yet distance can also be counterproductive, and they found themselves in a harmonious balance. The future, however, was something that the three would gradually forge together. It seems we have arrived, Lin Chuan remarked softly as the celestial sword, guided by Lin Chi, descended gracefully. The trio collected their emotions and gazed upon the expansive plaza atop a mountain. This plaza appeared as though it had cleaved the mountain in two, presenting an extraordinarily smooth surface covered with thick slabs of blue stone. Whispers of mist danced in the mountain breeze, enveloping the atmosphere in a dreamy haze, reminiscent of an ethereal realm. Lin Chi's celestial sword landed steadily in one corner of the plaza, beckoning everyone to disembark from the sword energy and instructing them to rest in place. He then proceeded toward a raised platform within the plaza. Lin Chuan and the others curiously observed this legendary abode of the immortals, feeling the rich spiritual energy circulating through their bodies with each breath, cleansing impurities within them. The air was fresh and pure, imbued with a subtle fragrance of earth and trees, leaving Lin Chuan feeling extraordinarily rejuvenated. Others occasionally descended on celestial swords, each bearing individuals, mostly newcomers who had passed the assessment, all filled with curiosity as they gazed around with a mix of excitement and trepidation. It appears Lin Chi's celestial sword is not his own, but rather provided by the Lin family specifically for transporting us disciples. Qin Lang whispered. Celestial swords are not easily acquired, and as you know, a cultivator's treasures are nurtured within their dantian. His sword clearly emerged from a storage ring. Unless one is extraordinarily wealthy, how could they possess such a celestial sword at this time? Lin Chuan casually remarked. That makes sense. Qin Lang nodded in agreement. Before long, another beam of sword light descended, landing less than 10 meters from Lin Chuan. It was the group that had previously called Lin Chuan's name outside the formation, consisting of over 60 youths. The leading foundation-building cultivator cast a meaningful glance at Lin Chuan before turning to approach the raised platform, seemingly the assembly point for their foundation-building practitioners. Hey, brother, how many newcomers passed the assessment from your hunting ground? A familiar-faced youth inquired, glancing curiously around the plaza before striding toward Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan turned to see that aside from Zhang Liang and Han Qing, the others stood at a distance, seemingly wary of Lin Chuan's potential wrath. Uninterested in those individuals, Lin Chuan was eager to learn about other hunting grounds, and he would certainly not refuse this approach. 27 passed from our side. How about yours? Lin Chuan responded, engaging in conversation with the youth. About 30, give or take. The youth replied. Lin Chuan furrowed his brow, glancing at the more than 60 individuals nearby, recalling that around 30 were present outside the formation earlier, leading him to question the discrepancy. Your numbers seem off. Lin Chuan voiced his confusion. Oh, regarding that, we are from Hunting Ground 45. Midway, due to an issue with the celestial sword from Hunting Ground 46, they transferred their people to our side, the youth explained. Lin Chuan nodded in realization, understanding why this group had landed near him due to their proximity in numbering. From a distance, newcomers from Hunting Ground 44 observed Lin Chuan conversing with others, occasionally wearing bemused smiles, leaving their jaws nearly agape. Is this truly the legendary white-haired killing god? Yang Chun stood nearby, gritting his teeth at the sight. Had it not been for Lin Chuan, he would undoubtedly be the leading figure of Hunting Ground 44. However, Lin Chuan's presence rendered his status exceedingly awkward. Once a formidable contender, he would have been the center of admiration, yet due to his rivalry with Lin Chuan, no one dared approach him for fear of inciting Lin Chuan's ire. Even his two companions kept their distance. Observing the other groups, it was evident that each cohort had a figure who was the object of admiration, whether due to strength or having secured the top rank in their hunting ground, attracting others' flattery. Yet he, destined to become a core disciple, was left unattended, feeling like a pariah. Lin Chuan Yang Chun muttered through clenched teeth, ultimately inhaling deeply before turning away, preferring to avoid the discomfort of witnessing it all. By the way, brother, what is your name? The youth asked. I am Chinimo. Given your white hair and similarly colored eyes, I wonder why I haven't seen you before, inquired the boy named Chinimo. My name is Lin Chuan, and I have recently arrived at the Lin family estate. It is perfectly normal that you have not seen me before, Lin Chuan casually remarked. So, you are indeed Lin Chuan, the one referred to by our foundation establishment practitioners? Shan Imo gazed at the white-haired youth across from him, his expression filled with astonishment. He had previously mentioned a case of mistaken identity, asserting that he was not the person they thought he was, and Lin Chuan deftly brushed it off. The two appeared to find standing and chatting cumbersome, and at some point, they settled on the ground of the Bluestone Plaza, engaging in lively banter. Lin Chuan exhibited none of the demeanor one might expect from a seasoned expert. After all, in his past life, he was merely an ordinary individual. So why should he pretend to be affluent and handsome? Nonetheless, he would adopt a serious attitude during battles. However, His carefree demeanor left the newcomers at the 44th hunting ground in a state of bewilderment. In contrast, the newcomers accompanying Chen Mo were quite taken with Lin Chuan's approachable nature, and before long, more than 10 individuals had gathered around, seated on the ground and chatting animatedly, creating an oddly captivating scene. The newcomers from the 44th hunting ground, who should have been clustering around Lin Chuan, now stood at a distance, casting peculiar glances at him as he laughed and conversed. Meanwhile, another group of hunting ground newcomers continued to gravitate toward Lin Chuan, discussing an array of topics. Even more amusingly, one disciple produced some grilled spiritual meat from his storage bag, and the newcomers began to eat and chat without a care for decorum, as if they were ready to break out into a drinking game. Your group is tasked with harvesting the crimson flame lotus, whereas our special mission involves gathering the clear ling grass, a type of spiritual herb that grows on sheer cliffs, making it quite difficult to procure. Very few manage to acquire it, as most are collected by higher-tier practitioners who arrived later. It is said that this examination is quite challenging. Only half of the candidates are expected to pass, totaling just over 40,000. I wonder how many will directly ascend to inner disciples, skipping the ordinary disciple rank. It's likely that only around 100 will succeed, and only the top-ranking individual from each hunting ground stands a chance. The rest shouldn't get their hopes up. The crowd engaged in animated discussions about the examination while munching on grilled meat, perhaps due to the expansive area of the 45th hunting ground and the rarity of conflicts. Their camaraderie was notably stronger compared to that of the 44th hunting ground. Lin Chuan relished the grilled meat, reflecting that the barbecue in the cultivation world surpassed that of his previous life, as it was entirely natural and untainted. Not to mention that it was game meat imbued with spiritual energy. He savored it wholeheartedly, oblivious to his appearance. Qin Lang and his fellow disciples looked at Lin Chuan with expressions of despair, pondering how long it had been since he had eaten. They wished he could adopt some semblance of a genius-esque demeanor, contrasting it with the tall, graceful figures of other experts who exuded charm and elegance. The sight of their own Lin Chuan made them instinctively want to distance themselves, almost wanting to explain to the onlookers that they did not know this person. By the way, Lin Chuan, who is the top-ranked individual in your group? How many points have they accumulated? Chen Mo inquired curiously, and the surrounding individuals turned their attention to Lin Chuan, awaiting his response. I'm not entirely sure. The Foundation establishment practitioner responsible for our group hasn't mentioned it, Lin Chuan replied. Who is the most skilled among you? Typically, the highest cultivation level correlates with the top rank. Someone interjected. The most accomplished is Yang Chuan, who is at the 7th layer of qi refinement. Upon speaking, Lin Chuan glanced at Yang Chen, who stood solitary at a distance, immediately drawing the attention of everyone present. At that moment, Yang Chen, embracing the philosophy of out of sight, out of mind, had his back to Lin Chuan, quietly processing his own grievances. Why is that person standing there looking so aloof? He seems rather unapproachable. Indeed, many experts have their quirks. The crowd murmured softly, while Lin Chuan simply smiled and continued to enjoy his barbecue. As time passed, more disciples congregated in the plaza, filling every corner with people. Those renowned talented practitioners also arrived, welcomed by the admiration of the masses. The once empty plaza was now inundated with throngs, with dozens of individuals surrounded by over 100 followers, creating a lively atmosphere filled with laughter and praises. Those must be the prodigies chosen in this examination. Some of them look familiar, Chen Mo remarked, scanning the crowd of talented individuals. How many do you recognize? Please share. Lin Chuan responded with a smile, offering a piece of meat to Chen Mo. The meat, the origin of which was unknown, was exceptionally chewy and flavorful, making it difficult for Lin Chuan to stop eating. You've asked the right person. Although my cultivation isn't high, I know quite a few people. While I may not be acquainted with those at the top, I know a great deal about them. Chen Mo began to speak animatedly. Look at that young man in red, surrounded by over 200 admirers. His name is Qi Ming. He was originally the scion of a small family nearby, but unfortunately, that family was recently annihilated by enemies. After being rescued by the Lin family, he was brought here. It is said he possesses extraordinary talent, with at least a mid-grade earth spiritual root. His current cultivation has reached the 9th layer of qi refinement, and he can hold his own against those at the peak of qi refinement, showcasing both remarkable training speed and combat talent, making him a rare genius likely to be accepted as a core disciple. Following Chen Mo's indication, Lin Chuan turned his gaze to the center of the plaza, where the cold and stoic young man in red stood amidst the crowd. Despite his modest height, he radiated a striking presence that made him instantly noticeable. Lin Chuan could sense the icy aura emanating from him, an air of hostility and resentment. Having lost his family at such a young age, Qi Ming embodied a tragic narrative. Concurrently, Lin Chuan also sensed a palpable threat from Qi Ming, even stronger than that from Yang Chun. An intriguing individual, Lin Chuan mused silently, as he continued to savor his meat. In the midst of the crowd, Qi Ming had initially responded coldly to the adulation of those around him, but suddenly halted. As if sensing something, he turned to gaze through the throng, fixating on the white-haired Lin Chuan seated on the ground, indulging in barbecue. Qi Ming scrutinized the youth's features for a moment, his brow furrowing slightly. Despite only being at the Qi refinement stage, he had been a scion of the Qi family and had been exposed to many of their family's secret techniques, some of which heightened his sensitivity to others' auras. When Lin Chuan had looked at Qi Ming, he had been sensed, and now, observing this carefree Lin Chuan, Qi Ming felt an inexplicable jolt within him. Yet, no matter how he probed, he could discern no unusual traits from Lin Chuan. "What is it, young Master Qi? Is there something you need? Please command me, and I shall ensure it is done." A disciple, noticing Qi Ming's unusual demeanor, promptly approached him with eager politeness. Shaking his head, Qi Ming dismissed his doubts and chose not to voice them further. Meanwhile, Lin Chuan's lips curled into a slight smirk, maintaining his peculiar behavior as he continued to enjoy his barbecue while listening to Chun Mo's animated discourse. "That girl in yellow, the one with the veil, is another prodigy alongside Qi Ming. Her name is Luo Jinger, and she also cultivates at the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Her strength is comparable to Qi Ming's. It is said she hails from a family that has ties with the Lin family and was sent here for training. Originally, she could have directly become an inner disciple, but she opted to rise through the ranks based on her own merit. With her talent, she is certain to become a core disciple this time." As Chen Mo spoke, a sly smile crept across his face as he lowered his voice, revealing that she was said to possess extraordinary beauty, thus always concealing her visage behind a veil, never showing her true self to the world. Observing those around him, it was evident that they were all suitors vying for his attention, including several exceptional talents. Lin Chuan, intrigued, glanced in that direction and indeed spotted a stunning young lady clad in a yellow dress. Although her face was obscured by a veil, her bright eyes and fair complexion still radiated beauty, exuding grace and poise as she elegantly navigated through a throng of admirers. Akin to a flower flourishing amidst a sea of grass, untouched by any. Chun Mo continued to introduce several prodigies, each possessing unique traits and formidable strength, all mingling amidst their admirers. While savoring the delectable roasted meat, Lin Chuan attentively listened to Chun Mo's introductions. He would cast a glance at anyone Chun Mo mentioned, though few truly piqued his interest. "Oh, I almost forgot someone," Chun Mo exclaimed, tapping his forehead. "Do you see that solitary figure over there? The boy in white with a sword on his back." Following Chen Mo's gesture, Lin Chuan beheld a lone young man in white, a sword slung across his back. Standing amidst the crowd, an aura of solitude surrounded him, as if the world's splendor faded into oblivion in his presence, leaving him untouched. His expression bore a serene calm, as though he had transcended the mundane world, entering a state of profound detachment. Suddenly, Lin Chuan's white eyes narrowed slightly. A surge of intense foreboding washed over him. In the next moment, the young man in white flickered, and when he reappeared, his gaze was fixed on Lin Chuan. Their eyes locked, and Lin Chuan felt a sharp sting, as if he were not gazing upon a mere mortal, but rather an unsheathed sword, poised to ascend. The purple ripples of the reincarnation eye surged uncontrollably within him, yet he forcibly suppressed it, a wave of intense wariness and astonishment flooding his heart, all emanating from the boy bearing the long sword. The white-haired youth and the white-clad swordsman exchanged glances through the throngs of newcomers, each bearing a glimmer in their eyes, an unspoken depth that defied comprehension. The young man was known as Lin Chuan, his identity shrouded in mystery, with origins that were impossible to trace. It was said that his strength was immense, yet it remained unclear how he compared to Qi Ming and Luo Jing'er. Chen Mo's voice echoed distantly in Lin Chuan's ears, as if from another realm. Did no one witness his prowess? Someone inquired. Some claim to have seen him, yet none have witnessed him fight with full force. That sword remains undisturbed on his back. Every account of his supposed battles where he exerted his full strength remains unverified, as all witnesses perished. Chun Mo shrugged, a note of helplessness in his tone. As Chun Mo's narrative reverberated in Lin Chuan's mind, he discerned that Chun Mo's judgment had faltered. Lin Chuan's might far surpassed anyone's imagination, placing him in an entirely different echelon from Qi Ming and Luo Jing'er. Possessing the three great ocular techniques of the Naruto universe, including the more formidable Rebirth Eye and Rinnegan, Lin Chuan had believed himself invincible among those in the Qi refinement stage. Yet, at this moment, he recognized his own naivety. The opponents he had vanquished in the hunting grounds were all mere ordinary figures, lacking superior cultivation techniques or specialized skills, their combat abilities rudimentary at best, entirely self-taught, representing the most basic tier of cultivators. Now, having encountered a true genius within the realm of cultivation, Lin Chuan had merely grazed the surface of this world's essence. Finally grasping that fortuitous encounters were not his alone to claim, others too could possess such opportunities. Before him stood Lin Chuan, an equally adept youth in the Qi refinement stage, and Lin Chuan had no confidence in overcoming him, even with the use of his Rebirth Eye and Rinnegan. At best, he could only hope to avoid defeat. How prideful I have become. Lin Chuan mused inwardly, his gaze sharpening, a cold smirk forming as he thought. Even if you are formidable, what of it? Even if you are unique, in this realm of strength and distinction, I, Lin Chuan, shall undoubtedly emerge as the most extraordinary and powerful of all. To underestimate the enemy strategically while respecting them tactically. This principle guided Lin Chuan. As someone hailing from another world, he held an unwavering belief that none could surpass his uniqueness, especially since he possessed the fruit of the divine tree, the very essence of the Naruto universe. If he could not ascend to greatness with such a boon, he might as well seek out a boulder to end his existence. I, Lin Chuan, shall become the Kagaya Otsutsuki of this world, the progenitor of chakra. Meanwhile, Lin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as he observed the peculiar white-haired youth before him. Despite the boy's unkempt demeanor as he sat on the ground, indulging in meat, there was an unmistakable aura of danger surrounding him. This sensation reached its zenith when their gazes met, and Lin Chuan felt as though he glimpsed the cycle of reincarnation within the depths of those unique eyes, leaving him profoundly shaken. Yet, the moment passed as swiftly as it came, and in the blink of an eye, Lin Chuan appeared to Lin Chuan as nothing more than an ordinary youth at the 5th level of Qi refinement, lacking any formidable presence. A mere insect that could be crushed at will. Who is that person? He seems remarkably powerful, Lin Chuan murmured to himself, before falling silent for several breaths, turning away to disregard the matter. The peak confrontation remained unnoticed by others, each engrossed in their pursuits. However, true geniuses are not merely defined by their innate talents. They possess an instinctive awareness of the threats surrounding them. Qi Ming and Luo Jing'er, surrounded by hundreds of followers, could not be oblivious to Lin Chen's strength. How could they not grant the utmost attention to such a prodigy? Despite the quiet occurrence, both sensed the subtle undercurrents. Qi Ming's gaze fell upon Lin Chuan once more. A thought forming in his mind. This white-haired youth must harbor some secret. Meanwhile, Luo Jing'er cast a mesmerizing smile at Lin Chuan, imprinting his image deeply within her heart, realizing that she was not the only one drawn to him. Moreover, two others perceived the strange atmosphere, Qin Lang and Bulianshi. Their ability to discern the nuances stemmed from their proximity to Lin Chuan, allowing them to observe his every action. Their extraordinary talents made it unsurprising that they could detect such subtleties. Qin Lang and Bulianshi's abilities were on par with their peers. Their youth and insufficient cultivation level had rendered them less conspicuous. The overshadowing presence of Lin Chuan concealed their brilliance, yet with time, they would undoubtedly emerge from his shadow, blossoming into radiant prodigies. Until then, Lin Chuan would stand as a protective bastion against the storms of adversity, shielding them until they fully matured. Lin Chuan. Just now, Qin Lang hesitated, his words trailing off. No need for concern. Today's gathering may bring forth many complications. Just protect yourselves. I will handle everything. Lin Chuan replied in a hushed tone. Brother Lin Chuan, will you be in danger? Bulianshi asked anxiously, her cheeks flushed, fingers entwined nervously, her knuckles pale. Just as before in the hunting grounds, she felt helpless to assist him, relying solely upon Lin Chuan. This realization weighed heavily upon her heart. Lin Chuan immediately discerned the intentions of Bulianshi, a sentiment he believed Qin Lang also shared. However, being a young man, Qin Lang felt no need for excessive words. Yet for Bulianshi, she extended a hand, and Lin Chuan gently pried apart her tightly clasped fingers, enveloping her delicate, unyielding hand within his own. Leaning closer, he brought his face before Bulianshi, whose head was nearly touching the ground, and smiled reassuringly. Do not fear, for I am quite formidable. As Bu Lianchi observed Lin Chuan, whose mouth was smeared with grease, she found herself at a loss, unsure whether to laugh or cry. The frustration that had clouded her heart melted away in that instant, and faced with Lin Chuan's radiant smile, she could only nod shyly, her cheeks flushed. Satisfied, Lin Chuan withdrew his right hand and seized an unknown winged delicacy, relishing its flavor even more than before. Chen Mo and the others watched Lin Chuan's antics, their faces adorned with knowing smiles, while playful jeers echoed far and wide, causing Bu Lianchi to lower her head even further, as if wishing to burrow into the stone pavement beneath her. Humph, what is there to be arrogant about for a mere 5th-level Qi refining cultivator? A cultivator from the 45th hunting ground remarked coldly, seemingly irked by the laughter emanating from Lin Chuan's direction. The group, which had surrounded a youthful cultivator, turned their disdainful gazes towards Lin Chuan. That is Wang Hai, the top-ranked cultivator of our hunting ground, having reached the 7th level of Qi refining. Quite formidable indeed. Chen Mo whispered, anxious that Lin Chuan might take offense. The laughter of the crowd abruptly ceased as they exchanged uncertain glances towards Wang Hai, while Lin Chuan continued to nonchalantly enjoy his meal, seemingly oblivious to the brewing tension. Wang Hai regarded Lin Chuan with a frigid stare. This brat from the 44th hunting ground had, in a brief span, attracted half of the newcomers from the 45th hunting ground, who should have been standing beside him, much to his displeasure. Humph, just a 5th-level Qi refining brat, unaware of his place. Once I become an inner disciple, I shall have ample time to teach you some manners. Wang Hai scoffed inwardly. As the crowd grew increasingly anxious, a sound of slicing air pierced the atmosphere, followed by a beam of yellow light descending from the heavens, crashing into the center of the square, from which emerged the silhouette of a young man. Upon his arrival, the foundational stage cultivators who had been standing in the square immediately bowed in deference, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. The surrounding fledgling disciples, witnessing such reverence from the foundational stage cultivators, hastened to emulate them with their own bows. Greetings, Elder Lin Yuan. As the foundational stage cultivators paid their respects, the crowd finally understood the identity of the newcomer, a remarkably young elder. In previous assessments, the Lin family had only dispatched a steward, yet this time, they had sent an elder, underscoring the family's seriousness regarding this assessment. The presence of such a young elder signified extraordinary talent and strength. A hushed murmur spread among the crowd, especially among those trailing behind the renowned cultivators, whose faces gleamed with joy. The elder's arrival surely heralded good fortune for the outstanding disciples, and among the 40,000 present, who could rival the top 10 prodigies? Congratulations, young Master Qi. The Lin family elder has come specifically for the newcomer assessment. It bodes well for your chances of becoming a core disciple. Young Master Qi, your talents are unmatched. We humbly await your ascent to core disciple status, hoping you will extend your favor upon us. With Elder Lin's arrival, Sister Jing can rest assured. Your core disciple status is all but guaranteed. Perhaps an elder from 100 Spirit Mountain has already taken note of you. To become a disciple of such an elder would rival even that of Bai Lingzi. Haha, with your gifts, Sister Jing could very well ascend to the status of Bai Lingzi. The newcomers surrounding the prodigies busily lavished praise, their faces alight with excitement. Should their chosen geniuses become core disciples, they too would ascend in status, gaining access to resources far exceeding those of ordinary disciples. This was the reason they willingly clustered around such individuals. Qi Ming and Luo Jing exchanged soft smiles as they listened to the flattery, knowing that becoming core disciples, or even ascending to the ranks of Bai Lingzi, was their loftiest aspiration, albeit nearly unattainable. From the inception of the Lin family, no outsider had ever become a core disciple directly. It was a boundary yet to be crossed. Though they held themselves in high regard, they were not so arrogant as to believe they could defy that tradition. Silence. A commanding voice resonated through the square as Lin Yuan hovered 10 meters above the ground, surrounded by a golden aura that rendered him godlike. Waves of spiritual pressure radiated from him, instantly silencing the crowd, leaving no one daring to utter a sound. The newcomer assessment has concluded. You have all become disciples of our Lin family, and shall serve us from this day forth. Do you understand? Lin Yuan's voice echoed, reverberating throughout the area. We understand. Thousands of disciples responded in unison. Good. Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction. As customary, your scores will be announced by the disciples responsible for your hunting grounds, and they will also inform you of the rewards due to you. As for the top 10, I shall personally declare their names. After delivering this proclamation, the golden light surrounding Lin Yuan gradually receded as he descended towards the ground, prompting the foundational stage cultivators to resume their tasks. Lin Chi swiftly returned to the newcomer group of the 44th hunting ground, and his gaze fell upon Lin Chuan, who was seated on the ground, devouring meat with abandon. He shook his head in exasperation, offering no further comment, for Lin Chuan's results were certainly not his to announce. Soon, the achievements of the ordinary disciples were proclaimed, each receiving a modest storage pouch containing Lin family garments, identity tokens, and rewards corresponding to their scores. Among the 40,000 gathered, over 90% were assigned to their respective groups at that moment. Those maintaining their trio formations would continue as such, while incomplete groups would be reorganized for allocation. Lin Chuan's small team had likewise been assigned, including Han Qing and Zhang Liang. Although Lin Yuan had stated he would announce the top 10, it did not imply that those beyond that threshold were disregarded. The Lin family would still pay attention to those who achieved scores qualifying them for inner disciple status. Thus, once the ordinary disciples had been announced, Lin Yuan gestured, and a yellow light curtain manifested in the center of the square, displaying a list of over 100 newly appointed inner disciples. The number surpassed previous assessments, thanks to the inclusion of an herb gathering task. Congratulations to Brother Wang for becoming an inner disciple. Truly deserving of such a title, a dragon among men. The cultivators of the 45th hunting ground immediately surrounded Wang Hai, showering him with praise. Wang Hai, basking in the adulation, cast a sidelong glance at Lin Chuan. Noticing Lin Chuan holding the storage pouch of an ordinary disciple, his disdain deepened. Offend me, and you'll soon learn the consequences. At that moment, Lin Chuan was curiously rummaging through Zhang Liang's storage pouch. There seems to be quite a few good items in here, he remarked while inspecting the contents. Zhang Liang's face contorted in distress as he watched Lin Chuan wipe his hands with his brand new storage bag, now sullied with grease. The bag, albeit small, perhaps only 1 or 2 cubic feet, contained a disciple token. By channeling spiritual energy into it, one could unveil the owner's information, which included a small map of Zhang Liang's future residence. Additionally, there was a foundational cultivation pill meant for those in the foundation establishment stage. A reward for Zhang Liang's submission of the Crimson Flame Red Lotus. Though its quality was modest, it was certainly adequate for someone of Zhang Liang's cultivation level and would greatly benefit his future training. Furthermore, the bag held several changes of clothing for disciples of the Lin family and a mid-tier mundane-level cultivation technique. Lin Chuan had intended to peruse the technique but discovered it could only be accessed with an owner-recognizing token, leading him to relinquish the storage bag back to a visibly distressed Zhang Liang. Upon turning around, Lin Chuan prepared to examine the other disciple storage bags, only to find that Zhang Mo and his companions had already concealed theirs within their garments, casting wary glances in his direction. Lin Chuan found their behavior somewhat baffling. After all, he merely wished to take a look at their storage bags. Lin Chuan here, use this to wipe your hands. Bu Lianshi quietly offered a handkerchief. Having just cleaned the oil from her own hands, she empathized with Zhang Liang and the others. Oh, no need. I still intend to eat. Lin Chuan waved his greasy hands dismissively, rejecting Bu Lianshi's kind gesture while casually offering a piece of roasted meat to the others. The group promptly recoiled, with the chubby Qin Lang licking his lips hungrily, yet unable to indulge due to his commitment to practice fasting. Lin Chuan, your cultivation is so advanced that you wouldn't feel hunger for several days even without food. Moreover, we cultivators must practice fasting, otherwise, the impurities from these foods will accumulate within us, hindering our cultivation. Zhang Wei kindly reminded him. Refraining from food would only diminish the joy of life. Lin Chuan retorted, bemused. His chakra needed to be refined from sustenance. Abstaining from food would deprive him of strength. As for the impurities Zhang Wei mentioned, Lin Chuan resolved to address that issue in due course. While this unusual group debated the merits of roasted meat, the plaza was abuzz with excitement. Those who had ascended to inner disciples became the center of attention, while over a dozen talented disciples shifted their focus towards them, especially those ranked among the top, garnering fervent admiration that even eclipsed the more established talents. At this juncture, it was evident who would become core disciples. If prodigies like Qi Ming and Luo Jing were absent from the inner disciple list, it was certain they would be core disciples instead. Congratulations erupted around them, with their followers beaming with pride, as if the honor of becoming core disciples belonged to them. Yang Chun cast a cold, calculating gaze toward Lin Chuan. He had been monitoring Lin Chuan closely, aware that he could not be an ordinary disciple, particularly since Lin Chuan's name was conspicuously absent from the inner disciple roster. The implications were clear. Lin Chuan was, without a doubt, a core disciple. Damn it, that scoundrel is also a core disciple. Yang Chun cursed inwardly, his expression darkening. Originally intending to deal with Lin Chuan after securing his own position as a core disciple, he now found himself reevaluating his plans. However, the enmity had been established, and he was determined not to let Lin Chuan escape unscathed. In stark contrast to the revelry elsewhere, the atmosphere at the 44th hunting ground was oddly subdued. Those aware of Lin Chuan's capabilities understood that he could not possibly be an ordinary disciple, even if some had witnessed him with a typical disciple's storage bag. By now, most had chosen sides, and the newcomers at the 44th hunting ground felt an internal conflict, yet they recognized it was time to make a decision. Lingering any longer could leave them without even a drop of water to quench their thirst. Gradually, individuals began to approach Lin Chuan. Undeterred by his notorious reputation as the white-haired killing god, his strength was evident, and aligning with him promised numerous advantages. Furthermore, Lin Chuan's earlier unrefined demeanor had alleviated some of the fear he inspired, leading to an increasing number of individuals eager to associate with him. Apart from the two members of his own group, Yang Chen stood alone, as the majority had already stowed away their storage bags. Leaving no one to notice that he was not merely an ordinary disciple, many gazes from the surrounding crowd directed towards the 44th hunting ground were filled with disdain, as they assumed that all newcomers there were ordinary disciples, devoid of any exceptional talents capable of attaining the status of inner disciples. Yet, the newcomers themselves knew the truth. While they boasted no inner disciples, they did have two core disciples. Had it not been for the intense rivalry between Lin Chuan and Yang Chun, they would have already gathered around the two. Zhang Liang and the others began to grow increasingly excited, for they knew that Lin Chuan's name would soon grace the plaza, and in a manner that would astonish all present. The disdainful glances from the crowd were effortlessly ignored by the newcomers of the 44th hunting ground, who instead reveled in a sense of clarity amidst the confusion. Moreover, the fewer individuals present meant their chances of being selected by Lin Chuan had significantly increased. As the luminous screen in the sky faded, the Foundation establishment cultivators distributed the belongings of the inner disciples among the various disciples, plunging the plaza into an odd silence as everyone eagerly awaited the announcement of the core disciples. Now, I shall announce the list of core disciples. A late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator proclaimed as he strode confidently onto the stage. The distribution of core disciples fell into two categories. One group emerged from the rankings based on points, while the other was directly favored by the elders of the Lin family, accepted as their disciples without regard for points. The cultivator's voice resounded through the plaza, igniting a flurry of discussion. Who is so fortunate as to have caught the elder's eye? Such a lucky individual must possess exceptional talent. Though perhaps their cultivation time has been brief, otherwise, their prowess would surely reflect in their points. Ranking at the 40th position among the core disciples. From the 44th hunting ground, Yang Chun. The late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator's declaration drew every gaze toward Yang Chen's solitary figure within the 44th hunting ground group. What? Someone from the 44th hunting ground is a core disciple. How is that possible? Haven't all the newcomers from the 44th hunting ground been assigned? How could there still be someone? The absence of a points declaration implied that Yang Chun had garnered the direct attention of an elder. What extraordinary qualities did he possess? A cacophony of whispers and astonishment filled the air as all eyes fixated on the 44th hunting ground, ultimately settling on Yang Chen's isolated silhouette. Lin Chuan, equally astonished, turned his gaze toward Yang Chun. He had not anticipated that this rival would attract the attention of the Lin family elder. There must be some hidden depth to him, otherwise he wouldn't evoke such a sense of danger within Lin Chuan. Truly, this world is rife with hidden talents. In the hunting ground number 44, Luo Jing'er's enchanting gaze lingered on Yang Chun for a moment before shifting to Lin Chuan. She mused internally, this hunting ground truly merits admiration. Aside from that silver-haired youth, there exists another who has ascended to the ranks of core disciples, remarkably impressive. Qi Ming regarded Yang Chun with a hint of astonishment. He had initially thought the presence of the elusive silver-haired boy was the limit, yet here stood another who had been directly chosen by an elder of the Lin family. He did not believe such a disciple was selected due to connections, as those individuals would not appear in such evaluations. having already been preordained. Those who could stand here were typically orphans without substantial backgrounds. Thus, he concluded that Yang Chun must possess extraordinary talent, or else such direct attention from an elder would not have transpired. At this moment, Yang Chen's expression brightened, regardless of the circumstances. Becoming a core disciple brought him immense joy. Although Lin Chuan was an eyesore at his side, he nonetheless found himself in the spotlight. Observing that Yang Chun was accompanied by only 2 followers from his group, the opportunistic disciples hastened towards him, swarming like flies to filth. After all, this was a core disciple, ranked higher than inner disciples, and notably, this core disciple had remained undiscovered until now, only revealed at this moment. This indicated a significant increase in the likelihood of becoming a follower, for core disciples are allowed to bring one personal attendant, who, despite their seemingly humble status, can cultivate alongside them, effectively becoming a half-core disciple enjoying unparalleled resources. Yang Chun disregarded the commotion around him and instead turned his gaze towards Lin Chuan, his eyes glinting with cold resolve. Our rivalry has only just begun. I hope you do not perish too quickly, for that would render it utterly pointless. Lin Chuan swallowed the meat in his mouth, dismissively waving the bone in his hand, mumbling, "I shall accompany you to the end." The gazes of those around Lin Chuan varied from pity to disdain. The consensus was clear: he was finished. This fool had offended a core disciple, leaving him without a foothold in the Lin family. What foothold? He could scarcely preserve his own life. For a core disciple to eliminate an ordinary disciple was akin to child's play. They were left wondering how Lin Chuan had angered Yang Chun to provoke such venomous words in this setting. Nearby, Wang Hai was startled upon hearing of the 44th hunting ground, casting a fearful glance at Lin Chuan. Only after confirming that Yang Chun was not the silver-haired youth did he exhale in relief and approach Yang Chun. At the center of the square, a Foundation Establishment Stage cultivator paused briefly after announcing Yang Chun's name, waiting for the clamor to subside before continuing with the recitation. The 39th Core Disciple. Hunting Ground 503, Chun Shi. The 38th Core Disciple. Hunting Ground 1248, Peng Su. Wow, another disciple favored by the elders. The ongoing evaluations were indeed remarkable, with so many individuals directly acknowledged by the elders. As time passed, the murmurs escalated. Everyone was astonished, for the number of favored individuals far surpassed previous assessments, a phenomenon that may have taken decades to accumulate. It was said that every century, extraordinary talents would emerge. As if a century were a cycle, this assessment served as the finest proof. I have heard this rumor as well. It is said that across the southern Ming continent, every 100 years, many exceptionally gifted individuals will arise. Lin Chuan, munching on meat, narrowed his eyes. The so-called century cycle was merely the period during which the domain passages opened. Within the context of the Zhongchuan Continent's foundation, the emergence of such talents was hardly surprising. Lin Chuan mused, yet such knowledge was likely beyond the comprehension of lower-tier disciples, with only the Lin family members possessing a greater understanding. Finally, after all the core disciples had been announced, the Foundation Establishment Stage cultivator descended from the platform and respectfully bowed to Elder Lin Yuan. In the next moment, Elder Lin Yuan soared into the air, a golden aura radiating as he hovered at a height of over 10 meters. Now, I shall announce the top 10 of this assessment. Although they too are core disciples, the Lin family shall bestow upon them additional rewards. Lin Yuan's voice resonated, echoing across the mountaintop. Everyone understood that this was the moment of truth, and those talented disciples whose identities had yet to be revealed numbered precisely 10, no more, no less. At this juncture, the crowd was not merely eager to learn who the top 10 were, but to ascertain their ranks and the nature of the rewards Elder Lin Yuan had mentioned. The rankings of the top 10 would be determined entirely by assessment points. But in addition, the Lin family would conduct a comprehensive evaluation of their performance in the hunting ground, which would also be factored into their final scores. Lin Yuan's voice rang out again, stirring the curiosity of many, as it implied that the points obtained in the hunting ground were not the sole criterion. The climax of this assessment had finally arrived. Ranking 10th is Core Disciple Huang Yi, with a total of 10,055 points, awarded one Foundation Establishment pill. As Lin Yuan's words fell, the square erupted in a frenzy, not due to Huang Yi's points or his status as a core disciple, but because of that Foundation Establishment pill. Cultivators encounter bottlenecks at each realm, particularly when transitioning to higher realms, where such obstacles can hinder many for a lifetime, explaining why few attain high levels of cultivation. The quality of a cultivator's spiritual root dictates their future accomplishments, representing the essence of their talent. For instance, Lin Chuan's top-tier heavenly root is a rarity not just in the southern Ming continent, but across the entire cultivation world. Thus, to overcome these barriers, cultivators prepare an array of heavenly treasures and elixirs to ensure their progress remains uninterrupted. The Foundation Establishment Pill is the finest elixir for breaking through the Qi refinement stage. Exceedingly precious, and even the Lin family's own disciples might not acquire one. To discover that the reward for the top 10 was indeed a Foundation Establishment Pill was unexpected. Although consuming this pill only enhances the breakthrough probability by 10%, it is sufficient for a talent like Huang Yi to succeed in breaking through, and the time saved is invaluable beyond measure. Surrounded by the crowd, Huang Yi, a slender youth, appeared somewhat vexed upon hearing his ranking of 10th. Frowning, he approached the platform to accept the storage pouch bestowed by Lin Yuan. Meanwhile, those disciples who had the potential to rank within the top 10 wore expressions of regret, lamenting their lack of effort. The Foundation Establishment Pill was a coveted item, and missing out like this left them feeling quite disheartened. Had the Lin family disclosed the rewards for the top 10 earlier, many would have approached the assessment with a more competitive mindset. Ranking 9th is core disciple Chen Jixiang, with 12,763 points, awarded 1 Foundation Establishment Pill and 10 Spirit Stones. Ranking 8th is core disciple Du Qiyu, with 13,908 points, awarded 1 Foundation Establishment Pill and 20 Spirit Stones. As time progressed, the ranks of core disciples were unveiled one by one, and these 10 individuals were precisely those initially celebrated by the crowd, without exception. Lin Chuan stood at the edge of the square, his expression calm as he observed these paragons of talent ascend the platform, receiving accolades from all and the rewards of the Lin family, basking in their brilliance. However, all of this held little significance for Lin Chuan. What he truly desired was merely a cultivation place rich in spiritual energy. With his exceptional heavenly grade spiritual root, he had little need for pills, and spirit stones were merely symbols of wealth to him. He could easily obtain them if he wished. At last, as Lin Yuan leisurely announced the rankings, the positions of the latter 7 were made public, and the top 3 remained as Lin Chuan had expected. Lin Chen, Luo Jing'er, and Qi Ming were the only names yet to be revealed. If all went as anticipated, Lin Chen would claim first place, Qi Ming second, and Luo Jing'er third. Lin Chuan remarked to his companions, Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi, "I have never cared for them. My concern lies with you. Have you not noticed that your identity has yet to be announced? Furthermore, it is highly likely that you will not be among the remaining 3. Qin Lang said gravely. He had discussed this matter in hushed tones with Bu Lianshi for quite some time, but seeing Lin Chuan's calm demeanor, as if he was entirely unconcerned, kept him silent. Yet now that only 3 remained, it was almost certain that Lin Chuan's name would not appear among the core disciples, which left them feeling uneasy. Do not rush. What is meant to be will come in due time. By the way, you 2 have yet to be announced as well, Lin Chuan replied with a light laugh. Brother, is it too much to call you that? We are a team. You are our leader, and your fate is intertwined with ours. Qin Lang lamented, feeling that Lin Chuan was completely indifferent to the situation, as their cultivation prospects seemed to pale in comparison to a previous barbecue. Oh, is that so? Then why the hurry? As long as I achieve success, you will ascend alongside me. So, just trust in me, Lin Chuan winked, his crescent-shaped smile radiating a brilliance that belied any hint of worry. Qin Lang, feeling utterly disheartened, waved his hand, no longer wishing to converse with Lin Chuan. Bu Lianshi pouted, displeased that Lin Chuan had compared her and Qin Lang to mere followers. Yet neither of them realized that Lin Chuan's light-hearted banter had eased their worries and quelled their anxious emotions, making them feel less restless than before. Observing their expressions, Lin Chuan felt a sense of accomplishment, a slight smile gracing his lips. Some burdens were best borne alone. Being the astute individual he was, he had certainly recognized the issue regarding the rankings, and upon realizing it, he had already deduced the outcome. The third-ranked core disciple was Luo Jing'er, with a score of 86,907 points, awarded 3 Foundation Establishment Pills and 300 Spirit Stones. This ranking was not unexpected, as all gazes turned to the radiant young girl in the crowd, who was met with cheers, though some expressed confusion at the seemingly modest rewards for the top 3. As Luo Jing'er gracefully made her way to the podium, Lin Yuan continued with a smile. I bestow upon Luo Jinger a Phoenix Ming token, which permits the bearer to select 1 month each year to ascend to the Phoenix Peak of 100 Spirits Mountain for cultivation. Boom. In that instant, the entire square erupted like an explosion, a cacophony of cheers rising to the heavens. Even Luo Jinger, stepping forward, froze mid-stride, her expression one of astonishment as she gazed at Lin Yuan above. Soon, a surge of joy washed over her face. Such an unexpected delight left even this seasoned prodigy momentarily flustered. As if unsatisfied with the fervor of the crowd, Lin Yuan's voice, imbued with spiritual energy, rang out once more. The second-ranked disciple is Qi Ming, with a score of 93,673 points, awarded 5 Foundation Establishment Pills, 500 Spirit Stones, and a Phoenix Ming token, allowing entry to the Phoenix Peak for any 2 months of the year. The first-ranked disciple is Lin Chuan, with a score of 106,690 points, awarded 10 Foundation Establishment Pills, 1,000 Spirit Stones, and a Phoenix Ming token, permitting access to the Phoenix Peak for any 3 months of the year. With a single breath, Lin Yuan announced the top 3, igniting the atmosphere in the square. Disciples eager to follow in their footsteps surged forward like a tide, determined to become their followers, regardless of the challenges they might face. All of this transpired due to 3 words: 100 Spirits Mountain. Among these 3, even Lin Chuan, who typically radiated an icy demeanor, was swept away by the crowd. Yet, unbeknownst to all, his gaze had been fixed on a single direction, not towards the podium or Lin Yuan, but rather an inconspicuous corner, where a quiet white-haired youth stood. Brother Qi, congratulations on securing 2nd place in the newcomer assessment. With this Phoenix Ming token, you can cultivate at Phoenix Peak each year. Your future prospects are limitless. Please do not forget us, your followers. Sister Jinger, with her exceptional talent, has claimed 3rd place in the newcomer assessment and possesses a Phoenix Ming token. Her path to cultivation is now unobstructed, and true foundation establishment is within reach. Brother Lin Chuan, I am Du Qiuyu, a core disciple. I wonder if you still require followers. I am at your service whenever you need. A beautiful girl sidled up to Lin Chuan, gently grasping his sleeve. Lin Yuan surveyed the chaotic scene in the square from his elevated position, choosing not to intervene. As the youngest elder of the Lin family, he was well aware of the allure that 100 Spirits Mountain held for these disciples. Even among the Lin family's own disciples, the mention of 100 Spirits Mountain elicited an uncontrollable excitement. 100 Spirits Mountain is one of the most spiritually abundant locations within the Lin family, comprising 100 peaks from the core region where spiritual energy is most concentrated. Each peak, along with its surrounding 10 kilometers, falls under its jurisdiction. To maintain the spiritual energy of these peaks, the Lin family has established formations around each one, serving both to gather and protect the spiritual essence. This alone demonstrates the family's commitment to this sacred ground. Only elders are generally qualified to reside within the mountain ranges, and Lin Yuan himself occupies one of them. A select few exceptionally gifted stewards may also reside there, collectively occupying over 90% of the peaks. The remaining less than 10 peaks are designated for disciples, who are collectively known as the 100 Spirits Disciples. Their privileges and status nearly rival that of the Lin family elders, at the very least equating to that of a steward. The Lin family had indeed invested considerable effort into the rewards for the newcomer assessment. Though the top 3 would not directly become 100 Spirits Disciples, they were granted certain privileges typically reserved for them, a precedent that had never been set before. Merely this much had already driven the crowd into a frenzy, and Lin Yuan could hardly fathom the uproar that would ensue upon announcing the last special individual. Not only among the new disciples, but this news had already sparked significant controversy and discontent among the Lin family's own disciples, which had been suppressed by the family head, Lin Duo. Truth be told, none could truly comprehend the head's intentions, only speculating in hushed tones. Lin Yuan's gaze inadvertently drifted to a corner, where the white-haired youth remained calm and collected, as if all of this bore no significance to him. Standing in the square's shadows, he observed the world's splendor, yet remained solitary in his detachment. Perhaps only he possessed the demeanor that could match such a scene. Lin Yuan's gaze shifted back to the engulfed Lin Chuan, murmuring softly, his eyes tinged with an inexplicable respect. The youth had yet to be announced. Could he truly be nothing more than an ordinary disciple? After the initial exhilaration faded, Qi Ming furrowed his brows, gazing towards a direction he had been fixated on. Luo Jing sharing the same curiosity, allowed her beautiful eyes to wander over Lin Chuan, appearing somewhat distracted. Although the results of the assessment had been fully announced, she sensed that something was amiss. In contrast, Lin Chuan seemed remarkably composed. Despite being surrounded by a throng of people and the incessant clamor, his icy demeanor remained unchanged. He had never doubted Lin Chuan's prowess, and even as the assessment concluded, his conviction remained steadfast. The moment their eyes met, he was certain that Lin Chuan possessed the strength to compete with him, a primal instinct inherent to a genius warrior. Yang Chun, amidst the crowd, had distanced himself from the original location of Team 44 in the hunting ground, yet he remained vigilant regarding Lin Chuan's movements. For reasons unknown, his unease intensified with the passage of time. By now, those yet to be announced were conclusively deemed ordinary disciples, yet Yang Chun could not find solace. Wang Hai, an intersect disciple from the 45th hunting ground, had been ingratiating himself with Yang Chun since he was declared a core disciple. He, too, discerned that Yang Chun's gaze was fixated on Lin Chuan, but in his eyes, that gaze was steeped in hatred, a loathing that had reached a bone-deep level, for otherwise one would not fixate on another so intently. At this point, with the assessment devoid of suspense, Wang Hai felt no need for restraint. He turned and deliberately collided with Lin Chuan's shoulder. "You have angered Yang Chun. Without him lifting a finger, I shall ensure you vanish from this world forever. An ordinary disciple ought to embody the humility of an ordinary disciple, or else you shall inevitably face ruin in this world," Wang Hai stated, his face glinting with malice, a cruel smile gracing his lips. "Many can bring about your downfall. I am merely one among them. Relish your fleeting time left." With that, Wang Hai turned away, his chilling voice echoing in the distance. Qin Lang and others bore expressions of fury. Such incessant provocation was intolerable for anyone, especially for a genius like Lin Chuan. They were ready to rush forth to defend him, but Lin Chuan raised a hand to halt them. "We cannot act here. Do not provoke trouble," he said softly, seemingly indifferent to Wang Hai's taunts. However, Qin Lang pressed. In truth, he had a point. Ordinary disciples should embrace their humility, and intersect disciples should likewise embody theirs. Otherwise, they would inevitably be toyed with. Those who leap too high tend to fall harder, do they not? Lin Chuan remarked nonchalantly, his tone devoid of any emotion. Yet inexplicably, upon hearing his words, Zhang Liang and others felt a chill permeate their bones, as if caught in the dead of winter. Silence. Lin Yuan finally broke the prolonged stillness. The crowd immediately subdued their fervor, awaiting his declaration to conclude the assessment. Many were filled with anticipation for the forthcoming training life. However, contrary to their expectations, Lin Yuan did not announce the conclusion. Instead, he dropped a bombshell among them. "There is still one disciple whose identity remains unannounced. Now, let us unveil who this exceptional disciple is." As his words fell, the crowd erupted in astonishment. With the first place already declared, why was there still someone unassigned? Before they could voice their confusion, Lin Yuan waved his hand, revealing a shimmering golden token in the sky, radiating a terrifying spiritual pressure that commanded respect. "By the decree of the family head, I confer upon Lin Chuan of the 44th hunting ground the title of Bailingzi. From this day forth, the little spirit peak of Bailing Mountain shall be his residence for cultivation. He shall bear the name Bailingzi, forging the path of immortality." This must not be mistaken. The resonant voice, imbued with spiritual authority, echoed across the square, drowning out the previous clamor, leaving behind an eerie silence. As if one could hear a pin drop. At this moment, the scene froze, with the expressions of the new disciples varying as they stared blankly at Lin Yuan in the sky, seemingly unable to comprehend his words. In the distance, Lin Chuan's gaze narrowed slightly. Bailingzi, how could they bestow such a title upon him? What was Lin Duo scheming? He was not surprised by Lin Chuan's talent and strength. Rather, he was astonished by the audacity of the Lin family. Since the family's inception, no external disciple had ever ascended to the status of Bailingzi. It was a threshold no one had crossed. Yet today, this invisible barrier was shattered by that composed young man with white hair. Whispers erupted suddenly, sweeping through the crowd like a tsunami, as the square erupted into unprecedented chaos. Everyone was astonished, gazing towards the spot occupied by the 44th hunting ground, eager to discover who had directly attained the coveted title of Bailingzi, an identity they yearned for yet deemed unattainable. It was worth noting that the top 3 in this assessment would merely gain an opportunity to train on Bailing Mountain. But Lin Chuan had been granted an entire Bailing Mountain. a revelation that was tantamount to declaring that the Lin family had elevated an outer disciple to the status of elder, an unfathomable occurrence. As the crowd struggled to identify Lin Chuan, Lin Yuan pointed in the air, and a glimmering azure storage ring sliced through the sky, landing before the white-haired youth. He was a remarkable figure, with white hair and white eyes, unforgettable at first glance. Lin Chuan had already tidied himself before the announcement of the top 3, and now, his white eyes sparkled with an unusual light as he calmly regarded the throng gathered before him. "Thank you for your generosity, family head." "Thank you, Elder Lin Yuan." Lin Chuan raised his right hand, clasping the storage ring symbolizing his status as Bai Lingzi, bowing respectfully. With this gesture, the crowd erupted once more. Disbelief etched across their faces. No one could fathom that the individual chosen as Bai Lingzi would be such an obscure youth. Yang Qin's countenance shifted dramatically the moment the title of Bai Lingzi was uttered. His mind buzzed, overwhelmed by shock. He was actually Bai Lingzi. Why? How could he be Bai Lingzi? This thought echoed relentlessly in Yang Qin's mind, as he struggled to accept that his rival had become the Bai Lingzi of the Lin family. Suddenly, a flash of realization struck him. Images from the hunting ground surfaced in his mind, the flames that had engulfed the arena, illuminating his memory and awakening his reason. It was magic. That fireball was indeed a spell. How could this be? Was that fireball something Lin Chuan unleashed through some artifact? If that truly was magic, his talent, the more Yang Qin pondered, the more alarmed he became, his eyes widening in horror. To wield magic at the 5th level of qi refining was an unparalleled prodigy on the South Ming continent, and this person was now his adversary. Perhaps he initially thought Lin Chuan had indeed cast a spell, but as he reflected, he had always deemed it impossible, convinced that Lin Chuan had utilized some unknown method to execute that maneuver. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would never have dared to provoke a lethal opponent like Lin Chuan. The clamor in the square escalated, a cacophony of voices questioning Lin Chuan's capabilities, demanding to know why a disciple at the 5th level of qi refining could ascend to the status of Bai Lingzi while they remained unrecognized. Lin Chuan stood quietly to the side, observing without uttering a word of explanation, for everything seemed futile. The disciples, consumed by their resentment, were unwilling to heed his words, nor did they wish to grant him the opportunity to explain. The one who had become the Bai Lingzi was not one of them. It was not the poverty that troubled them, but the inequality. If everyone were treated equally poorly, with no prospects for the future, it would be tolerable. No one would question it. Yet the sudden emergence of Lin Chuan disrupted the balance in their hearts. Lin Chuan understood this psychology all too well. He knew precisely what needed to be done, what was unnecessary, what he could do, and what he could not. Ultimately, it all boiled down to 2 words: strength. Only strength speaks. This was also the reason he had begun to adjust his state with all his might. He was aware that a confrontation was inevitable and that his opponent would be formidable, unless the Lin family was willing to suppress everyone for his sake. It was clear from Lin Yuan's demeanor that this was not possible. Ji Ming and Luo Jinger, the 2nd and 3rd ranked respectively, observed Lin Chuan with furrowed brows. Yet their hearts were not filled with excessive resentment. They recognized Lin Chuan and Appo's formidable strength. But the notion of directly granting him the Bai Ling order was somewhat hard for them to accept, as it was the very goal they had tirelessly pursued. Suddenly, Lin Chuan stepped forward, slowly approaching Lin Chuan. His bright eyes remained fixed on Lin Chuan's, unblinking, as if afraid to miss anything. As Lin Chuan drew closer, Lin Chuan felt a slight heaviness in his heart. Among all the people present, Lin Chuan was the one he least wanted to confront. His strength was so formidable that even Lin Chuan could not guarantee victory. Should a battle ensue, Lin Chuan would inevitably reveal much of his power in front of everyone. Otherwise, it would be nearly impossible for him to withstand even a few exchanges against this individual. Indeed, the top-ranked Lin Chuan was about to make his move. Someone in the crowd could no longer contain themselves, exclaiming that Lin Chuan possessed such overwhelming strength and had earned the Bai Ling mountain training once a year in March. What right did Lin Chuan have to obtain the Bai Ling order? It was inconsequential for ordinary disciples. But the core disciples, and those ranked in the top 10, would not be so easily appeased. A mere 5th-level qi refinement practitioner, whose cultivation was not even higher than theirs, had no qualifications to directly receive the Bai Ling order. Perhaps it was thrust upon him by some influential figure. Such a person was truly shameless. After all, he had a powerful backing. Yet even with such backing, Why not simply enter the Lin families by Ling Mountain directly instead of putting on a show in front of us outer disciples? This was truly intolerable. As the murmurs reached a crescendo, Lin Chuan stood 5 meters in front of Lin Chuan, and the crowd clamored for him to teach Lin Chuan a lesson, to give this second-generation heir a sound thrashing. However, in the next moment, something astonishing occurred that left everyone, including Lin Yuan, utterly stunned. Brother Lin Chuan, congratulations on becoming the Bai Lingzi. Should the opportunity arise, I shall certainly seek you out on your Shaoling Peak for guidance. Lin Chuan's icy demeanor softened into a smile as he spoke to Lin Chuan, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. Faced with such an unexpected display from Lin Chuan himself was taken aback. He had prepared himself for a fierce battle, only to be greeted with congratulations on his new title. I am always at your service. Lin Chuan replied with a smile, returning the gesture. Since Lin Chuan had extended such courtesy and showed no intention of causing him trouble, Lin Chuan would not act recklessly. Lin Chuan nodded with a smile, stepping aside to stand next to Lin Chuan, lapsing into silence. This sudden turn of events left the disciples in attendance utterly bewildered. What was happening? Did Lin Chuan know Lin Chuan? Or was Lin Chuan perhaps wary of the power behind Lin Chuan? The anticipated clash had not materialized. Instead, a scene of Lin Chuan switching sides unfolded, leaving those who had hoped to see Lin Chuan beaten feeling as if they had been force-fed dog food. A most unpleasant sensation. Luo Jing'er and Ji Ming were equally surprised by this development. After a moment's hesitation, they both stepped forward simultaneously towards Lin Chuan, igniting excitement among the gathered disciples who speculated whether the two were intending to reprimand Lin Chuan, anticipating a thrilling spectacle. Luo Jing'er reached Lin Chuan first, offering a slight bow. I am Luo Jing'er, pleased to meet you, Brother Lin Chuan. Congratulations on becoming the Bai Lingzi. Should the opportunity arise, I would very much like to learn from your esteemed skills. Her melodious voice was a delight to the ears, reminiscent of the gentle spring breeze in February, caressing the senses. Though her face was veiled and her expression obscured, her eyes sparkled with warmth and mirth. Certainly, Lin Chuan nodded with a smile. Brother Lin Chuan's ascension to Bai Lingzi is indeed a cause for celebration. If possible, I shall seek your guidance in the future. Ji Ming clasped his hands, his gaze curious as he appraised Lin Chuan, eager to uncover what made this individual, who instilled a sense of danger within him, so remarkable. Always welcome. Lin Chuan responded with a smile, acknowledging the three with a nod. He was uncertain as to why they had suddenly taken this course of action, but it was not surprising that they could sense a crisis from him, just as he had felt one from them. At that moment, high above the plaza, amidst the clouds 100 meters up, the surrounding spiritual energy and mist began to distort. A middle-aged figure stood resolutely, gazing down at the plaza. It was Lin Du, the head of the Lin family. Interesting. It seems even Lin Chuan has discerned something. Otherwise, with his temperament, he would never have acted in such a manner. I must inquire later to see what he has discovered, Lin Du murmured with interest as he observed Lin Chuan and the others. Compared to us, Lin Chuan should be able to perceive more, I suppose. None in the crowd noticed Lin Du hovering above, nor could Lin Chuan, even with his Byakugan, discern the anomaly there. The disparity in power was too great, and the other party was deliberately concealed. Given Lin Chuan's strength, perhaps employing the Rinnegan might yield some clues. But it would only be the faintest trace. At present, after the top 3 contenders expressed their congratulations to Lin Chuan, most of the attendees fell into an eerie silence. If they had previously doubted Lin Chuan's strength, now they began to question their skepticism. Lin Chuan and the others were not fools. If it were just one person, it could be dismissed. But now, with not only Lin Chuan but also Ji Ming and Luo Jing and Appos, standing beside Lin Chuan, disbelief swept through the crowd. Could it be that this silver-haired youth truly possessed extraordinary qualities? This was the unspoken sentiment of the majority. Yet even so, the voices of doubt gradually increased as time went on. After all, despite their perceptions, Lin Chuan was still merely a 5th-level Qi refinement practitioner, a cultivation level that ranked far from impressive among them. Apart from their initial congratulations, Lin Chuan and the others remained silent, merely standing beside Lin Chuan, observing the unfolding events with smiles. To them, their goodwill towards Lin Chuan had been conveyed, and there was no need to do anything further for this stranger. Moreover, they were eager to witness Lin Chuan's capabilities, curious to see what made him so formidable. At that moment, Lin Chuan slowly loosened his grip on the azure ring, allowing it to hover once more, supported by his spiritual energy. Defeat me, and this ring shall be yours. You may also claim the identity of Bai Lingzi. Otherwise, hold your tongue. Lin Chuan's voice rang out, cold and resolute, plunging the entire plaza into silence. Since he could not remain inconspicuous, he saw no harm in being a bit more ostentatious. After a prolonged silence, the elders of the Lin family remained conspicuously absent, suggesting their tacit approval of Lin Chuan's actions. Thus, the plaza erupted with challenges, voices rising in a fervor. Oomph, what a bold declaration. Do you wish to challenge everyone present? Someone scoffed. Those with any semblance of strength desired to defeat Lin Chuan to achieve fame and earn the title of the 100 Spirits. The atmosphere grew increasingly chaotic. Cough, cough. Lin Yuan cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention before he spoke. The title of 100 Spirits was bestowed upon Lin Chuan by the head of the family. Even if someone were to defeat him, they could not claim that title. However, we can certainly offer compensation in other forms. Lin Yuan's words reignited the crowd, making it abundantly clear that if Lin Chuan possessed true strength, he could retain the title of 100 Spirits. If defeated, his fate would be grim. The Lin family does not prohibit such duels. I am Wang Xing, an inner sect disciple, and I challenge you. A youth at the 8th level of Qi refinement stepped forward, his aura surging as he prepared to strike. You lack the qualifications, Lin Chuan declared loudly, not even sparing a glance at the challenger. You. Wang Xing glared angrily, ready to attack, but was abruptly halted by another. Apologies, but I must take this one on myself. I wish to see what arrogance he possesses. The youth before Wang Xing wore a green robe, and Lin Chuan recognized him from Chun Mo's earlier introduction. I am Huang Yi, ranked 10th in this assessment. I should have the right to challenge you, correct? Huang Yi squinted slightly, speaking slowly. I accept your challenge, but let us wait a moment. I wish to deal with all those who wish to challenge me at once. Otherwise, it would be a hassle to face each of you individually, Lin Chuan said with a sudden light laugh. Arrogant. I wish to see what qualifications you have to be so proud, and I am not afraid of whatever chaos lies behind you. A youth stepped forth from the crowd, his chilling aura causing the surrounding disciples to retreat in alarm. It's Yu Xing, ranked 4th. Even he cannot restrain himself from taking action. This is going to be entertaining. The crowd gasped. I am quite curious about your abilities, so I too wish to test them. Another youth emerged from the throng, excitement evident as he stood before Lin Chuan. It's Chun Hao, ranked 7th. Both of these individuals were mentioned by Chun Mo earlier. Chun Hao is a martial enthusiast, always eager for battle, regardless of his opponent's strength. For him, it's simply about fighting. Conversely, Yu Xing was deemed sinister and ruthless by Chun Mo. In his hunting grounds, nearly half of the casualties were at his hands, which explained the vast collection of spirit beast cores and herbs he possessed. I do you also wish to experience your esteemed skills, Senior Lin Chuan. After being rebuffed by Lin Chun, this 9th-ranked female turned her attention to Lin Chuan. Thus, all who sought to challenge Lin Chuan stepped forward, each ranked within the top 10. This formidable assembly caused the core disciples, who once considered intervening, to hesitate, as their strengths paled in comparison. Moreover, the more challengers there were, the lesser the spoils for each if Lin Chuan were to be defeated. They had no desire to offend these four prodigies. After all, the key to enjoying rewards lay in survival, as evidenced by Lin Chuan's fate, having his title of 100 Spirits seized. Looks like it's just the four of you. Let us discuss the stakes. If I lose, I must relinquish the 100 Spirits token. Are you all prepared to play with empty hands? Lin Chuan surveyed the area, noting no one else stepped forward, and addressed the four. What stakes do you propose? Yu Xing asked coldly, representing the group with his high rank. I want every last one of the core disciple rewards you just received. Lin Chuan's demand caused a collective gasp among the spectators, indicating he was ready to confront the four directly. However, in Lin Chuan and Apos' mind, these individuals had discarded all decorum. Thus, it mattered little to him whether he severed ties or not, as he had no intention of forming friendships with them. Very well, then, come and take them, Huang Yi replied, his expression dark as thunderclouds. The other three wore equally grim expressions, but at this juncture, retreat was not an option. They could only surrender their previously acquired storage bags, their faces dark as soot. It was not fear of Lin Chuan's capability to claim the rewards that troubled them. It was the insult they felt. In their eyes, Lin Chuan's rise to the title of 100 Spirits was unwarranted, as he was merely a 5th-level Qi refinement disciple without genuine strength. Their willingness to engage him had been an act of grace. Yet Lin Chuan's audacity in demanding stakes felt intolerable. I hope you can survive to witness the final moment. Yu Xing ominously stated before falling silent. Lin Yuan, I request you to be a witness. Lin Chuan slightly bowed to Lin Yuan, who hovered above. Yes, proceed with your duel. If I believe one side is doomed, I will intervene, but that will signify their defeat. Lin Yuan nodded. The five nodded in agreement, acknowledging the terms. In the next moment, Lin Yuan waved his hand, and vibrant spirit energy radiated from him, causing the stone ground to rise and form a 50-meter square arena within moments. The five leaped onto the arena, slowly advancing towards the center until they halted 10 meters apart. This distance was neither too far nor too close, allowing both sides ample room to maneuver. Lin Yuan transformed into a streak of spirit light, landing at the edge of the arena. He nodded at the five and declared, "Begin." Swish. Without hesitation, Yu Xing and Chen Hao dashed toward Lin Chuan the moment Lin Yuan's voice faded, their spirits surging and manifesting a glow on their bodies, nearly reaching the level of qi separation. Du Qiyu lagged slightly behind, but her energy fluctuations were scarcely weaker than those of the two ahead. Huang Yi, on the other hand, circled to Lin Chuan's side, evidently planning to flank him. The optimal strategy at this juncture was to strike first, severely wounding one opponent before maneuvering against the others. Otherwise, victory would be exceedingly challenging. With my strength, I could at most withstand the simultaneous attacks of three. If a fourth joins, my chances of victory dwindle. Qi Ming observed the unfolding situation and remarked softly, Brother Qi is correct. I would also adopt a similar strategy. But I wonder what choice Brother Lin Chuan will make. Luo Jinger mused, her gaze fixed on the arena. However, Lin Chuan's response caused both to frown, as he not only refrained from launching an offensive but instead opted for a rapid retreat, seemingly intent on evading the encirclement. This tactic would make it exceedingly difficult to find an opportunity to severely injure one of his opponents amidst their assault. Regrettably, contrary to their assumptions, Lin Chuan had no intention of merely wounding one opponent or engaging in protracted combat. From the outset, he aimed to obliterate all four in a single strike. The purple celestial chakra surged within him, coursing through his meridians, while his hands positioned themselves before his chest, swiftly forming seals with remarkable speed. That was a handprint that virtually no one had ever seen before, remarkably peculiar. While the crowd was astonished at what Lin Chuan intended to do, Lin Yuan's expression suddenly changed, for he recognized the technique Lin Chuan was employing. The four individuals rushing towards Lin Chuan, although heightened in vigilance, could not discern his actions. Their only recourse was to hasten to his side and disrupt his hand seals. However, in the next moment, Lin Chuan inhaled sharply, placing his right hand near his mouth, and suddenly exhaled. Spiritual technique. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A vivid red flame erupted instantaneously, capturing the attention of everyone present. In their bewildered eyes, a colossal fireball blazed fiercely, its scorching heat sweeping over the area in an instant. Am I dreaming? Murmured the hearts of the new disciples, as they felt the searing warmth brush past them. The previously puzzled expressions of Luo Jinger and Qi Ming froze in that moment, their pupils constricting sharply. A spell. He can actually cast spells while in the Qi refinement stage. How is this possible? Aren't cultivators supposed to only be able to manipulate spiritual energy and cast spells upon reaching the foundation establishment stage? Why can he, at only the 5th level of the Qi refinement stage, perform such feats? The two exclaimed simultaneously. Even these two prodigies were thoroughly astonished, let alone the ordinary disciples, who were still grappling with their shock. Lin Chen's gaze froze at the instant the great fireball technique manifested, his face betraying a hint of astonishment. No wonder Lin Duo had granted him the identity of Bilingzi, being able to cast spells at the Qi refinement stage. Such talent would be revered even in the central Chu continent, let alone in the southern Ming continent. Who exactly is this Lin Chuan? Lin Chen pondered, consequently elevating his regard for Lin Chuan to an entirely new level, placing him among the elite. Qin Lang, Bu Yanshi, and others had witnessed Lin Chuan perform the great fireball technique once before, yet seeing it again was still profoundly shocking, particularly with the overwhelming blaze that engulfed them, evoking a sense of surrealism. Zhang Liang and his companions stood with their mouths agape. Although they had heard from Qin Lang that Lin Chuan had cast a spell for their benefit, witnessing it firsthand exceeded all their expectations in terms of its impact. On the training ground, after executing the great fireball technique, Lin Chuan gracefully retreated, landing lightly on the ground. His expression calm as he gazed at the still-burning fireball before him. It was his masterpiece. While none of the four would perish from this strike, Lin Chuan felt no need for further aggression, for Lin Yuan had already intervened. A yellowish rock barrier emerged between the Great Fireball and Du Qiuyu's quartet, effectively obstructing Lin Chuan's assault. In the sky, 100 meters above, Lin Duo, the head of the Lin family, watched the scene below with a bemused expression, unsure of what to say. His initial intention had been to compel Lin Chuan to reveal his capabilities and hidden techniques. But he had not anticipated Lin Chuan's decisive approach, a powerful fire-based spell right off the bat, completely thwarting his plans. Well, he is indeed quite clever. With this display of magic, no one will dare to question his talent and strength again. Moreover, he is aware that the events of the hunting ground cannot remain concealed for long, given the number of witnesses. Rather than hide his prowess, it is more prudent to showcase it, addressing the immediate situation while preserving his other abilities from exposure. Lin Duo mused, recognizing Lin Chuan's intentions with an almost resigned understanding. As someone who had long occupied a position of authority, he could perceive Lin Chuan's motives at a glance, yet felt somewhat helpless. Could he truly confront Lin Chuan directly? Perhaps sending Lin Yuan was a wise choice, but Lin Duo did not wish to press Lin Chuan too hard. After all, Lin Chuan was still within the Lin family and had no intention of departing. As long as he remained, there would be ample time for investigation later. Very well. Perhaps I shall inquire with Lin Chen later. He is bound to have gleaned something. Lin Duo concluded to himself. On the training ground, as the great fireball technique slowly extinguished, the crowd finally beheld the earthen-colored barrier that had shielded Yuxing, Huang Yi, and the others, a creation of Lin Yuan. Yet, even with Lin Yuan's golden core cultivation, the barrier bore the scorched marks of the fierce flames. In the next moment, Lin Yuan altered his hand seal, causing the barrier to dissipate into spiritual energy. However, a trace of astonishment lingered within him. Experiencing the scene visually was an entirely different concept from feeling it firsthand. The magnitude of Lin Chuan's fire-based spell surpassed Lin Yuan's expectations. Although he had overestimated Lin Chuan's power and fortified the barrier to foundation establishment level, it still suffered slight damage from Lin Chuan's technique. Even the minutest damage indicated that Lin Chuan's offensive capabilities had reached the foundation establishment stage. Hiss. At that moment, the disciples below finally regained their composure, collectively inhaling sharply. The astonishment they felt was completely beyond their previous expectations. Had Lin Chuan triumphed after a fierce struggle, they would indeed acknowledge his strength, yet such power would still be within the realm of genius. They would admire him, but not be utterly astounded. However, the Lin Chuan they faced now transcended the definition of genius. He was nothing short of a prodigy. To be able to cast spells at the 5th level of the Qi refinement stage, it was no wonder the family had conferred upon him the Bailing token. Such genius was virtually unheard of. Spells, how distant they seemed. Previously, they believed that Yuxing's ability to separate spiritual energy at the Qi refinement stage marked the pinnacle of talent, yet they had not anticipated the existence of Lin Chuan, capable of casting spells directly at the Qi refinement stage. There are indeed greater talents beyond talents, and the Lin family's decision was undoubtedly correct. At this moment, no one dared to doubt Lin Chuan's strength. Even if he were a powerful figure forced upon them, his talent was wholly deserving of the Bailingzi designation. Descent? Fine. Step forth and cast a spell at the Qi refinement stage. I am sure the Lin family would gladly grant you the title of Bailingzi. If you cannot achieve that, then best remain silent. On the stage, Huang Yi's face was as dark as storm clouds. Had Lin Yuan not intervened, he would undoubtedly have been grievously injured, despite any measures he might have taken to counter the spell. He truly had not anticipated that Lin Chuan could cast spells at the Qi refinement stage. Had he known, he would never have dared to provoke Lin Chuan nor step onto the training ground. Du Qiuyu pressed her lips together, ultimately saying nothing as she turned and vanished into the crowd. Chen Hao, facing the composed Lin Chuan, could only offer a wry smile and a shake of his head. Although he was a martial enthusiast, he understood the boundaries of provocation. He could never withstand Lin Chuan's spell, and thus saw no point in continuing the fight. It would be akin to courting disaster. With a respectful gesture, Chen Hao and Huang Yi descended from the stage, rejoining the other disciples. Only Yuxing remained, his gaze fixed on Lin Chuan like a ravenous beast. You have already lost. What more do you desire? Lin Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze towards Yuxing laced with a chilling glint. Should this individual fail to recognize the gravity of the situation, Lin Chuan would not hesitate to take lethal action. Lin Yuan, I demand an inspection of Lin Chuan's belongings. Such a spell could not possibly be conjured by him alone. he must have utilized some external aid. Moreover, his recent actions clearly indicated that the fireball originated from his mouth, suggesting he may have consumed a specific elixir. I implore you to investigate. Yu Xing bowed deeply to Lin Yuan, his expression grave as he spoke. Upon the utterance of these words, a wave of uproar surged among the crowd. The disciples who had just acknowledged Lin Chuan's prowess and talent found themselves once again swayed by the implications of the situation. Yu Xing articulated a point that seemed somewhat valid. The fire-based spell Lin Chuan had just unleashed had emanated from his mouth, a stark contrast to the spells they had witnessed from cultivators before. Indeed, the hand seals he employed were not those commonly associated with spell casting by cultivators, suggesting the distinct possibility of foul play. What a disgrace! To think I believed he was truly remarkable. How unfortunate! They lamented, expressing disdain for Lin Chuan's apparent trickery, which they deemed the most contemptible of behaviors. The cacophony of curses and accusations echoed, and as they recalled the earlier moment of astonishment, their collective indignation surged. They felt utterly mocked by Lin Chuan. It was akin to a group of court officials respectfully awaiting the emperor's arrival, only to find that the grand carriage bore not the emperor himself, but merely a eunuch. The disillusionment and humiliation of such a revelation ignited their ire, leading some to contemplate assaulting the eunuch in their rage. Little did they know that the eunuch was merely the emperor indulging in a whimsical masquerade. Lin Chuan, observing from the stage, saw through the crowd's thoughts with clarity. The weak often delighted in throwing stones at the fallen, relishing the distorted pleasure of witnessing a once revered figure brought low. Yet, Lin Chuan would not stumble from his pedestal. Instead, he would ascend ever higher. Lin Yuan, faced with Yu Xing's scrutiny, furrowed his brow. He too had harbored doubts about Lin Chuan's spellcasting, but since the family head, Lin Duo, had raised no objections, was it fitting for a mere Golden Core elder to discern more? Lin Duo had previously instructed him to investigate Lin Chuan's background, and Yu Xing's challenge presented a timely opportunity to probe into Lin Chuan's secrets. However, even if he uncovered something, he could not disclose it in such a public setting. For Lin Duo had emphasized the need for discretion, not merely within the Lin family, but especially towards external parties. Above all, he needed to ensure that Lin Chuan's ability to cast spells during the qi refining stage did not reach beyond the Lin family's confines. As Lin Yuan's gaze fell upon Lin Chuan, ready to inquire further, he abruptly halted, his expression transforming into one of reverence, as if he were receiving enlightenment. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yuan declared loudly that there could be no doubt regarding Lin Chuan's spellcasting, and thus this challenge would conclude. According to their prior agreement, Lin Chuan was entitled to the core disciple rewards from all 4 challengers. The sudden announcement caught all disciples off guard, leaving them momentarily stunned as they gazed at Lin Yuan. Surely, they thought, such a significant decision warranted at least a cursory investigation. How could it be made so hastily? Had Lin Chuan's supporters truly gained enough power to instill fear even within the Lin family? Lin Chuan must have cheated. I implore you to see clearly. Yu Xing interjected, stepping forward to block Lin Yuan's path with urgency. Humph. Lin Yuan's expression darkened suddenly, a cold snort escaping him. The next moment, Yu Xing was struck by an unseen force, crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, a clear indication of severe injury. Are you questioning me? Lin Yuan's voice resonated with icy detachment across the square, plunging the atmosphere into a frigid stillness that silenced all, enduring excruciating pain and the tumult of his internal energy. Yu Xing struggled to rise, kneeling on the ground, finally recognizing the gravity of his adversary, the youngest Golden Core elder of the Lin family. Forgive me, Elder Lin Yuan. I see my error. Yu Xing stammered, trembling with fear. Humph. Instead of wasting time doubting the prowess of others, you would do well to focus on honing your own skills. Lin Yuan retorted. I shall not hesitate to inform you that the family head, Lin Duo, personally conveyed to me his acknowledgement of Lin Chuan's spellcasting ability. Should you remain unconvinced, I invite you to ascend the stage and demonstrate a spell of your own. If you succeed, I, Lin Yuan, will grant you the status of a core disciple. However, if you lack the talent, I expect you to remain silent. This is my final warning. Further dissent shall be dealt with by the Lin family's punitive court. Lin Yuan's voice, imbued with an overwhelming spiritual pressure, reverberated throughout the square. The might of a Golden Core cultivator manifesting fully, leaving the onlookers feeling as though they were but fragile boats adrift in a turbulent sea, at risk of capsizing. With that, Lin Yuan's figure transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. The matters of the new assessment reached a definitive conclusion. And as Lin Chuan descended from the stage, all present respectfully retreated, particularly those who had previously voiced doubts, now cowering in the shadows, regretting their earlier bravado. Brother Lin Chuan, your strength is truly extraordinary. To cast such a formidable fire spell at the chi refining stage has opened my eyes. I look forward to visiting your little spirit peak for a friendly spar in the near future. Until we meet again. Lin Chuan, navigating through the crowd, offered a faint smile and clasped his hands in salute. I shall eagerly await your arrival, Brother Lin Chuan. Until next time. Lin Chuan replied with a smile in return. Soon after, Luo Jinger and Qi Ming joined in to bid farewell. While all maintained a facade of cordiality, Lin Chuan perceived a fervent battle spirit simmering beneath their composed exteriors. Even after witnessing his spellcasting, their resolve did not wane. Rather, it intensified. They understood that only by contending with formidable opponents could they continue to grow. Otherwise, their esteemed ranks would inevitably be surpassed. Indeed, Lin Chuan found himself looking forward to engaging with them. The Foundation establishment cultivators responsible for the various hunting grounds returned to the throng, preparing to lead their charges to future training locales. Ignoring the surrounding crowd, Lin Chuan handed the 4 storage bags to Master Bulian, then turned his attention to Chun Mo from hunting ground number 45. Chun Mo, the intelligence you provided earlier was invaluable. If you are willing, you may accompany me to Little Spirit Peak. Lin Chuan's invitation sparked astonishment among those nearby, who regretted not having forged a connection with him sooner. Now left only to envy the unfolding opportunity. Chun Mo, on the other hand, felt overwhelmed with emotion, nearly brought to tears by the prospect. Such an opportunity was not to be squandered. After all, becoming Lin Chuan's follower was tantamount to enjoying the privileges of a core disciple, far surpassing the ordinary experience of his peers at Bailing Mountain. Amidst the discussions surrounding Lin Chuan, none noticed that Lin Chuan, the foremost core disciple, had already slipped away. Gazing at the middle-aged man before him, Lin Chuan furrowed his brow slightly. Lin Duo? What brings you to me? After all this time at the Lin family, you have yet to visit my Qianling Peak. Must I come to you? Lin Duo shook his head, a trace of a smile breaking through his stern demeanor. As an outer disciple, I lack the qualifications to visit the core area of Qianling Peak. Lin Chuan replied, his expression flat. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Is a casual chat too much to ask? You truly do not grant me the courtesy. Lin Duo responded calmly, unperturbed. If anyone were to witness the family head, Lin Duo, engaging in such discourse with an outer disciple, they would surely be left astounded. It seems that there is little for us to discuss. My sole desire now is to diligently cultivate. Other matters do not concern me. And do not harbor any hopes of extracting information from me, for even I struggle to recall. Lin Chuan fell silent for a moment before speaking. After all, you are currently in my Lin family. If you wish to cultivate earnestly, I can assist you. Feel free to express your needs. Lin Duo remarked with keen interest. Lin Chuan pressed his lips together and ultimately inquired, what is it that you wish to know? Lin Chuan, is he the one? Without preamble, Lin Duo bluntly posed the question. He, are you referring to that individual? Lin Chuan's brow furrowed slightly. The one with the extraordinary eyes. Lin Duo reminded him. Upon hearing this, Lin Chuan's pupils constricted sharply, a chilling aura of lethal intent suddenly emanating from him. Lin Duo, undeterred by the overwhelming pressure, regarded Lin Chuan with calm indifference. It would be prudent for you to refrain from prying into his affairs, otherwise. Should the day come when your Lin family ceases to exist, do not say, I did not forewarn you. Lin Chuan coldly declared before turning to leave. You must comprehend one thing. You are here. Lin Duo's expression darkened slightly as he coldly addressed the retreating Lin Chuan. So, Lin Chuan, is he truly the one? Lin Chuan's figure paused momentarily, and after a brief silence, he replied, I cannot ascertain whether Lin Chuan is the person you mention, but I am acutely aware of your intentions. What I can advise is to tread carefully around Lin Chuan, regardless of whether he is that individual. The outcome may not align with your desires. Upon hearing Lin Chuan's response, Lin Duo found his doubts only deepening, as though a thin veil shrouded the truth, allowing only a glimpse, yet remaining forever elusive. What exactly have you discovered about him? Lin Duo inquired, his brow furrowed with uncertainty. Lin Chuan did not turn back, yet his cold voice carried over. I have seen the cycle of reincarnation in his eyes. In a single utterance, Lin Duo's pupils constricted, leaving him rooted in place. Atop the mountain, the plaza bustled with foundation-building cultivators departing with their respective hunting companions. However, At this point, the distinctions were no longer solely based on the hunting grounds. Those who had been taken in as servants or followers by core disciples naturally departed alongside them. Some foundation-building cultivators even came specifically to escort others, as the Lin family's core area was simply too vast. If they were to walk to their respective cultivation sites, it could take an eternity. And certain areas within the Lin family were strictly off-limits to disciples. Lord Lin Chuan, shall we proceed to Little Spirit Peak now? Lin Chi approached with cupped hands, even employing honorifics. Though he was a foundation-building cultivator, a rank above Lin Chuan, the latter's identity as a Bilingzi had been publicly acknowledged, necessitating Lin Chi to show appropriate respect. This was a matter of status rather than strength. You may simply call me Lin Chuan. I would appreciate your assistance in escorting us to Little Spirit Peak. Lin Chuan replied with a smile. It is my duty, Lin Chi responded with a smile as well, finding Lin Chuan's approachable demeanor quite charming. This was in stark contrast to certain core disciples who, upon acquiring status, began to command foundation-building cultivators with arrogance. Such behavior may provide momentary satisfaction, but should they fall from grace, it would be a dire predicament. It is essential to understand that the status of Lin family disciples is not immutable. After the annual competition at year-end, the family reassesses each disciple's overall abilities and redistributes resources accordingly. This marks a significant reshuffling of cultivation resources since many individuals' abilities do not manifest until later in life, and circumstances can change dramatically with age. Even Lin Chuan's identity as a Bilingzi is not guaranteed. The Biling order explicitly states that should he fail to place within the top 10 in the next Lin family year-end competition, he would lose that status. The year-end competition is far more rigorous than the recent newcomer assessments, and significantly, it includes the family's core disciples, whose prowess far surpasses that of the previous lower-tier disciples. As Chinamo previously stated, if the top 10 from this newcomer assessment were to compete among the true Lin family disciples, it would be questionable if they could even secure a place in the top 100. Only Lin Chuan, Qi Ming, and Luo Jinger, possessing some degree of influential background, could be counted among the ranks. As for Lin Chuan, he could not even assure himself a high ranking among the Lin family core disciples. As many of his abilities are not suited for public display, he would not expose his core capabilities merely for the sake of familial standing. Yet, with over 6 months remaining until the year-end competition, Lin Chuan possesses ample time to enhance his strength, especially with the resources available at Little Spirit Peak. With such formidable cultivation resources at his disposal, should he fail to achieve a breakthrough by then, he might as well seek out a slab of tofu to end it all. Although the ordinary disciples from the 44th hunting ground had remained at Lin Chuan's side, he had no intention of taking them on as followers. His companions included Zhang Liang, Han Qing, and the invited Chen Mo, while Bu Lianshi and Qin Lang were already in his group, naturally following wherever Lin Chuan went. Lin Chi, tasked with escorting Lin Chuan and his group to Little Spirit Peak, assigned all ordinary disciples from the 44th hunting ground to other foundation-building cultivators. Out of respect for Lin Chuan, they willingly assisted in this endeavor. As a core disciple, Yang Chun should have basked in the adulation of the crowd. Yet in Lin Chuan's radiance, he appeared dull and overshadowed. Given that everyone was aware of the discord between him and Lin Chuan, they instinctively avoided him, leaving the once prominent core disciple without a single foundation-building cultivator willing to extend a gesture of support. Lin Chi also chose to overlook Yang Chen's presence, summoning his flying sword to carry Lin Chuan and his companions away, soaring towards the depths of the Lin family's core area. On the flying sword, Lin Chuan sat cross-legged at the center of the sword's aura, retrieving the azure-glowing storage ring gifted to him by Lin Yuan. Recalling previous memories, Lin Chuan understood that such items could be bound to a master. Thus, he bit his index finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the ring. Upon contact with Lin Chuan's blood, the azure glow of the ring flickered, and the crimson liquid swiftly absorbed into the ring, vanishing entirely. In that moment, Lin Chuan felt a profound connection, and with a mere thought, he entered the ring's space. The space within the ring was vast, easily spanning several dozen cubic feet, undoubtedly a treasure of immense value. Lin Chuan had previously only cast a cursory glance at the items recorded within the Biling order. Now, he took the time to truly examine the rewards bestowed upon him by the Lin family. Several garments unique to Lin family disciples adorned with intricate designs. Yet Lin Chuan's attire was notably more resplendent than that of ordinary disciples. The white robe featured an embroidered majestic mountain on the left breast, exuding the essence of ancient landscape paintings. Additionally, there were 10,000 spirit stones, currency widely circulated in the realm of cultivation, capable of being absorbed for cultivation purposes, as they contain pure spiritual energy of heaven and earth. However, few can afford to cultivate using spirit stones, as it is akin to burning money. A volume of cultivation technique was also included, though its rank was not particularly high. Lin Chuan surmised it to be merely a slight enhancement over his current practice. The Xinhuang technique. He had no immediate plans to switch to another technique, as it would be cumbersome, and this particular technique held little allure for him. Lin Chuan's aspirations are set far higher, targeting at least earth-level techniques, for anything less would yield negligible benefits. After spending some time in quiet meditation at Shaolin Peak, I must seek a more refined cultivation technique. I wonder if the Lin family has one. Lin Chuan pondered, then glanced at the 2 jade vials within his ring. One vial contained the coveted foundation establishment pills, with a total of 20 capsules. Even the most mediocre talent could significantly enhance their cultivation with such an abundance. The other vial held a single Yuqing pill, a rare elixir for foundation establishment practitioners, capable of hastening the recovery of injuries and even proving effective at the golden core stage, underscoring its value. Each year, the Lin family distributes 1 to the deacons and 5 to the elders, placing Lin Chuan's status nearly equivalent to that of a deacon. Additionally, there was the Bai Ling token, the most significant reward, representing a peak within the Lin family's realm of rich spiritual energy, signifying Lin Chuan's identity as Bai Lingzi. The dual significance of the Bai Ling token incited fervent admiration. The spiritual energy of Bai Ling Mountain is nearly 20-fold that of ordinary places, but its true marvel lies in the spiritual springs found atop these peaks. It is said that a spiritual vein beneath Bai Ling Mountain harbors an exceptionally dense essence of spiritual energy, which is why the mountain is extraordinary compared to others. Upon discovering this vein, the Lin family excavated each peak to construct abodes, ensuring every dwelling had a direct passage to the underground vein, allowing spiritual energy to flow and form springs for cultivation. The concentration of spiritual energy within these abodes can reach approximately 30 times that of the outside world, explaining Bai Ling Mountain's esteemed status within the Lin family. Lin Chuan had no doubt that cultivating amidst such concentrated energy would expedite his advancement, especially given his top-tier celestial roots, an unparalleled talent in the realm of cultivation. Moreover, the identity of Bai Lingzi afforded Lin Chuan further privileges. He could utilize the Bai Ling token to access a wealth of texts at the Lin family's scripture repository, including various spells and paths of cultivation, and use the token to procure magical artifacts and elixirs, items unattainable even by affluent ordinary disciples. How do you find the offerings from the Lin family? Qin Lang inquired with a smile, curious about Lin Chuan's jade ring, which Lin Chuan had yet to reveal. Quite satisfactory. I have not been slighted as Bai Lingzi, Lin Chuan replied, casually tossing a few spirit stones to Bu Yan, who collected them with a wary expression, lost in thought. Brother Lin Chi, how much longer until we reach Shaolin Peak? Lin Chuan asked. Approximately half an hour remains. I believe you can see its location from the Bai Ling token. It lies deep within the Lin family's core area, making the journey relatively lengthy, Lin Chi explained while skillfully maneuvering the flying sword. And where are we now? Lin Chuan casually inquired, glancing at the mist below. This is the Lin family's spiritual herb garden, where many medicinal herbs are cultivated, Lin Chi elucidated. The spiritual herb garden? The mention ignited Lin Chuan's interest. He was in dire need of herbs, even more so than pills, as they could enhance the potency of the divine tree's fruit and expedite his absorption of its power. With a sense of excitement, Lin Chuan stood, feigning indifference, and strolled toward the tail of the flying sword, gazing into the distance. In the next moment, he slightly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the veins around his eyes surged forth. White eye? Although a slight sting remained, after such prolonged recovery, the white eye was operational. Lin Chuan's gaze pierced through the thick mist below, revealing a landscape brimming with herbs, where Lin family disciples tended to the various spiritual flora. It seems the spiritual energy here is lacking. It does not compare to the quality of the qi Yan Hong Lian. Lin Chuan mused after observing for some time. Are all the herb fields of the Lin family located here? Lin Chuan casually asked Lin Chi. Not at all. This is merely the most ordinary herb garden. Generally, the more precious the herb, the more stringent its growth conditions. Not every location can accommodate them. For example, The number 44 hunting ground you assessed is specifically for cultivating the Qi Yin Hong Lian, a valuable herb during the foundation establishment stage. Thus, it must be grown in a specialized environment, Lin Shi explained. Lin Chuan nodded, retracting his white eye and resuming his seat in the center of the sword's energy. Silence enveloped them until Lin Chuan awakened from his cultivation to find Lin Chi guiding the flying sword downward toward the mountain's base. At this point, everyone sensed a shift in the surrounding spiritual energy, an ethereal sensation that invigorated their very beings, cleansing their minds and bodies. We have arrived. Ahead lies Shaoling Peak, protected by a dedicated formation that requires your Bailing token to unlock, Lin Chi announced, sheathing his sword. Lin Chuan looked up to behold a majestic mountain towering above. Its summit shrouded in clouds, revealing only a winding staircase that ascended into the mist. Surrounding the central peak were several smaller mountains, together forming an ink-wash painting reminiscent of a fairyland. Lin Chuan noted that the appearance of this mountain mirrored that depicted on his Bailing token. Even the robes bestowed by the Lin family bore the same design. This marks the boundary of Shaoling Peak. I shall leave you here. Additionally, I will arrange for your servant, Faye, to be brought over in the coming days, Lin Chi said, bowing to Lin Chuan. I appreciate your efforts, Brother Lin Chi. Should you find the time, do visit me at Shaoling Peak. Lin Chuan replied with a smile. Certainly. Lin Chi laughed heartily, summoned his sword, and departed. Finally, we have arrived at Shaoling Peak. This will be our home from now on. It is truly beautiful, Qin Lang exclaimed with satisfaction. It is a significant improvement over our previous dwelling. At last, I can tidy up a bit. Bu Lian gazed at the mountain with hopeful eyes. Han Qing and the others appeared more reserved, aware that they were brought here by Lin Chuan, not as his companions. The privilege they enjoyed was solely due to him, and it was impossible for them to remain unaffected. Let us proceed into the mountain, Lin Chuan said cheerfully, waving his hand. The Bailing token from his storage ring shimmered and flew toward the ethereal formation at the mountain's base. The spiritual light upon the Bailing token flickered, and the silhouette of a mountain materialized at the formation's center. Soon after, a peculiar ripple issued forth from the token, gradually tearing apart the once impenetrable formation until a passage large enough for three to pass through emerged, leading the group into the formation. Lin Chuan retrieved the Bailing token from its center and turned to behold his Shaoling Peak. A rich wave of spiritual energy enveloped him, visible to the naked eye as wisps of mist dancing around them. This area spans 10 kilometers. It shall be our domain from now on. How expansive. I wonder if we could rent out any surplus space for spirit stones or elixirs. There will surely be many seekers, Qin Lang remarked, brimming with joy. Enough of that. Do you think the Lin family would allow such liberties? The individuals I can bring here are limited. However, if you are willing to relinquish your position, I could contemplate recruiting more people, as it would indeed be a considerable source of income, Lin Chuan remarked, patting Qin Lang on the shoulder, his expression betraying a greed for wealth. Perhaps not. After all, we are not in dire need of money, Qin Lang replied awkwardly with a smile. Lin Chuan shook his head helplessly and turned to Han Qing and the others. Aside from the main peak, Little Spirit Peak, there are 6 smaller mountains. You may each select one for your residence and cultivation. Should you require anything, seek out Master Bu or Qin Lang. The items won in the previous duel have all been entrusted to them for distribution. Thank you, Senior Brother Lin Chuan. Han Qing and the others immediately responded with respect. Their present circumstances were entirely due to Lin Chuan. Without him, passing the assessment would have been uncertain. The trio felt immensely grateful for having rescued Lin Chuan, considering it the wisest decision of their lives. Zhang Liang, Zhang Wei, and Zhang Yamo, you 3 brothers should choose a mountain as well. The spiritual energy here is abundant, and with your talents, your future cultivation will undoubtedly grow stronger. Do not squander my goodwill, Lin Chuan said with a smile. Lin Chuan felt an unusual warmth towards the trio, reminiscent of his former classmates in a past life. Thus, he was inclined to assist them. Ultimately, their achievements would depend on their own fortunes. I scarcely know how to express my gratitude. It seems that since our paths crossed, we have been extraordinarily fortunate. I need not say more. Should you ever require our assistance, we will not hesitate to assist you, even at great personal risk. Zhang Liang playfully punched Lin Chuan, his smile radiant under the sun. Lin Chuan reciprocated the gesture, and they exchanged smiles. Will you each choose a peak? Or do you intend to join me at Little Spirit Peak? Lin Chuan inquired of Master Bu and Qin Lang, adding, I would advise Qin Lang to select a mountain for himself, while Master Bu may accompany me, as the spiritual energy at Little Spirit Peak is the most abundant. And it would be beneficial for us to spar together from time to time. Why should I? I refuse. Qin Lang and Master Bu exclaimed almost in unison, one wearing a face of deep sorrow while the other blushed and fell silent. Haha, all right, I shall not jest any longer. Choose whichever mountain you fancy. Chinemo. You and Qin Lang should reside on the same peak. In addition to your cultivation, remember to assist me in gathering intelligence. When Faye arrives, let him cultivate on his own initially. I will seek him out when I have the time. Lin Chuan concluded, tossing each of them a Bailing token, granting them free access to the formation, before turning and heading towards his Little Spirit Peak. The group gazed at the seemingly irresponsible Bailingzi as he walked away, a sense of disbelief evident on their faces. Moments later, Lin Chuan's voice echoed back, remember to bring me meals daily. Without food, one lacks the strength to cultivate. Lin Chuan ascended the steps leading to the summit of Shaoling Peak, his gaze occasionally drifting over the breathtaking scenery surrounding him. His heart felt tranquil. This was the life he had long yearned for, now realized, albeit in a different realm. Nevertheless, he could not escape the turbulent bloodshed of the cultivation world. Power was the most fundamental essence. Although Shaoling Peak was splendid, it had temporarily confined him here. With a gentle shake of his head, Lin Chuan closed his eyes. Upon reopening them, the veins around his eyes surged dramatically. By employing his Byakugan, he acquired a panoramic view, enhanced by his ability to see through objects, allowing him to meticulously examine the spirit-rich 100 Spirits Mountain. He could not shake the feeling that the Lin family had been excessively kind to him. It was evident that Lin Chen's strength was comparable to his own, yet Lin Chen had merely been rewarded with 3 months of training at Foaming Mountain, a stark contrast to the opportunities presented to Lin Chuan at Shaoling Peak. There must be something amiss. I must remain vigilant, especially not to let the Lin family discover the secret of my ocular techniques. Lin Chuan's eyes roamed incessantly, aware that if the Lin family sought to surveil him and uncover his secrets, this location was undoubtedly the most advantageous. Given the peculiar nature of the Byakugan, it would be challenging to conceal it for long. However, the Byakugan's capabilities were immensely practical, significantly enhancing his survival skills. Its exposure was not a concern, as he could obscure his other ocular techniques. Yet, the Rinnegan and the Rebirth Eye must never be revealed, otherwise he would be doomed. The Sharingan could still prove useful, at least for replicating certain techniques, though he remained uncertain about its copying capabilities. This was something he would gradually explore in due time. As Lin Chuan continued his ascent, lost in contemplation about the future, he inadvertently arrived at the courtyard at the mountain's peak. This courtyard harmoniously blended with the mountaintop environment, featuring trees and pavilions that complemented each other, adorned with intricate carvings, and even a modest lake nestled within. Lin Chuan strolled about, quite pleased with the surroundings, particularly noting a 10-meter-long hot spring bath within the dwelling, an imperial indulgence. Although he was unsure why a hot spring existed at the summit, he presumed it was related to the spiritual energy and felt no inclination to question it further. Enjoyment was paramount. Exiting through the back door of the courtyard, he discovered a straight path shaded by trees, leading directly to the cultivation cave behind the mountain, where the Shaoling Peak's spiritual spring was located, an area abundant in spiritual energy. Driven by curiosity, he followed the path toward the cave, acutely sensing the intensifying spiritual energy until he reached the cave entrance. With a wave of his hand, he activated the 100 Spirits token, causing the cave's entrance to swing open. A rush of concentrated spiritual energy poured forth, and Lin Chuan swiftly entered the cave, sealing the entrance behind him. Inside, the cave was illuminated entirely by luminous pearls embedded in the ceiling, and the rich spiritual energy transformed into a gentle mist that swirled throughout the space. Merely breathing in the air allowed Lin Chuan to feel his cultivation steadily advancing. With a top-tier heavenly root, his absorption rate of spiritual energy far surpassed that of an ordinary individual, stirring within him the exhilarating sensation of impending breakthroughs. Lin Chuan explored the cave, which, though modest in size, was well equipped. Particularly noteworthy was a fully enclosed cultivation chamber, where he sensed a surge of spiritual energy that sent shivers down his spine. Yet, he had not yet located the so-called spiritual spring. It was likely concealed within that very chamber. The throngs flocking to 100 Spirits Mountain were not without reason. The density of spiritual energy here was astonishing, especially within that cultivation chamber, where the energy might have already condensed into a liquid form. Indeed, Lin Chuan mused, a glimmer of joy illuminating his expression. The sacrifices he had made to attain this Shaolin peak had not been in vain. With such a concentration of spiritual energy coupled with his exceptional heavenly root, his cultivation speed could exceed that of ordinary individuals by tenfold, a terrifying prospect. Suppressing his excitement, Lin Chuan meticulously surveyed the cave once more, ensuring no anomalies were present before retracting the Byakugan and turning toward a more ordinary cultivation chamber. He chose not to enter the chamber housing the spiritual spring immediately. Instead, he resolved to adjust his state before entering seclusion for cultivation. Moreover, he must not forget that he possessed 9 seeds of the human-grade herb, red flame golden lotus, stored within his rebirth eye space. However, having overexerted himself to retrieve the 9 seeds, he found himself unable to utilize the rebirth eye to access that space until his eyes recovered. Lin Chuan envisioned the extraordinary enhancements that would result from the divine fruit absorbing the medicinal potency of those 9 seeds. At that time, he would no longer feel as constrained as he did now, where many of his abilities lay dormant, merely observed but unutilized. As time passed, Lin Chuan dedicated himself to cultivation, even neglecting the necessity of meals. The pure spiritual energy flowed through his meridians, ultimately converging in his dantian. He also diligently practiced ninjutsu, focusing his efforts on the Hyuga clan's gentle fist technique. He aspired to master both the 8 trigrams 64 palms and the legendary absolute defense technique, the 8 trigrams, returning heaven, within the shortest possible time. These 2 techniques, one offensive and the other defensive, would serve as formidable tools for him during moments when his strength was lacking and many ocular techniques were unavailable. In terms of physical prowess, Lin Chuan also remained committed to his training. The Byakugan naturally inclined toward physical techniques, and in conjunction with the gentle fist, Lin Chuan possessed a significant advantage in this area. However, he needed to integrate his other bloodline limit, the Shikatsumiyaku, a rare and formidable ability within the Naruto universe. Imagine if Kinshiki from Naruto possessed the Byakugan. It would be a truly terrifying scenario. Indeed, within the Naruto world, there existed an individual endowed with both the Shikatsumiyaku and the Byakugan, though that person's Shikatsumiyaku was referred to as Keiketsu, belonging to Kagayatsuki, the mightiest entity within the series and the progenitor of chakra, the original 10 tails. In the cultivation chamber, Lin Chuan tirelessly practiced the gentle fist technique, sweat trickling down his forehead, oblivious to his own exertions. His objective was straightforward, to push his potential to its absolute limits, enabling him to rise swiftly in the talent-laden cultivation world and acquire the means for self-preservation. The gentle fist formed the foundation for the Hyuga clan's other abilities, and Lin Chuan needed to solidify this foundation. Otherwise, mastering techniques like returning heaven or the 8 trigrams 64 palms would pose an insurmountable challenge. After 3 or 4 days of meticulous adjustment, Lin Chuan finally felt he had reached his peak in various aspects. He approached the chamber containing the spiritual spring and utilized the 100 Spirits token to unlock its entrance. As the sealed stone door swung open, a palpable wave of spiritual energy surged forth. Without hesitation, Lin Chuan darted into the chamber and promptly sealed the entrance once more. The luminous pearls cast their glow throughout the chamber, and the spiritual spring flowed gently in the depths of the cave. Lin Chuan felt his pores open wide, greedily drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy. He could already sense the stirring of his cultivation within, prompting him to sit cross-legged on a mat. He activated the Xian Wang formula, rapidly absorbing spiritual energy from the external environment and circulating it through his meridians. As a week cycles to completion, a pure essence of spiritual energy infiltrates Lin Chuan's dantian, causing the quantity of spiritual energy within to increase at a visibly rapid pace. The entire process unfolds seamlessly, akin to water flowing smoothly. After the passage of an hour, the spiritual energy surrounding Lin Chuan surges dramatically, emanating the formidable aura characteristic of the 6th layer of the Qi refinement stage, brimming with immense power. Under such dense spiritual energy, Lin Chuan's cultivation speed could be likened to a meteoric rise. The sole shortcoming lies in the inadequacy of his current cultivation technique. The Xian Huang Ju is of a low grade, rendering the quality and quantity of the spiritual energy he cultivates insufficient to meet his needs. It appears imperative for him to find a superior cultivation technique before reaching the foundation establishment stage, lest it jeopardize his foundational cultivation. Lin Chuan mused quietly, subsequently closing his eyes to stabilize the recently enhanced cultivation. For the following period, Lin Chuan predominantly remained within the confines of his training chamber, occasionally retreating to the courtyard for sustenance, but otherwise immersing himself entirely in his seclusion, transforming into a quintessential hermit. However, he did not devote all his time solely to the cultivation of spiritual energy. He diligently pursued the development of ninjutsu, for it constituted the bedrock of his strength. Currently, Lin Chuan's repertoire of ninjutsu is primarily confined to techniques ranked below C class, as he is unable to unleash techniques of a higher grade. In the realm of Naruto, the rank of ninjutsu signifies the difficulty of mastery rather than the intensity of the attack. Yet, it is widely acknowledged that the more challenging the technique, the greater its potential power. Given Lin Chuan's present abilities, executing C-class ninjutsu represents his utmost limit. Any more formidable techniques must await his cultivation to advance gradually, as such mastery cannot be achieved in a single leap. The successful execution of the Great Fireball technique was largely due to Lin Chuan's numerous observations of the character Naruto during his viewing of the series, which indelibly etched this technique into his memory, enabling him to perform it with minimal practice. In truth, Lin Chuan's innate talent allows him to effortlessly wield many simpler ninjutsu techniques. After all, he is, in essence, the progenitor of chakra. Just as Uchiha Itachi was able to successfully perform the Great Fireball technique upon his first attempt, so too can Lin Chuan. Nevertheless, within this world, certain ninjutsu techniques seem rather ineffectual, such as the body replacement technique, transformation technique, and shadow clone technique. Among these foundational ninjutsu, the transformation technique may serve to deceive untrained mortals, yet Lin Chuan finds himself incapable of utilizing the body replacement technique, which exists in Naruto as a veritable loophole, seldom employed in later stages. Although he covets its potential for escape, he is powerless to employ it. The shadow clone technique similarly lacks efficacy, leading Lin Chuan to hope for future opportunities to develop the more advanced shadow clone technique. There remains one experiment to undertake, and he hopes for success. Lin Chuan gradually opened his eyes, rising once more. In the next moment, his gaze sharpened, and his hands rapidly formed seals in front of his chest, executing the sequence for the Great Fireball technique. Si, Wei, Shun, Hai Wu Yin. However, unlike before, Lin Chuan refrained from blending natural energy with his chakra, instead directly channeling spiritual energy to perform the Great Fireball technique. Fire release, Great Fireball technique. Boom. Flames erupted from Lin Chuan's mouth, and a colossal fireball materialized in the training chamber, the flickering flames radiating intense heat, rendering Lin Chuan's visage flushed with excitement that he could not conceal. It worked, he exclaimed. He had long entertained the notion of executing ninjutsu using pure spiritual energy. If chakra, a blend of spiritual and physical energy, can facilitate the release of ninjutsu, then it stands to reason that a fusion of pure natural energy and spiritual energy should enable the casting of senjutsu as well. Having previously lacked the opportunity to experiment, Lin Chuan's success in employing spiritual energy for the Great Fireball technique confirmed the viability of this method. After all, in this world, spiritual energy is boundless, allowing for simultaneous absorption during combat, thus providing superior endurance compared to chakra. Although senjutsu techniques unleash greater power, they come with the drawback that Lin Chuan cannot absorb spiritual energy during battle, resulting in diminished combat sustainability, a significant concern. From now on, I can utilize spiritual energy to perform ninjutsu, Lin Chuan mused. Though the power may diminish by approximately 30% compared to senjutsu chakra, I can sustain prolonged combat, and having the ability to conceal part of my strength as a trump card is quite advantageous. However, this method of spellcasting is one that he can employ solely by himself. During their time in the hunting grounds, Lin Chuan had instructed Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi in the hand-sealing methods, hoping to test whether ninjutsu could be transmitted. He quickly discovered that this was impossible. Even if they learned the seal formations, they could not perform ninjutsu, for they were incapable of refining chakra. Moreover, attempting to guide spiritual energy through hand seals to cast techniques is unfeasible, as Lin Chuan's method bears no relevance for them, rendering them incapable of even directing the flow of spiritual energy. Unless I achieve the status of a sage in this world one day, ninjutsu will remain solely my domain. Unable to be passed on or shared, Lin Chuan contemplated. Yet, while the inhabitants of this world cannot harness chakra, the potential for chakra exists. as Lin Chuan can extract chakra from others using the Rinnegan, though doing so remains a formidable challenge at present. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, Lin Chuan returned to practicing his soft fist technique. Half a month slipped by in the blink of an eye. During this time, Lin Chuan met with the foreign individual, imparting the modified 8 gates technique after its transformation. Since practitioners of the cultivation world cannot utilize chakra, Lin Chuan adapted the chakra-related components according to his understanding to employ spiritual energy instead, although it remains rudimentary with only preliminary cultivation methods. Lin Chuan believes that as his cultivation continues to advance, he will eventually elevate the physical techniques to new heights. However, it is evident that this individual is not Lin Chuan himself. To prevent the transmission of physical techniques, he even employed the Hyuga clan's caged bird technique on Fau. While this action may seem harsh, acquiring certain things necessitates relinquishing others. He did not coerce Fau. Rather, he clearly articulated the stakes, allowing Fau to make his own choice. This contrasts with Niji Hyuga's predetermined fate from birth. Lin Chuan offered Fau a choice, and Fau chose to become strong, accepting Lin Chuan's caged bird technique. The physical resilience of the foreign race is markedly superior to that of ordinary humans, rendering them naturally adept at cultivating physical techniques. Yet, in the cultivation world, this approach is seldom recognized and virtually impossible to succeed. Throughout history, no one has achieved immortality through the cultivation of the physical body. Nonetheless, the absence of past successes does not preclude future possibilities. The might of the 8 gates technique allowed Guy to suppress and even injure formidable foes like Madara. Who is to say that the body cannot attain immortality? At the very least, Lin Chuan's presence offers hope to the cultivation world. As time gently flows, during this interval, Bu Lianshi would consistently deliver meals to Lin Chuan's courtyard during her training breaks. Although Lin Chuan might not always have the time to eat, sometimes not emerging from his cave for several days, Bu Lianshi diligently persisted in bringing him meals daily. The spiritual energy of Shaoling Peak is exceedingly rich, resulting in significant breakthroughs in the cultivation levels of the trio. Moreover, with the aid of various elixirs, both Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi ascended to the 5th layer of the Qi refinement stage within a month, while Bu Lianshi astonishingly progressed 2 layers in a single month, leaving many in awe of her exceptional talent. Due to Lin Chuan's preoccupation with the study of ninjutsu and techniques such as the 8 gates, he has been somewhat distracted, primarily ceasing his cultivation after reaching the 6th level of Qi refinement. Nevertheless, he finds himself on the cusp of a breakthrough. Should he choose, he could readily enter seclusion to advance to the 7th level of Qi refinement. However, Lin Chuan has not squandered his time. He has made remarkable advancements in his soft fist techniques and chakra control, progressing at an astonishing pace. Previously, he could only perform the first 16 moves of the 8 trigrams 64 palms in the hunting grounds, but now he can execute the entire set, albeit with some lack of proficiency and connection in certain areas. Given time, these minor issues will resolve themselves. In terms of defense, Lin Chuan has commenced practicing the 8 trigrams palm, Heavenly Return, a technique renowned in the Naruto universe for its absolute physical defense. He has long anticipated mastering this formidable skill. Furthermore, Lin Chuan discovered that if he utilizes Sage Chakra while performing Heavenly Return, its defensive capabilities extend beyond the physical realm, providing formidable protection against ninjutsu as well, thus qualifying as a true form of absolute defense. In the training chamber, Lin Chuan spun rapidly like a top, with purple-golden Sage Chakra surging from his body's various chakra points. As he rotated, the Sage Chakra coalesced around him, forming a formidable purple barrier. However, this barrier was not flawless. Occasional flaws and poorly defended angles were evident. Lin Chuan retracted his chakra, gradually coming to a halt, and wiped the sweat from his brow. Such rigorous training placed a significant burden on him, but the results seemed less than satisfactory. Ultimately, solitary training has its limitations. He realized that sparring with others would be far more beneficial. After pondering for a while, he changed his attire and exited the cave, intent on finding Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi for a sparring session. On another peak, Lin Chuan discovered Qin Lang, who was diligently practicing with his protective artifact, a purple short sword, drenched in sweat. Who goes there? Qin Lang, ever vigilant, sensed an approach and swiftly retracted his protective artifact to his forehead. Turning, he was relieved to see Lin Chuan, clad in a robe belonging to Bai Lingzi, approaching leisurely. "It's you. You startled me," Qin Lang exclaimed, exhaling deeply. Aside from Lin Chuan and Bu Lianshi, no one else was aware of his possession of a protective artifact, which he considered one of his trump cards, a secret he could not afford to reveal, particularly while his strength remained weak. Your training speed is impressive. You're almost at the 6th level of qi refinement, nearly catching up to me, Lin Chuan remarked with a smile. The plump Qin Lang, upon seeing Lin Chuan, lost all pretense and collapsed onto the ground, his face a mask of exaggerated despair. It's all because your cultivation speed is too rapid. We cannot afford to slacken our training for a moment, lest we fall too far behind you, he lamented, wiping sweat from his forehead. The pressure he and Bu Lianshi felt was considerable, as they were Lin Chuan's companions. Falling too far behind would diminish their standing beside him. Moreover, the events that transpired in the hunting grounds instilled in them a profound awareness of the cruelty of the cultivation world. Coupled with the secrets they harbored about the central continent, they had no leisure, fully immersing themselves in their training. However, once you reach the foundation establishment stage, your cultivation speed will inevitably slow down. Moreover, with your 5-element spiritual root talent, your speed will be 5 times slower than that of cultivators with equivalent talents. At that point, both Bu Lianshi and I will find it much easier, Qin Lang commented while resting. Lin Chuan nodded, having recently researched this topic. Upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, the attributes and quality of a cultivator's spiritual roots begin to manifest their true significance. The strength of cultivators with multiple spiritual roots lies not only in their ability to proficiently wield spells of various attributes, but also in the surplus of spiritual energy they possess. This spiritual energy resides in the dantian, revolving around the spiritual roots. To put it in the most extreme terms, a dual attribute individual is akin to 2 single attribute individuals combined. Their cultivation levels remain unchanged, yet the spiritual energy contained within them is doubled, which is the fundamental reason for their strength. However, this represents an ideal scenario. No one truly manages to cultivate both attribute energies to the same level. This depends on the quality of each attribute's spiritual root. In general, dual attribute cultivators tend to possess more spiritual energy than their single attribute counterparts, but few can truly achieve double the energy of a single attribute individual. Even so, cultivators with multiple attributes can undoubtedly dominate within the same realm, and that is the essence of talent. Lin Chuan possessed 7 spiritual root attributes: water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, yin, and yang, each of which was of heavenly grade. As a result, his cultivation speed far exceeded that of ordinary individuals, and he encountered relatively few bottlenecks. However, upon reaching the foundation building stage, he found himself in the predicament of needing to elevate the cultivation levels of 7 different personas simultaneously, inevitably slowing his progress to 1/7 of its original pace. Yet, Qin Lang remained unaware of this complexity. He only knew that Lin Chuan possessed 5 attributes: water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder. Even with this limited knowledge, he was astounded, realizing that Lin Chuan's cultivation speed would be reduced 5-fold. This was the reason behind their astonishment when Lin Chuan spoke. As the more attributes one possessed, the more challenging it became to progress, leading to a slower cultivation rate. Throughout the annals of the cultivation world, countless prodigies had emerged, yet only a minuscule fraction truly succeeded in their growth. Once such an individual fully matured, they became an existence capable of cataclysmic destruction, with even a multitude of peers in the same realm unable to contend with them. Standing at the pinnacle of the cultivation world, such individuals were indeed unparalleled, casting a shadow over all. Therefore, there was no need for excessive pressure. One should cultivate according to their own disposition. By the time they reached the foundation building stage, I would likely be chasing after your levels of cultivation, Lin Chuan jested. That's not the same. Unexpectedly, Qin Lang grew serious, rising from the ground and looking Lin Chuan in the eye. If I always stand behind you in battle, will you still recognize me as your friend? If every time you fight valiantly, I can only be a burden to you, will you still take me along on your adventures? Lin Chuan was momentarily taken aback by Qin Lang's words, silently pressing his lips together, unsure of how to respond. No, if that were the case, even if you recognized me as a friend, I would have no face to accompany you on your journeys. Therefore, I must grow quickly, both for myself and to earn the right to stand by your side in future battles, Qin Lang declared earnestly, his cherubic face now illuminated with a unique brilliance, leaving Lin Chuan momentarily stunned. Indeed, Lin Chuan reflected, I have indeed placed pressure on them, but rather than deterring them, It has ignited their fighting spirit, compelling them to strive for the opportunity to stand alongside me. He empathized with Qin Lang's sentiments, realizing that had their roles been reversed, he would never wish to remain perpetually sheltered behind his friend. Rest assured, we will have plenty of opportunities to fight side by side in the future, sharing life and death, Lin Chuan vowed solemnly. A smile immediately brightened Qin Lang's face as he nodded in agreement. Also me. A small voice, unwavering yet timid, belonged to Bulianshire. She had appeared at the doorway, having seemingly overheard the entire conversation between Lin Chuan and Qin Lang. Of course you two. The three of us together. Lin Chuan replied with a genuine smile emanating from his heart. To be frank, he harbored unique expectations for both Qin Lang and Bulianshire, hoping they would become his steadfast companions, standing by his side until he ascended above the entire cultivation realm. All right, enough of this. I sought you both to accompany me in cultivation. How about it? Are you interested in sparring with me? Lin Chuan winked playfully. Sure. However, there's one condition. You must not use any spells. Qin Lang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Having Lin Chuan as a sparring partner was an opportunity he could not resist, provided Lin Chuan refrained from using spells. Otherwise, it would not be a fair match, but rather an exercise in futility. Bulianshire nodded enthusiastically, a rosy hue gracing her lovely face, for she was finally able to engage in practice with the one she admired above all. Good, no problem. Feel free to unleash any attacks on me. Do not worry about causing me injury. I am currently practicing a defensive technique, and its perfection depends on both of you, Lin Chuan said, his eyes gently closing momentarily before reopening, revealing veins bulging around his eyes. Wide-eye. Upon seeing Lin Chuan's wide eyes, Bulianshire's face flushed again, her hands instinctively moving to cover her chest in an unconscious gesture of modesty. I say, if they wanted to see, they would have done so long ago. Covering up is futile. Clothes can't hide anything, let alone your hands. Qin Lang teased from the side, his eyes gleaming with an inexplicable glimmer. Bulianshire's complexion shifted instantly from a rosy blush to a pale shade, on the verge of tears. Are we still practicing or not? Lin Chuan shouted, the veins on his forehead bulging as he thought to himself that he would have to take extra care of Qin Lang in the future. Before Lin Chuan's words could fully escape his lips, a purple bolt of lightning shot forth, aimed directly at Lin Chuan's forehead, the protective talisman wielded by Qin Lang. Ah, you've learned to distract your opponent. There's progress, Lin Chuan remarked, swiftly dodging to the side. The trajectory of the purple short sword became vividly clear to him, making it easy to evade. To deal with someone like you, I must resort to cunning tactics, Qin Lang declared, shifting his hand into a new seal. The purple short sword darted toward Lin Chuan's chest at an exceptionally tricky angle. Such speed, Lin Chuan thought to himself. At this moment, Qin Lang was no longer the novice he once was. His cultivation had increased, and his recent tireless efforts allowed him to barely control the flying sword. Bone pulse, one finger penetration. Lin Chuan flicked his finger, sending his index bone hurtling toward the flying sword. He exerted only 50% of his strength, curious to gauge the potency of Qin Lang's attack. However, at that moment, Lin Chuan noticed through his white eyes that Bulianshire, standing behind him, had a glimmer between her brows. Suddenly, a golden copper mirror shot forth, hurtling toward Lin Chuan's back. Their coordinated timing was impeccable, coinciding precisely with Lin Chuan's attack aimed at intercepting the purple flying sword. In such a pincer maneuver, even with Lin Chuan's wide eyes, evasion was impossible. For Lin Chuan, the formidable aspect of his power had a fatal flaw, his insufficient cultivation. If he could not use spells, no matter how powerful he was still merely a Qi refinement stage practitioner. This was precisely why Qin Lang insisted that Lin Chuan refrain from employing spells. Bang! The flying sword was deflected by Lin Chuan's finger bone. Yet he had underestimated its force. 50% of his strength proved inadequate to send it flying, especially considering that Qin Lang had previously injured a 9th-layer Qi refinement practitioner with a single strike from his flying sword. I've been a bit overconfident, Lin Chuan mused bitterly, initiating a rapid spin. The celestial chakra surged from the acupoints throughout his body, swiftly forming a purple-golden barrier. Celestial technique, Bagua Palm, returning heaven. In an instant, Lin Chuan was enveloped in a resplendent purple-golden light, a tangible energy membrane forming around him. Though this defense was not flawless, containing several apparent flaws, it was more than sufficient to handle the current situation. The purple short sword from Qin Lang and the golden copper mirror from Bu Lianshi collided with the defensive barrier created by Lin Chuan's celestial chakra, only to be immediately repelled by a tremendous force. What is this? Qin Lang stared in bewilderment as his meticulously planned attack was effortlessly thwarted by Lin Chuan, leaving him immensely frustrated. Unbeknownst to him, having pushed Lin Chuan to utilize the returning heaven defense indicated that they had already become quite formidable. Bu Lianshi also gazed in astonishment at Lin Chuan's execution of returning heaven, a technique that seemed nearly perfect, devoid of any vulnerabilities. It appeared that as long as Lin Chuan was sufficiently powerful, this technique could withstand any assault. Not quite. There are flaws in his technique, rendering it far from perfect. Bu Lianshi's gaze sharpened as she immediately discerned the occasional cracks in Lin Chuan's Hui Tian, areas where the celestial technique chakra failed to rotate adequately. Qin Lang. Strike at the left side, 3 inches in. There will be a flaw appearing with every breath. Bu Lianshi's voice rang out sharply. Under her formidable spiritual perception, the shortcomings of Hui Tian were swiftly revealed. Lin Chuan's gaze momentarily froze upon Bu Lianshi, realizing that the essence of cultivation lies in pinpointing one's objectives and self-positioning. It seemed she had already established her role among the three, serving as a supportive practitioner with her powerful spiritual perception. Such a notion is quite audacious within the realm of cultivation, yet Lin Chuan found himself eagerly anticipating Bu Lianshi's future growth. Lin Chuan was not particularly astonished that Bu Lianshi could identify the flaws in Hui Tian. The days of cultivation had seen not only his own growth, but also that of his companions, who were deftly keeping pace with him. He was well aware of Bu Lianshi's formidable spiritual perception, akin to Xiang Lin's ability to sense chakra. It was remarkably acute. At that moment, his Hui Tian was not merely chakra but infused with spiritual energy, making it easier for Bu Lianshi to detect vulnerabilities. To restrain Bu Lianshi would be a simple task. He could merely convert the celestial technique chakra into pure chakra, thus rendering her perception ineffective. However, he was confronted with the combined attacks of Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi's magical artifacts, which were not mere physical assaults but intertwined with celestial techniques. Given his current strength, he dared not take such risks. After heeding Bu Lianshi's advice, Qin Lang altered his hand seals, and the purple flying sword, previously sent flying, executed a swift maneuver, heading straight for the flaw she had indicated. Meanwhile, Bu Lianshi silently manipulated a golden bronze mirror, directing it toward another evident flaw in Lin Chuan's Hui Tian. Faster. Faster still. Release more celestial technique chakra. Lin Chuan silently urged himself, exerting all his effort to mend the deficiencies in Hui Tian. Bang, bang. The sounds of 2 collisions resonated almost simultaneously as the flying sword and bronze mirror were once again deflected. However, this was not due to Lin Chuan successfully patching the flaws, but rather because the nature of Hui Tian as a whole rotation made it challenging for their artifacts to breach it instantaneously. This indicated that they had yet to penetrate Lin Chuan's defenses. After this exchange, both Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi paused their attacks, panting slightly. Their Dantian spiritual energy was nearly depleted, rendering them unable to mount another assault. Seeing this, Lin Chuan ceased the output of celestial technique chakra. Retracting Hui Tian to look at the two, and with a hint of admiration, remarked, "Your progress during this time has indeed been considerable." Qin Lang shrugged in resignation. "But we still haven't kept pace with you. In just a month, you've developed such a formidable defensive technique. Are we to be rendered obsolete? Originally, Bu Lianshi and I intended to teach you a lesson about humility, but unexpectedly, we ended up on the receiving end. Have I truly tormented you? Throughout this encounter, have I ever attacked you?" Lin Chuan feigned innocence. "With your words, it feels even more like torment." Qin Lang lamented, his face a picture of despair. In the absence of Lin Chuan's attacks, they had been unable to breach his defenses. In a real confrontation, they would likely be overwhelmed in moments. "It feels like an emotional torment," Bu Lianshi murmured softly, almost to herself, yet both of the others heard her. "Ah, well, I'll be honest with you. My intent in seeking you out was to refine my defensive technique, Hui Tian. Initially, I planned to spar with you, guide your cultivation, and then demonstrate Hui Tian, revealing its weaknesses so you could attack. Yet, you both pressed me into using Hui Tian immediately and even identified its flaws yourselves. Would you not consider that a testament to your progress?" Lin Chuan spoke candidly, sincerity evident in his tone. Qin Lang nodded in appreciation. "Now that sounds more like it." However, Bu Lianshi cast a somewhat forlorn glance at Lin Chuan. "So, in your eyes, We are so lacking in strength? Lin Chuan was taken aback, staring at Bu Lianshi in confusion, pondering her rather peculiar line of thought. As time passed, Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi periodically launched attacks against Lin Chuan, who refrained from any superfluous actions, solely relying on Hui Tian for defense and continuously refining its shortcomings. The entire process was marked by pauses for recovery and light-hearted banter, all unfolding in a pleasant and harmonious atmosphere. Regrettably, had Lin Chuan known what was to transpire next, he would likely have found little reason to smile. Outside the defensive array of the Lin family's core area, a brilliant azure sword light rushed forth, slicing through the sky and halting just at the perimeter of the array. Upon the sword's tip stood a graceful maiden clad in white, her waist-length hair flowing in the breeze, an ethereal beauty radiating an otherworldly chill. Casually, she produced a token, awaiting the array's activation. Her flawless, porcelain skin glistened, and her slightly pursed lips hinted at her contemplations, reminiscent of a celestial being descended to the mortal realm, exuding an icy allure that both intimidated and captivated onlookers. As the array gradually opened, the white-clad maiden deftly maneuvered her flying sword within, preparing to delve deep into the core area when several watchful disciples approached. The leader, upon spotting the white-robed girl, was taken aback and immediately bowed respectfully. "Miss Lang, you have returned." The silver-haired maiden offered a slight nod before turning and disappearing into the depths of the core area upon her flying sword. "Who is she? So beautiful." One of the guarding disciples gazed dreamily after the figure of the white-clad maiden as she departed. "Impertinence. That is Miss Lin Lang, of the Lin family, a being you dare not disrespect." The leader's reprimand jolted everyone from their reverie, silencing any further thoughts. Yet, the leader himself remained transfixed by her silhouette. Musing internally, I recall that Miss Lang's Bailing Mountain is referred to as Shaoling Peak. As evening approached, within Qin Lang's training chamber, the three sat exhausted on the floor, particularly Lin Chuan and Qin Lang, who unabashedly lifted their garments to wipe the perspiration streaming down their faces. "Your defensive shell is simply too resilient. We could not breach it at all," Qin Lang complained. Throughout the day, they had exerted themselves to find a way to penetrate Lin Chuan's Hui Tian. With Bu Lianshi's formidable perception as their support, they had initially thought their chances were high, only to find, at the end, that they had not truly breached it. Lin Chuan's defense is truly remarkable. At this point, I can hardly pinpoint any flaws. Unless one possesses overwhelming strength to forcefully break through, this defense is practically flawless, Bu Lianshi said, dabbing her flushed cheeks with a handkerchief, her tone earnest. "Truth be told, there were several instances when you nearly breached my Hui Tian. However, your cultivation levels were insufficient, which allowed me to maintain my defense. To be honest, the combined assault utilizing your protective artifacts was nearly on par with the initial stage of foundation establishment." Lin Chuan praised them sincerely. Today, he had genuinely come to recognize the strength of Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi. Throughout the training process, he was not the only one who had progressed. The two had grown increasingly adept at maneuvering their artifacts. In the later stages, only by fully unleashing Hui Tian could Lin Chuan defend against their coordinated efforts. Nevertheless, Lin Chuan felt a sense of elation, for Hui Tian had finally reached a level of completeness, and what remained was diligent practice. After consuming the fruit of the divine tree, he exhibited an extraordinary talent for ninjutsu training, not merely in the speed of his cultivation, but also in the development of new techniques. Typically, the innovation of ninjutsu is a feat reserved for those at the pinnacle of mastery, such as the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, or those like Orochimaru, who are deeply engrossed in research. However, Lin Chuan was different. He possessed an innate advantage over these individuals, as the origin of chakra resided within his dantian. The fruit's effects were not limited to merely awakening the Rinne Sharingan. It also granted him a profound comprehension of chakra manipulation. With just a slight impetus, he could conceive countless methods for utilizing chakra. Although many of these methods were ineffective, a portion would inevitably yield results. Furthermore, Lin Chuan was well-versed in the original Naruto series, familiar with numerous ninjutsu techniques, and even remembered the hand seals for some, enabling him to effortlessly develop simple techniques such as the Great Fireball Jutsu. While the forbidden techniques inscribed in the Book of Seals posed a challenge for him at present, he believed that with further growth, they would not be insurmountable. Well then, let's conclude today's training here. I shall take my leave and look forward to practicing with you all again in the future," Lin Chuan proclaimed as he rose from the ground, waved goodbye, and made his way out, intending to return for a meal, a bath, and some well-deserved rest. Brother Lin Chuan's defenses have become impeccable. By my estimation, even an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator might struggle to breach his defenses. He truly is formidable. When will I ever catch up to his pace? Bu Lianshi murmured softly, observing Lin Chuan's receding figure with a hint of melancholy. Do not be disheartened. While Lin Chuan is indeed powerful, we are not without our strengths. Instead of fixating on surpassing him, focus on honing your own skills and cultivating diligently, Qin Lang remarked with a smile. With your current self, you are already qualified to stand beside him. Bu Lianshi paused in surprise upon hearing this, a glimmer of understanding illuminating her expression as she nodded and walked outside. At the summit of Shaoling Peak, after finishing his meal, Lin Chuan noticed the sweat clinging to him, feeling quite uncomfortable. Hence, he turned towards the hot spring. After a hearty meal and a soak in the hot spring, what more could one desire? He mused, swiftly shedding his garments and casting them aside before plunging into the soothing waters. Ah, if only a beautiful companion were here, it would be perfect. Lin Chuan thought to himself. Outside Shaoling Peak, a brilliant blue sword light descended upon the perimeter of a formation. In the next moment, Lin Long waved her hand, activating the spirit token from her storage ring. Upon entering the formation, she deftly maneuvered the flying sword towards the courtyard of Shaoling Peak. Someone has entered? They are riding a flying sword. Could it be a steward or an elder? Bu Lianshi pondered with a furrowed brow, but soon dismissed the thought, choosing not to pay it any further mind. Many had sought to visit Lin Chuan in recent days, yet most were intercepted. Some stewards and elders from the Lin family expressed great interest in meeting him, but those who barged in unannounced were unable to see him, as he rarely emerged from his cave. Moreover, entry into Shaoling Peak's cave required Lin Chuan's spirit token. Others could only begrudgingly wait in the courtyard before departing. Bu Lianshi was not the only one who noticed the azure sword light. Zhang Liang did as well. Yet they had grown accustomed to it and chose not to comment further. However, Lin Long, riding her flying sword, was oblivious to the presence of others, never considering that she might not be alone. As the flying sword descended into the courtyard, she glanced around and immediately frowned. Has someone been here? Did they send a maid to tidy up? Although she sensed that some items had been disturbed, most remained as they were, leading Lin Long to dismiss her concerns. It was not uncommon for Lin family maids to come and clean during her absence. Forget it, I'll take a bath first, Lin Long decided, turning toward the hot spring. Having been away for so long, she had scarcely had the opportunity to enjoy a proper wash, which was, for any young woman, an undeniably vital endeavor. As she walked, she began to shed her clothing. The white outer robe was tossed to the ground, followed by a layer of undergarments and a delicate sheer garment. By the time she reached the edge of the hot spring, only a simple wrap remained. The hot spring was elegantly draped in 2 layers of white gauze, a setup personally arranged by Lin Long. A gentle breeze stirred the air, carrying the warm essence of the spring around her. The sound of bubbling water became distinctly audible, yet Lin Long was lost in her own world, utterly unaware that the sounds of the spring were unusually pronounced today. As she removed the final layer of her wrap, her flawless, jade-like form was fully revealed. Akin to a masterpiece of art, exquisite and perfect in every detail. Extending her delicate hand, Lin Long lifted the outer layer of gauze and stepped forward, only to find that at that moment, the inner layer was also being lifted. In the next instant, their gazes met, and it felt as if the world itself had ceased to exist. In Lin Chuan's eyes, an exquisite and enchanting maiden appeared before him. Her skin as pure as snow and jade, and her figure perfectly sculpted. Though she was only slightly older than him, she stood gracefully like a celestial being descended from the heavens, untouched by the mundane world. Even in her current state of undress, Lin Chuan felt no inclination to indulge in any impure thoughts. Is this a dream? Just as I was contemplating the presence of a beautiful companion, one has been delivered to me, and she is already unclothed. Lin Chuan pondered in bewilderment. In Lin Long's gaze, a handsome young man with white hair suddenly appeared, his eyes possessing an eerie shade of white. Although his stature was not imposing, his well-defined muscles and sun-kissed skin, combined with those strange eyes, sparked both curiosity and intrigue, as if he had stepped out of a dream, entirely bare. The recent days of intense training must have induced this hallucination. I need to be more cautious, Lin Long thought, her cheeks slightly flushed. She shook her head, dismissing the thoughts, and walked directly towards the specter of the white-haired youth, intending to shatter this unwelcome illusion. A fairy sister is embracing me. This dream is truly perfect. Lin Chuan smiled foolishly, extending his arms towards the ethereal maiden. Around the hot spring, steam rose in wisps, enveloping the world behind the sheer fabric in a misty haze. As Lin Long faced the approaching white-haired boy, she momentarily paused but then chuckled self-deprecatingly, reasoning that it was merely an illusion and not worth taking seriously. With that, she gently closed her eyes and charged forward. Bang! An illusion collided with a dream as Lin Chuan's arms encircled Lin Long's waist firmly. This dream feels astonishingly real, the sensation. Lin Chuan mused, perplexed by the surreal nature of the encounter. Simultaneously, Lin Long felt a searing warmth enveloping her, leaving her momentarily stunned until she registered the heat radiating from his body. Ah! A piercing scream echoed through the air, resonating for miles around Shaoling Peak. At the epicenter of the sound, Lin Chuan almost succumbed to deafness. In the next instant, he was flung away by an overwhelming force. Had he not been quick to react, swiftly covering his skin with a layer of bone membrane using his abilities, he would have been gravely injured. I will kill you. Lin Long spun around, and the hanging sheer fabric instantly wrapped around her body, concealing her exposed form. In the next moment, the storage ring on her finger gleamed, and a brilliant blue sword shot forth, aiming directly at Lin Chuan's brow, clearly intent on delivering a fatal blow. At that moment, the madness in Lin Long's eyes indicated a complete loss of reason, disregarding all consequences. Lin Chuan finally regained his senses, comprehending the situation. Without hesitation, he refined the chakra within him and fused it with spiritual energy, completing the extraction and fusion of the celestial technique chakra as Lin Long wrapped herself in the sheer fabric. The next moment, as he beheld the rapidly approaching azure sword, a wave of trepidation washed over him. His body spun like a top, releasing purple-golden celestial chakra from his meridians, forming a protective barrier. Celestial technique, 8 trigrams palm. Returning heaven. Boom. Just as Lin Chuan executed the returning heaven technique, the azure sword struck his purple-golden barrier, sending him hurtling backward into the wall behind the hot spring. At this moment, Lin Long's rationality was nearly non-existent. She was oblivious to the fact that Lin Chuan, a mere 6th-level chi refining practitioner, had managed to withstand her initial strike as a foundational-level cultivator. Her singular focus was on eliminating this white-haired boy. The power of a foundational-level practitioner is indeed formidable. Lin Chuan winced in pain. Although returning heaven had mitigated much of the attack, he could not entirely escape the force of the impact. Wide eye? Lin Chuan exclaimed, the veins around his eyes bulging. He recognized that, in his current state, there was no way this situation could end well, especially against an opponent who was a foundational-level cultivator. Just as he crawled out from the crack in the wall, his white eyes spotted the girl wrapped in sheer fabric, gripping the azure sword, infusing it with spiritual energy. If struck by that, even with returning heaven's protection, his chances of survival would be grim. Run! Lin Chuan turned and sprinted, knowing that in his present condition, he was no match for this girl. If she were an ordinary foundational-level practitioner, it might be manageable, but she was clearly extraordinary, her prowess far surpassing his own, especially with a celestial sword in hand. The previous strike had been a furious outburst, lacking any build-up, while this attack was charged with terrifying energy. What to do? I can't outrun her sword light. And it's difficult to defend against this attack with returning heaven. How can I resolve this crisis? Lin Chuan's mind raced, desperately seeking a means of escape. His white eyes remained vigilant, observing the girl's every move. From her flushed face, brimming with murderous intent, Lin Chuan understood that explanations would be futile. She was not interested in justifications, only in his life. I have no choice but to gamble, Lin Chuan resolved, knowing he had to withstand this initial assault, or there would be no subsequent opportunity. Suddenly, as he fled, he pivoted, the white in his eyes vanishing, replaced by crimson orbs, each adorned with spinning tomo. Illusion technique, shackles of illusion. The illusion was unleashed instantaneously, yet Lin Long's eyes merely flickered with momentary confusion before regaining clarity. However, this fleeting moment caused a disruption in her focus, forcing her to release a partially charged sword strike. As the illusion shattered, Lin Chuan stifled a groan, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, but he had anticipated this. The next moment, his Sharingan faded, and his Byakugan re-emerged as his body began to whirl once more. Celestial technique, 8 trigrams palm, returning heaven. The azure sword energy swept past. Due to Lin Chuan's illusion, Lin Long's attack deviated slightly, merely grazing him but sending him flying through the air. Returning heaven held for a brief moment before shattering, leaving Lin Chuan exposed in the sky above Shaoling Peak. The next instant, Lin Long's delicate figure soared into the air, but her expression shifted to one of horror. It turned out that her earlier scream had drawn the attention of 30 to 40 onlookers. The crowd gazed in shock at the astonishing scene above Shaoling Peak. Mouths agape in disbelief. Lin Chuan, completely nude, and Lin Long, barely covered by a layer of sheer fabric, her form partially visible,